Roland quickly arrived in the main hall, and the merchants immediately stood up and bowed to him. Most of them were familiar faces, and as soon as they sat down, one of them couldn't wait to share the news. The sample they had taken back to the fjord had caused a huge sensation among the merchants. Anyone who had tasted it praised its unique flavor. Someone else nodded in agreement, convinced that the chaos drink would become the most successful product in the fjord. Not only as a beverage, some people found it delicious when poured over steamed fish and grilled meat. It could even be used to ward off the cold and boost energy for ship crews. Margaret smiled and added that many explorers had also taken notice of the chaos drink. After all, a drink that could keep you warm without any side effects might save lives during a shipwreck. One merchant suggested categorizing the different chaos drinks into various price ranges. He believed that those with special effects could be marketed at a higher price with just a bit of promotion. Roland looked at the merchant approvingly, thinking to himself that this man truly deserved his reputation as one of the most successful merchants in the fjord. Recognizing the diverse nature of the product from just a few samples, he knew that separating them by their unique properties for pricing would maximize their value. Roland was pleased to hear about the positive reputation in the fjord and decided it was time to proceed with the next step of their contract. The merchants nodded in agreement, but before moving forward, they required a deposit of 30%. One of the merchants, grinning, mentioned that his ship was empty except for the craftsmen and sailors, filled only with shiny gold coins. Roland laughed heartily and then led everyone to inspect the goods. They arrived at a building and descended the stairs to the basement. Rows of wooden racks were neatly arranged, each holding barrels of chaos drink that Roland had promised to supply. This time, they could take a total of 100 barrels, all prepared by Roland. If the inspection went smoothly, he would arrange for them to be transported to the dock. "You're not going to let us taste it first?" one of the merchants asked in surprise. Roland smiled and explained, "Chaos drink isn't like wine. Some of the drinks can indeed be stored for a long time, but that doesn't apply to every type. Therefore, after brewing, the first thing they do is sterilize and seal them." The merchants were a bit puzzled, so Roland elaborated, telling them these drinks, just like normal food, which can spoil, sterilization prevents that. They don't need to understand the details, just know that once a barrel is opened, the drink inside won't stay at its best for long. After explaining a few more details, Roland noticed Jammer still seemed hesitant. The merchant pointed out that since each batch was different, some flavors might be better than others. He asked if they could divide all the drinks into 4 parts before sealing, so they wouldn't have to worry about variations in taste. Roland thought about the added workload this would mean for Soraya and Lily, doubling their tasks with no clear benefit for him. He shook his head and explained, sterilizing and sealing isn't an easy process. As for the flavors, what might not be popular in one city could be a hit in another. The merchants didn't know what to say. Roland smiled and concluded that, at the end of the day, the focus shouldn't be on the taste. Their job is to fully develop each flavor and find the right buyers for them. The merchants eventually accepted Roland's plan. After all, no one wanted to back out, and they had to admit Roland had a point. They began to inspect the barrels, some even sniffing them. While they were busy, Roland patted Margaret on the shoulder and quietly suggested she choose a few barrels from sections 10 and 24. Margaret looked surprised and was about to say something when Roland smiled and said, "Consider it a thank you gift. If it weren't for the merchants she brought over a couple of years ago, it might have taken years for the Western Territory to reach where it is today." Margaret smiled and didn't refuse. She also had good news for Roland. Her old friend Hogg was planning to visit the Western Territory in the next few days, and from his letter, it seemed that he would bring a few others over as well. This is because Roland's machines had become well known in the central regions of the kingdom. Margaret chuckled and mentioned that Roland's factory was about to get very busy very soon. Roland stroked his chin, thinking this was indeed good news. As he returned to his office, he realized that soon, if the merchants wanted to craft their own machines, then all of them would be buying raw materials, processing equipment, and key components from Neverwinter. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before Neverwinter reached new heights. Roland informed Barrett standing beside him that they might need to build a few more factories. Meanwhile, back to Tilly, she was writing a letter to Camilla. She couldn't help but ramble on as if she were writing a family letter. She talked about everything from the months of the demons to the Victory Day celebrations, to Hot Pot, and the various delicacies of Neverwinter. In her letter, she talked about how there were no distinctions between City Hall officials, the Witch Union, or the common folk. Such a scene would have been unimaginable in the past. Tilly smiled as she wrote. She was aware that war was looming that would determine everyone's fate. This only made the current joy all the more precious. The real purpose of her letter was to tell Camilla that Neverwinter was an incredible place. Tilly knew she might not be able to change Camilla's mind on the nobility, but she hoped Camilla could visit and see it for herself instead of feeling trapped by her duties on Slumbering Isle. The letter was quite long, and though Tilly wanted to talk about what happened in the Southern Territory with the Sand People, she decided to save those details with Camilla in person. Regardless, Tilly believed that once everyone arrived here, the strength of Slumbering Isle would become even more important. Just then, Ashes walked in, knowing the letter was for Camilla. She brought Tilly a drink and gently massaged her shoulders. Ashes was planning to prepare dinner for the day, and Tilly was looking forward to the meal. After Ashes left, Tilly continued writing, shifting from idle chatter to more serious matters. According to her agreement with Roland, they would start migrating in the spring. She was confident this was a good decision and hoped everyone on Slumbering Isle was ready. The fjord merchants would become busy after the months of the demons, and if they couldn't hire enough ships and sailors, Tilly suggested seeking help from Thunder. She had a hunch that this route would soon become one of the busiest trade pathways. Tilly reminded Camilla that moving to the Western Territory didn't mean abandoning Slumbering Isle. Neverwinter would likely become the most dangerous fortress once the Divine War began, and they also had a duty to contribute to the fight against the enemies. If the worst happened and the Western Territory fell, their only refuge would still be the fjords and Slumbering Isle. With this in mind, she urged Camilla to take care of herself. She signed the letter and set it aside. After finishing the letter, Tilly let out a long sigh. Camilla had originally been part of the old royal capital's nobility and was well aware of the dirty deeds among the aristocracy. From their previous talks, Tilly sensed that Camilla was leaning towards staying on Slumbering Isle indefinitely. While Slumbering Isle was crucial to them, Tilly hoped everyone could come to Grey Castle and experience a normal life. Of course, this letter might not completely put Camilla's mind at ease, but as more witches came to understand the Western Territory, Tilly believed Camilla's initial views would eventually change. Tilly stretched and rolled the letter into a tight scroll, securing it with a thin string. At that moment, her office door opened, and Honey walked in. Seeing the 5 or 6 scrolls on the desk, clearly, all were supposed to be sent to Slumbering Isle, Honey was startled. "Isn't this a bit too much?" Tilly asked softly. Honey patted her chest confidently and said, "As long as it's a letter from Princess Tilly, it will be delivered no matter what." She even said she would catch 2 large birds if needed. Not just secret letters, even a honey-roasted fish will get delivered if she ever needed it. Tilly laughed and walked to the windows, thinking about the future. Before long, the witches who had been forced to leave their homeland would set foot on this land once more. She could already imagine how bustling the Western Territory would become when everyone arrived, living together in happiness and joy. Perhaps the Western Territory would be even livelier than it was now. In the witch's building, Broken Sword rubbed her eyes, stretched, and slowly got out of bed. She put on her daily clothes and went downstairs, where breakfast was already prepared. She greeted Annie at the table and asked her if she was going to the factory today. Annie, who always got up the earliest, had almost finished her meal. She drank the last of her soup and explained that some parts couldn't be made by the workers because they were too big for the machines. They had to be assembled from small pieces of iron. This used to be Anna's job, but now it had been handed over to her. However, today was a special day. Annie reassured Broken Sword that she would finish her work early and be there on time. Broken Sword nodded happily and said she would take care of Hero in the meantime. After breakfast, Broken Sword fetched a basin of hot water and went into another room. To her surprise, Hero was already awake, sitting up in bed and gazing at the outside. Hero smiled and greeted her, apologizing for needing her help again today. Broken Sword brushed off the apology, saying no one minded at all. She added with a smile that perhaps after today, Hero might be able to do these things herself. For a moment, a hesitant look flashed across Hero's face. Her body trembled slightly as she looked at her stumps. She had forgotten what it felt like to walk, even in her dreams. She grew more emotional as she spoke, tears streaming down her cheeks. For her, even in her dreams, she could only crawl. Broken Sword moved closer, gently cupping Hero's face in her hands, offering words of encouragement. Then she patted Hero's cheek lightly and asked her to stretch out her legs. Over the past few months, the Witch Union had been trying to find a way to help her heal. Unlike a few months ago, the stumps from her severed knees had grown significantly. Initially, even Nanawa's healing abilities couldn't achieve full limb regeneration. In her memories, Roland had called everyone over and gently patted Nanawa's head and pointed to Broken Sword, saying there was still a chance, encouraging Nanawa not to give up. At the time, Broken Sword had been quite confused. It turned out that Roland wanted to utilize Broken Sword's ability. When she transferred into a dagger and held by Nanawa, her healing abilities were significantly enhanced. The next step was to create a wound on Hiro's leg, allowing Nanawa to use her power. However, even with Broken Sword's magic, Nanawa could only heal for about 10 seconds at a time. The process was grueling as Hiro had to endure the pain repeatedly, making the task incredibly challenging. Soon, the entire witch union sprang into action. Leaf created a pill that could be used for anesthesia, so Hiro wouldn't feel the pain. Anna took charge of making the incisions, allowing Nanawa to focus solely on healing. With Spear's support, they didn't have to worry about running out of magic. Though it required a tremendous amount of magic, with everyone's help, the recent treatments have made significant progress. If all went well, Hiro would regain her legs by the end of today. Thinking about this made her into a joyful smile. Arriving at the medical center, Hiro became more nervous as most of the Witch Union members were gathered there. Wendy smiled and told her that Roland and everyone were already waiting for her inside. Broken Sword was a bit surprised to hear that even His Majesty Roland had come over today. Rem pointed at Lily and said, "Of course, he did. The only person who could pull Lily away from her microscope and strange bugs is His Majesty." Lily quickly covered her mouth, and Wendy chuckled. Seeing the mood lightened a bit, she then urged everyone to go inside. Broken Sword pushed Hiro's wheelchair into the room and greeted Roland before carefully lifting Hiro onto the bed. Hiro was still quite nervous, perhaps waiting for someone. But just then, Annie arrived. She held Hiro's hand and reassured her, promising to stay by her side throughout the procedure. Hiro then took the pill and fell asleep. Broken Sword then transformed into a surgical knife. Spears linked the Leaf who had the most amount of magical energy to Nanawa. Because of the sudden surge of magical energy, it also impacted Broken Sword. However, she hung in there. Anna gently lifted Hiro's leg and made the incision. Nanawa immediately began using her ability. Veins, nerves, bones, muscles, and skin were slowly regenerating. After half an hour, both Nanawa and Broken Sword were leaning against the bed, completely drained and panting heavily. Several hours later, as the effects of the pill wore off, Hiro slowly opened her eyes. Wendy asked her if she could feel anything. Hiro sat up slowly, and suddenly, her toes twitched. She stared at her legs, tears welling up in her eyes. She kept saying thank you, eventually choking on her words. Annie leaned down to hug her, and Hiro burst into tears in her arms. Roland quickly received the news. He was overjoyed for Hiro, and the successful operation also confirmed something significant about Broken Sword's ability. Just as he expected, it could enhance what he called the absolute threshold of a witch's powers. He hypothesized that every witch had limits to their abilities. For example, Hummingbird could reduce the weight of objects, but only to a certain extent in duration. Nanawa could regenerate severed fingers from an explosion but not entire limbs. Broken Sword, however, could extend these limits. Reading Wendy's report, Roland realized that when Broken Sword merged with other witches, most experienced a boost in their abilities. He smiled and thought that Broken Sword would soon become one of the busiest witches in Neverwinter. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and a guard entered. It was a message from Kyle, asking Roland to head to the laboratory. The task Roland had assigned to him was complete. Roland quickly stood up upon hearing this and quickly headed over. Arriving at the laboratory, soldiers were stationed everywhere. In the office, Kyle was carefully pouring a green liquid into a purple one. When Roland entered the room, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. This was the beautiful scent of gasoline. Kyle stood up and saluted Roland, excitedly telling him that Roland was right. The black water was indeed composed of multiple substances. He had been experimenting and discovered that distillation could separate them. Showing him the tube, and saying the green liquid he had just produced could explode when ignited. Roland nodded in satisfaction. Seems like it was possible to separate out combustible oils. He patted Kyle on the shoulder and instructed him to find a way to produce it on a large scale. Kyle was confident and ready for the challenge. Meanwhile, a man was walking down the street, humming a tune and feeling increasingly content with his life. His farm now employed 100 workers, and he had nearly 10,000 chickens and ducks. Feeding them required a vast amount of feed and worms daily. He felt proud of the nickname he had earned, the Chicken and Duck Knight. He used to be a knight, however, surrendered to Roland a couple of years ago. But he never looked back and loved what he was doing now. He never wanted to be a knight anyway. Farming was his real passion. Laughing heartily, he walked into the city hall. One of the officials saw him and mentioned that His Majesty was looking for him. Though unsure why, he remembered the recent meeting and wondered if Roland had learned of his achievements and wanted to commend him as an example. He excitedly rushed to the castle. Shortly after, he followed Roland to a different place. Upon seeing the massive underground structure, he was stunned, wondering if such a feat was possible by human hands. As he approached the massive gates towering above him, he recalled Roland telling him that there was a secret mission and that if he accepted it, he couldn't share what he saw with anyone. He didn't even hesitate and readily took on the responsibility. As he slowly walked through the doors, a few tall and muscular god punishment witches walked over. One of them glanced at him, causing him to step back in fear. One witch pointed at him and asked Roland, "Is he really up to it?" Roland shrugged, wasn't sure himself either, but thinking it was better to gradually reveal the truth than to keep hiding it. Smiling at the chicken and duck knight, Roland understood that his people would inevitably learn about this. He decided to start with the officials of the city hall. The god's punishment witch nodded and waved her hand. Suddenly, small rocks fell from above, followed by a dark shadow descending from the ceiling. A monstrous creature with multiple tentacles and a single eye landed before him. The sight was so terrifying that he nearly screamed, his legs giving out as he dropped to his knees. "Is this a demon?" he thought in horror. Beside him, Roland smiled and waved at the creature. "Hello, Pasha," he greeted. The creature responded while bowing to Roland. "How are the worms?" Roland asked. "Their numbers have increased significantly. As long as there are enough mushrooms, they seem to keep eating. Seems like they're easy to care for." Hearing them talking, the chicken and duck knight stared in disbelief as Roland and the monstrous being chatted casually. Roland introduced Pasha to him, explaining that she was once a renowned lord. The knight was stunned, and in the next moment, Pasha's tentacle touched his head. Instantly, an image of a beautiful woman appeared in his mind. "Don't be afraid," Roland reassured him, telling him that though her appearance is frightening, she still has a human heart, and there are a few others who are just like Pasha. Gradually, the knight understood that 400 years ago, these beautiful women had established their own city in the wilderness. However, many died during the battle against the demons, and only a few escaped, but a curse caused them to transform into these creatures. Although they gained immortality, they were condemned to live in perpetual suffering. Tears streamed down Roland's face as he handed the knight a book titled The Lady Lords in the Fallen City. The knight was surprised to learn this hidden history. Roland, however, thinks to himself that presenting the story of once a witch kingdom ruled over humanity as one of the misfortunate lords might be easier to accept for now. The chicken and duck knight wrapped his head around the entire thing. It seemed like his king had accepted these beings, but their appearance might evoke fear in others. Before Roland could finish explaining, the knight saluted, assuring him that he would keep this a secret. He understood that Roland's trust in him was a great honor, and he was determined to live up to it. As they continued, he first saw countless enormous mushrooms with giant weird-looking insects hanging all over them. Roland explained that these were rubber worms, capable of producing an industrial material which is just as valuable as poultry products. Roland then asked about his experience with raising chickens, ducks, and worms. He nodded but was puzzled about why Roland was asking him all this. Roland smiled, revealing his plan to have him breed these rubber worms, which caused him to gulp nervously. Perhaps understanding why he was hesitant, Roland approached one of the worms and kicked it lightly, demonstrating that they were harmless despite their unusually large size. He tells him that they had no aggression and posed no threat. All he needed to do was regularly collect the mucus from their stomachs. He then handed him a journal detailing the worms' habits. However, he was still a bit hesitant. After a few seconds, he wondered if he was going to do this all by himself. Roland reassured him with a smile, telling him that the first army soldiers stationed here would assist him. Before leaving, Roland patted his shoulder, encouraging him to do a good job and hinting at a reward in the next honors ceremony. Following Pasha to another area, they soon reached a large door that opened to reveal two massive devouring worms. One of them spoke excitedly, "Your Majesty, do you remember us?" Roland smiled, recognizing they were Jasmine and Rhonda. One of them nudged the other, reminding her about her manners, saying, "Even if our bodies are different, we are still Takira." Before she could finish, the other worm cut her off while adding, "You mean Takira worms?" causing the other to retort saying they are witches, not worms. The two then began to bicker as usual, just like old times. Seeing their familiar banter, Roland felt much more reassured. After learning that they had just returned to Neverwinter and had successfully undergone the transformation, the two of them wished to see Roland before going into hibernation. Pasha apologized for any disturbance. However, Roland didn't mind it at all, since he had also been concerned about their well-being. He was happy to see them doing okay. He then asked why they needed hibernation. Rhonda explained that the carriers consumed too much energy, so they would need a lot of food without hibernation. For the usual excavation work, Fran alone was enough. They didn't need to work together. Roland, however, just smiled and said they wouldn't need to hibernate because a new project was coming up soon. Hearing this, both of them became even happier. When Roland mentioned that there was no need to worry about food, they became even more thrilled. Clearly, no one likes to sleep all the time, and even after being transformed, they still want to enjoy their lives the best they could. Looking at Roland for a moment, Pasha smiled and bowed to him once again. Returning to the castle, Roland felt even better. Suddenly, a flying messenger arrived at the window. Nightingale caught it, then brought it in and fed it with some grain. Roland began reading the secret letter from Hill. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he stood up in anger. How dare he? Roland growled, clutching the letter tightly. He then told Nightingale to gather everyone immediately. In the meeting hall, Roland explained the contents of the letter. Brian loudly declared, "Your Majesty, we must teach the Kingdom of Dawn a lesson. This time they disturbed the Eastern Territories. Who knows what they'll do next? They might even cross the border and invade us." Barav tried to calm him down. No one can invade Grey Castle. If they could, why would we need the First Army in the first place? Brian realized he might have overreacted. Barav suggested that diplomacy could resolve the issue. Listening to the heated discussion, Andrea seemed to be lost in thoughts. Roland clapped his hands, signaling everyone to take a break and have some food before continuing their discussion. While everyone enjoyed their snacks and chaos drinks, Scroll handed over the day's meeting notes to Roland. The letter from Hill mentioned three things. First, Anpian had plans to disrupt and invade the eastern territories of Grey Castle. Second, the instability in the Hermes and the church. And lastly, Otto had already been imprisoned. They had been discussing these matters for 3 days, and everyone agreed on recapturing the eastern territories and completely destroying the church. The only disagreement was on when to retaliate against the Kingdom of Dawn. Roland rubbed his forehead. Looking at someone at the table, he thought to himself that there was an opportunity to gain the most benefit with the least cost, but it required waiting for the right person to come to him. By evening, when he returned to his office, Andrea was there. She bowed to Roland, and seeing it was Andrea, he let out a slight sigh of relief. Finally, she had arrived. He thought to himself. Nightingale also appeared, handing Andrea a piece of dried fish, though Andrea didn't seem particularly enthusiastic. Roland already knew what she wanted to discuss. It was about rescuing her childhood friend, Otto. She took a deep breath and slowly nodded. Andrea had been part of the meeting. Now, to force Anpian into submission, they would need at least 3,000 soldiers. Including the forces attacking Hermes, it would total around 5,000, which was 80% of the First Army's strength. Roland then mentioned the logistics, including supply costs and the need for carts and manpower. Just as he was about to continue on how much it would cost Neverwinter, Nightingale pinched him in her mist gently and whispered in a voice only he could hear, "Stop pressuring her. Just say it directly." Andrea looked at Roland, puzzled as to why he suddenly stopped talking. He coughed a couple of times and said these were not a problem, but he needed to know just how far the three great families are willing to go. It was clear that Anpian had gone separate ways with the three families, and with the Divine War around the corner, Roland couldn't afford to waste much time on a neighboring nation that might put them at risk. He needed someone to replace the current royal family, and Andrea is a perfect candidate. Roland hoped she would become the new Queen of Dawn. Andrea quickly said she didn't want to leave Neverwinter. Roland seemed surprised only to see her bite her lip and finally admit she had no interest in the throne. Roland picked up his teacup and asked what about her father. He tells her that the other two families would also gain something from this power shift. After thinking for a moment, Andrea quickly said she believed her father would have no problem. Hearing this, he nodded in satisfaction and assured her that Otto wouldn't be imprisoned for long. After Andrea left, Nightingale, sitting on the desk, smiled and remarked that she initially thought Roland planned to become the King of Dawn himself. She recalled Roland mentioning his previous plan to support Andrea as queen, realizing he wasn't joking at the time. Soon, there was a knock on the door, and to his surprise, it was Isabella. She had heard from Agatha that Hermes had collapsed. Roland then shared what he had heard with her. Suddenly, he looked at her and asked if she was there to plead for the church. She quickly shook her head, explaining that she was worried about the hundreds of thousands of berserk pills stored by the church being discovered, which could impact Roland's upcoming plans. Roland then learned that the pills were scattered in hidden warehouses across the Hermes Plateau. The locations were so obscure that even she couldn't pinpoint them exactly. She hoped Roland would trust her to go with the First Army. After thinking for a moment, Roland decided to let her join the First Army but instructed her not to engage in combat. Her task was solely to find and destroy the pills. Isabella tried to persuade Roland to keep the pills, but he waved his hands and didn't want to elaborate, saying that was not happening, and that he had another task for her. There were several monasteries in the old holy city, and he wanted her to free the orphans and women still living there and bring them back to the western region. Isabella didn't respond immediately, but she wondered why Roland wanted to do this. A few seconds later, she accepted the task. Roland was reminded by her that with Hermes losing its ability to maintain order, the monasteries could become hell on earth. He hoped to save those people if he still could. On the other side, Edith took off her coat as her brother, Cole, curiously asked why she came back so late. She tells him there's a lot of work today. Dinner was already prepared for her on the table. Eating the delicious foods of Neverwinter lifted her weariness from the day. After a while, Cole asked why she hadn't spoken at the meetings in the past few days, considering she was knowledgeable about the topics Roland raised. Edith looked at Cole with a smile and told him it was a secret. If he wanted to know, he would have to pay a price. Cole gulped hard, but he soon backed down, clearly not want to wear the same dress again. Seeing his expression, Edith laughed and decided that tonight's dinner would be the price. Edith had already guessed that Roland would choose Andrea as the shortcut to solving the Kingdom of Dawn's issue. She had observed that Roland had looked at Andrea 17 times over the past 3 days during the meeting. Cole was surprised at how detailed his sister was. He muttered something under his breath with a peculiar look. "What did you say?" Edith asked angrily. Nothing. Cole quickly waved his hand. He then mentioned seeing her approach Andrea after the meetings and asked what if her guess was wrong. Turned out, Edith had whispered in Andrea's ear, "His Majesty is a very benevolent king, and he has met Sir Otto before. If you ask him, he will likely agree to save Otto." For Edith, it was a casual remark. If she guessed right, it would help His Majesty. If she guessed wrong, who would care about a mere noble from another kingdom? The next day, the meeting went on as always, with ministers fervently debating and offering different opinions. After days of silence, Roland called for quiet and announced his decision. He declared that Neverwinter's forces would split into two. One group would enter the Hermes Plateau from Coldwind Ridge, while the other would traverse the eastern territories, heading straight to the kingdom's border. They would converge on Dawnlight City by late summer or early autumn, attacking the Kingdom of Dawn from the west and south. As soon as Roland issued this decree, the room fell silent. Everyone accepted the orders in unison, even Barav, who had previously been cautious and wanted to solve it using diplomacy, had no more objections. Edith let out a breath of relief, realizing she had made the right bet. The entire western region instantly became a flurry of activity. Meanwhile, Lorca poured her gold coins onto the table. She started counting only to find there were 21 gold coins left. She frowned, realizing that in just half a month, she had spent 3/4 of her total savings. She had splurged on various delicacies, but the most insidious culprit was Evelyn's tavern. She mutters that even a gang of robbers couldn't have taken her money as efficiently. Finally, she slumped over the table in frustration, her ears drooping. But she knew well that it wasn't Evelyn's fault. She had chosen to drink there every day and lost to her desires. One drink led to another, and though Evelyn had tried to dissuade her, telling her that she was drinking too much, the beverages were just too delicious to resist. Determined to change her ways, she looked at her dwindling coins and made up her mind. Later that afternoon, entering the forest, she got undressed and transformed into her wolf form. She wasn't sure where she wanted to go, deciding to run in a straight line to clear her mind for now. Suddenly, she saw something diving towards her. She dodged quickly, and a terrifying beast crashed into the snow. The creature emerged from the snow, looking at her curiously. It made a cooing sound that seemed oddly familiar. "Maisie?" Lorca instinctively called out Maisie's name. "A talking wolf," Maisie exclaimed, eyes wide with surprise. Another voice came from above, none other than Lightning, who curiously looked at Lorca and asked how she knew Maisie. Lorca transformed back into her human form and introduced herself, explaining that she knew Maisie through Ashes and Andrea. Maisie also shifted back to her human form and remembered meeting Lorca on the ship before. Lightning, feeling a bit left out, pointed at herself and asked if Ashes hadn't mentioned her. She reintroduced herself, proudly claiming to be the greatest explorer in the western region. She then corrected herself and said actually it's an olive gray castle. Maisie and Lightning both noticed that Lorca wasn't wearing any clothes. Maisie, curious, asked why she was naked. Maisie then glanced at Lorca's boing boing and compared it to her own, asking, "Did you change this too?" Lorca's face instantly turned red, and Lightning gave Maisie a playful chop on the head, explaining that it was a difference in their witch abilities. Once Lorca had dressed, she asked why did they attack her. Lightning, a bit embarrassed, admitted that they mistook her for a mutated snow wolf. She explained that their job was to clear out the demonic beasts and monitor the area, and also raid bird nests, gather honeycombs, and cook food. Maisie shouted, but clearly, those weren't really part of their job. Lorca understood it was all a misunderstanding. Lightning then asked why she was there, warning her that the area wasn't just infested with demonic beasts but also more terrifying creatures. However, the two were surprised when Lorca found out about demons. Lorca explained that she had heard rumors of demons appearing in an abandoned city and that she was hunting them. Lightning struggled to hold back laughter and asked where Lorca had heard that. It was then that Lorca learned from Lightning that the city she was talking about happened 400 years ago. Lightning chuckled, explaining that their mission was to patrol the area to prevent the demons from coming too close. They were still several days away from the city Lorca had mentioned. She then explained the history of the region. The place they are on was once called the Fertile Plains, which was larger than the four kingdoms combined. This made Lorca a bit frustrated. If there were no demons here, she would have wasted a lot of time. However, Lightning admired her courage, saying that embarking on a journey with just a few words of rumor showed the potential of an excellent explorer. She invited Lorca to join their exploration team, and Maisie invited her to roast some wild animals together. Lorca shook her head. Looking at the two girls, especially Maisie, despite her terrifying and strong transformation, it was clear that she had the mind of a child. She didn't feel like looking after children. As Lorca was about to leave, Lightning called out, offering to take her to the ruins of Takira if she joined their team. Lorca's ears perked up at this. Lightning boasted that in the past 400 years, only she and Maisie had explored the city walls of Takira and recounted how she had fought demons before, including a very powerful high-ranked demon. Because of this, Lorca was soon convinced. By nightfall, she was sitting on Maisie's back. As Maisie descended, Lorca wobbled through the snow until they reached their destination, not Takira, but the secret base of the exploration team. It was a simple hut made from tree stumps. Inside, Lightning placed a frog leg and meat on a wooden skewer, explaining that it would take 2 more days to reach Takira, and they would spend the night here. She wanted Lorca to try her cooking. Lorca curiously looked around. Turned out, the base was inside a hollowed-out tree stump, with branches and leaves filling the gaps to form a natural roof. The door and window openings had been carved out by Maisie, and they had found many similar resting spots all over the place. Lorca began to realize that these two were far more capable than she had initially thought. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, and Lightning handed her a skewer of roasted meat. Lorca took the skewer, hesitating for a moment before slowly bringing it to her mouth. Her eyes lit up with delight as she exclaimed, "This is delicious." Maisie, proud of her own work, and said how she caught this giant frog in the icy springs of the snowy mountains herself. Lorca was taken aback for a moment. Lightning quickly reassured her, "Don't worry. An explorer lives to discover the unknown, and that includes trying new and unique foods." Realizing it was frog meat made Lorca a bit hesitant, but the taste was too good to care. It doesn't matter, she thought, it's just too delicious. After chatting for a long time, the three of them had a good night's sleep and set out again the next day. They soon reached the abandoned city. From above, the ruins and broken walls stretched out, and Lorca quickly calculated that this place was at least 5 or 6 times larger than the Iron Sand City. Including the surrounding villages, this place probably held a population of over 1 million at one point. A kingdom that could build such a large city, yet lost to the demons? That's what Lorca pondered. Lightning spoke up, reminding Lorca that he probably already knew the history here. This was the last line of defense for the Witch Kingdom, which ultimately failed to withstand the demons. Gazing at the desolate land, she suddenly recalled what Roland had told her. The Divine War wasn't just a minor skirmish between two tribes but a full-scale war deciding which civilization would survive. She initially felt indignant, but now she began to understand. Soon, she also learned that if the demons were to attack Neverwinter, they would likely strike from the west. However, they couldn't advance further. Lorca was puzzled, so Maisie explained that the red mist inside was very dangerous for witches but essential for the demons. Lightning followed up saying today's clear weather made the sky appear blue, but on rainy days, they could see the red mist lingering on the horizon. This gas was lethal to witches, so Roland had warned them not to cross this area for their safety. Maisie then briefly explained the demons' weaknesses, which were their tubes. Lightning became very serious and instructed Lorca to retreat immediately and inform His Majesty if they encountered enemies. Lorca patted her chest, full of fighting spirit. Lightning then handed her a scroll containing a detailed map with marked unexplored areas, telling her to note anything she found interesting. Maisie quickly added that the most important rule for the exploration team was to find tasty food and wait for them to return before eating it, which made Lorca chuckle. From Maisie's words, Lorca gathered that the two of them were leaving this place. Lightning nodded and told Lorca that Roland was deploying troops and they needed to move with the First Army. They would be gone for several months. After all, their roles were crucial for scouting and spotting for the artillery team. Lightning patted her shoulder, entrusting her with the rest of the exploration mission. Back in Neverwinter, Roland stretched. Since he made the decision to go to war, he had been swamped with reports and documents. At first, he enjoyed the feeling of holding power, but as the content grew more complex, he started feeling overwhelmed by the endless paperwork. Thankfully, Scroll was there to help him organize everything. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Edith walked in, bringing the battle strategy she had devised for Roland. He looked at the plan with anticipation. Edith suggested using the abilities of the witches and Takira witches to launch attacks from multiple directions, including the sky and underground. Roland thought that although many ideas were still a bit rudimental, her vision was impressive for this era. However, for this plan to work, the Takira witches would need to follow orders instead of acting independently like they always do. Roland had an idea to solve this, but he would have to have all the combatants join him in the dream world once. Back in the dream world, Roland was abruptly woken up by someone calling him on the phone. Picking it up, it was Garcia. Roland rolled over and sat up. It was 6 in the morning and he asked Garcia if she knew what time it was. Garcia sounded somewhat irritated, perhaps still holding a grudge from the last time Roland ghosted her. Garcia knew that Roland had been curious about the erosion happening, then told him that the association had scheduled a tour for new members that very afternoon. She tells Roland to come find her after lunch, which throws off Roland's plans for the day. Roland felt it was unnecessary to meet up so early, but Garcia informed him that other newcomers from different places would also be joining, and coordinating would take time. Garcia's tone sharpened as she asked if Roland had new family members coming over again. Roland realized that if he refused, Garcia probably wouldn't bother with him again. Nonetheless, he was interested in learning about the world's erosion. So, Roland made an excuse, saying he had slept late the night before and needed a shower because he felt grimy. Garcia ended the call telling him please hurry up. Roland got dressed and opened his door. Little Zero was in the kitchen, wearing an apron and preparing breakfast. She was focused on frying eggs. She was surprised to see Roland up so early. Roland informed her that he would be back late and told her not to wait for him for dinner. She pouted while flipping the eggs, watching him leave. Out on the street, it was bustling with people. He walked into a nearby alley and found a building. He took out his keys, and this was their new hideout. Inside, several witches knelt on one knee, greeting him in unison, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Roland welcomed them to the dream world and told them he had a mission for them today. Roland laid out the plan for the day. The Martial Fighter Association was organizing an orientation for newcomers to understand the inner workings and would take them to the headquarters. Roland saw this as a chance to locate the base where they hid the natural power. Faulty summoned a small insect and had it crawl onto Roland, saying this would allow her to track his location. The bug then crawled into his collar. Despite the discomfort of having a bug climbing all over him, Roland decided to take Phyllis and Ling along. Roland asked Phyllis if she remembered how to hail a cab, and both Phyllis and Ling recited the instructions he had given them. Satisfied, Roland nodded. He then asked Ling to see if she could sneak in. Though this world lacked Stone of God punishment, he couldn't be sure if the Martial Fighter Association had other means to counteract magic. He emphasized Ling to keep herself safe as a priority, which they all nodded in agreement. Another witch then asked what she could do to help. Roland decided she should stay behind to look after the other Takira witches. He handed her a stack of money, saying it was for ordering takeout. She pouted, expressing that her abilities were also suitable for infiltration. Roland patted her head, promising that if she took good care of everyone, he would take her to the cinema next time. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and her spirits lifted. Seeing the adorable witch, Roland couldn't resist patting her head for the second time, which made her blush. After giving all the instructions, Roland ran back to the apartment, panting heavily. Garcia was in the hallway, talking on the phone. Roland had underestimated her vigilance. Despite rushing back as quickly as possible, he was still a step too late. Garcia noticed Roland and told the person on the other end of the line not to call again if it was just to persuade her. She then hung up. Roland asked if it was the other family again trying to talk about the demolition, but Garcia didn't want to discuss it with him. She gave him a skeptical look and asked if wasn't he supposed to be taking a shower. Roland smiled and said that Zero needed the bathroom urgently, so he went for a run instead. Sweating it out was just as good. Although it was hard for his martial fighter's body to sweat, that didn't matter. Garcia didn't press further. After a moment of silence, she mentioned that although she didn't want to interfere in Roland's personal life, she hoped he wouldn't be too indulgent, considering there was a child at home. Roland had no idea what she was talking about. He then realized Garcia was referring to the girls frequently coming and going from his place. He almost choked when he thought of this. He had been deliberately timing things so that Zero wouldn't see the Takira witches. They would disconnect their consciousness and enter the dream world after Zero went to school, so it didn't matter if anyone else saw them. But coming from Garcia, it sounded completely different. Garcia hoped he wouldn't lose himself. Roland knew this misunderstanding would be hard to clear up. He quickly interrupted her, asking if he could change his clothes first. Garcia, visibly annoyed, and glared at him. After getting ready, Roland put on a newly purchased suit, surprising Garcia. He explained that it was his first visit to headquarters, so he wanted to dress formally. Garcia stammered a bit, not expecting the usually scruffy Roland to clean up so well. She even blushed slightly. "You actually look pretty good," she said, adjusting her hair before quickly running off, urging Roland to follow. Roland chuckled, thinking to himself that the custom-made suit was worth the money. They went downstairs, and soon a large bus stopped in front of them. Roland noticed the bus had no license plates, and its windows were covered with black curtains, and he couldn't see inside. Behind the bus, a taxi was parked, and Phyllis gave Roland an okay gesture before getting into the taxi herself. Garcia hurried Roland onto the bus, grabbing his hand and leading him to the back. The inside of the bus was dark, and there were many people, all with eyes full of hostility. Roland and Garcia sat in the back, and she told him that these people were also newly awakened members. Roland could see the malice in their eyes but remembered Garcia mentioning that not everyone was on their side. There had been conflicts before, where newly awakened members killed several association members during missions. The association had to send what she referred to as a guardian to resolve the situation. She explained that their power was a gift from the gods meant for self-defense, not for harming others. If they couldn't stop the erosion, the entire world would be doomed. She let out a sigh while lamenting that many people enjoyed the thrill of power and forgot their responsibilities. Roland couldn't help but think that the witches 800 years ago probably had the same idea when they established the Federation. He dozed off for a bit, and soon they reached their destination. He could feel the bus descending, similar to the sensation of being in an elevator. Just as Roland was wondering, Garcia pointed to the window, and outside the curtains, Roland saw they were in a tunnel, slowly descending. Each level had a number, and it was clear they had reached the 93rd floor. Seeing this futuristic tunnel, deep underground, he suddenly felt that his own third border town which he built himself really paled in comparison. The other passengers also stood up, looking out in amazement. Roland looked outside, unsure if the witches could infiltrate this place. After reaching the 235th floor, they stopped. The bus slowly enters another tunnel. They then stopped at a plaza, and Roland slowly got off, still finding it hard to believe they were underground. Looking around, he saw many people from other cities. Garcia explained that the association had many branches but only 2 headquarters. To get close to the erosion, they had to come to one of these places. Roland was slightly taken aback, realizing that the erosion she was referring to was not only visible but also tangible, although Garcia warned him that he would definitely not want to touch it. At that moment, the overhead lights dimmed, drawing everyone's attention to the center. A girl named Lon, wearing an eye patch, walked up. She was the top disciple of one of the guardians. She welcomed everyone to Prism City. The crowd was not happy upon hearing she was just a disciple, considering the long journey they had made. Others also started booing her. Lon calmly explained that welcoming new members was usually the guardian's responsibility. However, due to some trouble in another city, her teacher and the other 3 guardians had left the day before, so she was in charge of the reception. She continued, saying that many in the crowd had awakened years ago, but their willingness to come here would mean that had acknowledged the association's capabilities. Because of that, she hoped everyone would put aside the past and unite against the fallen. Lon continued, representing the association, and told everyone that their past identities and statuses didn't matter, only their future actions did. They needed to unite, and if anyone disagreed with the association's methods, they could leave now. The plaza fell silent, not a single person moved, and even the murmurs quieted down. Roland nodded, thinking that this top disciple really knew what she was doing. Garcia glanced at Roland and mentioned that Lon was her teacher. It was Lon they were supposed to meet last time, which surprised Roland. Garcia warned him that her teacher despised irresponsible and tardy people, to which Roland could only manage a wry smile. Lon clapped her hands, welcoming everyone. She then lowered her voice, saying they would soon see the imminent crisis the world is facing. She spoke gravely, emphasizing that they would soon understand that the divine war was not far off. Roland was shocked by her final words. Why was there a divine war in the dream world? He glanced at Garcia, whose expression remained unchanged, leaving him unsure if she knew about this or simply didn't care. Everyone followed Lon into another tunnel, and Roland noticed that the floor was a moving walkway. He wondered why the headquarters was built underground, perhaps to prevent invasions? Garcia saw his questioning look and explained that the place was originally an underground mine, and they utilized the abandoned tunnels. Some parts were newly excavated, depending on the erosion's pace. Roland was surprised, so the association built underground to prevent the spread of erosion. Garcia shook her head, saying nothing could stop erosion expanding. The headquarters weren't defending against erosion but against malicious awakened individuals. Roland wanted to ask more, but Garcia gently shook her head, telling him he would understand soon. The tunnel led the group to another hall, which looked like a conference room with many guards on standby. Lon began speaking, and on the table in front of her was a box covered with a red cloth. Lon explained that they might have felt an evil force entering their world, causing the rise of the fallen. However, this was incorrect. She removed the cloth, revealing a large glass box underneath with a red sphere inside. She told everyone there was no evil force, it was merely an overlap from another world. Seeing Roland's astonished expression, Garcia whispered in his ear, saying this was erosion or a maybe loophole. The world had become riddled with these holes, and this was the culprit. Suddenly, someone stood up and demanded Lon explain more clearly what she meant by another world. Was she suggesting the fallen were some sort of aliens? The room then grew noisy, which Lon called for silence, and the guards lifted the glass box. Lon pointed to the red sphere, urging everyone to look closely. 3 cameras from different directions then activated, projecting images onto a large screen behind her. The screen displayed 3 different angles of the sphere. However, Roland noticed that no matter the angle, the sphere looked exactly the same. Lon picked up an iron stick and thrust it into the sphere. Instead of penetrating it, the stick appeared shortened. Suddenly, a person stood up and approached the stage, staring intently at the sphere. He then used his ability while reaching forward. Seconds later, he let out a horrific scream as his fingers vanished. He was quickly taken away for treatment. Roland stood up, ready to take a closer look. He stared intently at the sphere, which looked oddly familiar to him. He had seen a similar sight in the divine realm, where the red glow represented the red moon. While Roland was deep in thought, he heard Lon asking him if his name was Roland. Without looking at him, Lon mentioned that she had heard from Garcia that Roland was a rare type of awakened individual who was not swayed by desires, telling him that Garcia was very happy that he had chosen to join the association. Roland was lost for words. He remembered Garcia's expressionless face when she had him fill out the application. She didn't look very happy. Lon continued, saying she disliked people who weren't on time, but said it was a common flaw since most couldn't perceive the passage of time or hear it ticking away. For some special individuals, however, this was an intolerable flaw. If Roland didn't value his unique qualities, he would soon be left behind. Roland thought perhaps Lon was warning him not to cause trouble. Before he could say anything, she then called the next person up. Roland paid little attention to what Lon was saying, as it didn't matter to him very much. His mind was only focused on the red sphere. It reminded him of the underground civilization's research. The red moon was key to converting magical power and was the foundation of the dream world's existence. Witches could see the red moon because that world was real, while this one was a construct that he and Zero had created. Put it in simpler terms, it felt like someone plugged into a simulation. Garcia looked at him and asked if he understood now. Roland nodded and remarked that her teacher wasn't as fearsome as she had made her out to be. This caught Garcia off guard. Roland smiled, saying Lon had spoken to him about many things, like how special he was and how the association had high hopes for him, adding that her teacher even mentioned how happy Garcia was for him joining them. He expected a reaction from Garcia but was met with a bewildered expression. She told him that her teacher hadn't spoken at all when he was on stage. Hadn't spoken at all? Roland was stunned. Before he could ask more, Lon covered the red sphere and clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention back to the stage. She was about to explain the origin of the erosion. Lon explained that their world wasn't flat but rather existed on a membrane with curvature. To put it simply, it was curved, and these variations were more noticeable in certain places. If another world existed outside their own, the 2 worlds intersected at certain points, and this intersection was what they called erosion. She admitted that she wasn't sure how this affected the other world, but for them, energy flowed from higher to lower areas, creating a series of incredible phenomena. Their powers, as well as those of the fallen, were related to this energy. At this point, many people stood up, thinking it was nonsense. They believed their powers were their own and asked if she meant that the association thought they were no different from the fallen. Lon remained silent but didn't respond. After the room quieted down, she continued, stating that there was indeed a difference. They could control this energy, while the fallen could not. She warned that as energy continued to spread, more fallen would appear, and this was a matter of survival. If they didn't defeat the fallen, their world would be utterly destroyed. As we returned to Neverwinter, Roland was snapped out of his reverie by Nightingale's voice calling, "Your Majesty! Your Majesty?" He suddenly sat up. Barav had been waiting for Roland's response. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Roland told Barav to proceed as he suggested. Barav nodded, then reminded Roland to take care of his health. Roland asked Nightingale if he looked bad. She observed him and said he seemed fine but noted that he had been spacing out a lot lately, asking if it might be related to the dream world. Roland shook his head, but internally, he was thinking that this was the 4th day since he had left the dream world. Faulty had successfully pinpointed the association's headquarters, but Ling hadn't been able to infiltrate it. However, as he returned from the headquarters, the subsequent plans had gone smoothly, and he took the Takira witches for a fun field trip. However, what he saw and learned from the headquarters weighed heavily on his mind. The connection between divine war, erosions, fallen, and the theory of world overlapping made Roland a bit hesitant about entering the dream world again. He decided that once all the Takira witches had enjoyed the dream world at least once, he would temporarily sever the connection. Nightingale's voice echoed in his ear again, snapping Roland out of his daze. She was worried, but Roland reassured her that he was fine, telling her that he was just a bit overwhelmed with things to consider lately, leaving him feeling fatigued. Nightingale sat on the table, crossing her legs with a mischievous smile, saying his excuse didn't sound very convincing. Could it be that Roland was spending too much time with those witches in the dream world? Roland almost choked, but quickly interrupted her, denying any such possibility, explaining that he had only taken them out to eat and have fun. Nightingale nodded, her abilities confirming that Roland wasn't lying. She winked and changed to a cunning smile, playfully saying she was just worried because she couldn't enter the dream world and couldn't always protect him. If the witches decided to cause trouble, it could be problematic. After all, having regained their senses after hundreds of years, they would definitely want to relive all their past sensations. With over 20 of them, how could he possibly handle them all? When Roland heard Nightingale say how there were more than 20 witches, and he might not be able to handle them all, after hearing this, he gave her an annoyed look and asked where she learned such things, telling her to focus on her studies rather than thinking about naughty stuff. Nightingale turned her head, covering her mouth, and said she was making a casual comment. Roland chuckled and said that if he had Nightingale's abilities, he would know she was lying, and it's obvious that she wanted to ask this question from the very start. Nightingale stuck out her tongue and slowly faded into the mist, saying it wasn't just her idea, she was also asked to bring it up. Before Roland could ask who put her up to it, there was a knock on the office door. It was Axe who walked in. He saluted Roland, and after a light nod, Roland asked if he understood the upcoming battle plan. Axe had heard some details from Brian but still had questions. If Roland had ordered Brian to take over his duties and stay in Greenwater Harbor to protect Lady Echo, then who is there to manage the eastern front lines? Pointing to the map, Roland tells him that Brian still lacked experience, although suitable to defend a city, not enough to command a large army, so Roland decided Axe would take charge of the east, while Roland himself would lead the western offensive. By evening, Agatha finished her day's work, tidying up her experiment notes, and asked Isabella if she had packed her things for the expedition tomorrow. Isabella replied she didn't have many clothes or belongings to bring. She then thanked Agatha for the information she shared last time. Agatha knew she was talking about what happened in Hermes. Agatha smiled, saying if it were her, she would also want to go and see whether to say goodbye or end things once and for all. However, noticing Isabella's sleeves, already washed to the point of fading, she pondered for a moment. With some time to spare, she decided to take her to the market to pick out a few new clothes. Hearing this made her a bit shy due to the kindness. She had always thought her status would make her an outcast among the witches. After a moment of hesitation, she admitted that she didn't have any money. Agatha, however, brushed it off, saying she had enough and could lend some to Isabella. Isabella lowered her head, knowing that as a redemption witch, she wouldn't receive a monthly salary like the members of the witch union. If she were to repay the money, it would take at least 5 years. Agatha reassured her, saying that compared to the centuries-long wait for the Takira witches, 5 years was a short time, wasn't it? Besides, the divine war wouldn't end so easily, and Isabella surely didn't want to remain like this forever. Isabella didn't respond, but she looked at Agatha's outstretched hand. The setting sun shone through the window, casting a warm glow on Agatha, who smiled and asked, "What are you still hesitating about?" Isabella's eyes filled with tears. Under the beautiful sunset streaming through the window, she took Agatha's hand, feeling as if she had truly found redemption. During the night, Anna lay in Roland's arms, worry evident in her voice as she asked if it was really okay for her to go with him. Roland held her close, gently holding her hands, and smiled, saying that after so much preparation, it was fine to take a break. He explained that this expedition wasn't just about fighting, they also needed to spread their message. He stroked Anna's back and smiled, saying that attending banquets without a distinguished lady by his side would be difficult. Anna responded softly and buried her head in embarrassment. Roland had told her that one day, everyone in Grey Castle would know her name, and it didn't matter if she was a witch. Anna looked him in the eyes seriously, saying that no matter what the future held, she wanted to be with him. The next day, the army set out, with the biggest ship of them all, the Roland, leading the fleet. Looking out the window, Roland noticed that they were nearing Crimson Water City. He instructed Nightingale to notify the staff of a meeting. Soon, the officers gathered around a map to discuss their strategy. They noted that Crimson Water City was the largest in the central region after the old royal capital, with vast territories and many nobles. It wouldn't be as easy as forcing the Lord of Willow Town to surrender power as they had done a week ago. The captain suggested that Roland first meet with Count Delta, the Lord of Crimson Water City, to persuade him before issuing any decrees, as the nobles were somewhat aware of the army's intentions. If Delta refused to comply, then they could consider military action. Roland didn't mind using logic to persuade the nobles, but it would take too much time. He asked if there was a quicker way. Everyone looked at Roland, who marked several points on the map. He didn't want to spend too much time on this issue because there were several more cities to handle, and if they dealt with each city in the same way, it would take them months to reach Cold Wind Ridge. The captain had no immediate solution, but then Edith spoke up. She had an idea, though it might damage Roland's reputation. Roland looked at her with interest and urged her to continue. The scene shifted to a castle filled with people. A blonde nobleman looked at a letter in his hand and angrily crumpled it. Another person asked what the letter said. The blonde noble took a deep breath and handed it over for them to read. The letter stated that Roland had stripped the Lord of Willow Town of all his rights and claimed his lands. The other nobles were shocked and couldn't believe that the new king would actually do this. It was clear that Roland's goal was to revoke all their titles. However, these titles had been passed down through generations, and they were not willing to give them up easily. A red-haired noble lowered his head, "It doesn't matter what they feel," and pointing out that resistance was futile. After all, even the old King Timothy and the church had been defeated. Who could stop Roland now? Furthermore, the nobles had personally seen how Roland's army had defeated the western region's forces. Their snow-powder weapons prevented the enemy's knights from even getting close. The blonde noble, arms crossed, disagreed. He believed that while Roland's snow-powder weapons were powerful, they had a weakness: they required open spaces to be effective. If they could force the battle into a confined space, the effectiveness of these weapons would be greatly reduced. Everyone turned to look at him. It became clear that his plan was to fight within the Lord's castle. He believed that when Roland arrived in Crimson Water City, he would undoubtedly stay in the castle, which couldn't hold too many people. If they could deploy their forces there in advance, the situation would become favorable for them. Another noble asked if Lord Delta had agreed to cooperate. He shook his head, explaining that Delta was too meek to resist, even with a knife to his throat. Then, with a cold smirk, he revealed that he had learned from the builders that many secret passages connected the castle to the outer city. They could disperse their men and place them in these passages ahead of time. The red-haired noble was frightened. How he knew this secret no longer mattered, because what they are planning to do is an act of treason. Even if they managed to kill Roland, his army would still crush them. The blonde noble tapped his fingers on the table, seemingly a bit annoyed. He didn't intend to kill Roland, only to capture him. As long as the new king was alive, his army wouldn't dare to do anything. Then they could use Roland as leverage and other nobles would rally to their side. He laughed, suggesting that Roland's control was limited to the western region. When the time came for a reversal, it was uncertain whether the Duke of the northern region would remain loyal to Roland. The room filled with murmurs. The nobles took a deep breath, seemingly making an important decision. One of them pointed out the potential benefits and asked what the next steps were. The blonde noble replied that they only needed to select a few trustworthy knights to follow his command. The rest just needed to wait. Looking at the sunset outside, he spoke with great confidence. Not long after, Roland's fleet arrived at the dock of Crimson Water City. All the nobles had come out early to welcome him. The blonde noble envied the massive and powerful fleet, admitting to himself that the new king's display was indeed impressive. He whispered to the guy next to him, asking if everything was ready. The other nodded, saying that 51 men had already been placed inside the castle, and in 2 more days, the rest would be sent in as well. He smirked, feeling confident that they had enough time to ensure their plan's success. The nobles quickly put on welcoming smiles as Roland disembarked. Among the crowd, Roland noticed the blonde noble, who introduced himself as Count George of Rockridge, boasting about his territory's tea and fruit wine production and inviting Roland to visit. Roland showed interest and asked about the exact location of his territory. George was a bit surprised but responded that his territory was east of Crimson Water City. Roland smiled, patted George's shoulder, and said it sounded like a beautiful place, advising him to cherish it. George's face darkened at this, and he coldly glared at Roland, thinking to himself, what is that smile? Either way, soon he wouldn't need to be so obsequious. But what did Roland mean by that comment? As night fell, a grand banquet was held in the castle. Roland and Anna, dressed in their finest, drew everyone's attention as they entered the hall. The nobles were surprised to see Roland only brought a few guards with him. One guy named Gaius approached George with 2 glasses of wine, offering him one. George thanked him and asked what was going on. Gaius glanced at Anna, noting how strikingly beautiful she was and how none of them had heard of her before. While Roland's recruitment of witches wasn't exactly a secret, George had the god's punishment stone hidden in his clothes, even if she was a witch. He didn't care much, thinking that once Roland was under his control, it would be an excellent piece of evidence against him. Deciding the witch's fate would then be up to him. Well, I'm sure everyone can already guess what's going to happen to this guy. Anyway, Gaius, clearly understanding George's thoughts, tells him to share once everything is over. They exchanged a dirty look, clinked glasses, and laughed heartily. The banquet proceeded smoothly until the fat noble Count Delta suddenly called for silence, announcing that the king had something to say. Everyone's attention was focused on Roland as he stood up. He first thanked the count for arranging the banquet and expressed his pleasure at seeing so many attendees. If he's not mistaken, nearly all the nobles from around Crimson Water City are here. Count Delta nodded, confirming that aside from 2 nobles who were absent due to health reasons, everyone was present. Roland nodded in acknowledgement and took the opportunity to speak. It's simple. From today onwards, Crimson Water City and its surrounding territories will belong to the Kingdom of Grey Castle, he declared, looking around the room. Furthermore, these lands will not be granted out again. This means that none of them will continue to hold hereditary noble titles. The room fell silent as everyone stared at him in disbelief, including George. This was not part of the plan. George had assumed that Count Delta had already discussed this with Roland, but the Count's shocked expression indicated otherwise. Delta tried to argue that the decision was too sudden, but Roland interrupted him. Roland addressed the room, stating that those who wished to move forward with him in this new era would be welcomed, while those who tried to stand in the way would be crushed into dust, as he already knew what they were up to. The Count, incredulous, asked how Roland knew about their plans. He tells everyone because he can see through people's hearts. As everyone was shocked to hear this, Edith stepped forward. She told the gathered nobles that Roland's ability was easy to prove. She suggested they repeat her words, warning that those who didn't comply would be seen as obstacles and would be crushed. Gaius stood up, calling the whole thing a farce, insisting that no one could have such an ability. George calmed him down, placing a hand on his shoulder. Edith ignored him, smiled, and began, as she read out the first sentence, "I fully support King Roland's new policies and will actively cooperate with the officials sent from the city of Neverwinter." The nobles repeated her words, some even chuckling at the absurdity. Roland scanned the room and unfortunately, not a single person in this room had spoken the truth. He said although he understood their skepticism, if he was in their shoes he would also find it hard to believe someone who had been on the borders of Grey Castle for so long. But he allowed Edith to continue. Second sentence, "I don't fully understand His Majesty's intentions, but I don't see the distribution of power as indispensable. As long as there are opportunities to increase wealth, I'm willing to try." This time, the nobles repeated the words, however, no one laughed. Out of everyone, only 4 spoke the truth. Roland commended these 4 individuals for their courage in the face of changes and revolution and excused them from the hall. The 4 nobles, somewhat bewildered, thanked Roland as they left. George, however, thought this was a complete bullshit. Those 4 were merely barons located in poor and border cities. They had nothing to lose and thus didn't care about their titles. It was laughable that such people could gain Roland's attention. But then he realized something. Perhaps these 4 had been in the scheme with Roland from the beginning. Edith's voice rang out again. Now for the third sentence, "I don't want to give up my territory and power at all, but in the face of overwhelming force, I am even less willing to risk my life for them." The atmosphere in the hall began to change. Everyone repeated the sentence, including Count Delta. Roland pointed out a few more people, including Delta himself. This time, they all spoke the truth. George began to panic. Had they all been swayed by the new king? It seemed impossible that so many had made contact with Roland without him knowing. Clearly, they had been chosen at random. Roland addressed the group, saying that submitting to power was not a shameful answer. Throughout history, the balance of power has always determined the social hierarchy. Knowing when to adapt was just as important as having courage. He assured them they would receive the same fair treatment as the first group of nobles, but he urged them to remember today and consider the power he wielded. Edith then announced the 4th sentence, "I don't want to give up either side and don't know how to choose." By now, many were sweating profusely, and everyone had changed their mind about the whole thing being a joke. Gaius and George were the most nervous. Roland selected a few more people who spoke the truth, noting that many of them were neutral, but that's okay, given time, they could change their minds. Count Delta interrupted, expressing their belief in Roland's ability to read minds and hoping the exercise would end there. Gaius also laughed nervously, reminding everyone that this was, after all, a banquet. Roland seemed to ignore them and spoke the final sentence himself, capturing what was likely on the minds of the remaining dissenters. No matter what, I am unwilling to give up my territory and power. For this, I am willing to take risks even if it means toppling the king, which is the only way that my family's wealth and status will be secured. Hearing this, the room fell silent. Roland wasn't in a hurry to get their answers. He simply stated that those who didn't repeat the sentence had no place in their company any longer. Like a true king, he told them that their journey ended there. George couldn't fathom what was happening. Was Roland really going to condemn them without evidence or trial, based on a single sentence? Gaius stood up with his usual smile, saying that if this was a joke, it had gone far enough. The last sentence was too serious for them and none of them dared to say it out loud. He asserted that not everyone felt that way, and he himself would never betray the Wimbledon family. Others quickly agreed. Roland, looking somewhat disappointed, glanced at his wine glass and told them that whatever they wanted to say should be saved for conversations with shovels and stones, as they would be sent to the Northern Slope mine for 20 years of hard labor for the crime of conspiracy. He was aware that they had been plotting but hadn't acted on their plans yet. Therefore, they were sent to the mines instead of being executed for treason. With that, he downed his glass of wine and slammed the glass onto the floor, ordering his guards to take them into custody. Phyllis and the Takira witches who dressed up as guards drew their swords and began to surround the nobles. George scoffed, thinking Roland underestimated their willingness to resist. Despite having witches around, they had the gods' punishment stones, and these were all nobles and trained knights. George and Gaius exchanged a glance and decided to act. Gaius kicked over the table and shouted that he wouldn't accept such an unjustified trial. With a furious look at Roland, he yelled at Roland that he was asking for it. The other nobles drew their weapons hidden under the table, but Roland just smiled at them. As the strongest among them, Gaius leaped towards one of the guards. They first heard the sound of clashing metal, and soon Gaius felt a sudden chill on his neck. In the next moment, blood splattered everywhere, and half of his sword was embedded in the floor, followed by his head rolling onto the ground. The rest of Roland's guards attacked in unison, and the nobles couldn't even withstand a single blow. George watched in horror as the guards moved with blinding speed, their actions nearly imperceptible to the human eye. He wondered how they trained their bodies to such a level. Seeing this, the remaining nobles knelt, begging for mercy. George realized, perhaps, that Roland had been waiting for this moment all along. This had been a trap from the very start. Recalling Roland's words and the smiles, George finally understood that Roland had been baiting them into action. The nobles dropped their weapons and pleaded with the guards. George, feeling defeated, let his sword fall to his side. He knew it was too late. The moment they had drawn their weapons, they had become traitors in Roland's eyes. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his neck. The last thing he saw was the tilted hall and the corpses of the nobles as his own head hit the ground. Edith wiped the blood from her face, pleased that the plan had worked perfectly. Roland had given her enough trust, and with the help of the witches, everything had gone according to plan. Isabella used her ability to erase the nobles' gods' punishment stones, and then Nightingale used her ability to filter out who was lying and who was telling the truth. Soon, the nobles waiting outside were guided back into the room. Witnessing the gruesome scene, they were terrified and trembling with fear. But Edith still couldn't figure out why Roland had chosen to throw a glass as the signal to act. Suppressing her excitement, she licked her lips, thinking to herself that maybe this was the level of understanding that only a true king can attain. Either way, pledging her loyalty to Roland might have been the best decision she and her family ever made. Yet, what was odd to her was that Roland did not seem pleased. Roland then asked Count Delta if there were any other banquet halls. The Count pointed to the adjacent room. Roland instructed everyone to move there and asked the Count to find someone to list the names of the traitors tonight. Edith realized that perhaps Roland disliked slaughter and killing, making her wonder if her arrangements had been too extreme. Perhaps it would have been better to kill half of them and deal with the rest later. Well, it's too late now. As they moved to the next banquet hall, Roland reassured everyone, telling them that only the traitors would be severely punished. He emphasized the need to restore order and asked for their cooperation, which the nobles all knelt in submission. Roland's first task for them was to consolidate all lands under the kingdom's control and move everyone, including citizens, serfs, and livestock, to Crimson Water City. Count Delta expressed concern, stating that Crimson Water City didn't have enough food or land to support such an influx of people and feared the possibility of famine or revolt. However, Roland told them not to worry. Roland spoke about the second generation of golden wheat from Neverwinter, explaining that its yield was nearly 10 times that of ordinary wheat. Hearing this, everyone was shocked but believed his words. Once the nobles had left, Roland rubbed his temples, feeling a sense of relief at finally taking over Crimson Water City. Next on the list were Silverlight City and the old royal capital. Looking out the window, Roland wondered how the other front was progressing. If there were no unexpected delays, Axe should reach Goldsickle City by tomorrow. He instructed Edith to return to the command center. Once they had the list of traitors, the First Army was to quickly sweep through their territories. Edith hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. As she turned to leave, Roland called her back. He praised her for the brilliant strategy she had executed today. She was momentarily taken aback, realizing that she had misinterpreted his feelings. His Majesty didn't mind her actions after all. Bowing to Roland, she left the room. After turning to leave, she suddenly realized her path to power was right on track. The schemes and intrigues that His Majesty did not wish to involve himself in personally, if that's the case, she would then carry out and bear the burden of herself. As Axe approached Goldsickle City, he was puzzled to find that it did not look like the bustling trade city that he had expected. This place was known for trade and was one of the largest cities in Grey Castle. Why did it look so worn down and why were the walls so thick? His adjutant, however, was unconcerned. Since their orders from the king were to pacify the entire eastern region, eliminating any resistance they encountered was their only job. But Axe emphasized that the fighting itself was not the main issue. The real challenge was handling the aftermath and dealing with the rebellious nobles, as Edith had stressed before. Meanwhile, inside the castle, a noble stood before Timothy's painting. He knew this was the moment. Calling his minister over, whose name is Bell, he instructed him to document his words. He declared that Roland, whom he referred to as the King Murderer, and his minions were launching an attack on Goldsickle City after a night's rest. As Duke William Board, he vowed in the name of the late king to stop the enemy here. His chief knight, Grin Yvain, would stand by his side, her bravery and loyalty beyond question. "May the gods protect us," he said, holding the woman beside him close. Turning to Bell, he added with a smile that if Bell found the statement too subjective, he could omit the last sentence. Bell closed his notebook with a smile, remarking that there was no such thing as an entirely objective record. William then took a long sword from the wall and told Bell that his mission was to document everything accurately, regardless of the outcome. As William and Grinna left to join the battle, Bell promised to ensure this piece of history would be remembered. Outside, the battle had already begun. From the city walls, William watched as their trebuchets fired. Next to it was the giant rock cannon. This was their newest weapon, developed using snow powder and a recipe left to him by Timothy. Soon, a giant stone ball was launched from the cannon. He had used up almost all of the iron they had to craft a few of these, which were able to withhold the blast from the snow powder. The giant rock was shot out, then landed and rolled a short distance, carving a shallow dent long in the battlefield, narrowly missing the soldiers of the First Army. William raised his binoculars and saw the enemy crouching down in pairs, with one person placing something into a tube held by the other. In the next moment, he could hardly believe his eyes. It was a cannon, at least that's what he called. Fireballs suddenly burst both inside and outside the city walls. He was astonished at how such a thin tube could withstand the pressure of snow powder explosions. Soon, most of the city walls became engulfed in flames. Soldiers looked to the Duke for guidance, some suggesting surrender while others advocated for a retreat to regroup later. William looked at the girl beside him, who met his gaze simply saying she would follow his lead. Clenching his fists, William ordered them to surrender, but he also wanted to send a message to Roland as he believed that sheer military might would not conquer everything. He wanted to prove that King Timothy had fearless vassals too. William then assembled a group of knights still willing to follow him, donned his helmet, and opened the city gate. Though their numbers were few, they got on their horses and held their weapons. He addressed his men, declaring that while they may have lost today, history would remember their names as legends, sung in ballads and written in poems for generations. He urged his knights to summon their courage and fight fearlessly until the very end. With that, William raised his longsword and charged toward the First Army. The front line of soldiers raised their rifles. However, by the time they were within range, the knights who had followed him were nowhere to be seen. It was just him and Grinna, charging towards the First Army, and soon a barrage of bullets rained down upon them. The siege ended much quicker than expected. The reinforced outer walls of Goldsickle City had been blown apart, and under Axe's command, the First Army slowly entered the city. Soon, all the surviving nobles were brought before Axe. Before he could speak, one of them stepped forward and asked if they could see His Majesty Roland. Axe informed them that the king was too busy to handle matters in the eastern region and that he had full authority here. The nobles were visibly surprised. After all, Axe didn't look like a Grey Castle native. Murmurs of doubt spread through the crowd. They couldn't believe Roland would entrust a man of the Sand People to lead an entire army. Shouldn't he be worried the soldiers would disperse? Axe didn't care what they thought. He wanted to know where the Duke was. It didn't take long for him to realize that the two people who had charged at them earlier were the Duke and his companion. Axe ordered the first army soldiers to lock them up and throw them in the dungeon. As they were being dragged away, the nobles immediately protested, shouting that Axe had no right to do this and demanding to see King Roland. Axe paid no attention to the noisy nobles. As night fell, many buildings outside started to catch fire. His right-hand man burst into Axe's tent, panicked, and shouted that the castle dungeon was on fire. Axe, seemingly unsurprised, didn't stop writing and simply asked if there was anything else. His right-hand man hesitated for a moment before quietly asking if Axe was behind it. Axe gave a light nod and said that he had given the order. However, the official report would only blame a group of rats who hated the nobles and had sneaked in through a secret passage to start the fire. His right-hand man was speechless for a second. He couldn't understand, hadn't the nobles already surrendered? Axe put down his quill and looked up. He explained that he didn't have the time to discern whether the nobles were genuinely surrendering, and His Majesty Roland didn't have time to put them on trial. This was why Roland had entrusted him with full authority over all eastern matters before the army set out. He wanted to say more but was cut off by Axe, who handed him a document found in the castle's study. It was a residence census. According to the data, 5 years ago, Goldsickle City and its surrounding areas had a population of around 220,000, making it the most prosperous region in the east. However, this number had plummeted to about 60,000 earlier this year. The Duke had been preparing for war, using all the resources to reinforce the walls, craft weapons, break up the roads, and flood the farmlands, doing everything he could to prevent the First Army from advancing. The once thriving city known for trade had disappeared, and the reduction in farmland led to a massive drop in population. Many starved to death, and more were forced to leave their homes. Without the help of the nobles, how could the Duke have accomplished all this? Meanwhile, in a dimly lit basement, the chaos Bell had expected never came to Goldsickle City. The situation had unfolded in a way he never imagined. Roland's army didn't enter the city to loot and kill. Instead, they immediately began restoring peace. Food from the castle storerooms was distributed to the starving residents, and order was quickly restored. Under the flickering candlelight, Bell realized he had to do something. He took out his record book and tore out the last few pages, which contained recent events, including the Duke's final words. Without hesitation, he burned them. Remembering the Duke's last command to record everything truthfully no matter the outcome, he picked up his quill to fulfill his duty as a scribe. Bell knew that true objectivity didn't exist, especially when recording history, where a bit of bias was to be expected. Taking a deep breath, he began to write. The great King Roland Wimbledon's envoy arrived today in his loyal city of Goldsickle. Damn, this dude is smart, he knows what's up. Meanwhile, back with Roland, Nightingale emerged from the mist, holding a gray falcon. The poor bird was burdened with over a dozen secret letters, looking pitiful enough to bring tears to anyone's eyes. Roland couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for the little creature. So many letters, can they even be called secret? Roland wondered as he began reading. The letters reported that the Eastern Front had easily conquered Goldsickle City and that the mortars had shown great effectiveness in battle. Suddenly, Roland paused, causing Nightingale, who was nibbling on a dried fish, to ask what was wrong. He then told her that Axe had mentioned in his letter that he had set the dungeon on fire. This unexpected action surprised Roland. Though it wasn't a direct order from him, the fire had proven quite effective. It terrified the noble families, causing them to flee the region. Looking at the map, Roland realized that at this pace, Sewan County and other territories would be fully controlled within a month. Knowing he had to quicken his own pace, he focused on their next target, Silverlight City. As before, the massive army sailed down the river into the territory of Silverlight City. Count William invited Roland to a banquet, where he publicly announced his willingness to relinquish his rights and fully support Roland's new policies. The hall erupted in applause. Among them were many merchants. William then mentioned that the machine everyone was curious about in the mine was actually Roland's invention. The nobles and merchants seemed unconcerned about anything else. They were more interested in how these magnificent machines worked. They quickly swarmed around Roland, asking questions about the machine's operation, if he was willing to sell more rail systems, and if they could purchase more steam engines. Roland couldn't help but find the situation amusing. If all of Grey Castle were like Silverlight City, the world would be a much better place. After satisfying everyone's curiosity, Roland and William stepped out onto the balcony. Nightingale stood beside Roland in the mist, listening as he asked William if he knew anything about the Guyland family. William thought for a moment, vaguely recalling the name. He mentioned that the last Guyland had changed their surname about 2 years ago, and their territory now belonged to the Somi family. Nightingale suddenly grabbed Roland's arm. Roland continued to ask about the name change.
However, William wasn't sure either, suggesting that the last Guyland might have found it easier to join another family.
He pointed to the hall, offering to bring someone from the Somi family if Roland wanted more information.
Roland waved it off, saying he was just asking out of curiosity.
Back at the camp, as soon as Roland closed the tent flap, Nightingale hurried to explain that she had cut all ties with the Guyland family long ago and hoped Roland believed her. Before she could continue, Roland interrupted, placing a hand on her shoulder and earnestly telling her not to worry, assuring her that he trusted her. Nightingale blushed, her gaze shifting away, knowing he was telling the truth. She then explained that she was just surprised because the Somi family had been very close to her father. She wondered why they would let the only heir of the Guyland family change their surname.
Roland understood what she meant.
The fact that the Somi family hadn't helped Nightingale's little brother to restore his family's estate is very uncommon among nobles with great relationship. Something must have been off. If you find it suspicious, go ahead and investigate, Roland said with a smile. He sat down and told Nightingale that with Sylvie and the Takira witches protecting him, he was absolutely safe in the camp. She didn't need to stay by his side all the time. Nightingale hesitated, saying that the affairs of the Guyland family no longer concerned her. But Roland smiled at her and told her that it was her father's land. She couldn't say it had nothing to do with her. Besides, it's where she grew up. Consider this a chance to revisit old memories. Nightingale looked down, fell silent for a moment, then looked up and made Roland promise to call her back if he needed to leave the camp. Before leaving, she added that she was just going to take a look and wouldn't do anything more. Roland chuckled, feeling a bit helpless. Now it felt as if he were forcing her to go, but he knew that some past events were better faced openly rather than kept inside.
Only by confronting them could she truly let go. Not long after, Nightingale returned to the place she once called home.
She expected it to be in ruins, but the place had changed significantly. It was now newly renovated and had expanded several times its original size. A crowd had gathered in front of the residence, each person holding a bowl of hot porridge. Following their gazes, she saw a young man smiling and responding to them. He was well-dressed, blond, and handsome. This was her little brother, Hyde Guyland. She had come only to see her childhood home and didn't plan to reunite with her brother. Just as she was about to wander elsewhere, she sensed something was off. Stopping in her tracks, she looked again and noticed that her brother wasn't wearing a stone of God's punishment, while the guards around him were.
This raised a question. Why would a Viscount's heir not wear a stone of God's punishment? Listening closely, the two guards' whispered conversation caught her attention. One remarked on how weird nobles could be, saying Hyde acted obediently in front of their master like a lapdog but changed completely when he was out of sight. The other warned him to stop talking nonsense, reminding him that the Viscount was inside and that getting caught gossiping would cost him his month's pay. Moving through the mist, Nightingale ignored the guards at the door and phased through the walls into the castle. In the study, she found not only Viscount Somi but also two others. An elder advised Somi that he shouldn't have lashed out at Hyde yesterday, while Hyde had submitted to him. Treating him kindly would make him play his role better. Somi angrily pounded the table, admitting he understood but couldn't control himself. He had spent over a decade reaching this position, and just when he was about to claim the two eastern territories, Roland was now here to take everything away. His fury only grew when he thought about William's attitude, who had led the charge in surrendering enfeoffment rights. The elder stroked his beard and smiled, saying that the new king had only reclaimed the enfeoffment rights and that Somi could follow Count William's example by managing the business on his territory, thus minimizing any losses. However, Somi felt that without jurisdiction, the greedy patrols would eventually find their way there, and he'd have no excuse to stop them. But it was what he said next that made Nightingale frown. Somi confessed that if the authorities ever discovered what he was selling, he would end up on the gallows. A drop of cold sweat slid down the elder's forehead as he remained silent for a moment. He then suggested that Somi should immediately abandon that line of business.
He had mentioned before that it wasn't a sustainable strategy. Now that Somi had enough capital and the church's restraint was gone, he should focus on legitimate businesses. Hearing this, Somi hesitated for a long time, but he knew this was the only option. After all, he had already seized the Guyland lands. With a cruel smirk, he remarked that the Guyland family never knew what they missed. With them all gone, he could now keep everything for himself. He laughed, adding that Hyde probably still believed his parents had died in a refugee riot.
This revelation made Nightingale's expression change. Could there be more to her parents' deaths?
Her mind flashed back to her memories. Many years ago, during a riot, her parents had patted her head before they left, telling her they'd be back soon. She waited at home until nightfall, but they never returned. When the door finally opened, she thought it was them, but it was old Guyland who hugged her and told her that her parents were gone forever. Using a communication seal, Nightingale relayed what she heard to Roland, explaining her plan to stay at Somi's residence until nightfall to question Hyde directly.
Maybe he knew something.
She then started to apologize, but Roland interrupted her, telling her there was no need to apologize. He assured her he would stay in the camp until she completed her investigation and urged her to stay safe and talk to him every 2 hours. A warm feeling surged in Nightingale's heart, and she smiled, saying she understood. During the night, while the guards outside yawned, Hyde, who was asleep, suddenly jolted up. Before he could fully gather his senses, a cold, gleaming dagger was already pressed against his throat. Nightingale appeared behind him, warning him that any scream, call for help, or cry would mean death.
She asked if he understood. Hyde nodded. Nightingale then instructed him to turn around and see who she was.
As he slowly turned, he first whispered Veronica, then corrected himself and called her sister.
Before he could ask any questions, Nightingale demanded to know how he had ended up with Viscount Somi.
Hyde quickly explained that after old Guyland's death, the family frequently quarreled. He wasn't sure what had happened, but by the time he inherited the title, there were no savings left. At that point, Somi approached him, and he had no other choice. Nightingale felt a pang of disappointment, sensing that Hyde was lying. She didn't call him out on it, instead asking if he had been forced to merge with the Somi family. Hyde nodded, claiming that if he hadn't agreed, Somi would have killed him, but this was another lie.
Nightingale continued, asking what he was doing for Somi now, providing relief for the poor.
Hyde shook his head and said Somi was using him as a front to sell dream water. The rats mixed in with the crowd were actually the ones transporting the goods, and he had only recently discovered Somi's deceit.
However, the latter part of his statement was a lie. Nightingale didn't call him out and instead asked what his plans were next.
Hyde suddenly fell to his knees, tearfully begging his sister to help him. He admitted his past mistakes but pleaded with her, reminding her that he was still her brother. Hyde believed that Somi never regarded him as a true noble and that staying here would only get him killed.
Nightingale glanced at him and asked if he wanted her to take him away. Hyde hesitated for a moment before shaking his head.
He felt that leaving would mean losing everything. Instead, he wanted Nightingale to kill Somi. Only with Somi dead could Hyde become a true noble.
He even suggested that Nightingale should kill all of Somi's heirs so that the territory and all his assets would be theirs.
Nightingale stared into his eyes, her disappointment palpable.
Hyde fell silent. After a moment, Nightingale told him she had one more question.
She asked why he had betrayed her years ago. Hyde lowered his head and admitted it was because she was a witch. He rambled on, saying that back then, he was ignorant and didn't realize everything was all fabricated slander by the church. Now, he deeply regretted his actions and hoped for her forgiveness. This time, Hyde wasn't lying. For him and many others, betraying a witch seemed natural at the time, and it was an obvious choice.
But one person was different.
As Hyde continued to talk, her mind drifted to another person. She remembered the first time she met Roland, who chose to trust her even knowing she was a witch. He harbored no fear or hatred towards witches. This thought brought a smile to her face. She realized she was no longer alone, she had someone she could trust deeply, and who trusted her in return.
She slipped into the mist again. Hyde asked where she was going. Nightingale looked back at him and said she was going to do what needed to be done.
Moving through the mist, she passed through several walls until she reached Somi's study. She quickly found a hidden mechanism leading to a secret compartment.
Inside, she discovered ledgers detailing the transactions of dream water, including quantities and recipients.
With these records and the dream water still stored in the mansion, the evidence was indisputable. Next scene, we see Nightingale standing before a gravestone, the final resting place of her parents.
She held Somi's confession, in which he had revealed everything.
10 years ago, a commoner found gold in the river while fetching water and immediately reported it to Somi. They investigated and found that the gold deposit was likely beneath the Guyland family's territory.
Driven by greed, Somi hired the rats to take advantage of the refugee riot to kill Nightingale's parents. Somi then approached Old Guyland, offering to make him a true noble in return for his cooperation. Old Guyland quickly took in young Hyde and little Nightingale, managing the land in their stead but deceiving them about their parents' deaths.
The plan was to force Hyde to relinquish the land and title when he came of age, but Nightingale's awakening as a witch disrupted this plan. After she killed Old Guyland and disappeared, Somi had no choice but to find Hyde to change his plan.
Thinking about the irony behind all this, Nightingale couldn't help but smile bitterly.
The land that should have rightfully belonged to Hyde had become a bargaining chip, while Hyde naively believed that Somi was helping him.
Standing before her parents' grave, Nightingale lit the confession document.
Perhaps her parents could see this in the heavens.
As night fell, Hyde was already locked up.
He learned that Somi had been sentenced to the gallows and that the rest of his family members would be subjected to 20 years of hard labor.
and their territory will then revert to Grey Castle. Hyde angrily shook the bars of his cell, unable to believe this was the outcome.
Nightingale told him he should be grateful he wasn't considered part of the Somi family, at least he was still alive. Hyde shouted furiously, accusing Nightingale that she never forgave him and calling her a liar. He collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. He knew Nightingale hadn't forgiven him, and now he had lost everything without a title, land, or anything else. What else could he do? Nightingale told Hyde he was right, she hadn't forgiven him and she never would. The closer the bond, the more unforgivable the betrayal. But Hyde was wrong about one thing, at least she had given him freedom. Neither old Gailan nor Somi could control him anymore. His future was his own to decide, no longer a puppet to be manipulated. Leaving the dungeon, Nightingale told him that whether he saw this as punishment, torture, or simply wanted to hate her, it didn't matter. These were all his own choices. After this, they would no longer have any connection. With those words, she walked away, leaving Hyde to his fate. Leaving the dungeon, Nightingale found Roland waiting for her not far away. With a smile, Roland asked, "Letting that guy go unharmed, is that really okay? I've been wanting to teach him a lesson for a while now." Nightingale smiled back and playfully asked, "And in what capacity would you do that?" Roland choked on his words and then told her, "Naturally, in my capacity as king." Suddenly, Nightingale stopped, knelt on one knee, and with a serious expression, asked, "Will you allow me to serve by your side in the future?" It was as if they had returned to the night of Nightingale's pledge. Roland's face became slightly red as he wasn't expecting this, so he asked why she brought this up so suddenly. Nightingale blushed as well, admitting she just wanted to hear Roland say it again. Roland smiled, patting her head, and said, "Of course, as many times as you need to hear it. 100 times, if that's what it takes. Is that enough for you?" Nightingale's face lit up with a smile, "As you wish, Your Majesty." In her heart, she thought to herself, "Meeting you was the best thing that ever happened to me. Ah, this is too cute." Soon, Roland led his army into the old royal capital. Everyone eagerly awaited his arrival, with children even climbing onto rooftops to catch a glimpse of the king. After a year, Roland stepped onto this place once again. He and Anna stood on the carriage, waving to the crowd. The first army soldiers maintained a vigilant guard around them. A girl saw Roland waving in her direction and excitedly told her friend that the king was waving at them. Her friend, a bit more skeptical, remarked that he was waving at everyone in that direction. The first girl insisted they were included in everyone as well. To them, Roland seemed much kinder than the second Prince Timothy. However, a boy reminded them that this seemingly kind king had sent many nobles to the gallows and hanged them, including his own brother Timothy. He added that Roland had also executed many rats in the capital. What he was implying was Roland had the highest kill count of anyone. Hearing this, the girl was annoyed by his constant rambling. Their attention soon shifted to the beautiful woman standing beside Roland. As the carriage moved slowly down the street, a man with a crossbow stood in a nearby tower, aiming the crossbow towards Roland. "But where's the arrow?" Suddenly, a figure darted into the tower, crashing into the man and sending him flying, knocking the crossbow out of his hand. It was our lovely Nacy, who glared angrily at the would-be assassin. Soon, the Takira witches rushed over and subdued him. Sylvie, watching from the carriage, had seen him ahead of time and it was she who sent out the warning. Roland opened the carriage door and thanked her. He noted that the old capital still had many remnants of the past regime, indicating that the situation was not as stable as he had hoped. Sylvie smiled and said she was just doing her duty. Agatha, however, was not happy, stating that entering the city under such conditions was way too reckless. She reminded them that Roland was just an ordinary person with a fragile body, and a small injury could be fatal. Anna stepped forward, assuring them she would block any attacks, reminding Agatha that Manhwa was also on the team. Agatha, still stern, argued that they shouldn't coddle Roland all the time. Phyllis and Isabella chuckled nearby. Roland quickly changed the subject, saying that the risk was acceptable to make a grand entrance. As the new king, Roland knew he had to make himself known to the people. Agatha still felt uneasy, suggesting he should address the people from the palace's high platform where he could be better protected. Roland, however, wouldn't admit he simply wanted to experience how it felt patrolling the city. Soon, they arrived at the palace. As they walked through the gates, a group of people stood respectfully waiting for him, many familiar faces among them, all originally from Neverwinter. Roland nodded to them, then descended from the carriage. He lifted his cloak, walked on the red carpet, and said, "Let's go, follow me into the palace." Nobles and officials had already lined up the sides of the palace, awaiting Roland's arrival. As he approached, all of them, including the servants and soldiers, knelt on one knee, shouting, "Hail to His Majesty the King." Amidst the resounding cheers, Roland ascended the steps. A woman handed him a golden scepter, saying it was the king's staff. Roland accepted it with one hand, surveyed the hall, and slowly spoke, saying that everyone here should already know who he is. And his purpose here is simple: to eliminate threats and restore order. He will establish an administrative system similar to the one in Neverwinter. As many of them have heard, becoming an official in the city hall comes with excellent pay and benefits. Moreover, promotions will be based on ability, not bloodline or family background. In other words, anyone with sufficient capability, even a commoner, could attain high positions such as department minister or chief minister. Upon hearing this, many people's eyes lit up, especially those from less privileged backgrounds. The prospect of advancement based on merit rather than lineage filled them with hope. A few days later, Roland looked out the window, observing the nearly complete restored order and peace after several rounds of screening. He was about to summon Tassa and the others for a discussion when a guard entered with the latest news. "Your Majesty, a messenger from the northern garrison reports that they have spotted the Dawn army to the west of Hermes," the guard said hurriedly. Roland's brow furrowed as he read the secret letter. He then quickly issued orders for the first army to depart from the capital by ship and head to the Northlands at full speed. The guard swiftly left to carry out the command. Roland then picked up his quill, thinking that waiting for the first army to reach Coldwind Ridge would be too late. There was something he needed to do beforehand. Meanwhile, near the old holy city, many troops were stationed outside. They had burned down the surrounding forests and were mercilessly slaughtering the nearby villagers. A man put down his sword, wiped his hands, and listened to the screams around him, saying indifferently, "So noisy." Not far from him, villagers were being impaled on sharp spikes, and few survivors managed to flee, shouting that the Dawn army was about to attack the holy city. An old man, panting heavily, knew that the church was on the brink of collapse and that the towns below Hermes had become hell on earth. Fortunately, they had escaped through a small secret passage, but now he was in the hands of another group of people. The old man was asked if he knew anything about the secret passage that bypassed the holy city and led directly to the base of Hermes. He nodded, saying that there were several exits, but he only knew the one leading toward the Kingdom of Dawn direction. The man questioning him nodded in response and promised him a reward if he guided them. The old man, however, did not want any rewards and only wished to return home. The man smiled, regretting that to ensure no accidents occurred, the old man would need to stay with them for the next few days. The old man wanted to argue, but then he saw the 5 gold coins in the man's hand. The man assured him there would be 5 more after the task. Gulping hard, the old man knew what 10 gold coins could buy in Greencastle and realized he couldn't refuse. Soon, they reached a cliff and entered a cave. It led to a narrow path, barely wide enough for 2 people. The old man remarked that even if they could reach the Kingdom of Dawn, they couldn't defeat the Dawn army in one strike. The man simply told him they were not here to fight alone, His Majesty's reinforcements were on their way. Hearing this, the old man was skeptical but stayed silent. Upon returning to the camp, the old man finally saw the so-called reinforcements. It was a group of young and beautiful girls, many of whom looked quite young, and of course, there was a pigeon too. He was perplexed, wondering what use these girls could be, but soon he noticed the soldiers cheering for them, calling out Lady Lightning and Lady Macy. Then he saw another familiar face, the Duke's daughter, nicknamed the Pearl of the North. What was she doing here? Edith handed a sealed letter to the man, stating that the king had granted her full authority as acting commander. She was to oversee the bomber mission. After reading the letter, the man saluted her and assured her that the northern garrison would fulfill their duties. Edith returned the salute. The entire camp sprang into action. Although the man had no idea what a bomber was, he trusted that anything devised by the king had to be immensely powerful. After getting their orders, everyone jumped into action. Before long, Lightning got the signal through the communication seal that Maggie had transported everyone to their positions. Since everything was set, grinning, Lightning gave a thumbs up and turned to her friends, Maisie and Hummingbird, waving to signal it was go time. Shortly after, the 3 girls sprinted over to a contraption that Lightning had named the East Wind, which had 4 missiles on each side. Hummingbird climbed into the harness and grabbed the control rods, channeling her magic and using her ability to make the whole setup lighter. Maisie then transformed and laid on top of the harness. Lightning secured them with straps and ropes, merging Maisie and the East Wind into one unit. Maisie gave it a few test runs, confirming it was just within her weight limit. Once everything was ready, Lightning clapped her hands, put on her goggles, and jumped into the air, laughing as she announced that all routes were clear for takeoff. Hummingbird, covering her forehead, muttered, "Here we go again." Maisie spread her massive wings, and they began to ascend. Soon enough, they reached the skies above the old holy city. Looking down at the hated city, Lightning thought, "Karma really did a number on this place, the church had it coming." But the three girls knew there were still many innocent civilians here, especially the orphans kidnapped by the church and locked in various monasteries. So, bombing the entire old holy city wasn't an option. With a sigh, Lightning ruffled her hair, clearing her mind before diving quickly. Maisie followed closely. They descended toward a plaza, and everything on the ground rapidly grew larger. Some knights noticed the descending shadows, but before they could react, Lightning sharply pulled up and shouted, "Now, drop the bombs." Hummingbird, in the harness, yanked the release lever. The bombs detached, instantly regaining their original weight and plummeting down. Then, Lightning and Maisie turned around and flew in the opposite direction. The knights below, initially shocked and thinking it was just a couple of stones, joked that it would be lucky to hit anyone. So, none of them bothered to take cover. In a split second, the two missiles hit dead center, exploding with a massive boom. Almost instantly the entire plaza was engulfed in flames and smoke. More knights rushed to the scene, only to witness what looked like hell itself. Before they could react, the girls swooped back for a second round, dropping 2 more missiles into the crowd, and causing another explosion. The deafening explosions and the agonized screams of the injured tormented everyone's nerves. A commander urgently ordered a retreat. The remaining troops quickly fled outside the city, unaware that the First Army had completely surrounded them from the sides. As soon as they emerged, a barrage of bullets was fired, and they fell to the ground. It only took a few hours for the entire Dawn Army inside and outside the Holy City to be annihilated. After the battlefield was cleared, the news quickly reached Edith. An officer handed her a report, which she read carefully. However, there was no mention of the King of Dawn and Pian. The officer explained that no bodies matching his description were found among the dead. During the interrogation of prisoners, some claimed to have seen someone resembling Pian, but in the chaos, they couldn't be certain. However, the prisoner mentioned that the person was dressed in civilian clothes and accompanied by a group of knights. When asked about the location, the officer replied it was within the Holy City during the bombing. Edith nodded, figuring it had to be Pian. In such a significant war, it made sense for the king to lead personally. Edith considered that the King of Dawn dropping his ego to disguise himself as a civilian and escape was a smart move. Hearing this, the officer clenched his fists in frustration, upset that the biggest target had escaped. He lamented not having a pursuit unit ready. Edith, however, told him not to beat himself up. She gave a cold smirk, suggesting this might not be a bad thing. Once they realized how terrible it was to be enemies with Grey Castle, and Pian's throne might not be so comfortable anymore. The officer then asked what the next step was, asking if they should occupy the Holy City right away. Edith told him to wait, mentioning that Maisie had gone to retrieve an important person. If all went well, they might take the city much easier. Meanwhile, Isabella and Agatha sat on Maisie's back as they descended into the First Army's camp stationed outside the Holy City. Seeing the familiar city again after a year, Isabella felt a wave of nostalgia. A guard informed them that Edith was waiting inside. Entering the tent, Edith introduced herself with a smile, explaining she was now a member of the Defense Department and the temporary commander for the operation against the Holy City. This was the first time Isabella and Edith met. Isabella's initial impression of Edith was that she was an exceptionally beautiful mortal lady. Edith handed her a report, mentioning that Lightning had inspected the 3 main monasteries and discovered a major problem. The orphans seemed organized and prepared to defend the compound to death. This explained why no action had been taken yet. Edith asked Isabella if she had any suggestions. Isabella pondered for a moment and decided to head over and talk to the orphans personally. Outside, upon seeing Isabella, Maggie immediately stood at attention and saluted, pressing her right hand to her chest and bowing. Isabella shook her head, reminding her for the dozenth time to drop the formalities and just use her name. They were no longer the pure ones. Despite this, Maggie still bowed and saluted, leaving Isabella with no choice but to sigh again. Maggie used her ability to summon her magic cube, and they all stepped inside. Maggie glanced back at the First Army soldiers, asking if they weren't coming. Isabella replied that they wouldn't enter the Holy City until it was safe. The magic cube quickly transported the group to one of the monasteries. The large courtyard was nearly empty, save for a few girls who looked like they hadn't eaten for days, holding oversized pitchforks as weapons. One girl sensed something and turned abruptly, shouting, "Who's there?" This startled the others nearby, causing a wave of panic. As everyone turned in that direction, they saw 2 women and seemed to believe the 2 had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Sharp whistles echoed through the compound as all the girls rushed out, each holding different weapons. Agatha began to channel her magic when the eldest girl suddenly shouted for everyone to stop. Trembling, she asked if the woman before them was Lady Isabella, the former pure one of the Pope. Isabella nodded calmly. It seemed like they hadn't forgotten her. Seeing the girls drop their weapons, Isabella felt reassured that the task given by the king might be accomplished smoothly. but in the next moment, she was taken aback by their reaction. The girls simultaneously fell to their knees, heads bowed, crying out that they were saved, that Lady Isabella, or rather, Pope Isabella, had come to rescue them, and pleaded, "Your Grace, don't abandon us." Isabella felt a surge of anxiety after being called the Pope and was about to deny the girls' pleas, but Agatha placed a firm hand on her shoulder, stopping her.
Agatha reminded her that the mission was paramount and that His Majesty wouldn't mind this ruse.
Taking a deep breath, Isabella sternly asked the girls what they meant by saving them and inquired about the whereabouts of the judgment soldiers and priests. The girls explained that they had fled while some were summoned away by the church. Quickly, one girl began to confess, claiming she had committed a sin by killing a priest. The others hurried to defend her, insisting it wasn't her fault. Some mentioned that they had been without supplies for 2 months. They didn't have any clothes or food. Some even began questioning if they had been abandoned. A cacophony of voices erupted as everyone tried to explain their situation. Isabella shouted for silence, declaring that one person should speak at a time. She chose the eldest girl to explain. The girl revealed that since the battle at Coldwind Ridge, the monastery's supplies had dwindled. Initially, food portions were reduced, and eventually, even the number of meals was halved. With the storeroom nearly empty, they had no idea what was happening outside due to the information blackout. The church's people had deceived them, only telling them to constantly pray while the church withdrew all judgment soldiers and priests. Once the news reached them, only a few unselected or rather abandoned believers remained at the monastery. From these people, they learned that the Grand Cathedral in Hermes had collapsed, and the church was on the brink of survival. In a desperate bid, the higher-ups decided to abandon the old holy city and recall all essential personnel to the highlands. The final order left for the monastery was to defend against the invading enemy and sacrifice their lives to the god until the end. Faced with this dire news, the situation only worsened. The abandoned believers became more tyrannical, even abusing the girls. They declared themselves the new priests and started committing atrocious acts. It didn't take very long until the situation had completely gotten out of hand. Hearing their companions' cries for help, the girls decided to fight back, arming themselves and launching an attack during the night. After killing the priests, they learned that the Dawn Army had advanced to the city's borders. In desperation, they took up arms, leading to what's happening now. After hearing the girl's statement, Isabella felt something was off. There was a secret passage leading to the holy sanctuary, even the main exit. How could such an important location be abandoned so easily? This caused her to have many suspicions. She then asked the girl for her name, and she replied, Autumn. Isabella pointed out that without food, they would die even if the Dawn Army hadn't come. She asked if they had ever considered escaping. The girls hesitated and then looked down. They had never left this place before, and even if they did, where could they go? Though hungry and underfed, they still received some food daily. They believed that leaving might not guarantee anything better. Seeing their confusion, Isabella understood what was going on. It wasn't just the church's orders that kept them here, their way of life left them with no other choice. Isabella then asked why they called her Your Grace and the Pope. Autumn hesitated and then explained that the current Pope Main had passed away, the 3 main bishops had all died, and Hermes hadn't issued any new decrees. According to the principle of automatic succession, Isabella was the closest to the throne. The girls then pleaded with her to save them. It was then that Isabella realized the girls saw her as their last hope. With this in mind, she devised a better plan. She told them she was there to deliver an important message. She began telling the girls that the church was no longer the church they knew. Raising her voice, Isabella declared, Maine was not the true pope. He betrayed Pope Oberlin and usurped the papal throne. In truth, Pope Oberlin intended to pass the position to Zero. She further explained that Greycastle was not an enemy of the church. To resist the real enemy, Pope Oberlin even sought an alliance with Greycastle. She assured the girls they were now safe and that the church's orders they got were false. However, the first thing they needed to do was to restore order in the old holy city. Her words caused many to feel confusion and disbelief. But Isabella knew that shattering their old beliefs and weaving a half-true, half-false narrative was the only way to save these girls and enable King Roland to truly control this land. Suddenly, a girl's stomach growled. Embarrassed, she covered her belly. Isabella smiled and said, Of course, let's take care of everything after everyone has had something to eat. The girls cheered, shouting, Long live the Pope. Soon, they opened the gate and kicked it down, and similar scenes played out in the other monasteries as well. The girls and orphans poured out, relieved and hopeful. A little girl stood before Isabella and respectfully said, Thank you, Lady Isabella. One by one, each child expressed their gratitude, calling her a good person and promising never to forget her. Isabella was initially surprised. Since becoming a pure one, she had received plenty of hatred and curses, but this was the first time she heard words of thanks. Suddenly, she felt something new in her heart, a feeling she had never experienced before, and she really liked it. Maybe this was what Roland had intended all along. Blushing slightly, she continued with her work. Sometime later, Roland and Nightingale arrived in the Northern Territory. Nightingale asked about the situation in the Holy City. Roland, reading a confidential report, told her that the anticipated battle hadn't occurred. Neither the Takira witches nor their latest equipment had been needed. Nightingale was surprised. Had the church offered no resistance at all? The report indicated that the church's upper echelons had collectively vanished. The once bustling city was empty, with only a few residents left in the outer districts to maintain the illusion of the church's presence. But the intel didn't go into much detail. After a short break, Roland told the army to move on to Hermes. When they finally got there, Isabella, Edith, and a few others were waiting at the castle gates to greet them. Seeing the empty city, Roland was still having a hard time believing they had actually abandoned it. Was this some kind of trick? Were they planning to regroup and hit back later? He knew he had to stay sharp against these fanatics. Isabella, though, smiled and told Roland not to worry. The church wasn't coming back. They had even left behind a messenger. In the northern district, Roland met this so-called messenger. It was a frail old man in priest robes, clutching a book. The old man glanced at Isabella before turning to Roland and asking, "Are you His Majesty Roland Wimbledon, King of Grey Castle?" After Roland nodded, the old man spoke slowly, "You've won, Your Majesty." His tone was dripping with sarcasm. He told Roland that if this was the outcome he wanted, the church would back off and leave him everything he needed. The city was his, but in return, he'd inherit their nightmares. Roland, unfazed, asked what these nightmares were. The old man got louder, practically spitting as he talked, saying Roland had no idea what kind of enemy they'd been preparing to face for centuries. By destroying the church, Roland would bear the consequences. He even claimed humanity would face extinction because of him. Finally understanding the old man's implication, Roland calmly said the old man was exaggerating. Seeing Roland's indifferent attitude, the old man slapped his book, saying that if Roland read the church's sacred texts, he would understand the foolishness of his actions. He was about to reveal the true enemy of humanity when Roland interrupted him, knocking the book from his hand and coldly stating, "The demons, right?" Roland's mocking tone silenced the old man. He continued, saying the old man would probably mention the divine war or the smile of the gods or maybe the chosen one. Roland, squinting, told him he had already dealt with the demons. The old man was stunned, his mouth wide open, but he was unable to form a coherent response. He turned to Isabella, who simply shrugged, then tells the old man that she hadn't said anything, but Roland had known about these things for a long time and knew more than anyone from the church. Afterward, Roland ordered the soldiers to take him away, fearing that any more words might cause the old man to die from anger on the spot or maybe even have a heart attack. The soldiers lifted him and escorted him away. Turning to Isabella, Roland praised her efforts, acknowledging that without her, the holy city wouldn't have returned to order so quickly. Isabella had worried that Roland might disapprove of her issuing orders under the guise of the Pope to unify the abandoned. Roland, however, reassured her with a smile, saying he didn't mind as long as it was effective. He added, even so, the necessary redemptions must still be served. Isabella hurriedly said she had never expected otherwise. Roland smiled and mentioned that, being said, there would also be rewards. He told Isabella that if she ever needed to act in an official capacity as his envoy, she could enjoy the privileges that came with that status for the day. However, she looked puzzled. Roland explained she could enjoy a spacious luxury suite, gourmet meals prepared by royal chefs, and as much chaos drink as she could handle. Of course, he also gave her the option to opt for gold coins as a reward. Isabella was surprised but eventually lowered her head, blushing and saying she would follow Roland's wishes. As they arrived at a warehouse in the Holy City, soldiers discovered a stockpile of food and weapons. Roland received the news and rushed over. To his surprise, besides gold and jewels, none of the strategic materials had been taken. It seemed the old priest's claim of leaving everything intact was true. In the basement of this warehouse, they found a stash of berserk pills, exactly 420,000 of them. Roland immediately ordered them destroyed. A large fire was lit on the city walls, burning the pills to ashes, with the remaining residue pushed off the walls. Roland sighed in relief. Next, they would wait for Axe to clear the eastern territories, gather the army at the neighboring country's border, and launch a pincer attack on the Kingdom of Dawn alongside the main force. Admiring the scenery outside, Roland remarked on the rare moment of leisure. He returned to his tent, eager to visit the place Isabella had mentioned before, the Hall of Reflections. It was said that Acris used illusions there to pass down history across centuries. It was also where Zero transitioned from a pure one to the Pope. He shared his plan with Nightingale and Anna when the door suddenly burst open. Lightning, pouting and looking utterly aggrieved, couldn't believe Roland had forgotten her for such an important adventure.
Coo, coo. Maisie also chimed in with a couple of cries. Before Roland could say anything, the two girls threw themselves onto him. Well, there was no way to refuse now. With the first one, others naturally followed. Hummingbird, Lily, Agatha, and even Nanawa joined. Nanawa insisted that if Sister Anna was going, she had to go too.
Lily seriously stated that she needed to go in case there were any bacteria or viruses inside. Phyllis also begged to come along, pleading that she wished to see Acaris at least once. In the end, everyone piled onto Roland. Oh, a quick correction, Maisie was actually on his head. Upon reaching the long secret passage, the group smoothly arrived at the main gate.
Under Isabella's guidance, they soon stood before a grand hall.
Pushing open the doors, they were greeted by portraits of past popes lining the walls, with Acaris' portrait prominently displayed in the center.
Roland walked into the hall, looking around until his eyes met Acaris.
She was incredibly beautiful and very powerful. Anna, standing beside him, commented on how pretty she was, thankful she was no longer around, otherwise.
Hearing this, Roland gently ruffled Anna's hair and asked what she was thinking. Inwardly, he mused that even if Acaris were alive, he wouldn't easily give in.
But with Nightingale around, he decided to keep his thoughts to himself.
Well, it seems like our boy isn't very confident in himself.
Anyway, the group proceeded to the illusion chamber behind the portraits. Isabella explained that there were 9 magic stone imprints, each recording a significant historical event.
If Roland wanted, she could activate each one. Roland nodded in agreement.
Isabella used her magic, and suddenly, everyone seemed to vanish, though suddenly Roland felt someone was grabbing him.
Nightingale, alarmed, asked what was happening.
Isabella clarified that the illusions created by these imprints directly affected their vision, making it seem like they had disappeared, but in reality, they were still in the same spot.
Both Anna and Nightingale held onto Roland's hands tightly.
Soon, images appeared before them, showing witches from the Federation in intense debates. As the final illusion began playing, Agatha curiously asked who these people were. Phyllis speculated that they might be the early founders of the Federation.
Roland, intrigued, asked for more details.
Phyllis explained that after the First Divine War, the surviving transcendent witches established the precursor to the Federation. She suddenly realized what she was seeing and exclaimed that this was the legendary Oath of the Three Queens. Agatha and Phyllis were excited, but Roland was unfamiliar with it.
Agatha explained that it was a pivotal moment when the Federation transitioned from a loose organization to a unified one.
After the First Divine War, the Federation, controlled only by witches, was formed, but internal debates on governance and strategies against the demons persisted for years. Eventually, 3 powerful factions emerged, dominating other lords and city-states, and established a tricouncil decision-making structure, leading to the formation of 3 major cities. The 3 leaders were titled queens and formed what was known as the Federation's top 3 seats. Roland quickly grasped this history, but his expression soon changed, which Anna immediately noticed. The group looked up and saw a portrait of a person none of them recognized, except Roland. He explained that the person in the portrait, with an eye patch and seated cross-legged on a high-backed chair, looked exactly like Lon, Garcia's mentor from the dream world.
Meanwhile, in the forest with Lorca.
In the forest, Lorca sniffed the air and soon found a mixed-breed demonic beast, a bear-like hybrid in the midst of its meal. Just as Lorca was about to transform, she heard footsteps. The hybrid also heard the sound, raising its head to see 2 demons approaching. The hybrid beast let out a raspy growl in the direction of the footsteps, eyeing the demons and their sharp bone spears. The demons looked exactly as Lightning had described. The hybrid beast attacked first, but the demons remained calm. One demon's arm swelled rapidly, meeting the beast's massive paw with a resounding thud. The 2 monsters collided, pushing against each other. Meanwhile, the other demon raised its spear. Lorca remembered Lightning's warning: if she encountered enemies, she should retreat and report back to Roland.
Should she stay or go?
Her mind began rendering like a Windows XP system. Rationally, she knew she should retreat, but the urge to fight boiled within her. Then, she made up her mind. Just as the demon threw its bone spear, Lorca leaped from her hiding spot, aiming for the demon grappling with the bear-like hybrid. As the spear pierced the hybrid's body, Lorca bit off the demon's arm. The demon staggered backward while the other blew a horn hanging from its neck, its deep sound shattering the forest's silence and startling birds into flight.
Could there be more demons nearby?
Either way, Lorca knew she had to deal with these 2 first. The remaining demon drew an axe and swung it at her. She dodged with a powerful kick onto the ground, landing behind the demon. As the demon turned its head, Lorca curled her large tail into a hook and whipped it at the demon's back, sending it flying into a tree. As she moved to press her advantage, trying to finish off the demon grabbed her paw. Instinctively, she felt danger from behind. The other demon had already drawn another bone spear, and its arm had fully regenerated, preparing for another strike.
Wasn't it supposed to take more than half an hour to heal?
Alarmed, Lorca knew she was in trouble. The spear was already flying toward her.
She had to take a gamble. She reverted to her normal state, and her wolf form shrinks quickly.
She barely dodged the spear, and the spear hit the other demon's head instead. After the second round, the demon's arm withered, and it uttered two sounds, ta and ka. Without missing a beat, she sprang up, transforming her hand into a wolf claw, and crushed its head.
Finally, Lorca exhaled in relief.
Suddenly, she heard a sound coming from one direction, so she quickly climbed onto a tree. Whatever she saw caused her to freeze on the spot.
Beyond the forest, a mass of demons appeared. She saw some crawling on the ground, and others flying in the sky, and within, she spotted a few massive creatures beyond imagination, all moving step by step in her direction.
As the ship cut through the waves, one of the witches on board grabbed everyone's attention. She yelled out that she had spotted the port. In no time, the deck was buzzing with excitement. It had been a month and a half, and finally, they were almost there. Captain Jack couldn't help but smile at the sight of the joyous witches, but he noticed Camilla wasn't sharing in the celebration. She stood apart, looking more like she'd just swallowed something sour. Curious, Jack asked, what's got her looking so glum? He thought today's supposed to be a good day. Camilla's thoughts were elsewhere, fixated on no one but the king of Grey Castle. Even though several witches had already made the trip to Neverwinter, and Tilly had sung the city's praises, the notion of nobles still left a bad taste in her mouth. She was about to mutter something about the nobles being all bad people, but Jack's words cut her off, saying if he wasn't mistaken, with a smile pointed out that she was also a noble, and from Grey Castle as well. Camilla opened her mouth to argue, but all that came out was a sigh.
Jack took a long drag from his pipe and gazed out at the endless ocean.
He mused that judging someone solely by their title isn't much different from hating someone just because they're a witch.
Camilla fell silent again.
Jack quickly apologized, saying how he didn't mean to get all philosophical on her. He just didn't want the past to cloud her vision. Just then, the lookout in the crow's nest shouted that they were nearing the shore. Soon enough, Camilla could see the port, adorned with all sorts of red banners welcoming them to Neverwinter. The docks were packed with people, even kids waving excitedly at the approaching ship.
Jack couldn't help but be impressed. Well, would you look at that? Quite the welcome party. If nothing else, this king deserves some trust for rolling out the red carpet, don't you think?
What the witches didn't know was that the welcoming committee had been paid to be there. Wendy, standing beside Scroll, worried that if Slumbering Isle witches found out, they might not feel so great about the warm reception. But Scroll, ever the realist, pointed out that finding volunteers to welcome a bunch of witches from Slumbering Isle would have been a tall order. Sure, the locals might accept witches, and some might even admire the witch union, but everyone else was still strangers from a distant land. Wendy nodded, seeing the sense in Scroll's words. Scroll then shrugged, saying sometimes, money really does make the world go round. As the witches from the Slumbering Isle began to disembark, it was time for Wendy to make her entrance. With her signature big sister smile, Wendy warmly welcomed them to Neverwinter.
Leading the way, she guided them to a specially constructed apartment building.
As they arrived, a chorus of awe echoed through the group at the sight of the tall, beautiful structure. Wendy explained that this place had been built just for them, and the success of the construction was largely thanks to Lien. The witches turned to Lien in surprise. They had always thought her power was just about moving land up and down, but this was next level. Lien blushed, scratching her head, saying she only helped the workers build up some slopes, and when they needed to add a new floor, she just raised the nearby ground to form a platform attached to the building, so they could work more easily. One of the girls then voiced a concern that was on everyone's mind. She then asked Lien if she had faced any hatred or disgust just for being a witch. Lien quickly shook her head, saying not at all. She reassured them, telling them the workers even shared their flatbreads with her for breakfast. Wendy knew that many of them still had doubts and concerns, which was totally understandable, given that Neverwinter was a new and unfamiliar place, and, of course, the witches had been through some rough times over the past century. But Wendy promised them all that they would find a home here. She also made it clear that even if they didn't join the witch union, they could still come to her for help with anything, no matter what it was. From the sidelines, Scroll gave her a thumbs up. Soon, Wendy led the group inside the apartment and handed out sheets of paper for everyone to fill out with their name, birthday, and abilities. As she distributed the forms, a red-haired witch spoke up, asking why did they need to fill this out while sounding skeptical, since she only planning to stay here for 2 days, so this seems unnecessary. Another witch chimed in, agreeing. Princess Tilly already told them that they wouldn't be forced to stay here, and she was planning to visit the eastern region to see her family. A few of the more uncertain witches nodded in agreement. Ashes, however, shot a glare at the red-haired witch.
It was Azima and her group stirring things up again. Wendy blinked in surprise and asked curiously, "Who's that?"
Ashes, with a slight frown, explained they're a witch group from the eastern region.
Just then, Tilly walked over, offering a quiet apology.
She explained that this group had never fully agreed with her leadership, but compared to the Bloodfang Association, they weren't bad at heart. Tilly then turned to the red-haired witch, although she understands how they feel, wanting to go back and see for themselves.
But now isn't the right time.
Even though the church is gone, there's still a lot of hostility toward witches among the common folk. Before she could finish, the red-haired witch interrupted, sounding a bit defiant, thinking that's exactly why they should see it for themselves. They don't trust Tilly and even believe that she is on her brother's side. Ash's voice grew cold as she stepped forward, looming behind the red-haired witch,
telling Azima to watch her tone.
Azima jumped, startled, but quickly shot back, asking if she was going to fight, or maybe kill her here, like what she did with Heidi and the Bloodfang witches. Tilly hadn't expected things to escalate so quickly, but before she could intervene, a sudden cough broke the tension. Scroll walked over, letting out a weary sigh. She wanted everyone to take a step back. Looking at them calmly, she also had a few questions.
Azima shot Scroll a glance, then asked, what did she want to know?
Scroll didn't respond directly to her. Instead, she turned to the witch who wanted to return to the eastern region. Since she's still thinking about her hometown, it must mean she wasn't abandoned by her family. If that's the case, she was likely forced to leave because of the church's pressure and eventually went to the Slumbering Isle. The girl nodded in agreement. Scroll was spot on. Scroll continued, telling her that a few years ago, things were really bad in the eastern region. After Garcia and Timothy raided the region, the place was war-torn, the fields were abandoned, and people were barely surviving.
Many became refugees.
But 2 years ago, His Majesty Roland started a program to shelter these refugees, and now Neverwinter's population has surpassed 100,000. Most of these people are refugees from all over Greycastle.
Maybe her family is among them.
Scroll then asked where the girl used to live. The girl shook her head.
Her village didn't really have a name.
Some folks who had traveled called it 16 for some reason. Scroll, with her photographic memory, thought for a moment and then nodded. Before long, someone from the city hall had brought over a worker named What. After hearing the news, the man practically sprinted into the room, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at the girl.
Is it really you, Lanwa?
He asked. His voice began to shake. He even started thanking the gods that she was still alive. The girl recognized him too. What, a familiar face from her past.
Lanwa was the nickname her father and close relatives used to call her,
but now she goes by Doris. What explained that everyone in the village had thought she was taken away by witches.
Doris recounted her story, then anxiously asked about her family.
What's expression darkened as he shook his head. In a low voice, he tells her that they didn't make it to Neverwinter. Doris covered her mouth, overcome with grief, and began to cry. What remembered how Doris's mother, on her deathbed, had kept repeating Doris's name. What began comforting her, saying she'd be relieved if she knew her daughter was still alive. Azima, unable to bear the scene, turned away, her own emotions welling up, while another witch started to cry, saying she missed her own family too. The room fell silent, the air heavy with sorrow. It wasn't until Doris finally calmed down that Scroll spoke again,
telling them this is why it's important to document every one.
If any of their family members made it to Neverwinter, they would have been informed immediately.
Maybe some of them are already here, waiting. Azima lowered her head, not saying a word.
Scroll picked up the form again, asking them to fill it out, and this time, no one objected. As they left the apartment, Wendy couldn't help but marvel at Scroll's ability to remember the identities of all 100,000 people in Neverwinter.
Doesn't that get confusing? She asked, genuinely curious.
Scroll shrugged with a slight smile, saying she was honestly not sure how to explain it. At first, it was a bit overwhelming, but over time, everything just started to organize itself in her mind, like it was all automatically sorted. As long as she has a keyword, she can instantly recall the information she needs.
Like earlier, when Doris mentioned 16.
That's because the 16th village they passed on their way back from Golden Sickle City was where her home was. She then said that when Roland eventually unites Greycastle, she's not sure how much more she can keep track of. Wendy glanced at Scroll, a thought crossing her mind.
Does this mean Scroll will end up remembering the lives of everyone on this land?
Perhaps she is, their living history? They soon arrived back at the city hall when a man suddenly came running up to them, telling them there was someone in the main hall who refused to leave, and the person was demanding to see the head of the witch union. Before he could finish, the person in question appeared. He looked like an old farmer, and he was clearly anxious. Turned out, he found a girl outside the city, covered in blood. She looks like a witch, but she's barely conscious.
Scroll frowned, thinking out loud.
No witches were scheduled to leave the city today.
Wendy quickly asked, "How does the man know she's a witch?" The farmer hesitated for a moment, then replied, "Well, ordinary people don't usually have, animal parts." The girl had a tail. Wendy's heart skipped a beat. The first person who came to mind was Lorca. Without wasting another second, she urged the man to take them over. As the scene shifts, Lorca lay motionless on the bench, her entire body battered and bruised. Her once cute, perky ears were now tattered and incomplete. Wendy and Scroll stared at her, trying to comprehend what could have happened to leave her in such a state. The old man who had found her looked worried, wondering, can this child still be saved? His voice filled with concern. But with Nanawa and Lily both out of the city, there was only one person who might be able to save her. Meanwhile, over at the city walls, Wade was patrolling as usual when the sudden blare of an alarm made his face go pale. This wasn't just any alarm, it was the highest level of alert. The officers behind him started to panic, but Wade spun around, shouting at them to pull themselves together and help him evacuate the townspeople. On the streets, confused residents milled about, unaware of what was happening. Wade clapped his hands, calling out, "Everyone, go home immediately. This is an enemy attack alarm." At the same time, the first army soldiers were already up on the walls, fully armed and ready. Soldiers could be seen everywhere, checking their ammunition. Back in City Hall, Barav slammed his hand on the table, glaring at Wendy. Calling all this madness, he asked why would Wendy sound the highest alarm based on the incoherent ramblings of an injured witch. Did she not realize the chaos and losses this could cause? Wendy couldn't shake the image of Lorca, delirious and repeatedly muttering, "Demons, the demons are coming." It was the only course of action that made sense to her. Just then, Third Border Town connected in, and the witches of Takira had also received the news. Their stance was clear: anything involving demons should never be taken lightly. Barav then asked, "But where are these demons? They haven't even seen a shadow of them. Why all this caution?" Tilly and Ashes were present as well. Ashes stepped forward, saying it was more than necessary. She had fought Lorca before, and she knew her strength. For her to be injured this badly, she must have encountered at least 10 demons. Wendy then revealed that Lorca had a map on her, with part of the map being unmistakably marked by Maisie and lightning. The markings suggested that Lorca had ventured into the wilderness. If demons were really there, whatever their intentions, Neverwinter had to be prepared. The Takira witches agreed with the plan, and eventually, Barav backed down, though he couldn't hide his frustration. He believed that this might make it impossible to complete the tasks His Majesty assigned him, he grumbled. The supply shipments to the front lines, the logging operations, the gathering of mushroom and fruit, the livestock in the prairie pastures, all of it will be affected. Wendy reassured him, she had already sent word to the northern region. Once the king receives the message, he'll issue new directives. And as for any losses, she takes full responsibility. A week quickly passed, though no sign of the demons had been found. Tilly sought out Barav, curious about how the townspeople were reacting. Wanting to know if everyone was frightened or if they were panicking, Barav stood up, giving Tilly a respectful bow before explaining, "The situation is under control." Perhaps guessed what she is concerned about, he reassured her, "No one is blaming the witches from Slumbering Isle for this." Tilly let out a sigh of relief. She was worried someone might start dredging up the old rumors about witches being the minions of demons. That would only destroy the fragile trust between the townspeople and the witches. Suddenly, Ling came rushing in, telling Wendy that the wolf sister was awake. Everyone immediately sprang into action, with Wendy being the first to head out the door. Barav started to follow, but Ashes blocked his path, telling him that it was the girls' dormitory, so it was better for him to stay here and wait. When Wendy arrived, she found Lorca struggling to sit up in bed. Despite still being severely injured, her body emitted a faint green glow. Her limbs, bones, and even internal organs had suffered significant damage. The only reason she was still alive was thanks to Nightfall's symbiosis seed, just enough for them to keep Lorca alive and wait for Nanawa to return for proper healing. Lorca weakly turned to Nightfall, who lay beside her, and whispered a thank you. Sipping on a chaos drink, she tried to make light of the situation, joking, saying it's not so bad since she gets to drink chaos drink every day now. Ashes stepped forward, looking quite serious, asking what exactly did she encounter? Lorca's face darkened as she began to recount the events. She described how she was in the forest after defeating the 2 demons when she first noticed something was wrong. Then, she witnessed an overwhelming number of demons swarming toward the ruins of Takira, so many that it was impossible to count them all. Among them were gigantic and ugly creatures, the likes of which she had never seen. These monsters looked both grotesque and terrifying. She recalled how the creature suddenly collapsed, its flesh seeping into the ground beneath it, causing the ground around it to change color. Soon, all of the bone creatures connected, and the surrounding trees began to wither. Eventually, even the bones of the monsters sank into the ground. Wendy recorded every word Lorca said, then asked, "What about her injuries?" Lorca admitted that she knew she couldn't handle an enemy like that on her own. So she decided to return to Neverwinter, hiding for days and hoping the demons wouldn't notice her during their horn from earlier. But she underestimated them. It wasn't until she began her retreat that she realized several demon squads had been lying in wait for her. Nightfall, listening nearby, was stunned, since she didn't expect demons to be so smart. Tilly, deep in thought, offered a possibility. That might mean there's a high-ranking demon commanding them. Ashes gently patted Lorca on the shoulder, offering some comfort, telling her that when facing an unknown enemy, there's no perfect plan. The fact that she managed to escape and bring this warning to them is already an incredible feat. Wendy watched by the door, surprised. It was the first time she had heard Ashes give such high praise. The group left the room and returned to the hall, where they recounted everything once more. The Takira witches were certain that they couldn't allow the demons to take control of the Takira ruins. They believed that if the demons managed to build a blackstone spire, the red mist could cover the entire mountain range, one of the Takira witches warned. At that point, any resistance would be meaningless. Fortunately, they've discovered the demons early, and with at least 3 years before the red moon descends, thus they have time to prepare and strike first. Barav suddenly stood up. Wait a minute, is that Roland? How is he here? Isn't he all the way up north? Anyway, let's continue the story. Barav argued that the city gates couldn't stay on high alert forever. Since the demon army was still far away, he suggested lifting the lockdown and getting the livestock operations back up and running. Another official chimed in, agreeing with Barav, remembering that His Majesty once said that building deeper defensive lines increases the defender's margin for error. If Lady Lian could set up a few signal towers along the prairie border, or perhaps use those communication seals, it would be even better. One of the Takira witches stepped forward, holding up a magic stone. They will be taking on the task. Since they know where the demons are stationed, they can use this to monitor them without any blind spots. Wendy recognized the magic stone. Clearly the Takira witches were thinking of using the illusion device for precise tracking. However, this would require someone to get dangerously close to the Takira ruins to make it work. But the place was already crawling with demons. Alethea shrugged off the concern, calling it a minor task, saying every one of them is prepared to sacrifice themselves if necessary. But Tilly quickly intervened, shaking her head. The best plan is the one that doesn't require sacrifices and decides to take on the task. The witches from Slumbering Isle have just arrived here and they should take on some responsibilities. As the scene shifts, we return north. The earlier image of Roland in the meeting must have been a mistake. Anyway, let's ignore that and continue. Roland seemed to be lost in thought. He was so distracted that he didn't even hear Nightingale calling his name. It wasn't until he felt a tickling sensation near his ear that he snapped back to reality. Nightingale looked worried, since he had been zoning out for days. Ever since he saw those images, she asked if everything was all right. Roland spills the truth. It's just really strange. He isn't sure why would Lon from the dream world appear in those images. He can't make sense of it. Nightingale, now sitting in a lounge chair, says she isn't clever enough and thus can't help him with this. She recommended him to talk with Anna, but Roland shook his head, saying he hadn't mentioned it to Anna. Nightingale immediately jumped up from the chair, her expression surprised. Why not? Roland believed these are problems only he can solve. Telling her would just add to her worries. Nightingale blinked a few times, then suddenly seemed to think of something. A small smile crept across her face, and for some reason, she looked unexpectedly pleased. She pulled out a piece of dried fish and popped it into her mouth, looking quite satisfied. But Roland asked her not to tell anyone about this. Roland's thoughts drifted back to the image of Lon. How could a fictional character from the dream world appear during the early days of the Federation? Even Agatha and Phyllis didn't recognize the person in the image. That period in Takira's history was so distant that all they could guess was that she might have been an important figure. It looked like he would need to return to the dream world once more. When Roland opened his eyes again, he was back there. He picked up his phone and dialed Garcia's number. She answered quickly. Her breathing seemed to be a bit rapid, and it seemed she was out for a run. "What's up?" Garcia asked. Roland wanted to ask her something, and soon, they agreed to meet at the apartment building's entrance. Roland quickly got dressed and rushed out of his room. As he passed through the living room, he saw Zero, half asleep and rubbing her eyes. "Wait a sec," she mumbled, still groggy, saying she would go boil some hot water. Seeing her pajama strap slipping off her shoulder, Roland gently pulled it back up for her, while told her to not worry, and to get ready for school, and he would bring breakfast back. Zero, holding her toothbrush, watched in confusion as he dashed out the door, wondering what had gotten into him. Roland met Garcia at a small restaurant downstairs.
He ordered 2 bowls of beef noodles, to which Garcia gave a slightly exasperated sigh, saying if she were a guy, she'd never bring a woman to a place like this for breakfast.
No wonder why Roland is still single. Roland chuckled and explained, Zero has school soon, and he needs to bring breakfast back for her. Thus they can't go too far.
Soon, the owner brought over their bowls of noodles. Garcia thanked the owner politely, then snapped apart her wooden chopsticks. She stirred the noodles in her bowl, lifted them, blew on them to cool them down, and started slurping the noodles.
Roland smiled, watching her. Looks like she comes here often.
He was worried that she didn't like these small joints.
Garcia smirked, saying this was all his misconception.
She'd lived here for 10 years and had tried every place around. It's good manners to take people to cleaner, nicer places, also she doesn't like being stared at all the time.
Roland glanced around and realized she was right.
Not only were other customers at the stand sneaking glances at them, but even passers-by had their eyes on her, casting looks their way.
He wanted to apologize,
but Garcia nudged him
and asked what's the deal.
Roland got to the point and tells her that he wanted to meet her mentor. Garcia raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. Roland explained how he felt really bad about missing their last meeting and he likes to apologize in person. Though surprised, Garcia shook her head.
Believed that her mentor won't see him again. Roland tried to sound hopeful. Maybe Lady Lan doesn't dislike him that much.
But Garcia disagreed.
Since her mentor can't stand people who don't keep their promises, Roland still pressed her to at least make the call. Garcia gave him a knowing look, doubting that he just wanted to apologize. Roland hesitated, then said if he could also get some training tips, that'd be great. Garcia pulled out her phone.
As she dialed, Roland asked if he could have her mentor's number, but she informed him that only a special association card could make that call. As the call connected, she told him to be quiet. A few minutes later, the call ended, and Garcia turned to Roland with a frown.
So, how did it go? Roland asked, half expecting bad news.
She refused, of course.
Garcia snapped, and also seemed a bit annoyed.
Turned out, she was chewed out for even asking. From the tone, it's clear that her mentor is really disappointed in Roland.
Roland couldn't believe it.
In his mind, he thought to himself that doesn't make sense.
She didn't seem that upset last time.
But it was clear that he wouldn't get the meeting he hoped for.
He then asked, when's the next time he can visit the headquarters?
Garcia tells him when he can handle an erosion event on his own and become an official martial fighter. That condition is surprisingly simple, Roland thought to himself as he lifted his bowl and drank the soup down to the last drop.
He then brought up Lan's cryptic statement from the other day, saying he was curious and wanted to know what she meant when she said the divine war is not far off.
Garcia leaned back in her chair, explaining that her mentor believes in a book written over half a century ago, titled The Reason for Existence. It's a philosophical work that speculates on the emergence and evolution of civilizations, framing them as part of something called the God's choice. He also tells him to not get the wrong idea, the gods here aren't some personified beings. It's more like a set of rules, or perhaps the purpose behind the continuation of all things.
Roland's mind raced.
In his mind, this was another book he never heard of. This likely meant it was something unique to the dream world, a creation of that strange reality.
He then asked if he could borrow the book. Garcia gave him a curious look but didn't refuse, saying she will check it out from the headquarters library.
That is, if she remembers. Back in the real world, Roland felt no closer to the answers he sought. If anything, his thoughts were more tangled than before. Suddenly, Lightning burst into his tent, holding a bird in her hands. A message from Neverwinter, she announced.
Roland took the letter and flattened it out on the table.
As he read it, he couldn't help but freeze in shock.
The demon's army had appeared in the wilderness. Roland quickly gathered everyone together.
The sudden news threw a wrench in his plans, forcing them to cut their offensive short. His first order was that all troops would begin withdrawing from the Holy City in phases. He announced that he'd be leaving ahead of schedule, aiming to get back to Neverwinter as fast as possible. The room's atmosphere grew tense.
The captain asked, "What about the Kingdom of Dawn?" Andrea didn't say anything, but the anxiousness on her face was hard to miss. Roland looked at them both and assured Andrea that Neverwinter wouldn't abandon any ally. He promised to continue the plan to save Otto.
And as for the King of Dawn, he and his men will pay the price. As Roland put it, Wimbledon's wrath may be slow, but it never misses its mark. He added that this wasn't something the First Army needed to worry about, he'd handle it after the meeting.
When the meeting wrapped up, Roland asked Andrea to stay behind.
He explained, the main force of the First Army has to head back and defend Neverwinter, so they'll need to tweak the plan a bit. But he tells her not to worry since he had convinced the Takira witches to take care of Ampion for them. Then he paused, knowing the next part was tricky.
The problem now is how to maintain order in the Kingdom of Dawn.
This leaves him no choice but to let the three noble families take charge. Andrea hesitated for a moment, then quickly pointed out that if that's the case it would mean Roland wouldn't gain much from this.
Roland nodded, knowing she was right. He gets it, but right now, he'd rather not let Ampion turn against them. Besides, keeping Otto alive is his top priority. Just like he'd said before, Roland wasn't about to abandon anyone who had contributed to Grey Castle. Andrea froze for a moment, then visibly relaxed.
A smile crept onto her face as she said, "Lady Edith was right, Roland truly is a merciful king."
Curious, Roland wondered what Edith said.
As it turned out, before they set out on this campaign, Edith had predicted that Roland would step in to help Otto. In fact, it was Edith who had convinced Andrea to make her decision so quickly.
Without her, Andrea might not have acted as fast.
Hearing this, Roland was a bit surprised but didn't dwell on it too much. After briefly discussing the next steps with her, he returned to his tent.
Nightingale appeared behind him, having overheard the entire conversation. She frowned and asked, "What's that woman up to?" Roland realized she was talking about Edith.
In his mind, it was probably just something they'd casually chatted about, considering they both attended the meeting back in Neverwinter. Just then, one of his guards lifted the tent flap and reported that Lady Edith was requesting to see him.
Roland and Nightingale exchanged glances, neither of them was expecting this. Roland nodded and raised his teacup, while Nightingale eyed him with curiosity.
When Edith entered the tent, she saluted before getting straight to the point. She wanted Roland to reconsider and abandon his interference in the Kingdom of Dawn. Roland frowned, telling her that if she had concerns, she should have brought them up during the meeting. Changing his decision now would make him look indecisive. But Edith argued that the plan could still move forward with some adjustments to the details. This way, it wouldn't seem like Roland was breaking his word, but rather that unforeseen circumstances had forced a change in plans.
Nightingale couldn't hold back any longer and materialized beside Roland, her voice sharp as she questioned Edith, "What's her game here?"
First, she convinced Andrea to ask His Majesty for help, and now she's saying they shouldn't interfere in Dawn's affairs.
Edith didn't even blink, as if she had expected this reaction all along.
Without a moment's hesitation, she explained, "It's because the situation has changed. Originally, Roland could have taken control of the Kingdom of Dawn completely.
But now, at best, they can secure Andrea's family as a stable ally. In her opinion, it's better to let the Kingdom of Dawn descend into chaos.
After the battle at Old Holy City, Ampion no longer has the strength or authority to govern the kingdom. She believes that the Kingdom of Dawn is on the verge of tearing itself apart."
Roland didn't jump to any conclusions.
Instead, he asked, "Why would a chaotic dawn be better?" Edith's answer was straightforward, saying because of the witches. Roland looked puzzled, so Edith elaborated. "The Kingdom of Dawn is in a better position than Grey Castle in many ways. Whether it's the demons invading Wolfheart and Eternal Winter or the Church's remnants trying to regroup, these threats will push witches southward.
If the Kingdom of Dawn remains stable, they might not continue migrating to Grey Castle.
It's very possible that in the future, Dawn could end up with more witches than Grey Castle. And that's not something she or anyone in Grey Castle wants to see."
Nightingale was silent for a moment before she spoke up, saying, "Isn't it a good thing if everyone can live peacefully?"
But Edith countered with a question of her own, asking her if she had ever considered what could happen if many witches awakened extraordinary abilities in Dawn.
They could instantly change the balance between kingdoms.
She took Anna, Agatha, and Soraya as examples. She claimed that so many witches in Neverwinter possess incredible powers.
It's because of them that Neverwinter has pulled ahead of the other territories. Of course, Roland's leadership and his knowledge and vision are unmatched, but what about the future?
No one lives forever, so 100 years from now, that knowledge would eventually spread beyond Neverwinter, and the witches from the Witches' Union would age and pass on.
But what if the Kingdom of Dawn produced a witch who was irreplaceable?
The table will turn, and then Grey Castle might find itself the one falling behind. Roland began clapping, clearly impressed.
"That's a brilliant deduction," he said, genuinely surprised by Edith's foresight.
But despite her insight, he wasn't about to rescind the orders he'd already given. Edith, shocked, was about to argue further when Roland cut her off. He knows what she's going to say, perhaps along the lines of that a true king should prioritize the kingdom's interests above all else. But there's something she's missing. He paused briefly with a knowing smile on his face. He tells her this world has other kinds of rulers, maybe even a different type of governing system. Edith looked at him, clearly puzzled, unsure of what he meant.
Roland chuckled.
For instance, someone who's idealistic at heart.
Time passed quickly, and soon it was evening. We find ourselves in a small, cozy room where Anna is sitting at a table, jotting down notes. Hearing a noise, she turns her head. Seeing it's Roland, she asks, "Finished with the meeting?"
Roland, looking a bit worn out, nods as he takes off his coat. Anna gets up, brings over a basin of water, and smiles, telling him to have a foot bath to relax, and then they can talk. She then kneels down to help him take off his shoes and socks. At first, Roland insists on doing it himself, but in the end, he doesn't even have the option to say no.
Anna uses her ability to heat the water, and as the warmth surrounds his feet, Roland can't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Anna sits down beside him and asks if there's any good news from the meeting today. After all, ever since they received the letter from Neverwinter, Roland hadn't had a moment of real peace. Leaning back against Anna, he recounted everything that happened at the meeting today, and before they knew it, it was nighttime. After hearing the whole story, Anna smiled, but she didn't believe that the future would turn out the way Edith predicted. Roland looked at her curiously. Anna took a moment to gather her thoughts. She believes that once Roland defeats the church and wins the Divine War, the witches will remember that. The Takira witches will take pride in him, and his name will be known everywhere, written in books and throughout history. Even in the future, Roland will be someone no one can forget. With that kind of reputation, the other lords will want to seek his protection, wanting to join under his rule. Perhaps by then, no one would dare go against his will. Even as time passes, maybe 100 years from now, this continent might only have one kingdom left, and humanity's territory will start expanding again, gradually restoring the glory of the human kingdoms thousands of years ago. Anna glanced at Roland, who had been quietly listening the whole time. She wondered if she said anything funny. Roland responded with a gentle tap on her forehead, smiling, saying that idea is exactly what he expected from her. Anna then got a bit confused, but if he didn't disagree with her, why had he seemed pleased with what Edith said? To Roland, what Edith said meant she had undergone a significant shift from being just a noble official to becoming a true politician. Anna had never heard the term before, so Roland explained, Edith's perspective and vision have already surpassed most people of this era. And there's something else, which is her understanding of witches. She recognizes that witches can bring about technological leaps and sees their abilities as a crucial part of a broader strategy. That alone puts her ahead of most. Anna suddenly asked, have Roland ever thought about the future? If they survived the Divine War, what did he want to do? Roland gazed into her eyes, smiled, and said, don't you already know? He had told her many times before, on many nights like this, his dreams of crossing the fertile plains, exploring the far region, and even venturing into the demon's territory, perhaps navigating the seas, spreading humanity's presence across distant shores. He wanted to unveil the mysteries of the so-called gods and uncovering the truth of this world. Once again, they made a promise to each other. No matter where the journey took them, even to the ends of the world, they would face it together. What happens next? Well, take a guess. Anyway, back in Neverwinter, Tilly stood watch over the giant magic stone, her eyes basically glued onto it. She couldn't shake the worry gnawing at her, but Pasha, standing behind her, tried to reassure her. As long as the magic stone isn't shattered, the witches are safe, Pasha said calmly. If they really run into demons, they'll crush the stones without hesitation. Tilly knew Pasha was right, but that didn't ease her mind. She had been watching over this stone for days, and the exhaustion was starting to catch up with her. Pasha gently urged her to take a break, promising to notify her if anything happened. Just then, Tilly felt a sharp sting. A tiny fragment of a magic stone had embedded itself in the skin of her hand, right where she wore her ring. Meanwhile, over at Ash's, before all this happened, precisely a day earlier, Leon was grumbling, saying it's been 5 days already, why haven't they seen any sign of the ruins? A blue-haired witch shrugged, saying, how should she know? This was our first time seeing her, and she had a unique ability to create invisible passages connecting two locations. She teased, just dig wherever Leon wants, and she and everyone else will follow. Hearing the word, Leon snapped, irritated. She asked if the girl thought she was a mole or something. The blue-haired girl just grinned, saying close enough. She then casually pulled out a piece of jerky, ignoring Leon's protests as she savored the snack. Ify sighed and warned her to ration her food, as she didn't want to be starving on the way back. The girl shot her a look, clearly not a fan of these bloodfawn witches, not to mention they even tried to kill Lady Tilly. She defiantly took another bite of jerky and said, if it were up to her, she wouldn't give them so much as a crumb. Ify didn't say anything, just watched her in silence. Ashes stood between them, feeling the tension. She turned to the girl and said, it's not their fault they joined Bloodfawn. And if Tilly hears her talking like this, she will be in for a scolding. The girl finally quieted down, though she still looked sullen. Ashes could only sigh inwardly. Another hothead. But what she's really concerned about is where exactly are they? She pulled out the map, but it was no use, they couldn't pinpoint their location. The map left by Lightning and Maisie was filled with strange markings like bird nests, beehives, and bear dens, none of which made any sense to them. Ify suddenly perked up, motioning for everyone to be quiet. They all listened closely and soon heard heavy footsteps above them. A group of demons was moving overhead. The group whispered among themselves, realizing it must be a patrol squad. The good news? It meant they were heading in the right direction. The bad news? They couldn't see outside, making it impossible to place the magic stones accurately or gauge how far they were from the Takira ruins. Ashes fell silent, thinking for a moment before deciding that she would fly up at night to take a look. But the others quickly voiced their concerns. Flying would make her an easy target. With nothing to hide behind, she'd be a sitting duck. Besides, Tilly had mentioned that Ashes could only control her flight path up and down. If she got spotted, escape would be nearly impossible. Tilly insisted once they were close enough, and all Ashes needed to do was get up there and crush the magic stone. Leon asked, but what if a flying demon spots her? Since Ashes won't be able to use her full strength in the air. Ashes smiled, saying she had a plan. The witches exchanged curious glances. Ashes continued, explaining that during her ascent, the only real threat would be the giant beast with demons on top. She had 3 different strategies in mind, so basically depending on whether she encountered 1, 2, or 3 beasts. If more than 3 showed up, she'd handle it as if there were only 3, ensuring she was prepared for anything. What the hell is she talking about? The witches stared at her, dumbfounded. Leon just buried her face in her hands, exasperated. Ify couldn't help but burst out laughing, and the girl witch laughed so hard her stomach hurt, saying if she were Maisie, she'd totally be on board with that plan. Ashes watched them with a mix of amusement and annoyance, asking why don't they all hear her out before they start laughing? Though the girl couldn't resist teasing her, saying now she gets why Maisie always loved teaming up with her. In the end, Ashes managed to convince everyone to go along with her plan. As the sun began to set, the group prepared for action. A passage opened, and Ashes was teleported out. The others could only pray and hope this crazy plan would work. According to Ashes, if she encountered 1 demon, she'd capture it alive. If there were 2, she'd take them down. But if there were 3 or more, she'd retreat immediately. Leon figured they didn't have any better options, so they might as well go with it. Ashes channeled her magic into her ring and started to ascend. The night was pitch black, with only the moonlight to guide her. As she looked around, she realized there was no sign of any ruins. They were still surrounded by forest. Did they end up in the wrong place? Just as she was pondering their next move, she heard something nearby. She looked in that direction, but she didn't pay much attention. They had covered enough distance, but the small error had caused them to drift farther from their target. Before she could figure out her next step, the demons spotted her. A skeletal beast carrying several demons charged straight at her. Without hesitation, Ashes pulled out a magic stone and crushed it, then dove straight down. This was the worst-case scenario. There were way more than 3 demons. As she plummeted toward the ground, a tunnel appeared in front of her. She crossed her arms over her head, bracing for impact, but there was no way to slow down. Thankfully, Ify used her powers to bring Ashes to a safe stop, though she couldn't help but comment, "Wow, Ashes, you're heavier than you look." Ashes quickly told everyone to retreat toward the forest. She warned that the demons were coming. 3 days later, the group returned, however not looking in their greatest shape. Tilly was happy to see everyone safe but couldn't help but walk right up to Ashes, saying she couldn't believe someone who claims to be a wilderness expert couldn't even tell which way was north. She started teasing her as she wiped the dirt from Ash's face while asking how she even managed to find her way to Greycastle's royal capital back in the day. Ashes shrugged, recalling those days. Back then, there were always pursuers from the church. She just had to catch one and ask for directions. She tried to brush off their latest mishap, saying they weren't that far off. At least they spotted the Takira ruins. If the demons hadn't launched such a big attack, they would have noticed. Tilly paused for a moment before snapping, without enough red mist, they can't launch a large-scale attack. What they need to worry about is a sudden attack from the demons, and with Ash's strategy, they'd only catch a glimpse of their tails. Pasha spoke up, the fact that everyone made it back safely is what matters most. And honestly, this position isn't too bad. She went on to explain that Roland had already sent the first group of witches back yesterday, and Sylvie was among them. With her there, they could now handle early warnings and get a clear picture of the enemy's numbers. But for now, everyone should go get some rest. Tilly still looked upset and ordered Ashes to follow her. Suddenly, Pasha smiled at Ashes and said, "You know, Tilly was really worried about you." Tilly's face immediately flushed, and she quickened her pace, clearly embarrassed. Back in their quarters, Ashes hugged Tilly from behind. Tilly had a feeling she knew what was coming next, likely something Pasha had coached Ashes on, maybe along the lines of, "Tilly hasn't been resting well these past few days," or "Don't mind her attitude, she's just been worried sick." To Ash's surprise, Tilly had guessed it all correctly. Turning around, Tilly asked Ashes if she was going to apologize. But Ashes wasn't planning on it, saying she'd rather have Tilly not worry about her. More than anything, she doesn't want Tilly rushing into danger. Tilly was so frustrated that she nearly burst into tears, saying Ashes just don't get it, risks can be calculated, measured, and avoided. If it were her out there, it wouldn't have been nearly as dangerous. Ashes didn't argue, but she couldn't help thinking that Tilly was starting to sound a lot like Roland. Tilly snapped and told her to not change the subject. Ashes interrupted her, placing her hands on Tilly's shoulders. No matter what, unexpected things can happen. Even if the chances are slim, she'd rather take the risk herself. It's pretty simple. As the days went on, the more demons they fought out here, the more likely it was that she faced dangerous situations in the future.
If something happens to her, she won't be around to apologize to Tilly. Tilly tried to cut her off, not wanting to hear anymore, but Ashes held her hand firmly,
saying she's not like Roland. She can't plan out the future for humanity or chart the path for witches. But this is the one thing she knows she is doing right. If Tilly plans to go back to the slumbering isle, she can promise she won't have to worry about her. But here, she just can't make that promise. Ash's expression was so serious that Tilly didn't know how to respond. She awkwardly shifted the conversation, wanting to know what exactly happened, step by step. They need to figure out where things went wrong. But first, she added that Ashes better go take a bath first, she smells awful. Ashes poked her head out from behind the door and teasingly asked if Tilly wanted to join her. Tilly, thoroughly embarrassed, loudly refused. Tilly then looked at her hand. The wound from before had already healed. Thankfully, the worst-case scenario hadn't come to pass. Was she overthinking? Let's go and check on our wolf girl Lorca, who was still lying in bed. The pain seemed to have disappeared, though Lorca vaguely remembered what happened before she fell asleep. Manhwa had rushed in, and the first thing she did after arriving at Neverwinter was to treat her injuries. Lorca thought she should thank her properly when she got the chance. It was then that she noticed Roland standing by the bedside as well. "How are you feeling?" Lorca flexed her fingers a little, testing her body. She tells him the pain is gone. She thinks she is fine now. Roland took a few steps forward and, to her surprise, gently touched her ear. He rubbed it a bit and examined it closely. Lorca stared at him, utterly confused, as Roland withdrew his hand and said with a grin, saying he was just curious. He always wondered what they felt like, or if Lorca feels anything when being touched. Lorca couldn't quite figure out what was going on in Roland's mind. She wiggled her ear and replied, "They're just ears. If Roland is fine with it, she doesn't mind him touching it." Roland cleared his throat, suppressing a chuckle, saying he thinks that's enough for now. "Sure, buddy. Whatever you say." Lorca asked how long she had been asleep and where Manhwa was. Roland explained that she had been asleep for 3 days. If Nightfall hadn't deactivated the symbiosis seed, she probably would have slept even longer. Lorca got up, wanting to thank the 2 witches who had helped her. But before she can, Roland tells her that before that, he wants to thank Lorca on behalf of Neverwinter, and he wants to reward her. Hearing this, Lorca's ears twitched with excitement. Does this mean Roland acknowledges that she's capable of fighting demons? Roland sat on the edge of the bed and calmly said he never doubted her abilities. In fact, even an ordinary woman with no combat skills would contribute to this great war by helping in the rear. What he disagrees with is Lorca fighting them alone. One wrong move, and she might have ended up in a grave right now. Lorca, however, argued that if she hadn't acted the way she did, they wouldn't have discovered the demon army approaching Neverwinter. Roland shook his head. Lorca did the right thing by getting the message back, but she shouldn't have stayed to engage the enemy. He can reward a good outcome, but he can't condone reckless decisions just because they led to a relatively good outcome. The sudden shift in Roland's tone startled Lorca. Just a moment ago, he was teasing her about her ears, and now he was all serious. As for the reward, Roland offered her 3 choices: gold coins, chaos drinks, or a custom-made weapon. The first 2 were easy to understand, but it was the custom weapon that piqued her curiosity. Is it something for her wolf form? Maybe iron claws or steel fangs, she asked. Roland chuckled. Turned out, he hadn't figured out the specifics yet, but he was thinking of a firearm that would drastically boost her combat ability. Lorca thought for a moment. Deep down, she trusted her own body and fangs more than any external weapons. After a brief silence, she asked if she could join the Witch Union instead. Roland was taken aback for a second, and just as he was about to make a light-hearted comment about how she refused him before, Lorca blushed and said it's different now. She reasoned that gold coins would eventually run out, and chaos drinks would be gone in no time, but joining the Witch Union might be a better long-term choice. After all, as a member, she'd get a monthly allowance of gold coins and chaos drinks. The thought made her tail wagging excitedly. Seeing her tail wag, Roland almost lost control of his hand but managed to hold back the urge to reach out. He listened as Lorca continued, explaining that she'd already promised to explore the wilderness with Maisie and Lightning. Joining the Witch Union would make their adventures easier, and that's the reward she truly wanted. Roland smiled and asked her if she made up her mind. Lorca nodded, eager to sign the contract. Roland tells her there's no rush and Wendy will come by later to explain everything. For now, he will have the kitchen send some food over so she can rest. As for thanking Manhwa and the others, there will be plenty of chances. Noticing how weary Roland looked, Lorca realized that he must have come to see her as soon as he returned to Neverwinter. Watching him leave, her ears drooped slightly, and she sank back onto her pillow. Lost in thought, perhaps she should start trusting him a little more. After leaving Lorca's room, Roland made his way to the hall. The guards opened the door, and when everyone saw him, they immediately stood up. All of Neverwinter's top officials were gathered here. Roland took his seat at the head of the table and motioned for everyone to sit down.
The purpose of this meeting was straightforward since Neverwinter couldn't allow the demons to establish a foothold on the fertile plains, especially not so close to their borders. The enemy arrived earlier than expected, but they're not too far behind, Roland said, scanning the room. He tells them Grey Castle is nearly unified, which means they can now focus all their efforts on the demons. Driving them out of the Takira ruins will be their next top priority. Yes, Your Majesty, the room responded in unison. Wendy was the first to speak up. She believed that the origins of the demons should be made public to the citizens sooner rather than later. If they don't get ahead of this, someone could use it against them later. Alethea nodded in agreement. Though she had little faith in the abilities of ordinary people, she acknowledged they were still important in the upcoming war. She believes that fear is like a whip; if wielded properly, it can drive people forward. Roland agreed and assigned Barif to handle the public announcement. He then turned his attention to Wade and the police department. As for anyone who tries to spread rumors or incite chaos, he probably doesn't need to tell them how to deal with these people. Hearing this, both men nodded. Pasha, curious about Roland's strategy for dealing with the demons near the Takira ruins, offered to send the Takira witches to the very front. Roland spread out a map and laid out his plan. The safest approach, he believed, was to set up artillery positions and destroy the demons' red mist supply from a distance. While they had enough long-range cannons, they weren't fully prepared. Without solid ground to stand on, it would be hard to hold their position under a demon assault. The first hurdle was solving the transportation problem. The scene shifted to the North Slope mine. A group followed closely behind Roland as he pulled the white sheet off something massive. Petrov's eyes widened in shock. Is that a steam-powered carriage? No, it's a train, Roland corrected, and explained it's a revolutionary form of transportation and the key to solving their logistics issue. Barif quickly caught on to Roland's idea. Believes that Roland is planning to build tracks across the plains, like here in Neverwinter. But he raised a concern. What if the demons attack the workers and disrupt the construction? Roland explained that there would be at least 2 tracks to ensure smooth back-and-forth transport. However, they are not going to cross the plains. They will start from the forest and build toward the area closest to the Takira ruins, then push east. That way, they will avoid the threat of demonic beasts since Leaf has full control over the forest. As for the demons, this is a battle between offense and defense. The tracks won't be built in just one place. Wherever the rails go, they will set up cannons. If they tear up the tracks under fire, they will just build faster than they can destroy. Just as Roland was delegating tasks, a high-pitched alarm rang out in the distance. Everyone froze, turning their eyes toward Roland. Urgently, they urged him to return to the castle for safety. Ashes drew her weapon and stood in front of Roland, ready to defend him. Where are the guards? Get the guards here and protect His Majesty. Barif shouted in a panic, as the officials surrounded Roland, shielding him. Tilly grabbed Roland's hand, squeezing it tightly, which surprised him. He knew Tilly didn't really see him as her real brother, but the moment danger struck, her first thought was still to protect him. This was a bit unexpected. But what was happening at the wall? The scene shifts to the city walls. Sylvie's eyes are fixed on the approaching threat, counting 6 demons riding giant beasts heading straight for them. They shouldn't be attacking, she thought. Aren't they supposed to be guarding the Stone of God punishment mines near the ruins, waiting for the red moon? Why would they strike first? The first army quickly responded to the alarm. The wall captain shouted orders, telling everyone to prepare for battle. The wall cannons were already in position, and thanks to the telephones now installed, the officials on the wall received updates swiftly. She turned to Sylvie asking if the demons breached the city. Can she guess which streets they'll hit? Sylvie did her best to stay calm. Predicted it could be 5th Street or 9th, maybe even the central square. However, there are still civilians there who haven't fully evacuated. The official repeated her assessment to the others, but Sylvie suddenly told her to wait. The demons were climbing higher. Are they trying to fly over the wall? Back at the city walls, they were already engaged in combat. Gunfire rang out, but hitting airborne targets was proving difficult, and the bullets weren't landing. Then, without warning, the demons stopped. Sylvie watched in horror as one of them raised its spear, its arm swelling grotesquely as it prepared to throw. Get down, she shouted, but it was too late. The demon hurled the bone spear with terrifying force. It pierced the wall, injuring and killing several soldiers. Surprisingly, the demons didn't follow up with more attacks. Instead, they dropped something from the sky and turned to leave. What the demons had dropped turned out to be a series of disturbing images: a kneeling man, a tied-up woman, and a wolf. After receiving the news, Roland felt a mix of confusion and anger. Not only had the demons attacked and then casually flown off, but they'd left behind a taunting message as well. This was a blatant act of provocation. But Roland knew that the last thing they could afford right now was to act impulsively. He spread the images out, connecting them to form a message: a kneeling human, a tied-up witch, burning city walls, and scattered bones amid ruins. The message was clear: surrender the wolf girl, lay down their weapons, and live. If they resist, they will die. Pasha spoke up, saying this isn't just a threat but actually a trap. She'd heard of these tactics before. She urged Roland to not trust a word the demons say. Roland wondered if she had experienced this before. She went on to explain the history. During the First Divine War, the demons used similar methods to drive a wedge between mortals and witches, gradually eroding the strength of the Dawn region. In those days, ordinary humans and witches ruled side by side. Midway through the war, two major cities in the central region formed a coalition to fight the demons. The only difference between the two armies was that one was led by witches and the other entirely by ordinary humans. During a fierce battle, the human lord suddenly betrayed the witches, cutting them off during a retreat and using God's punishment stones against them. This betrayal later became known as the Twilight Schism, a bitter lesson that the Federation would never forget. From that day on, humanity gradually split into two distinct groups. However, this dark chapter wasn't recorded in history books but was passed down among the higher ranks of the Federation. Pasha believes that the demons' threats and divisive tactics may seem crude, but these are tactics they learned from them, the humans. Roland looked at Pasha in disbelief, while everyone else exchanged puzzled glances. The later part she said was for Roland to hear only, so the others couldn't hear. Pasha continued, explaining the rumors she had heard. Before the First Divine War, or perhaps even earlier, there were stories of humans making contact with the demons. Back then, the demons were no different from wild beasts. It was a human who taught them knowledge. Some believe this is why the higher-ranked demons gradually took on humanoid forms. But the top 3 seats dismissed this as nonsense and forbade any discussion of it among the populace. Only the upper-level witches ever heard these rumors. Roland remained silent for a moment before asking if she believed this rumor. Pasha said she wasn't sure. If it were true, it would only prove that trying to communicate with demons is a path to self-destruction. But Roland was curious. Do the rumors say whether this human was a witch or just a mortal? There are different versions, Pasha explained. Both have been passed down. If a kingdom ignored the demons' threats, they would continue their attacks until the ruler submitted. This method worked well against weaker towns. Roland smirked, so that means they'll be back. He called for Berev and instructed him to prepare compensation for the fallen soldiers. There's no better way to honor their fallen than with the blood of their enemies, he said. As for their trap, he will make sure the demons understand that this isn't the First Divine War anymore. As evening approached, Roland was still seated in his office, deep in thought. It was now clear to him that after Lorca fled back to Neverwinter, the demons had repeatedly scouted the western border. How else could they have known that this was primarily a human city and attempted to use the same threats they had used during the First Divine War? Yet neither the outposts nor the scouting god punishment witches had detected anything. If Sylvie hadn't taken over surveillance, the First Army might not have known about the enemy's approach until they were already at the walls. Roland angrily slammed his fist on the desk. This was proof enough that, with the current technology, the sky was Neverwinter's greatest weakness. Stepping out of his office, he decided it was time to visit the astrologer scholar. When Roland arrived at the mathematics department, the old scholar was delighted to see him again. He couldn't help but rave about the book on analytic geometry Roland had given him, calling it practically God's work. Roland was surprised to learn that the scholar had already mastered most of the content from the book. In the past 6 months, aside from the calculation tasks Roland had assigned, the scholars had been busy re-recording all the stars they had observed in the past, translating them into equations. In doing so, they established a celestial coordinate system and confirmed that the red moon had shown no signs of movement. With the war around the corner, when the red moon descends no longer mattered, thus Roland handed the scholar another task, emphasizing that it needed to be completed as soon as possible. However, this time it wasn't just about calculations. They would need to work with the First Army to solve a real-world problem. The scholar initially thought it might be something like the last time they worked on artillery firing tables, but Roland shook his head. It's more complicated than that, Roland explained. He needs a device that can predict the movement of a target. It has to be controlled by 2 interdependent equations, one describing horizontal displacement and the other describing vertical displacement. He then showed the scholar a rough sketch of the device, saying this is just a basic design idea. The exact parameters will need to be determined through testing. The scholar bowed, accepting the task with a promise that he'd get it done as soon as possible. Roland nodded in approval, but he couldn't help noticing the scholar seemed like he had something more to say. So Roland asked him, "What is it?" The scholar then pulled out a book, asking why are all these mathematical textbooks all labeled as intermediate, looking quite puzzled. Roland chuckled and glanced at the scholar. Because beyond this, he explained, there's something called advanced mathematics. It's not just geometry or arithmetic, it's like a grand mix of all the higher-level theories. Roland paused for a moment, then added with a grin, if the scholar thinks of the beginner and intermediate books as the trunk of a tree, advanced math is the branches spreading out at the top. But, again, it's ridiculously difficult, which is why it has another name. The scholar's eyes widened, brimming with curiosity, then asked about the other name.
Roland then crossed out the old name and wrote from beginner to giving up. The scholar blinked a few times, clearly not getting the joke.
Instead, he took it seriously, replying with absolute sincerity, saying he would never give up.
Even if it takes his whole life, he will master it. He just wanted to have a look.
Roland, feeling a bit awkward now, clears his throat and tells him before that, he would have to finish this task first and then come to the castle for the book. After leaving the mathematics department, Roland headed to the backyard of North Slope Mountain. There, he and Anna got to work on some blueprints. By the time night fell, Roland stumbled out of the workshop, yawning. However, the good news is the weapon was finally ready. Now, all that was left was to wait for those pesky demons to come knocking again. 5 days flew by quickly, and once again, there were sightings of the demons riding on the beasts in the distance.
Roland wasted no time and called everyone into the hall for a meeting.
Pasha frowned, clearly concerned. Believed this was a bit too soon, based on past experience. The second wave usually comes 2 weeks to a month later, especially for cities like Neverwinter, which can't be reached in just a day.
Roland then asked, "Why is that?" Pasha explained, "It's to let the rumors spread.
By the time word gets out and the panic sets in, no matter what promises the lords make, the second attack will completely shatter the mortals' confidence."
Roland thought for a moment. Before he could respond, Alethea, looking anxious, asked, "So, what's the plan?" Without hesitation, Roland replied, "They take them down."
Sure, time was a bit tight, and the new weapon had only gone through one test run, but the witches were back, and this time they were prepared. And this time, no more playing defense.
He looked over at Nightingale, Maisie, and Lightning, giving them a firm nod, telling them to just stick to the plan.
However, he also instructed them that their own safety is the most important thing.
The two girls raised their hands together, smiling, and said, "Got it."
Nightingale chuckled while telling Roland to not worry, she will keep an eye on these two little ones.
Lightning puffed out her chest, clearly not fond of being called the little one.
Maisie chimed in playfully, saying when she transforms, she's bigger than both of them. Lightning, clearly not talking about that, grabbed her chest in frustration. But before either of them could finish their bickering, Nightingale scooped them up by the scruff of their necks and hauled them out of the meeting room, one in each hand. The room fell silent after that.
For a moment, everyone was holding their laughter.
Then Roland turned to Tilly, handing over the defense of the city walls to the slumbering owl witches.
"I'll be here waiting for good news from all of you," he said with a calm smile.
With his command, the entire city of Neverwinter shifted into wartime mode. Once everyone had left, Pasha, still on the screen, glanced at Roland. She looked a bit concerned.
She asked him if he was really sure about this. She believed that the large presence of witches would make the demons rethink their approach. They'll realize this isn't a city ruled by mortals anymore, but a city of witches, which would cause their strategy to change completely. Roland gave her a reassuring smile,
since she had already warned him about that. But they should be real here. This war is coming, whether they like it or not. It's better to fight with a plan than to get caught off guard.
He stood up and walked over to the window, looking out at the bustling city below.
The first army wasn't always this strong, he continued. At the start, they were just ordinary hunters, miners, and farmers.
Now, they're facing an entirely different kind of enemy.
But the more they fight, the more confidence they'll gain.
By the time the real divine war hits, they won't be scrambling in a panic.
Roland's words hit home for Pasha. She found herself moved by his resolve. It was moments like this that set him apart from the usual mortals, she thought.
Roland smiled and added, "Mortals aren't called mortals because they're weak, but actually it's because there are so many of them.
That's why their strength gets overlooked so easily." In the dream world, there were stories about immortal beings like ancient gods, fire dragons, you name it. However, they were all being brought down by 40 ordinary humans.
Pasha's eyes widened in disbelief, wondering if there are really stories like that. Roland nodded with a mischievous glint in his eye. "And that's the point.
If the demons believe Neverwinter is purely a witch city, they'll chalk up all the attacks to the witches' powers. But they'll be missing the bigger picture.
Neverwinter isn't just an old human city, nor does it belong to the Federation.
It's a fusion of both, a magic plus industrial city." As the scene shifts to the city wall of Neverwinter, a young soldier stands guard, his eyes locked on the horizon, terrified of missing any sign of the enemy. His mind kept flashing back to the image of the bone spear piercing through his comrade a few days ago, and a wave of fear gripped him.
Just then, someone gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. It was Vaynor, who threw an arm around him and said, "Don't worry, kid. His Majesty Roland's got a new weapon lined up. Those demons don't stand a chance against us now."
Nearby, the machine gun crews were checking their ammo, double and triple checking everything. Suddenly, a soldier shouted from the watchtower, "Target spotted 10 o'clock." Everyone turned to look, and sure enough, a few figures were speeding toward them through the sky. Then another shout came, 12 o'clock, more enemies incoming.
The young soldier, still shaking a bit, took a deep breath, loading his weapon and aiming it at the fast-approaching demons.
the demons soon becoming clearer, and he could feel his heart racing. He remembered the drill sergeant's words: if the enemy gets close enough to throw spears, don't hesitate, just shoot. But before that, don't aim at them directly. Lay down enough bullets in their path, and they'll crash right into them. The demons were in range now. Dozens of Vickers machine guns opened fire all at once, and soon one demon's canister exploded in a burst of fire. The heavy barrage of bullets brought down several more demons and their beast mounts. Everyone squeezed their triggers without mercy, emptying their ammo boxes in the good old American, or rather, Neverwinter way. Sensing the danger, the demons scattered, but kept charging forward. Now the riflemen joined in, picking off targets at will. The young soldier spotted one demon heading straight for him, already raising its bone spear. He realized he had a clear shot, but so did the demon. If he didn't shoot, he'd be skewered. If he did, well, same result. Faced with the choice of running or fighting, he roared in defiance, squeezing the trigger with everything he had. His bullets ripped through the beast's brain and caught the demon in the arm. The demon howled in pain, but it still managed to hurl its spear straight at him. He didn't back down. Instead, he kept pulling the trigger, his fear rising, but his legs stayed planted. He shouted, "I'm not a coward." Suddenly, a barrier appeared right in front of him, blocking the bone spear that was aimed straight at him. Stunned, he turned around to see a cheerful witch standing beside him. She was the one who protected him. With a grin, she said, "What are you talking about? Of course, you're not a coward." Up on the wall, the new weapon, or perhaps what Roland called anti-aircraft machine guns, adjusted their angles, firing relentlessly at the demons. The bone spears were either deflected or hit the stone walls, leaving no casualties so far. Bullets tore through the wings and bodies of the beasts, and that's when one of the demons blew a horn. That's when Sylvie reported through the communication rune that the enemy was starting to retreat. On the other side, Lightning giggled through the comms. Message received. Now sit back and enjoy the show from the Great Explorer. Sylvie tried to warn her to be careful, but before she could finish, the sound of a rushing wind filled the air. In a flash, Lightning was already up in the sky, dragging Ashes along with her. The demons hadn't noticed them yet, and for Lightning, this was no different from the time she bombed the royal capital. Except this time, her bomb was Ashes. Ashes drew her massive sword in midair. One of the demons finally spotted her and tried to raise its bone spear in defense, but before it could do anything, Ashes sliced it clean in half, from the top of its head to the middle of its chest. Even the beast it was riding was cleaved in two. The other demons quickly turned, spreading out, and one of them began swelling its arm, preparing to throw another spear. But before it could act, Maisie, now in her massive beast form with Nightingale riding on her back, dove down from the sky toward the demons. Two spears were thrown, hurtling toward Maisie, but in the blink of an eye, she transformed back into her fat pigeon form, causing both spears to miss completely. The demons froze in confusion, but that split second was all Nightingale needed. She appeared in front of one of the demons, gracefully dodged its attack, spun in a 360-degree circle, and raised her revolver, taking it down with ease. Maisie transformed back into her beast form just in time to catch Nightingale. With a quick adjustment, Maisie charged toward the last remaining demon, who desperately threw two bone spears. But Nightingale activated her ability, flipping her mist world upside down. The spears missed her entirely, and in that instant, the demon fell from its mount. At the same time, Maisie crashed into the beast, while Nightingale grabbed the demon's head and used her dagger to finish it off. Maisie then caught Nightingale once again as Lightning and Ashes flew over to meet them. Nightingale pointed out two fingers at Ashes and said with a grin, 2-1 so I win. After landing, Lightning turned to Sylvie and asked if she could track down those two runaway beasts. Sylvie scanned the area carefully before nodding, saying they're about 5 kilometers away, but was concerned if it was safe to keep chasing. Lightning waved her off with a grin, telling her not to worry since Maisie is also coming with her. End of the day, they're just a couple of wild beasts without a master. Maisie, now in her pigeon form, perched on Lightning's head and chirped confidently, "None of them are getting away." Nightingale gave them a quick word of advice, reminding them to watch out for any gas canisters, while Ashes warned, if they run into more enemies, don't be heroes, just pull back. The two nodded, then took off into the sky, chasing after the retreating beasts. Meanwhile, back with Roland, a report came in, the demons had all been wiped out, and they had even recovered some gas canisters. On top of that, Leaf had managed to capture one of the demons, who was knocked out cold. And this defense had been an unexpected success. Roland smiled in satisfaction. For him, the most important part was the boost in morale for the First Army. His soldiers now knew that the demons weren't invincible. With a captive demon in hand, the city's efforts to teach the public would get a huge boost as well. Roland was confident that once the newcomers saw what the demons really looked like, any lingering prejudice against witches would start to crumble. And then there was the enemy itself. According to Pasha, Agatha was the best when it came to studying runes and magic stones, but some of the other witches from the Federation knew a thing or two as well. They could use the demon corpses to create more runes. At the same time, this battle had proven one thing: the Vickers 1 heavy machine guns were barely adequate for anti-air combat. Sure, they'd won this time, but that was thanks to the sheer volume of firepower they'd unleashed. At the thought of this, Roland couldn't help but wish for a true air force, one that could dominate the skies freely. But for now, he put those thoughts aside. A few minutes later, he called for Barav. Roland had decided to throw a big celebration that evening in Central Square, making it as lively as possible.
It wasn't just about the victory, it was part of the advertisement effort too. Barav nodded, saying he understood what to do.
That night, the celebration was in full swing. The entire city of Neverwinter came out to revel in the day's success. The next morning, a young boy received a letter.
Remember him?
It was Snake Fong. He's a friend of Paper, or he once tried to protect her. Back at Changgu Stronghold, he and his friends had been under the control of the local rats gang until Roland's forces cleared them out. After being rescued, Snake Fong decided to head to Border Town to work.
Anyway, let's get back to the story.
Tiger Claw heard someone knocking on the door and wandered over, curious.
He thought today was their off day. Snake Fong waved him off, telling him it's not the boss so he can go back to sleep.
He opened the envelope and found 2 letters, along with an official document. It was his Neverwinter residency card, which is the proof that he was now a recognized citizen of the city. Staring at his own photo on the card, Snake Fong felt a rush of pride. He'd finally become a part of this city, one of King Roland's residents. The second letter was a notice about his next assignment. He'd been selected to work on building the new railway through the forest.
Tiger Claw, curious as ever, peeked over his shoulder and asked what it said.
Snake Fong quickly pushed his face away, and didn't want to get his drool all over his letter while telling him it's just his ID and a job offer. Tiger Claw was happy for him and believed that this called for a celebration, and he planned to go get some fish and mushrooms for dinner. But when he found out that Snake Fong would be working out in the wilderness, he was a bit surprised,
since he never mentioned anything about going out there.
The reason he hadn't told Tiger Claw was because he was worried he'd want to tag along, which would leave their place empty. But Tiger Claw had no such plans. He'd heard about the recent events in the city and wasn't exactly eager to head off into the wild himself. He thought the wilderness was crawling with demons. Scratching the back of his head, he had also heard they're tough to deal with. If they were so easy to beat, how could they have driven humans this far out? According to King Roland, humans once had hundreds of cities and millions of people, but they still lost.
Snake Fong nodded. He knew all of this too.
But that's exactly why he'd signed up. 35 silver coins a month, with 6 months pay up front, and even the chance to buy a 2-room house.
If he missed this opportunity, who knew when another would come along? Of course, the money was tempting, but he wasn't entirely reckless since safety was a big concern for him too. The good news is the main construction team will be protected by the First Army, and the witches are coming along too.
So they won't have to fight, he tells his friend, trying to ease his worries. Finally, he picked up the last letter. It was a transfer contract.
The document outlined that, no matter what happened, the city hall wouldn't withhold his rightful salary or any bonuses.
In the event of an unfortunate incident, while working on an external project, he could choose someone to inherit his assets.
Upon the contract's activation, that person would receive a notification from the city hall.
He closed his eyes, thinking about his friends. After a moment of reflection, he wrote down Paper's name. Meanwhile, in the Kingdom of Dawn, a nobleman stood by the window, a wineglass in hand, gazing out at the city blanketed by night.
He closed his eyes and let out a weary sigh.
Just then, his son entered the room, telling him that Baron Alphonse from Northwind City had requested to see him. Without even turning around, the man dismissed the request. His son hesitated, about to say something, then waved a hand at the old butler standing nearby. The butler quickly left, closing the door behind him. This was the 12th nobleman his father had refused. Horn himself could also sense something was wrong at the palace. After all, the sudden arrival of so many foreign nobles made their intentions clear. "Father," Horn began cautiously, "if you keep doing this, they might start thinking."
His father interrupted, then asked, thinking about what? Horn pressed on, saying they might think their family is still loyal to NPN.
The man called out his son's name, who was the future heir of their family. His voice was heavy as he questioned if his son really thought the 3 great families supporting His Majesty was a mistake. Horn shook his head, saying that's not what he was trying to say, but rather he didn't think His Majesty needed them anymore. Ever since the army's crushing defeat, the king hasn't consulted his father once. His father is the prime minister, yet he can't even set foot in the palace. Not to mention even the patrols have been replaced with mercenaries, and the only people His Majesty calls into the castle are jesters, actors, and courtesans.
The nobleman finally turned around and didn't say anything.
He glanced down at the wineglass in his hand. He knew all too well the disaster at Hermes had left NPN stripped of its military strength. Everyone had seen how pitifully the king had returned from the battlefield. The power NPN once held could no longer quash the ambitions of the other nobles. Now, they were all waiting to see how the 3 great families would react, deciding whether to join forces against or pledge their allegiance.
Horn was getting anxious. He tells his father that this isn't like 10 years ago, and Pian isn't the same as when he was a child. Even Otto is still locked up in the palace. His father is the prime minister, and the people respect him. If he just stepped forward and brought the other two great families with him, the nobles would surely rally behind. The man suddenly turned, his eyes narrowing dangerously, and asked Horn what he meant by stepping forward. Horn lowered his head. Stuttering, he replied that his father hadn't exactly sided with An Pian either. If he were truly loyal, he wouldn't be avoiding these nobles. If the old king were still around, his father would be personally persuading them to prioritize the kingdom's stability. The man's gaze sharpened, and asked him if he think An Pian doesn't realize this. Horn hesitated, also a bit confused. The man glanced out the window, as if sensing something. He is confident that there are several pairs of eyes watching this house right now. They're keeping track of who he meets and where he goes. If word gets back to An Pian that he's been speaking with these nobles, it's easy to guess what happens to him next. Although An Pian may have lost the entire night order, that doesn't mean his grip on the capital is weak. From the moment he was crowned, he's been replacing the palace guards with his own loyalists. This means by the time the man is standing at the gallows, strangled on a noose, no nobles will come and save him. The man slammed his hand on the table, his voice rising, asking Horn if he now understood why only the foreign nobles knocking on his door and not the other two great families. Horn flinched, his voice trembling, but asked then why not retreat to their own lands? His father still has knights, mercenaries, they could recruit more soldiers if needed. His father shook his head slowly. The Quin's family have been rooted here too long. They have branches, distant relatives, businesses, influence. Even if he could sneak out of the city, he couldn't take everyone with him. He couldn't afford to make such a rash move. The entire family would be dragged down with him. Staying here, pretending to be sick, that was his only way to ensure some kind of safety. He had no other options. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from outside the door saying she didn't agree with that statement. Both of their faces froze, their heads snapping toward the door. Horn shouted, "Where are the guards?" Before he could even finish, the door swung open, and Andrea walked in with a calm smile. "Count Quinn," she said softly, "do you remember me?" For a moment, the Count was too stunned to speak. The wineglass slipped from his hand and shattered on the floor. The sight of Andrea triggered a flood of memories. His wife, his daughter. He remembered the day he personally handed his wife the death notice of their daughter. His wife had been so devastated that she passed away not long after. With a trembling hand, he pointed at the woman. "You've grown taller," he stammered. "And you look so much like her." Horn had never seen his father so shaken. From the way they were speaking, it was clear his father knew this woman. But who was she? It wasn't until Count Quinn finally called her Andrea. Then it hit him. This was the eldest daughter of the Quinn family, who should have been dead for years. The old butler was even more shaken, his voice trembling as he said, "It's really the young lady." He could never mistake her. The young lady inherited all of the lady's features. Andrea's face remained expressionless as she glanced at the butler. "So, you do remember me." But Andrea didn't waste time getting to the point. The Count's thoughts raced as he remembered the painful past, which was the time when he found out that his daughter had awakened as a witch. He hadn't even told his wife. To protect Andrea, he had staged the drowning deaths of the servants who told him about the incident. It was also he who orchestrated the carriage accident. He knew it might make Andrea hate him. And yet, here they were, face to face again, and it was he who faltered first. The Count then turned to Horn, telling him to leave. Horn hesitated and wanted to say something, but the Count's tone had turned sharp, and this time, it sounded more like he was ordering him. Gritting his teeth, Horn left the room. The Count instructed the butler to shut the door, turn off all the lights, and make sure no one disturbed them. The butler nodded but glanced uncertainly at Andrea, asking what about the young lady's companions? The Count looked at Andrea for a second, then told him to take them to the banquet hall for now, emphasized that he should make them comfortable. Once the door was closed, the room fell into silence again. The Count finally spoke, saying Andrea looks very much like his daughter, but he can't just accept her identity based on appearance alone. When he sent Andrea away, she was only 16. It's been 10 years and he needs proof. In truth, he already believed this was the real Andrea. He just needed a confirmation, something solid to convince him. Andrea didn't reply with words. Instead, she used her ability, shaping her power into a bowl. The Count's widened his eyes. He recognized it immediately, the very same bowl he had gifted Andrea's birthday all those years ago. This caused his voice to tremble slightly, asking but why come back? He thought he sent her away so she could live safely, far from here. Andrea didn't see it that way. In fact, she thought the Count was just afraid of what people might say, something like, the Prime Minister has a daughter who's fallen to the minion of the demons, so she didn't think that's protection. To her, it felt more like abandonment. There's no such thing as safety for witches. If she hadn't been lucky enough to find others like her, she'd probably be dead by now.
The Count wanted to respond, but no words came out of his mouth.
He knew she wasn't wrong. Still, Andrea wasn't here to dredge up the past.
Maybe he was curious about how she'd gotten inside. She explained that she had overheard everything he said from outside the door.
At the same time, she asked about Horn, wondering when did she get a little brother. The Count hesitated, then explained.
He's an adopted son from one of the family's branches. After a moment of silence, the Count tells her that her mother passed away a year after she left.
However, the Quinn family needed an heir.
Andrea got a bit upset hearing the news. For a moment, tears began forming in her eyes. But she quickly composed herself, her voice steady as she replied, "No matter what, the Quinn family can't change its head right now.
His Majesty expects him to move forward, not step back.
Given the current situation, the only person he thinks fits the spot is Count Quinn."
The Count blinked in confusion. But what did Andrea mean by that?
Before he finished asking, Andrea replied that of course, she's talking about King Roland of Grey Castle. Andrea then tells him that she's here on his behalf.
Shortly after she asked the Count if he was willing to become the new ruler of the Kingdom of Dawn, the Count staggered back, his legs became weak, and he wasn't sure if Andrea was serious. But Andrea's expression was unwavering.
Telling him Roland doesn't want to see Anpian remain on the throne, nor does he want a neighboring kingdom torn apart by civil war. To stabilize the situation quickly, a new, uncontested ruler is necessary. But the Count wants to know why Roland chose him.
Andrea shrugged, saying because Roland doesn't know anyone else in the Kingdom of Dawn.
He picked her first, but she turned him down. The Count couldn't believe it, just because she refused, so Roland handed the throne to her father. It sounded like a joke, like something out of a play.
But strangely, he could tell she wasn't joking. The Count took a deep breath, trying to steady himself, asking why didn't Roland come in person?
Andrea, as if anticipating the question, smiled and replied if the nobles of Dawn were willing to gather all their forces for a direct confrontation, she's sure Roland would seriously consider that option. But right now, His Majesty has bigger enemies to deal with.
Bigger enemies?
The Count frowned, unable to imagine what could be more pressing than uniting the kingdoms.
What could possibly be more important?
Andrea locked eyes with him, her tone turning serious as she spoke slowly and deliberately.
Demons.
Count Quinn could barely believe what he was hearing. Andrea continued to explain that Otto might have already told them about the church's efforts to prepare what they called the apocalyptic war. But that was just the tip of the iceberg. Andrea shared with the Count that this very battle had actually been raging for 1,000 years. Afterwards, she filled him in on the history. By the time she finished, he almost lost his mind. Whether it was his own kingdom or the other three major kingdoms, they turned out to be nothing more than a small, insignificant corner of the world. He couldn't believe that humans had already lost twice, and if they failed again, it would mean complete annihilation. And yet, Roland Wimbledon had the audacity to take on the responsibility of leading humanity to challenge this enemy so powerful it seemed impossible to defeat.
He couldn't imagine just how much courage would that take. Just thinking about it made him tremble. He couldn't understand why Roland was doing all of this. What exactly could he have gained from this? Was he not afraid of failing?
Andrea didn't have an answer either, but she recalled something Tilly had once mentioned. Although Andrea didn't really understand the meaning behind it, but the Count was curious about what the princess had to say. It turned out that Tilly had assumed that Roland wasn't doing it for humanity. It was more like he was doing it for himself.
It was as if he was searching for a new and exciting challenge, like the rest of them were just benefiting by chance.
The Count sat in silence for a while, at a loss for words. Once he made up his mind, he wanted to know what was expected of him.
Did Roland want him to fight? Andrea shook her head.
She tells him that Roland only needed the Count to keep the Kingdom of Dawn stable and provide some support to Grey Castle.
However, someone else will come to discuss the specifics later.
Hearing that Roland still needed something from him gave the Count a sense of relief. If Roland had been all about helping the Quinn family without asking for anything in return, he would have started to suspect some hidden agenda. But even if there was one, he knew he didn't have the option to say no either. Faking illness had only bought him some time, but if the nobles managed to overthrow the ruling family, he likely would also be pushed out of power anyway. Since he never chose a side, the worst-case scenario was that his entire family could be wiped out because of it. Now with Andrea between the two parties, it seems like this was the only chance for survival.
And he trusted that Andrea wouldn't lead their family into a trap.
With that thought in mind, he made his decision. He bowed deeply and asked Andrea to deliver his message. He was ready to serve Roland. However, if Roland's forces were to sneak into the city, the Count thought it would take at least a few months to prepare.
But Andrea had no such plan in mind. Since the Count had already agreed, they could start right away. Turned out, Roland didn't want a quiet political assassination. He wanted to destroy Anpian in front of everyone.
To end his ruling so thoroughly that even the most ambitious nobles would have no choice but to accept it.
The Count, however, was feeling a bit skeptical. Could something like that really be pulled off without proper planning? Andrea merely smiled.
telling him that perhaps he had forgotten how she got in here in the first place. The Count thought for a moment. Not only did his guards fail to stop her from entering, it was the fact that they managed to sneak in here without anyone noticing. The Count quickly recalled what the butler had mentioned, those so-called friends of Andrea. Clearly, she hadn't entered the mansion alone. There was no way she could have slipped past all the guards by herself, especially with them armed with God's punishment stones.
But how did she manage to do it?
Sensing his doubts, Andrea reassured him, saying it was better for him to meet them in person. But as for now, the Quinn family's task was to cause a scene, to make sure the entire royal capital's attention was drawn to them. That way, Anpian would have no choice but to step out and face the situation head-on. The scene then shifts to Otto.
He didn't seem to be in the best shape,
but even in his weakened state, he could still hear the conversation of the guards in the hallway. Apparently, a troupe of performers had been mocking Otto at the castle gates. The guards couldn't help but reminisce about how, in the old days, those same people would have quickly found themselves eaten by the fishes in the river for such disrespect to the Count's son. But now, this very person was locked up in a dungeon, and it was the king himself who sent him here in the first place. When the performers spat on Otto's food, the guards didn't even bother to keep it a secret, and they even thought it was quite funny. As Otto painfully dragged himself up, they placed the meal on the table in front of him, casually mentioning they'd come back tomorrow to replace the candles, since the steward had apparently forgotten to bring new ones today.
Otto didn't respond.
A deep sense of sorrow washed over him. From the guards' conversation, he understood what had happened. Perhaps the circus clowns had run into the guards delivering his food, and in an attempt to curry favor with Anpian, they'd spit into his meal.
But Otto hadn't had a decent meal in days.
As he hesitated, the porridge inside the bowl began turning black. He rubbed his eyes and carefully lifted the bowl, trying to make sure he wasn't seeing things. The porridge had definitely turned pitch black.
However, the mention of the circus clowns triggered a memory.
In a past conversation with Hill, he had mentioned his days as a circus performer. It was a chance encounter during those days that led him to Roland. Hill had even shown Otto a trick, which he called the octopus trick.
Somehow Hill was able to turn the water black right before Otto's eyes.
He had been amazed back then when the water suddenly darkened, but that was only the beginning. Hill had also shown him another trick. He had pulled out a piece of thin silk, which looked completely blank, but when he dipped it in water and dried it over a fire, Hill's name had mysteriously appeared on the fabric. Remembering that, Otto hurriedly reached into the porridge, feeling for something. When his fingers finally grasped a thin piece of silk, he quickly held it over the nearly burned-out candle, and after a few moments, faint words began to appear on the silk.
"Don't worry, I'm here."
Meanwhile, in the palace, Anpian angrily shoved the woman in his arms aside and shot to his feet, his face twisted with fury. He couldn't believe what he'd just heard. His trusted prime minister had started a rebellion. Again, he demanded confirmation.
Was this truly a rebellion? Not just some ploy to curry favor with those idiots outside the royal capital? He was well aware of the ambitions of the nobles from the outer territories. Their first targets would obviously be the three major families.
But what surprised him was that the first to act against him was the Quinn family. Although he'd always been on guard, he had assumed that, given the nature of those three families, they would remain quietly within their estates, not daring to challenge him. After all, the capital was still firmly in his grip, and anyone who dared defy him would be courting certain death.
Quinn wasn't stupid, so why would he rebel, and what could he possibly be counting on? Since his guards only numbered in the dozens, so what was he really planning?
One of his ministers explained that Count Quinn had reached out to some nobles from outside the city, but he hadn't held secret meetings. Instead, he had publicly sent out invitations, calling on all the nobility to come to his estate and to have them pledge their allegiance.
Anpian stood there, dumbfounded.
He could hardly believe what he was hearing.
But regardless of the details, one thing was certain: he needed to bring Quinn before him immediately.
As for everyone else, they would be thrown in prison. He ordered that anyone who resisted would be killed without mercy. After everyone left the room, he stood there alone, his mind flashing back to the old holy city. Every time he thought of it, his entire body trembled. It was such a one-sided massacre. Half hallucinating, he began screaming, begging to not be killed. However, other than fear, there was also a burning hatred. He hated both Grey Castle and Roland. He had always dreamed of governing this kingdom well, to become a wise and legendary king remembered in history. Every single day, he fantasized about tearing Roland apart with his bare hands.
But we all know that's never gonna happen.
So, all he can do is direct his anger at Count Quinn. He would make sure the Count understood what it meant to face the wrath of a king, at least that's what he thought.
Either way, Anpian sat back on his throne, waiting for the news. But before long, one of his ministers burst into the palace. He cried out, "Serbakov is dead. The entire patrol has been wiped out."
Anpian grabbed the minister by the collar. He questioned if it was a trap or if there were hidden guards in the mansion.
The minister nodded, then explained that those people were lunatics.
They were armed with anything they could find: boning knives, wooden clubs, even bricks. Yet, in less than a minute, their entire patrol squad was shattered. When Anpian heard that there were only 7 or 8 of them, his rage intensified.
He violently threw the minister to the ground, saying the patrol had 200 men. How could they be scattered by a handful of lunatics? Even if they were 200 freaking pigs, they wouldn't have been defeated that quickly. The minister, trembling uncontrollably, stammered while calling them monsters, saying they were definitely not human. The patrol couldn't even withstand a single blow from them. Their strength, their speed, it's not something a human could possess. Anpian's mind immediately jumped to the 2 pure ones from the church he had encountered before. Could it be? Was Count Quinn made an alliance with the church?
His anger surged as he called for his knight captain.
A knight entered, kneeling on one knee, awaiting orders.
Anpian commanded him to gather every mercenary in the capital, arm them with crossbows and fire arrows, and burn Count Quinn's estate to the ground. And he wanted no survivors. The knight captain hesitated, pointing out that the estate was in the inner district, and setting it on fire could lead to uncontrollable destruction. But Anpian cut him off, barking that if he couldn't burn Quinn alive, he shouldn't bother returning at all. His voice rose to a hysterical pitch as his fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. He knew that not even the church's God punishment army could stand a chance against overwhelming numbers armed with crossbows. Anyone conspiring with the church was as good as dead. Without another word, the knight captain assembled his forces and marched toward Quinn's mansion. But as they made their way down the main road, they encountered a group of performers. When he asked who they were, the leader of the group merely smiled and said they were just a passing circus troupe. The very next second, the clowns pulled out daggers and charged at the soldiers. The following day, the capital square was abuzz with rumors spreading like wildfire through the streets and alleys. People learned that hundreds had starved to death in the slums last winter because the farmlands outside the city had been exploited, and that farmers from outer towns had been ordered by the king and conscripted to fight in the holy city, where most of the army was wiped out. Everyone was talking, asking themselves the same question: who should they support now? Count Quinn had promised that if he took power, no one would go hungry again. But one thing was clear to everyone: the revolution was coming. Either way, the events of last night's battle spread quickly throughout the city, along with the Prime Minister's speech. Multiple clashes had broken out, but each one ended in the king's defeat. Inside the castle, Anpian, seething with rage, swept everything off his desk, sending papers and objects crashing to the floor.
He was furious since he never reduced the outer city's farmlands. Why was everyone blaming him for everything? One of his ministers tried to calm him, reminding Anpian that the immediate priority was stopping Quinn.
After all, the nobles who had yet to choose a side were still watching closely. Anpian cursed himself for not locking them all in prison when he had the chance. Taking a deep breath, Anpian asked how many forces they still had at their disposal. A knight reported that they had 1,500 men in total, combining palace guards, knights, personal retainers, and mercenaries. If they mobilized the servants and maids, they could raise that number by another 2,000.
The knight added that the outer castle walls were sturdy enough that even untrained fighters could inflict damage on the enemy. Anpian made a decision.
Empty the treasure vault, and tell the servants that for every monster they kill, they'll receive 100 gold coins.
And if they win, he will grant everyone titles and lands.
But even with this bold promise, the situation remained murky.
They didn't even know exactly who was backing Quinn.
There were rumors, however, that the notorious merchant guild had begun making contact with Count Quinn.
The thought of the merchant guild's involvement enraged Anpian even further. Those rats, he snarled. They crawl into every corner like vermin.
As if the situation couldn't get worse, one of the ministers delivered another piece of grim news. The Tokat family had officially aligned themselves with the Quinns. With all the bad news, there was a glimmer of hope. The minister added that the Rossi family had repeatedly refused Quinn's invitations to join his cause. He can't believe that his father had once been so proud of these 3 major families. 2 had already betrayed him, and the only reason the Rossi family hadn't made a move was because Otto was still locked up. Anpian made a decision. He would send a message to Count Rossi. If he wished to prove his loyalty, he had to bring every man under his command to the palace immediately to support the crown.
Otherwise, Anpian wouldn't hesitate to execute his son.
It didn't take long for the response to arrive.
Count Rossi pledged his loyalty, promising to assist the king.
It was one of the few pieces of good news Anpian had received in days. Then, a plan began to form in his mind.
Since these 3 great families had always been so closely linked, why not send the Rossis to wear down the others first?
Meanwhile, in the city streets, crowds of spectators lined the roads, watching as Quinn, Hill, and their forces marched forward.
Hill couldn't help but marvel at the Count's reputation and influence,
saying he never imagined Count Quinn could gain this much support so quickly.
Count Quinn waved off the praise.
Explained it's likely because he once reformed the patrol units and spent a lifetime managing the capital's affairs. Walking behind him was a red-haired man, none other than Oro, childhood friend to both Andrea and Otto, representing the Tokat family. He then turned to Hill and asked him why he brought along the rats too.
He'll tells him that he and their leader go way back. He had them don some armor to make the procession look more impressive. But Oro was worried that these people may turn against them. Hill chuckled, saying that's a possibility, but that depends on the stakes. Hill smiled and said Dawn was about to enter a new era, and instead keep being rats. Maybe they could get some new identities after this. The massive procession marched into the castle district, while Andrea stood on a high building, looking down at the palace wall below. As a signal flare shot into the sky, she knew it was time. She calmly pulled out her specially crafted sniper rifle. She raised the weapon and looked through the scope, her gaze locking onto a fully armored knight standing by a ballista. Before firing, Andrea activated her ability, channeling it through her body. Even without stabilizing the weapon, the sniper in her hands remained perfectly still. As she pulled the trigger, the first shot rang out. However, she didn't just stop there. She fired shot after shot, and she loaded, aimed, fired, and reloaded again. Each time she exhaled, another bullet found its mark. With every pull of the trigger, a target fell. Even when the knights realized they were under attack and unsheathed their swords, their efforts were in vain. They had no idea where the shots were coming from. Each time they tried to rally or search for the attacker, they were met with a well-placed headshot. Within a minute, bodies littered everywhere on the walls. The surviving knights scrambled for cover, one of them clearly an officer, shouting for everyone to take cover. He knew there was a witch nearby. He believed that if they stayed behind the walls, they could avoid being shot at. He also ordered them to bring out God's punishment arrows and fire blindly in all directions. Knights ducked behind every cover they could find, losing arrows into the air. But they were too far from Andrea to pose any real threat. With most of the enemy in hiding, it became more challenging to hit her targets. Andrea quickly considered her options. She then recalled the artillery teams from the First Army. So she adjusted the angle of her rifle and utilized her ability once again. However, this time the bullet was shot upwards. Seconds later, it descended toward the commanding knight. The first bullet ricocheted off the wall, grazing his helmet. Just as he stood to bark another order, the second shot pierced his neck. Seeing the remaining knights flee in terror, Andrea was also exhausted. Her magical energy had been completely drained by the intense shooting. The walls, now nearly deserted, became easy prey for the Takira witches. They threw grappling hooks over the walls, and within moments, all of them climbed onto the walls, drawing their weapons, and began their brutal slaughter of the fleeing soldiers. The defense crumbled entirely as the witches descended from the walls and charged toward the palace. At that very moment, to everyone's surprise, the Rossi family officially joined Quinn's forces. Anpian, who had been watching everything unfold from his room, was now completely furious. He cursed Count Rossi as a traitor and swore to wipe out their entire family. He called for his ministers, but his head guard delivered troubling news instead. The ministers had already fled and the guard didn't believe they would be returning. Anpian, confused at first. So the guard explained, "They've all abandoned you, your majesty. Only a few of us remain by your side." Anpian erupted in fury, cursing them all as traitors and blaming them for the ruin of his kingdom. The guard captain tried to calm him down, promising that the deserters would face their consequences in due time. But right now, they should retreat. If they didn't escape now, it would be too late. But Anpian refused to leave just yet. He had one last thing to do. He wanted to see the betrayers suffer first. He ordered the guard to bring him Otto's head as a final act of defiance. With no choice, the head guard left for the dungeon. Alone in his room, Anpian sat heavily on his throne. He knew he had lost everything. He stared at his hands for a long time, feeling the weight of his failure and betrayal. But the head guard never returned. Instead, the door creaked open to reveal unfamiliar faces. Their weapons, still dripping with fresh blood. Not only they didn't look tired after battling for so long, but if anything, they seemed energized by the carnage. And then Count Quinn, Otto, and Oro all stepped into the room. Anpian stood there, drenched in cold sweat, struggling to comprehend how things had spiraled so far out of control. Oro, standing across from him, calmly explained that they had men hiding in the palace's secret tunnels for some time, and they also got people inside the circus troupe. This meant they could have killed Anpian in his room at any time. If Roland hadn't needed a dramatic public dispute, Anpian would have been long dead. Oro looked disappointed. He pointed out that what had completely shattered his faith in Anpian wasn't the imprisonment of Otto, though that had been a terrible blow. It was actually that Anpian had gone so far as to use Otto as leverage to threaten Count Rossi, and worse, he had even planned to kill him. Oro sighed deeply. He had once believed that even if they could no longer be friends, they would never forget the bond they had shared in their youth. But Anpian clearly didn't care about any of that. But from what Oro said, he figured that all of this was Roland's doing. It was Roland who was behind all this. Anger surged through Anpian as he glared at the group before him. He shouted that all of them were aiding the demons, claiming they not only betrayed the legacy of their ancestors, but they handed over this kingdom and its people to him on a silver platter. He turns his gaze toward Count Quinn. He tells him that he will never be properly sit on the throne, and he forever be a puppet. He believed that Roland wanted to swallow the entire kingdom of Dawn,
and everyone here walked right into his trap. In the end, he tells Count Quinn that his fate will be no different from his, and eventually, he will be dragged into the abyss, just like him. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the room, telling Anpian he was wrong. The voice belonged to Andrea, stepping into the room saying Roland didn't do this for power. He only had two goals, saving Otto and protecting the witches. Anpian instinctively began to argue, but when his eyes met Andrea's, he froze. There was something about her that struck him deeply. As she introduced herself, confirming his suspicions, everything clicked in his mind. At that very moment, everything made sense. After a pause, Anpian wanted to know why. Perhaps what he truly wanted to ask was why she had chosen to align with the three major families instead of him. Like Otto and Oro, Anpian had always held a deep affection for Andrea. Even if his defeat at Roland's hands was inevitable, he couldn't understand why Andrea had also turned her back on him. He had believed he could offer her more power, more influence, more of everything. In his heart, he was convinced that if it weren't for the unfortunate incident so many years ago, he would made her the queen, and this kingdom would have been shared between him and Andrea. Oro glanced at Anpian, not too pleased with what he was saying, but he kept it to himself. Andrea, however, shook her head. That would never happen because she's a witch. She is also one of those so-called fallen Anpian vowed to exterminate. Her words completely shut down anything Anpian planned to say, also shattered any lingering hopes he had. He had spent his life railing against witches, condemning them as enemies to be purged. And now, the woman he had once loved, the one he thought might share his future, was one of them. Count Quinn took a step forward, looking Anpian directly in the eyes. Tells him that his rule will now end, and the Kingdom of Dawn will no longer be shaped by his ideas. Witches will be free, and given the same rights and status as anyone else. Andrea, now drained of her magical energy, leaned heavily on someone for support. Anpian, clutching his forehead in disbelief, struggled to accept the reality in front of him. He couldn't believe Quinn would betray the ancient vows sworn by their ancestors by killing a royal family member. He doesn't believe Count Quinn will ever kill him, since such an act would brand Quinn a king murderer, a label that would make the nobles distrust him forever. But Quinn shook his head. He has no intention of doing that. If not for his family being pushed to the brink, he wouldn't have come this far. All he needs from Anpian is a vow. Swear to leave the kingdom and never set foot on its soil again. In return, he can take his people and leave the capital peacefully. Otherwise, he will spend the rest of his life in a dungeon, just like what he did to Otto. Without hesitation, Anpian chose the first option. He swore the oath and, true to his word, departed the castle with those still loyal to him. But as he left, Andrea noticed a brief smirk on Elena's face. Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind. It was Otto. He had been filled in on everything that had transpired and thanked Andrea for saving him. Andrea smiled and asked him why so formal with someone who saved his life and was his childhood friend. Otto looked flustered for a moment, at a loss for words. Oro stepped forward, laughing heartily, slinging his arm around Otto's shoulders. Come on, don't forget who was the leader of our little group back in the day. She's our boss, you remember, right? Otto quickly wriggled free, embarrassed, while Oro kept on laughing and suggested that they should all get together properly, in their old hangout place. Andrea was surprised that the Silver Antler Tavern was still standing. Oro shrugged, saying it's owned by the Rossi family, after all. Sure, the management is awful, but it's not bad enough to go out of business. He then left, deciding to go ahead and get ready for the party while giving Andrea and Otto some privacy. The female knight who had been helping Andrea bowed and winked playfully before departing. However, Otto felt a slight awkwardness, unsure how to begin. He suggested they go for a walk. Watching Andrea stumble slightly, Otto hesitated, wanting to help but feeling too embarrassed to offer his arm. Andrea noticed and reassured him, explaining that it was just the aftereffect of using too much magic. She tells him that all witches have to go through this in their daily training and they will be fine after a night's rest. But Otto had something on his mind. He walked beside her in silence for a moment, gathering his thoughts, then finally asked if she remembered what he said to her back in Neverwinter. About Oro always go and visit her grave every year. Andrea said she does. Otto then continued, saying Oro goes to her grave every year, but he never told her this before. He also did the same. He nervously took a deep breath, explained that he couldn't forget Andrea, and when he saw her writing in the dungeon, especially that message, saying don't worry, I'm here, he couldn't explain the joy he felt inside. That's why, no matter what, he has to say this now. He flushed slightly, then asked if Andrea was willing to stay here. Andrea didn't seem surprised by the question. She smiles gently, however, she tells Otto she appreciates everything, but he's one step behind. She already has someone she wants to be with. Her response hit Otto hard. He stood quietly for a moment, processing the words. Asking if it's His Majesty Roland, trying to hide the disappointment in his voice. He believed Roland was better than he could ever be. Hearing this, Andrea was shocked. She and Roland? She questioned Otto if he thinks she will compete with Nightingale for him. She asked the question with a hint of exasperation.
Then, realizing what she'd said, her face turned slightly red. She coughed and added quickly, "Just forget what she said." But it's nothing like what Otto is imagining. Otto was slightly caught off guard, then she explained the real truth as being a witch means she can't continue a noble family line. And honestly, she doesn't want to be bound by the rules of nobility anymore. 10 years is a long time, and she's no longer the flower of dawn she used to be. She just wants things to stay as they are now. With that, Andrea turned and began walking away. Otto opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, all he could do was watch her retreating figure disappear into the distance. A few days later, she went to see Count Quinn. When he learned that she planned to leave today, he tried to persuade her to stay a little longer. Otto, Oro, and the others wouldn't want her to go so soon, he said. But Andrea shook her head, a gentle smile on her face. She tells him that there are people waiting for her back in Neverwinter. Besides, with the shift in power, he and everyone shouldn't be spending time at banquets or on leisure. They are all good friends, and one meeting is enough. The Count thought to himself that Andrea had changed a lot. After a moment, he asked her if she had any advice for the upcoming negotiations. Andrea, not well versed in politics, admitted that he might be more suited to offer insights. However, she did offer one piece of advice: don't make the same mistake Anpian did. Quinn explained that after witnessing Roland's power, only a fool would think of opposing him. Andrea continued by telling him it's not just about power. The upcoming divine war is about the survival of all humanity. Internal conflicts will only hasten their downfall. Neither of their nations can survive such a cataclysm alone. The true priority is survival, and at the moment, that hope rests with His Majesty Roland. As long as Dawn maintains order and stands firmly with Grey Castle, they can face the war together. The Count listened carefully and then said he understood. As Andrea turned to leave, Quinn impulsively called out her name. She turned back, telling him there was no need to see her off. She believed that the Count had plenty of matters to tend to, and he didn't need to worry about her safety since the Takira witches would escort her back to Neverwinter. The Count shook his head. That's not what he meant. There was a brief pause, and then, almost in a whisper, he said, "I'm sorry, my daughter." There were so many things he wanted to say, so many thoughts he had kept inside. He wanted to explain himself, to tell her everything he had held back over the years. But time had passed, and now those words felt like weak excuses, mere attempts to shift blame or seek redemption. Yet, as he looked at Andrea, he thought he saw her smile. She nodded slightly and said softly, "I'm going now." However, in her voice, the Count felt a sense of understanding, perhaps even forgiveness. As she walked away, tears welled up in his eyes, streaming down his cheeks. He just stood there, listening to the fading sound of her footsteps until they disappeared completely. Meanwhile, a ship sailed away from the port of Dawn, carrying Anpian, who sat by the window, staring at the waters outside. He was thinking about how things would have been different if he were still king. Surrounding him should have been a royal fleet carrying the kingdom's banner, and fresh meals should have been delivered by his servants whenever he wished. He glanced at a map laid on the table before him. His destination was Wolfhart Kingdom, a place where certain nobles had old ties with his father. Anpian was willing to offer generous rewards if they helped him reclaim his throne. As he mulled over his plans, he tugged at a string by the table which connected to a bell. He was expecting a maid to bring in some fruit, but after several moments of silence, there was no response. Irritated, he pulled the string again, but still, nothing happened. Frustration grew as he wondered if he had fallen so far that even the maids dared to ignore him. Rising from his seat, he left his cabin and stepped into the corridor, but it was eerily empty. The silence pressed in, making him a bit anxious. Had they all abandoned him? Anpian still believed that even if his servants and mercenaries had left, the knights, those loyal to the royal family, would never desert him. And if they ever see people leaving, they will definitely stop them. But this is way too quiet. Growing anxious, Anpian climbed to the deck, but the moment he stepped onto it, a blade pressed against his throat. It was a short sword, still having blood dripping down from it. He stared in shock at the person. It was Elena dressed in a maid's uniform. Anpian asked what he was doing, and if he knew who he was, trying to assert his authority. He tells Elena he's the King of Dawn. Before he could finish the sentence, Elena swiftly slashed his throat. Anpian's hands instinctively covered his neck, trying in vain to stop the blood from spilling out. However, his strength drained quickly, and he then collapsed onto the deck. As his vision blurred and darkness began to close in, he heard a voice from above, "In the end, you're just another mortal." And then, everything went black. After Anpian got the Timothy treatment, Elena turned to another witch and asked if everything had been cleaned up. Wiping the blood off her cheek, the witch nodded. Just then, another person walked up and asked what the next step. She thought they were supposed to write a report for His Majesty Roland or something. They all decided that Elena should handle the report, figuring the king wouldn't really care what happened here as long as things stayed under control. They decided to paint Anpian as a sore loser with shady motives. After all, the world's a bit cleaner without people like him. They couldn't think of another reason, since why else would someone leave the kingdom and then head straight for the closest border town near the Kingdom of Dawn? Elena agreed, but she wasn't about to cut corners. Roland might be easygoing, but that didn't mean they could slack off. Her report would be thorough, laying out every detail, just like what she saw on the municipal hall meeting report back in Neverwinter. One of them rolled her eyes, teasing Elena for just wanting more praise from Roland, and by doing so, perhaps she could get more trips to the dream world. Elena blushed and denied it, but the truth was pretty clear. At the thought of getting more trips to the dream world, they both started asking Elena to show them how to write a report. However, they had one last thing to do, and what happened next wasn't going to be included in the report. Soon after, an old man, supported by two men, approached the group. He bowed and addressed them as holy envoys. Elena asked if he was really ready to do what was needed of him. The old man nodded, however he looked a bit shaky. Elena tells him to relax. After all, in the eyes of the god, mortal titles, even kings, didn't matter. But she was curious about his next move. He laid out 3 options, but he clearly favored the first, which is faking a shipwreck. Every year, dozens of ships sink in the area for various reasons, and with a big storm brewing in a couple of days, it was the perfect cover. He figured if they sailed the ship further out and drilled a hole in the hull, no one would ever find out. When the old man then laid out another option, which is staging a pirate attack or some kind of noble revenge, however, he didn't think either would be foolproof. But as for a shipwreck, he was confident he could make sure there'd be no trace left. Elena raised an eyebrow, asking if he could really guarantee that no evidence would remain. The old man nodded and glanced at the sailors he had brought with him, saying that they and the ship would vanish without a trace. The cleanup crew, which he referred to as silencers, are people raised by commerce and trained never to spill secrets. It all made sense now. They couldn't hear or speak, and the only way to give them orders was through specific hand signals. The old man had brought 50 of them along, all under his control, and more than enough to deal with the sailors. With that reassurance, Elena agreed to the plan but tells the old man she needed one more favor from him. He promised to do whatever he could. The task itself was an order from Pasha. The black money commerce had already made contact with Count Quinn. On the surface, they would keep supporting him, but behind the scenes, she wants them to plant spies throughout his government, keeping tabs on everything the Quinn family did. The old man seemed surprised since he thought Quinn was their puppet king. Elena explained that it was just a precaution. After all, she believed that mortals are fragile, and when the challenges come, there's no telling if a puppet will perform as expected. Elena believed that relying on a single family to manage a kingdom wasn't the best solution. So, she wanted the old man's commerce to become part of the plan too. The old man nodded, but he said it would take a long-term strategy to pull off. However, he also mentioned that only he had control over the entire commerce, but his body. Before he could finish, Elena already pulled out 2 bottles of medicine, handing them to him. She told him to drink one whenever he felt unwell but warned him not to take them back to back, and they had to be spaced a month apart. The old man gratefully accepted the bottles, and Elena added that with just 6 more doses, his body would meet the requirements for the transformation. The old man bowed deeply, vowing to complete the task. Elena smiled and told him that once everything was done, they would welcome him into the ranks of the immortals. As the scene shifts to Neverwinter, of course, Roland is clueless about their conversation. But when he heard that the rescue mission had gone smoothly, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Though the plan had deviated a bit from the original goal of sweeping Dawn as a conquering force, they still managed to overthrow the Moa family and maintain relative stability. And he believed the newly established Quinn family would be Greycastle's most loyal allies for years, or at least for the near future. And with Andrea on their side, the alliance with Dawn could easily last for decades. Thinking about the changes happening in Neverwinter, Roland realized that telephones were starting to roll out. In just 2 weeks after Anna's return, telephones had been installed in all of Neverwinter's major buildings, even in Canggu district. With that in mind, Roland decided it was time to set up a private line between his room and Anna's, just for the 2 of them. Oops, got a bit off track there. Seeing Roland's confused expression, Nightingale, who was lounging on her chair, couldn't help but glance over at him, curious about what was going through his mind. Up next was the basic info on the witches from Slumbering Isle. Wendy had mentioned to him that the 2 newest arrivals weren't exactly cooperative. From the first meeting, they'd made it clear they weren't fans of Tilly and seemed eager to leave Neverwinter as soon as possible. Although Scroll had managed to smooth things over for now, it was still uncertain whether they'd actually join them. But Roland is super intrigued by their abilities. One had the power of source tracing and the other was magicification. These abilities were pretty unique. Source tracing was basically a treasure map come to life. The girl named Akima could hold a piece of gold and find the entire gold mine where it came from. As for magicification, the girl could attach magic to inanimate objects, creating a loop of energy that slowed down decay, almost like giving the object a spark of life. Roland didn't fully understand the extent of her power, but he had a feeling it had huge potential. Still, Roland wasn't one to force anyone into staying. He figured life in Neverwinter would gradually win them over on its own. Turning his head, he caught Nightingale munching on dried fish while reading his storybook.
Noticing his gaze, she turned around and saw he was looking at her. She blushed slightly, realizing her position. Roland, after enjoying the scene for a bit, then tried to play it cool, cleared his throat and, somewhat awkwardly, asked her how long it had been since she came here. Nightingale sat up, and without even thinking, she tells him it's been 2 years, 1 month, and 26 days. But wanted to know why was he asking. Roland vaguely remembered that her starting salary was 2 gold per month,
which Nightingale nodded, thinking back to when they first met.
Roland had offered her double what he'd given Anna at the time. She said how she initially refused, and it was only after Roland practically begged her that she reluctantly agreed to be his bodyguard.
Hearing this, in his mind, he was like, begged? Yeah, right.
He knew the real reason she'd stayed was because she saw Anna safely make it through her coming of age and had beef with Hakura after trying to convince her to come to the border town. But of course, he kept this to himself. Roland then asked her, after all this time, have she ever felt like her effort wasn't worth the reward and thought about leaving? Nightingale froze. She was shocked, so much so that she even dropped the dried fish she was nibbling on.
What was Roland getting at? Why would she want to leave?
Roland immediately realized she'd misunderstood him and quickly explained that it was just a hypothetical question, and he was just curious if any of the witches ever felt like their pay was too low.
Once she confirmed he was telling the truth, Nightingale relaxed and walked over to him,
saying 1 gold is already what a regular person earns in half a year.
And honestly, their work isn't any harder than the workers. Besides, they don't even know what to spend the money on.
The witch union provides everything they need, and they never had it this good. Roland, however, wasn't so sure every witch felt the same way. But Nightingale shook her head, telling him to ask Wendy. She was the one who really understood the witches best.
Roland thought she was right, also he needed Wendy's opinion on something else too.
Nightingale, curious as always, asked what it was about, but Roland just smiled, saying it's a secret and she will find out soon enough.
Not long after, Wendy arrived at the office, and her reaction was even more intense than Nightingale's.
She slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming that she'd never thought about leaving, even if Roland stopped paying her altogether. She'd stay to help build Neverwinter regardless. She had told him countless times that she believed Neverwinter was the true holy mountain for witches, and all the other sisters shared that same hope, working for him with that in mind. She even thought the city was running low on funds and was ready to hand over all her savings to help out. Roland, super touched by her words, reassured Wendy that he was just gathering opinions. But he couldn't help but ask if there was anything special the two of them wanted. Wendy wasn't sure right away, while Nightingale, standing beside her, began rapidly blinking as if signaling her.
Wendy then said if she had to ask for something, an extra bottle of chaos drink each month would be nice. Roland turned to Nightingale and asked if she felt the same.
She grinned and said she thought 2 bottles would be even better. A few days later, Axe finally returned to Neverwinter with the first army. The first thing he and Echo did upon arriving was go straight to see Roland. Echo reported that the first clan had fulfilled their promise, and the first group of migrants was already settled in Greenwater Port. She added that several smaller clans had also approached her, eager to pledge their loyalty to the great chieftain. When Roland heard that the population migrating to Greenwater was expected to reach 30,000, he nodded in satisfaction. Then, Echo activated her ability, and Roland suddenly heard Spear's voice. He heard her say how she's just a manager for a small town, and she never had to handle this many people before, and she was completely swamped. The city hall staff Roland sent her helpful, but she needs at least 200 to 300 officers to properly settle this many migrants. If your majesty doesn't send more help soon, she swears she will drop everything and run off to Neverwinter to live as a regular witch. Echo had perfectly mimicked Spear's tone as well, and it was clear her abilities had improved. Roland smiled but knew that even being a regular witch wasn't exactly a relaxing job. Take Soraya and Leaf, for example. They worked hard every day, using up all their magic to make sure their abilities didn't go to waste. Still, Roland decided he'd send more officials to help Spear out. Afterward, he tells Axe and Echo to take a well-deserved break for a few days. Echo bowed in gratitude, but then, with a hopeful expression, asked if Roland had any new songs lately. Apparently, she'd already mastered all of the songs Roland had taught her, and she thought they worked wonders, especially when it came to lifting people's spirits. She even said that in moments of doubt, she would sing those songs to herself, and if it hadn't been for them, she wasn't sure she would have made it this far. Hearing this, Roland knew that things in Iron Sand City probably hadn't been as easy as Echo made them sound. She had likely faced plenty of challenges and setbacks, but she just kept them to herself. He then tells her that he will write down some new songs and have them sent to her room. Hearing this, Echo's face lit up as she bowed once again. Turning to Axe, Roland said he's done a really good job too.
Axe, ever serious, responded loudly, "Fighting for your majesty is his duty." At the same time, he enjoyed every bit of it. Roland smiled and then asked, "What happened to the nobles who escaped to Siwon County? Did he burn them all up again?"
Axe replied that that was his initial plan, but the nobles had fled too quickly. By the time the first army reached Siwon County after securing Golden Sickle City, the outskirts had already burned down. The nobles burned their granaries and destroyed the town rather than let it fall into Roland's hands.
Roland wasn't surprised, he knew this was the last act of revenge from Timothy's loyalists.
If the first army hadn't been well prepared, with dozens of supply ships working non-stop 24/7, they wouldn't have been able to push this far. After all, the starving townspeople might have turned on the first army, and if that had led to a riot, restoring order would have been nearly impossible. Now, those nobles had scattered to different places, some to the fjords, others to the neighboring 3 kingdoms. Unfortunately, Axe didn't bring the navy along, or else he wouldn't have let them slip away. Roland reassured him and tells him to not worry as long as they didn't change their names, they would get them sooner or later. Those who ran to the Kingdom of Dawn are practically walking into a trap as he believed they must be Timothy's last die-hard supporters.
Roland's tone then grew serious. He looked Axe in the eye and asked, was it his idea to trick the nobles into the prison and then burn it down, making it look like an accident?
Axe hesitated, unsure how to respond, and Roland kept his gaze fixed on him. After a long pause, Axe finally bent down and admitted that the plan had actually been Lady Edith's idea. But Axe stood firm, saying that since he carried out the plan, he would take full responsibility.
Roland finally understood why Axe had hesitated earlier. Since Edith hadn't mentioned this detail in the strategy report, it must have come up in a private conversation between the two.
However, in this era, anything related to the military was strictly up to the Lord or the King. Any opinions, even if they helped the war effort, were a big no-no. In most noble territories, the one who made the suggestion behind the back would face punishment. Axe clearly didn't want Edith to get in trouble, but he also didn't want to cover it up with a lie, which explained his initial hesitation.
Roland didn't dwell on it.
Instead, he simply tells Axe that he did well and he should wait for his reward from City Hall and get some rest.
Axe looked surprised that he wasn't being punished.
Roland chuckled and tells him that he didn't break any rules. After all, Roland gave the order to clear out all the rebels in the Eastern Territory. Besides, Edith is part of the military staff, it's her job to contribute to battle plans.
Axe lifted his head and asked if Roland really thought neither of them did anything wrong. Roland made it clear that Axe didn't do anything wrong, but that doesn't mean Edith didn't. That's a separate issue, and it's not Axe's concern.
Axe opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something more but then decided against it. After bowing, he left the room.
Once he was gone, Roland used the phone to call Edith to the castle.
She arrived quickly, already aware of what this was about.
Without hesitation, she took full responsibility for the plan and said she was ready to accept any punishment Roland deemed necessary.
Roland chuckled while saying he hadn't even said anything, and she already knew what he was going to ask. Edith explained that the first army just returned, and Axe must have reported to him right away. Since he called her here so quickly, it's clear Roland already knew everything.
Roland couldn't help but admire how easy it was to talk with someone as sharp as Edith.
She had that confident look of someone who seemed almost like a misunderstood loyal servant, and wrongfully accused by the higher-ups. But sometimes, the smartest people are the ones who trap themselves in their own overthinking. First off, Roland began saying he asked Axe about it because that plan didn't sound like something he would come up with, and since Edith is taking responsibility, or exactly did she think she went wrong? Edith stood up straight and explained that she gave advice to the First Army commanders in an unofficial setting without seeking Roland's approval first. Roland cut her off with a wave of his hand telling her that's incorrect.
Edith blinked in surprise, unsure of what he meant.
Roland explained that her mistake was breaking the General Staff's protocol. According to the rules, any battle plan must be written down and submitted to him for review.
Edith clearly hadn't expected this answer,
but she thinks that the moment something is executed under his name, it becomes his decision in the eyes of the other officials. Edith wanted to argue more but Roland cut her off while asking her what's the problem with that.
Edith started to panic a little.
Explained that even though they were rebels, they were still nobles.
Other nobles might get the wrong message.
Roland cut her off again, already knowing where she was headed. He asked her if she really thought that if he couldn't handle the backlash, Edith herself could survive it.
Seeing her uneasy expression, Roland told her to relax. He explained that he doesn't believe in scapegoating subordinates when things go wrong.
Edith was confused by the phrase scapegoat, so Roland explained it was just another way of saying shifting blame or responsibility. He went on telling her to just think about it, this was all for the sake of Grey Castle. But instead of getting recognition, she'd likely end up dead because of it, and if Edith herself thinks Roland would be perfectly fine with that.
If the other officials saw that, did she think they would still be loyal to him? That's why Roland, being the king himself, should be the person who bears the responsibility. This will allow everyone under him to do their jobs without second-guessing themselves. And this is the very reason why he needs to personally review all the General Staff's plans, even if he's not an expert on the military. Edith stood silent for a moment, reflecting on Roland's words. Finally, she lowered her head and admitted, saying she was too arrogant. As for her punishment, Roland calmly told her, she would lose all the credit she would have gained from this operation. He took a sip of tea before adding, she was on track for a promotion, but that's off the table now. But what's done is now she should go back to her duties. Edith bowed deeply and left. Later, when she got home, she told her brother Cole everything. So Cole asked her if she did all that for nothing, and she ended up being the only person not being promoted. Edith stuffed food into her mouth, almost like she was venting her frustration through eating. She explained that sometimes, you need an outlet when you're feeling the pressure. Of course, she wouldn't act like this in front of a lord like their father. But with Roland, she knew he wouldn't just ignore her efforts, which is why she felt this investment wasn't a total loss. She believed the risks were manageable. But she didn't expect with just a few words, Roland dismissed everything she'd done, even criticizing her for overthinking. She wondered, are all idealists this naive? Cole couldn't quite tell if his sister was truly upset. So he said, maybe His Majesty had his reasons. But Edith wasn't really angry about missing the promotion. Instead, she felt like she'd gained a deeper understanding of her king. As for how far an idealist like him could go, only time would tell. But as someone who craved power, Edith still felt the sting. And since she needed to blow off steam, Cole would just have to endure it. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, the witches of Slumbering Isle were throwing a banquet. Tilly had taken center stage, explaining some upcoming changes. She talked about work assignments and how the income generated by the witches would be used to improve their lives and expand their operations. Roland's payment to the witches of Slumbering Isle now far exceeded what they had earned back in the fjords, and the new jobs required only for them to use their magic. No more risky adventures into uncharted seas. Tilly joked that she felt like she was getting a sweet deal from her brother, which brought a ripple of soft laughter from the group. But that's not even the best part, Tilly continued. She talked about how back in the fjords, although they got paid, they had to spend it all on essentials because they lacked resources. And all of them end up getting the same daily essentials like bread and clothing. However, she then gestured for everyone to open the envelopes in front of them. Some witches half-joked that it might be new Gwen cards, but inside they found something different. It was a paper bill with a symbol and a number on it. Everyone was curious, wondering what this symbol meant. Quickly, they noticed everyone got the same thing. Tilly then explained, what they are holding is a new type of currency called paper money. It works like coins, but these are issued exclusively to witches and can only be used by witches. She went on to explain that these paper notes could be exchanged for things even gold couldn't easily buy. For example, the $10 bill in their hands could get them a full set of chaos drinks or 5 servings of strawberry ice cream. Hearing this, Molly's eyes lit up, and she practically started drooling. She couldn't believe this pretty piece of paper could get her 5 delicious treats. Tilly continued, saying it's not all food, they can use these notes for clothes, tools, or any new goods produced in Neverwinter. From now on, these paper notes will be their salary, and their earnings will vary based on the amount of work they do. But, as Roland said, these aren't necessities. Even if they choose not to work, Roland will still provide them with food and shelter. These notes are more like rewards, making life a bit more fun and giving them more options. She spends a few minutes to let her words sink in. She then went on to tell them it's completely up to them whether they accept Roland's offer or not. But she believes this is a chance for the witches to not only improve their own lives but also shape a future where witches and ordinary people live side by side. It's the opportunity they've all been waiting for, also a chance to show everyone who they really are. Molly, thinking back to when she first arrived in Neverwinter, remembered her own experience here. One day, while wandering the city, she saw a wooden crate about to fall on a worker. Instinctively, she summoned her magic servant to catch it. The workers looked on, not with fear, but with admiration and curiosity. And then there was Evelyn, running her own tavern, where everyone welcomed her with smiles. Even Candle, who had once been seen as useless on Slumbering Isle, had found her place in Neverwinter. Molly smiled to herself, realizing that Neverwinter was the place they had always dreamed of, a place where witches were welcomed. Tilly also reminded everyone not to forget their biggest enemy, which is the demons. The work they were doing wasn't just for pleasure or comfort, it was in preparation for the Divine War. Every paper note they earned symbolized their contribution not only to Neverwinter but to the survival of the entire human race. Clenching her fist, she declared, "This is an honor for them witches. It's their chance to prove to the world that they are not only a part of humanity but an essential and powerful force within it." She then invited any sisters who were ready to accept Roland's offer to come forward. Fast forward to evening, Tilly handed the list to Wendy. Out of 86 job openings, 69 witches had agreed to take on work. Tilly was confident that the others were simply undecided and that, with a little more time, even more would join. Wendy happily accepted the list, saying, "This is more than His Majesty expected." Tilly, curious, asked, "How many did he think would sign up?" Wendy smiled and held up 3 fingers. Tilly was surprised Roland had only expected 30 of them, and she believed that Roland was underestimating their enthusiasm. Wendy, with a warm smile, bowed slightly to Tilly, saying she didn't think Roland underestimated the witches' enthusiasm, it's more that Tilly inspired them with her words. Tilly smiled,
shaking her head modestly. She also said those things for herself too. She admitted that she had seen so many incredible things here in Neverwinter, and realized just how special this city is. So she didn't want the Divine War to destroy it all. She paused for a moment, and said, before the cold winter of the apocalypse comes, it's only wise for everyone to come together and hold on tightly. Wendy agreed, but Tilly let out a sigh, feeling a bit deflated. She admitted that not everyone shares her view. What frustrates her the most is that the witches from the Eastern Territory might never accept Roland's offer. Wendy, curious, asked, if Akima and the others didn't get along with her, why did they follow her to the fjords? Tilly began to recount the story. Before joining the Slumbering Isle, the Eastern Territory witches had crossed paths with the Bloodfang. During their escape, Bloodfang had helped them numerous times, so Akima and her group trusted Heidi and the others deeply. At first, everything in the fjords went smoothly, but as tensions between the two sides grew, Akima and her people gradually shifted away from the rest of the witches. Wendy nodded, finally understanding the situation better. Tilly admitted that her decision to act against the Bloodfang without consulting everyone had only worsened Akima's resentment. She believed that if Scroll hadn't stepped in to mediate, the witches might have already left Neverwinter. Wendy tried to comfort her, saying it wasn't her fault, and she believed Heidi and her group were awful. They manipulated the Wolfheart witches and caused so much harm. Tilly agreed, saying that's true, but the fact is the Bloodfang also helped Akima as well. If she were in her shoes, she might feel the same way. But she doesn't think Akima and the others are bad at heart. Wendy thought about it for a moment, saying she might have a way to convince them while looking at Tilly carefully. She said it might also cause them to leave the sleeping spell. Wendy hesitated, worried about how Tilly might react. But Tilly surprised her by shaking her head, saying honestly, it wouldn't be any different from how things are now. If it helps Roland and them, she wants Wendy to go ahead with it. Over at the witches' building, the Eastern witches were huddled together in discussion. They were worried, having already upset Tilly. They now faced the awkward position of rejecting Roland's recruitment offer. She didn't finish speaking, but everyone knew what she meant. If they angered both sides, things could get ugly. Another witch agreed. She pointed out that Roland had control of the kingdom. Even if they returned to the Eastern Territory, it was still his land. And none of them were combat witches, so they had no real way to defend themselves. Even if they did, there was no way they could take on someone like Ashes and the others. A younger witch chimed in, saying that the witch union had been pretty good to them overall. But the rest of the group was skeptical, thinking the union would side with the king if things ever got tough. That's when Akima stood up, telling them all to stop talking. She was convinced that Roland wouldn't use force. If he did, it would ruin the image he'd worked so hard to build. But at the same time, she insisted they couldn't accept the recruitment offer, saying if they do, it'll just look like they're relying on the sleeping spell again. It'll be nearly impossible to leave the group later. Just then, there was a knock on the door. When they heard it was Wendy, they opened up. Akima, as usual, acted a bit blunt, saying if Wendy is here to talk about the recruitment, don't bother as they will not change their minds. The others glanced nervously at Akima, but she stayed firm, though she did thank Wendy for taking care of them during their time in Neverwinter. But that's not the same thing, Akima added. Now that the church has fallen, they plan on leaving. Wendy smiled gently and said she was not here to argue about the recruitment, but rather, she brought them some good news. The City Hall just received a report that over 12,000 refugees from the Eastern Territory are set to arrive in Neverwinter within the week, and maybe they could find some of their relatives or friends. As soon as Wendy mentioned that a huge group of refugees from the Eastern Territory would be arriving, the entire room was then filled with chatters. Wendy then explained the shipping department was going all out to bring them over. And right now, the entire lake was packed with boats, all loaded with food and winter clothing, ready to bring them over. The witches then started asking about their hometowns. Some asked about the situation in Golden Sickle City. Some of them secretly hoped that people from their hometown might be among the refugees. However, one of the younger witches suddenly remembered how her father had kicked her out of the house when he found out she was a witch. Now, she wasn't so sure she wanted to run into anyone from home after all. Another witch tried to comfort her, saying that it was all because of the church's nonsense and they probably regretted it by now. Wendy tells everyone there were about 12,000 people on their way. She explained that these folks were coming from everywhere, from Golden Sickle City to Seawin County, so it'd be almost impossible not to run into someone back home. Once Scroll finished up the headcount, they could start matching people up by their backgrounds. But Wendy also reminded them not to stress out, since this was just the first wave and more people would be arriving in Neverwinter soon enough. She believed that if they stay here long enough they will run into a familiar face. Wendy then looks at the younger witch and tells her that even if she doesn't want to reconnect with family, at least hearing some news is better than nothing. Perhaps her family might regret what they had done and want to make amends. Hearing this, the younger witch named White Pear nodded quietly. That's when Akima piped up asking if they were planning to move the whole Eastern Territory to Neverwinter.
Wendy smiled and explained, it's not just the Eastern Territory. The North, the South, and even the central parts of the kingdom are part of the relocation plan. Eventually, only a few big cities will remain, and everyone from the smaller towns and villages will be gathered in them. Akima, clearly confused, wanted to know why the king would go through all this trouble. Wendy shrugged, not entirely sure how to explain it either. She remembered Roland called it something like urbanization, quite a fancy word. Basically, things used to be super spread out because everyone needed a ton of farmland just to feed one city. Now, food isn't such a big issue anymore, and all those villages are tough to manage. So, they figured it's better to have people move to the cities, which is better for city growth and all that. Wendy then turned to Akima and asked her if she had ever wondered what would happen to her sisters if she had just decided to leave right now. Akima frowned, not answering right away. Wendy pressed on, asking her if she really wanted her sisters to abandon their loved ones and wander around their likely empty and rundown hometowns. Suddenly, a voice cut through the tension, saying all of this is an act of weakness. Everyone whipped their heads around to see Nightingale emerging from the mist, casually sitting on the table. Akima, slightly taken aback, asked, "Who is she?" Wendy jumped in, equally surprised but quickly explaining that Nightingale meant no harm, she was just the witch secretly assigned to protect her. Nightingale, with a smirk, asked the group if they thought she was wrong. She believed the only reason they were hesitating was because of Bloodfang, and that deep down, they didn't really want to serve Princess Tilly anymore. She pointed right at Akima and said that all of them still rely on that sleeping spell to get by, so in the end, nothing really changed. Akima shot back, saying that was nonsense. Her excuse was if it wasn't for Doris, they would have left ages ago. She was quick to challenge Nightingale, asking what she even knew about the whole Bloodfang and Slumbering Isle issue. Nightingale didn't bother answering directly. Instead, she threw out a question, asking them why weren't they working. The question caught Akima off guard. Nightingale raised two fingers and started breaking it down for them, step by step, while doing some quick math for them. For example, the travel costs and food expenses for getting from Neverwinter to the Eastern Territory. Then add the daily expenses once they get there. She also mentioned that most of those places have turned into wastelands thanks to war and migration. So, if they wanted to buy supplies out there, it would cost them 10 times more than normal. That's why so many refugees were heading to Neverwinter in the first place. Jumping off the table, she walked slowly toward Akima and added that none of them had a single gold coin in their pockets, so leaving wasn't as easy as they thought. If she were in their shoes, she'd seize this opportunity in Neverwinter, apply for a job, and use it as a stepping stone to make their group self-sufficient. She didn't just stop there. She pointed out that for the last 2 weeks, they'd been enjoying food and supplies offered to them for free, and if they were still waiting for Princess Tilly to send them travel money too? Akima still tried to argue, but Nightingale cut her off. She didn't want to hear any excuses, and this is why she called it weakness. She believed initially they all turned to Bloodfang because of the church, which is understandable, but when the whole mess happened between Bloodfang and Tilly's faction, they still had many options, yet they did nothing. Nightingale may not have known all the details about Bloodfang and Slumbering Isle, but she is certain of one thing, which is that all of the Bloodfang members were in Neverwinter now. If they wanted to know what happened, they could go ask any time. She asked her if she honestly thought Heidi considered them as her sisters. Wendy rushed over, trying to calm things down, telling Nightingale to stop, but Nightingale wasn't finished. She went on, revealing Heidi's true intentions. Heidi doesn't see any of them as a sister, rather she sees them as a tool. If she really trusted or cared about them, why didn't she tell them about the plan to overthrow Tilly back on Slumbering Isle? Akima was speechless. Nightingale then pressed on, telling her that if she wanted to prove her determination, she better start with the basics. She can make up excuses when they are back on some deserted island all she wants, but here in Neverwinter, neither Tilly nor the sleeping spell won't hold them back anymore. Nightingale glanced at Wendy one last time, then disappeared back into the mist. Wendy sighed and turned to the others, explaining that Nightingale is just a very straightforward person, but she doesn't mean any harm, so they shouldn't take her words too personally. But the witches were already looking down, feeling quite embarrassed. They knew that without the sleeping spell, things could get really tough for them. Akima, lost in thought, remembered the old days back when she had to use her abilities just to find loose coins on the streets, scraping together enough for a single loaf of bread to share with her sisters. They huddled together in a leaky shack, with no clothes, just trying to survive. Some of them didn't make it through those hard times, at least not until they met Bloodfang. Akima clenched her fists, realizing that Nightingale had a point. Ever since Bloodfang came into the picture, her group had gradually lost its independence. After all, why bother scrounging for a few coins when the combat witches had quicker, more profitable ways of earning? Suddenly, she turned to Wendy and asked, if they decided to leave Sleeping Spell, just how hard would things get for them? Wendy wasn't sure of the exact details. She admitted she didn't know how much the sleeping spell was planning to give out to the witches, but she was pretty confident it wouldn't be less than what the Witch Union offered. So probably no less than 1 gold coin a month, maybe more,
But still, that's about 4 or 5 times what the average worker earns, plus they get food and a place to live. Even if they left the sleeping spell, the witch union couldn't take them in right away. Wendy explained it was because His Majesty didn't want to create any tension between the two groups, which could easily lead to misunderstandings. But Akima didn't seem to care. She scoffed and did some quick math. Although they will no longer get paid by the sleeping spell, they can still find a job working for 20 silvers a month. With the 6 of them, that's 120 silvers altogether. She believed Nightingale really underestimated her.
Akima isn't some pampered noble girl.
She has dug through sewers and trash heaps just to find food, so she's not scared of a little hardship. She says it loudly for everyone to hear, although not even sure if Nightingale is still in the room, but she still challenges Nightingale and tells her to just watch. Wendy opened her mouth to offer more advice, but Doris gently stopped her. Doris knew Wendy meant well, and after everything Nightingale had said, Doris felt a bit ashamed of their past actions too. Maybe Nightingale was right, perhaps Heidi never truly cared about them. Still, Doris supported Akima's decision no matter what. So did all of them. Akima turned to face the group. She's decided that she would be leaving the sleeping spell, and she would repay everything they owed to them.
And she promises that she will prove Nightingale wrong.
Since Akima was so determined, Wendy agreed to explain the situation to Tilly. At the same time, she'd ask Roland to allow them to keep their special wages. That way, when they joined the witch union later on, they could also earn some allowances to make things a bit easier.
Akima turns around and tells Wendy to do whatever she wants to do. She doesn't care. After leaving the building, Wendy let out a long sigh. Nightingale, sensing something was off, asked what was bothering her.
Wendy confessed that she suddenly felt a bit guilty. She's not exactly the person they think she is. Her goal coming in today was getting them to work for Roland.
Nightingale walked up to her, offering a reassuring smile, saying Wendy's doing what's best for everyone. If she left them in their current state, their rebellious attitudes would eventually cause problems for Princess Tilly too. Clearly, that wouldn't help anyone. Nightingale had seen plenty of people like Akima, and she believes that sometimes tough love works better than soft words.
Wendy felt a little better, and she believed asking for Nightingale's help was the right call. She managed to shut down someone like Akima, who doesn't even hold back in front of Tilly. No wonder they used to call her the shadow assassin of the capital.
Nightingale replied it was all Wendy's plan and she's just delivered it with a bit more edge.
Wendy shook her head, believing the little bit of edge was everything. Even she got scared for a moment since it didn't look like Nightingale was acting. Nightingale wasn't sure if Wendy was complimenting her or teasing, but Wendy just turned around with a grin,
saying she really meant it and she will offer chaos drinks as proof.
The next morning, after reading through Wendy's report, Roland finally felt relieved.
Just as he set the report down, the phone rang.
A voice on the other end informed him that the Fjord Explorer, Sand Birdman, and his fleet had arrived at the port. Roland quickly made his way to the port, flanked by a few guards. Waiting for him was Margaret, someone he hadn't seen in a while, and next to her was the Fjord Explorer, Sand Birdman.
But Roland had to do a double take when he saw Sand's outfit.
The guy was covered head to toe in feathers, looking more like a walking bird than an explorer. Looking at Sand Birdman, or perhaps we better call him Thunder, had completely misunderstood the assignment and took Roland's words way too literally. While he knew Thunder didn't want Lightning to recognize him, there was no way this over-the-top disguise would go unnoticed. With both Lightning and Maisie always keeping an eye on things, even with a fake mustache slapped on, Maisie would totally see through it. But Thunder seemed pretty pleased with himself. He was even a bit smug about his getup, saying how this look even becomes quite the trend across several islands, ever since he had it custom-made.
Roland couldn't help but wonder if it was because everyone in the fjord looked up to Thunder. Either way, it's nice to see Thunder, who's almost 40 but still kept this youthful energy, since Roland is sure no one else would bother going to such lengths for a made-up name. However, Thunder was surprised to hear the steamship was completely built. He knew in the fjord, even with the best craftsmen and materials, it would take years. Roland, however, thought it took long enough, since steel is a lot easier to work with than wood, so they didn't need to soak it to prevent rot or wait for it to dry and set. Just get the heat right, and they are good to go. He then invited Thunder to have a look. Hearing that, Thunder's eyes lit up with excitement. But then Roland glanced at the huge crate of gold coins. He asked what was with all the gold, since he was pretty sure they made an agreement where he would only charge Thunder the cost price for the ship. Margaret chuckled and explained, of course, they wouldn't dare refuse Roland's generosity. But this isn't for the ship, it's from the sales of perfume and chaos drinks. Roland stared in amazement. He believed the deadline for the delivery wasn't even close yet. Margaret smiled and added that they were passing through anyway. They thought they'd lighten the load for next time. Roland's 2 products were a massive hit in the fjord, especially the chaos drinks. The premium ones could be flipped for 10 times their original price after just a few trades, and even the lower quality versions had collectors eager to snatch them up. Chaos drinks had basically become a status symbol at all the major merchants' banquets.
Hearing this, Roland knew letting professional merchants handle the business was definitely the right call.
Just then, Nightingale whispered something in Roland's ear, snapping him out of his thoughts. He was told there was a witch in the crew.
Looking more closely, he spotted her hiding behind two maids. When the girl saw Roland looking at her, she quickly ducked behind the maids, meanwhile sneaking glances at him. Roland remembered Margaret mentioning this was her childhood friend.
Sure enough, Margaret introduced the girl as Joan.
What caught Roland's attention, though, was that Joan had legs now and was able to come on land. He recalled Margaret once saying that Joan had chosen to live in the sea and hadn't interacted with humans for a long time.
Margaret explained that this change was thanks to Tilly and Camilla.
Without the ability to communicate directly through consciousness, Joan might still be struggling to adapt to life among humans. But there was still a big hurdle because Joan had forgotten how to speak. Thunder had brought in all sorts of scholars to help, but so far, Joan could only manage a few words, unable to hold a proper conversation. Margaret paused for a moment, and Roland, curious, asked what was on her mind. She hesitated before admitting, saying she was not sure if it was because Joan spent so long in her transformed state, but some parts of Joan's body weren't quite human anymore. She then continued explaining that normally, witches look just like anyone else when they're not using magic.
But Joan, well, she can't fully return to her original form.
For instance, she still has some scales on her body.
Roland's mind immediately flashed images of Lorca's fluffy ears. He thought, scales are pretty cool too.
But he quickly shook off the dirty thoughts. Now wasn't the time to be daydreaming. He remembered how Lorca's ears even made her own people uneasy, and he worried that Joan's situation might be even worse. After a moment of consideration, he asked Margaret if he could get a closer look at Joan. Margaret nodded, and as Roland slowly approached Joan, she looked a bit frightened, hiding further behind the maids. Roland looked concerned and asked Margaret has someone had been harassing Joan. Margaret let out a sigh and explained although they tried their best to prevent it, word still got out, and some people are just way too cruel. Thunder then explained to help Joan readjust to human life, they couldn't avoid her interacting with others. But unfortunately, very few in the fjord can accept her appearance. Some maids and scholars even ran off in fear, and even rumors started spreading that he was keeping a sea demon at home. Thunder shook his head, clearly frustrated, and he believed if this keeps up, maybe the sea is a better place for her after all.
But Margaret didn't agree. From what she's seen, Joan doesn't seem to dislike these changes.
Sure, she still needs to spend time in the sea every week, but she really enjoys hanging out with the maids who accept her. And she's even developed a taste for cooked food, no longer eating raw seafood. As they spoke, Joan peeked out from behind the maids, only to quickly hide again. Margaret apologized to Roland, saying Joan is just not used to so many people yet.
Nightingale couldn't help but tease, saying it was Roland that scared her.
However, he just shrugged it off, deciding not to push Joan further. He believed there's plenty of time, and she'll get used to things eventually. With that, he motioned for Thunder to follow him to the docks for a tour. As they arrived, the shipyard was a fortress in itself, surrounded by tall walls, watchtowers, and First Army soldiers keeping guard. When Margaret laid eyes on the massive iron ship, she was speechless, almost thinking she was dreaming. Even Thunder, who had seen all kinds of ships, was buzzing with excitement. Even saying the biggest three-mast ship wouldn't stand a chance against this beast. Heck, he bet even a deep-sea monster would turn tail and flee if it saw this thing. The sailors who came with Thunder were equally thrilled. Thunder couldn't help but marvel, although he knew Neverwinter's shipbuilding was impressive, this was something else. Just the fact that they managed to piece together such hard steel and all the materials they used was far beyond anything the fjords could ever manage. Realizing just how costly this ship must have been to build, Thunder glanced down at his coin pouch, already calculating how much this was going to set him back. Roland noticed the look on his face and chuckled, telling him they could talk about the price later.
But he promises, it'll be a lot cheaper than he thinks. However, that's not really the point.
Roland's tone grew more serious as he continued, just like he said before, exploring new seas is important for all of humanity. And as the king of Grey Castle, he's more than happy to contribute to that cause.
Thunder was moved by Roland's vision.
Very few people were willing to spend money on something that didn't offer immediate returns, even in the fjord, where merchant guilds only cared about new trade routes that promised profit.
Thunder thought Roland's way of thinking surpassed that of most explorers.
Hearing this, Roland thought to himself, it seemed that back when they first met, Thunder didn't fully believe in his words. But in terms of sheer curiosity about the world, Roland felt no one could match him, especially since the mysteries he sought to uncover might hold the key to the divine war and the secrets hidden behind it. Before long, Roland led them aboard for a full tour of the ship.
By the end of the tour, he was in awe.
This wasn't just a ship, it was like a floating fortress. Thunder thought Roland had overestimated his own expectations because this was beyond anything he could have imagined. With this ship, Thunder felt confident he could cross even the treacherous Maelstrom Sea. But Roland chuckled, telling him to not jump to conclusions just yet.
He admitted that he knew next to nothing about shipbuilding.
He tells him this is really just a complicated machine right now, not a true sea vessel, and they need to test it in the water to see how it performs, testing its speed, stability, crew capacity, and food storage, things he will likely need Thunder to provide input on. However, if everything goes well, he will be able to head to the Shadow Isle after the month of the demon ends.
Thunder was shocked by his words. Didn't Roland just say he didn't know anything about shipbuilding?
He let out a laugh, saying if those old shipwrights heard Roland, they'd probably throw themselves into the sea out of shame. But deep down, he believed Roland.
If Roland managed to craft such a beast without having much knowledge, then what about the stuff he actually knows?
Roland gave him a sly grin and tells him that he would find out the answer to that question tomorrow.
But first, they should enjoy tonight's banquet.
And while they are at it, he will introduce him to the person he's been dying to meet.
As evening fell, the castle came alive with music and laughter.
The banquet tables were overflowing with food and drink, and Roland was still deep in conversation with Thunder.
Off to the side, Lorca, Maisie, and Lightning were enjoying the feast. Lorca nudged Lightning, pointing to the man talking to Roland.
She heard that guy's an explorer from Lightning's hometown,
asking if she's curious to talk to him.
Lightning, chewing on a piece of food, shrugged, recalling the man's name was Sandbirdman or something, but she'd never heard of him before, so probably not a very important person. She nonchalantly passed a mushroom up to Maisie, who was perched on her head. She tells them the fjord has tons of explorers, but most of them are just guys who've sailed a few routes and never even seen a hurricane. What she's more curious about is why Rem hasn't shown up yet.
Lorca, wagging her tail with curiosity, watched the man closely.
She believed the guy must have been quite important if her great chieftain was personally talking to him. She insisted that the man might have some news about her father.
Maisie agreed, flapping her wings in support.
Lightning let out a sigh, but since her friends were so interested, she decided to go say hello. After all, they were just looking out for her. As she slowly made her way toward the two of them, she watched Sandbirdman's exaggerated gestures and thought the guy was too flashy, and his clothes are rather quite ridiculous. In her mind, this guy is nothing like her father's calm, commanding, and respectful nature. Just as Lightning was about to approach, Margaret appeared, smiling warmly, and tells her it was perfect timing. She then pulled Lightning forward, introducing the man, saying his name is Sandbirdman, an explorer from Twin Dragon Island, and also the head of his local merchants guild,
who happens to be a huge fan of her father. Lightning gave him a polite smile as they made eye contact.
Thunder, ever the showman, played along and asked if she was Lord Thunder's daughter. Tells her that Margaret has told him so much about her and how Lightning really does look like her father. Lightning smiled, but inwardly her impression of him dropped even more. Her father had always told her she looked more like her mother, who she never had the chance to meet. Lightning remained polite and asked him if he had any recent news about her father. Thunder, still sticking to his third-person storytelling mode, recounted some of his recent adventures.
He even warned Lightning not to believe any malicious rumors she might hear about her father.
As they chatted, Lightning's impression of him improved slightly and believed the man wasn't so bad after all. At least now he seemed more tolerable. Curious, she asked if he discovered any new islands on his journey. Thunder paused, glancing at Roland, who gave him a knowing smile. Thunder then replied, saying how he owed it all to her father. After they discovered the Shadow Isles, his crew set off to deliver supplies, but along the way, they ran into a sea monster. It knocked them off course, and that's when they stumbled upon an uncharted island.
Roland couldn't help but admire Thunder's acting.
He was spinning quite the tale, and somehow, Lightning didn't seem to suspect a thing. But from Lightning's point of view, she had pieced it together. This Sandbirdman guy was just one of those lucky explorers who happened to discover something by chance after a few voyages. So she smiled and said, "That's exactly the thrill of exploration, you never know what you'll find." With that, she excused herself, bowing to Roland before leaving. As she walked away, Thunder breathed a sigh of relief, feeling confident that his disguise had worked. He turned to Roland and said he was glad that he made the right choice. He will leave Lightning in Roland's care from here on out. Margaret, watching Lightning walk off, said out loud how she's really grown up. The way she spoke so seriously just now made her just want to scoop her up and smother her like when she was little. Roland smiled and nodded, telling Thunder she hadn't given up her adventurous spirit. Even here, she's already started her own exploration team. Sure, it's only 3 members right now, but he's certain one day she'll be following in Thunder's footsteps. Thunder let out a sigh, believing if it's truly unavoidable, then maybe it's just fate. But he'd rather his daughter never face those dangers. At least, until that day comes, he just wants her to stay happy and safe. The 3 of them turned to look at Lightning.
She was chatting and laughing with her friends, completely at ease.
Roland gave Thunder a reassuring pat on the shoulder while telling him to not worry, and promised to take care of Lightning. Back with her small crew, Lightning's friends were quick to ask if she heard anything about her dad.
Lightning shrugged, saying just as she thought, there's nothing new.
But she wasn't too bothered by it. Even reassured them with a grin, since she believed these things are more fun when they handle them themselves. That's what their little exploration team is for. She looked around, though, noticing that Rem still hadn't shown up.
Lightning felt a bit disappointed. After all, Rem had been so confident before, and now she doesn't even show up. Lorca, curious, asked, "What's this challenge she's planning anyway?" Maisie fluttered her wings while saying she had no idea. Lorca facepalmed in frustration, wondering to herself why she joined this team in the first place. But both Lightning and Maisie, with typical adventurous spirits, were ready for whatever challenge Rem threw their way. Just then, Rem arrived, apologizing for being late. The group turned to her, and Lightning teased, saying she thought Rem chickened out. Rem puffed up proudly and explained that she was just investigating some things to make sure the challenge went smoothly. With a dramatic flair, she explained the rules of the challenge, but before they get into that, she's going to introduce her team. And then she announced, from today, the Neverwinter Detective Agency is officially formed. She said this with such enthusiasm, but Lily immediately protested, saying she was not part of this. Meanwhile, the three of them had no idea what a detective agency was. Rem blushed and quickly added, "It's the name that His Majesty gave them." She heard about it from Sister Wendy after they helped investigate that arson case in the Academy District. Apparently, Roland liked what they did and came up with the name. Lightning raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit skeptical, and said it sounds fishy. Rem shot back telling her to ask Sister Wendy if she doesn't believe it. Sharon, one of Rem's new recruits, seemed thrilled. Believed if they could help improve the safety of Neverwinter, she's willing to join the detective agency. For anyone who didn't remember Sharon, she was the girl who stood up to some bullies at school, protecting her classmates. It was at that moment she unexpectedly awakened as a witch, and her ability accidentally started a fire. Anyway, Summer also volunteered. After all, she was already part of the security bureau. Rem gave them both a big thumbs up. She knew Lightning often had scouting missions for the First Army, so as long as they prioritized the king's orders, there wouldn't be any issues with the challenge. Lily, however, raised her hand in protest. She tells them that she already has way too much going on in the lab, and she has to double the mushroom farming operations, so she doesn't have time for these games. No amount of persuasion could convince Lily. Rem huffed, calling her a traitor. Lily, irritated, was about to storm off, but Rem quickly hugged her to stop her. She pleaded for her to hear her out first. She tells everyone that everyone knew His Majesty had recently welcomed a group of guests from the fjord, and tonight's banquet was held in their honor. Among them, there was a witch. Rem explained that she had been down at the port doing a light inspection, but Lily interrupted, rolling her eyes. Wondering who checks lights during the day, pointing out Rem was clearly just wandering around. Ignoring her, Rem continued her story. She had spotted the witch among the group from the fjord. Apparently, they would be staying in Neverwinter for a few months, and that is where the challenge comes in. Turned out, the challenge this time is to see who can recruit the new witch into their team first. She pointed out that her detective squad now had 4 members, making it the largest group in the Witch Union. But since Lightning's group was formed earlier, she considered them tied in strength. This competition would settle who had the strongest group once and for all. Lorca, munching on some food while listening, finally chimed in. She then asked, "So the whole challenge is about recruiting a witch?" Which seemed kinda random to her. But Lightning and Maisie were already fired up, taking the contest very seriously. Lorca sighed, thinking to herself once again, is it too late to back out now? Even though Lightning's team was outnumbered, she didn't see it as a problem. With a confident smile, she looked at Rem and said, "Challenge accepted." Rem quickly warned the others not to think this challenge would be easy. She explained that Joan couldn't really speak and was very cautious around strangers. She explained it's kind of like how they were when the church was hunting them down, so she believed it was going to be a long game. Both teams agreed to the challenge with a handshake. That's when Lorca walked over and interrupted, asking a very practical question. Even if she stays for a while, Joan will eventually leave. So, what's the point of recruiting her if she's just going to move on? But Rem had a different view. She recalled how Roland had helped her out of her own dark place. So she believed if they could help Joan become more open and cheerful, then what they were doing wouldn't be meaningless. Meanwhile, her gaze drifted toward Roland. She believed to ordinary people, it might not seem like much, but for someone like Joan, it could be like a light shining into her darkness. Rem smiled softly and tells Lorca that's what His Majesty has been doing from the very beginning. Lorca couldn't help but smile back. Maybe this group wasn't as immature as she thought. Suddenly, Lily raised an eyebrow and asked, "How did Rem know all this about Joan?" Rem froze for a moment. Then it hit Lily, Rem must have used Summer's abilities to eavesdrop on Roland's conversation. Lily was fuming. Rem hurried to defend herself, saying she was just replaying the scene at the harbor. His Majesty said everything in front of everyone and it wasn't a secret. Lily wasn't having it. Since this was clearly crossing the line, she even planned to go and tell Wendy. Rem panicked, trying to plead her case, but Lily just pinched her cheeks. Rem quickly promised, saying it won't happen again. Just then, Maisie suddenly soared into the air. No one paid her attention as she flew across the banquet hall, grabbing a piece of roasted meat right in front of the surprised Sylvie. Carrying the meat, she headed straight for Joan. Joan and the maids around her were startled, but when she saw Maisie, Joan didn't seem to mind at all. In fact, she greeted Maisie with a friendly smile. The two then started talking to each other, Joan with soft grunts and Maisie with her usual bird-like cools, which caused Lorca to watch in bewilderment since the conversation was utterly incomprehensible. After a while, Maisie fluttered back to Lightning's shoulder, proudly announcing that Joan had agreed to join their exploration team. Everyone turned to see Joan, accompanied by her maids, slowly making her way toward Lightning. Even Margaret and Roland noticed them. Meanwhile, Maisie was flying back and forth between the two, as if she were relaying some important messages. To everyone's surprise, Joan allowed Lightning to hold onto her hands. Roland quickly realized what had just happened. Margaret, on the other hand, was completely stunned. She tells Roland this is unbelievable because it took them 2 months just to get her out of the water, and that was with Camilla's help. Thunder was equally curious. How did Lightning manage to do it so quickly? Roland took a sip of his drink and tells them Lightning didn't need to do anything special, just having Maisie and Lorca around did the trick. He explained that Joan's distrust stemmed from how people treated her as an outsider. But when she's surrounded by others who are considered different too, like Maisie and Lorca for example, that barrier naturally comes down. In Joan's eyes, they are just like her. Margaret still seemed a bit puzzled, so Roland elaborated, Margaret is already familiar with Maisie, but this is her first time seeing Lorca, but Lorca is very similar to Joan. As they watched the group interact, Joan seemed completely at ease, even picking up Lorca's tail with a sense of curiosity. Roland smiled, seemed like Joan is fitting in perfectly. As Margaret watched the girls laughing and having fun, she wondered if Lorca had ever felt feared or rejected by others. Roland shook his head, explaining that if she hadn't been, she might never have come to Neverwinter in the first place. Even in the far southern lands where she grew up and lived her whole life, where witches were honored as goddesses, but her different appearance still caused many of her own people to struggle with accepting her. Though there was still some wariness in Neverwinter, it was far less pronounced, and in the Witch Union, rejection simply didn't exist and a new sister was always welcomed with open arms. Thunder chimed in with his own thoughts, saying that humanity's greatest fear was the unknown. When he first set out as an explorer, his plan had been to strike it rich, but now he just wanted to see as much of the world as he could in his lifetime. There were countless mysteries waiting to be uncovered, and he believed that if people didn't venture out, they'd remain forever trapped on a small piece of land, shackled by their own fears. Roland raised his glass in wholehearted agreement. In fact, he believed that if Thunder continued thinking this way, he would undoubtedly go down in history as the greatest explorer. Thunder clinked his glass with a grin, thanking Roland for the high praise and promising not to let him down on this journey. Meanwhile, Margaret watched the witches, lost in thought for a moment before turning to Roland with a hesitant request. Roland encouraged her to speak her mind, and Margaret explained. Originally, she had planned for Joan to settle back in the fjords after the expedition. She believed the seafaring life was lonely, and she didn't want Joan to continue being alone. But now, she had changed her mind. She wanted to leave Joan in Roland's care. Roland was a bit surprised and asked if she meant for Joan to stay in Neverwinter. Margaret nodded, explaining that if Joan stayed in the fjords, her world would remain small, with few chances to talk to anyone. In Neverwinter, Joan could make real friends. Margaret had brought Joan out from the sea, hoping she'd find a better, more welcoming place to belong, and Neverwinter was clearly the best choice. Without a moment's hesitation, Roland agreed. After all, the Witch Union was created for exactly that purpose. Margaret smiled, relieved, and bowed to him, saying his words had put her at ease. After the banquet, everyone headed back to their rooms. Lily was trying to read, but the persistent murmuring nearby was driving her to the edge. Over and over, Rem kept muttering about their loss, and finally, Lily couldn't take it anymore. She spun around and asked her to stop and just go to sleep. Rem, lying on the bed, whined about how their detective squad had lost, looking even more miserable now. She'd been so sure she'd come up with the perfect plan to recruit the new witches, but everything had gone down the drain. From what she'd observed, Lightning's team didn't even seem to understand each other half the time. How did they manage to communicate? Either way, they now had the same number of members, and even the title of the biggest squad was gone. Lily thought to herself that Rem's grand plan hadn't even come close to working, as she'd lost before the other team even tried. But she didn't want to rub it in. As Lily sat back down, Rem asked if she didn't feel at least a little sad about it. Lily sighed, telling her that she'd never agreed to join the challenge in the first place. With only 3 members, they already lost while being outnumbered, so they might as well disband. Lily picked up her book and resumed reading, but surprisingly, Rem didn't keep nagging her. The silence actually made her feel more uncomfortable, causing her to wonder to herself if she had been too harsh. Rem could be annoying at times, but her intentions were good. Without her antics, who knows how long it would have taken for Joan to start bonding with everyone. Sure, eavesdropping on His Majesty had been a huge no-no, but no real harm was done. Maybe she was being too tough on Rem? After all, Rem hadn't always been this way.
She used to be incredibly timid, especially because of her abilities, and Hakura used to scold her a lot.
Thinking this over, Lily suddenly felt a pang of regret. What if her words had crushed Rem's spirit all over again?
She turned around, ready to apologize, only to find Rem holding out a voucher with a hopeful look on her face.
Lily blinked in confusion, asking what on earth she was doing.
Rem shyly pleaded with her not to leave the detective squad, even offering her stash of chaos drinks as a bribe. She was convinced that if Lily left, their squad would never have a chance to rise again.
Lily couldn't help feeling a bit relieved.
Turns out, Rem wasn't as fragile as she'd worried. Taking the voucher, Lily met her eyes.
Rem then asked, "Does this mean you're staying?"
But Lily shook her head, saying she had a lot on her plate and didn't have time for all Rem's detective games. However, she said Rem could trade the voucher for a tip from her, and if Rem didn't interrupt her work time, she might toss her a few ideas now and then. Rem listened intently as Lily advised her. If she really wanted to expand the squad, she shouldn't try to recruit witches like Lily or Soraya, who were always busy. Instead, she should focus on those who had more free time. Then, Lily reminded her, "Think about the last time we went to the school district to search for clues on that arson case. Who else was there?" she asked Rem.
Rem thought of Amy but hesitated.
Amy wasn't from Grey Castle, had her own group, and Rem feared rejection. But Lily pointed out that Amy was actually the perfect choice if Rem could recruit her. The rest of the Wolfheart witches would likely follow. Except for Annie, who's usually quite busy.
Hero and Broken Sword didn't have much going on, and Rem could also consider asking the old Bloodfang witches to join her.
Lily believed that, with a few friendly asks, they'd have no reason to turn her down, and Rem could grow the detective squad significantly. Lily added one last piece of advice, hoping Rem wouldn't cause trouble for His Majesty or randomly challenge Lightning's team again. She couldn't resist rubbing it in a little, saying she had a feeling Rem would never beat them anyway. Rem stuck her tongue out, accusing Lily of being biased, but Lily just waved her off, insisting she wasn't playing favorites. Then she told Rem to get some sleep and stop bothering her. As Lily turned away, she noticed Rem was still standing there. A hint of worry crept into Lily's voice as she softly asked if something was wrong. After a pause, Rem admitted that the voucher had actually been intended as Lily's recruitment fee, so now that she wasn't joining, could she, have it back? Lily froze, then burst out looking annoyed and said, "Not a chance," and shooed her away. The next day arrived quickly, and Neverwinter was bustling as usual. After a long day's work, the tavern was even more packed than normal.
Someone asked curiously, "What exactly is a train?"
Another patron shrugged, guessing it had to be something amazing if His Majesty had designed it, saying about how every invention of His Majesty's seemed to blow everyone's minds. Just then, a blond man entered the tavern, and the barkeep quickly greeted him, leading him to a reserved window seat on the third floor. The man tipped generously and settled in, noticing how crowded the room was, with everyone leaning out the windows. Word had spread that the narrow street outside would soon be the train's route, though he couldn't figure out why it was set so far from the residential area. Another patron explained that the tracks weren't meant for people, so they kept them away from crowded places. The blond man grew curious and soon learned that the mines were lined with these metal tracks, powered by something called a steam engine. He'd heard of steam engines hauling carts and thought they worked well in rough terrain.
But if it were on flat ground, couldn't mules or horses do the same job? So why was the city council calling this train a revolutionary transportation tool?
Some patrons thought the train was just hype, but most had faith in His Majesty's word, knowing he never exaggerated.
Just then, a loud whistle echoed from afar. Everyone craned their necks, leaning out the windows.
They saw something massive, entirely made of steel, emerging from the tunnel at an impressive speed. The blond man's eyes widened in disbelief as thick gray smoke billowed around it. Next to the train, a four-wheeled horse-drawn carriage sped along, with two horses pushing themselves to the limit. But compared to the train, the carriage was clearly struggling. The horses were panting heavily after just a few strides.
Meanwhile, the fully loaded train seemed unaffected by its weight.
People speculated that the train could probably haul as much as a cargo ship. They counted the cars, reaching 6, then 7, all packed with stones and minerals. The blond man thought to himself that a steam engine fixed at a mine entrance to pull carts was one thing, but a steam engine that could move on its own was an entirely different beast. He thought about other kingdoms, where lords were still traveling the old-fashioned way over cobblestone or muddy roads by carriages. But this train, this was the future of transportation, unlocking a whole new realm of possibilities. Maybe the future has arrived, but it has not happened for everyone yet. 3 days later, Barav reported to Roland that settlement applications had spiked by 60% compared to the usual rate, with half coming from people who had moved in within the last 2 months. Barav explained that the average time it took newcomers to submit their applications had dropped from 5 months to just 3.5. Since the demon attacks, there had been a slight dip in applications, but not only there's no decline, in fact, the numbers were now soaring. Clearly, people weren't as concerned about the demon threat anymore. As for the train demonstration, it was a huge success.
City Hall even received multiple requests from merchants, all eager to meet Roland, likely to discuss the train. Roland instructed Baref to decline the meetings. For now, the train wasn't a product for sale, and even if it were, the price would be far beyond what they could afford. Instead, he told Baref to offer them other goods, like the old first and second generation steam engines that had been replaced. Thinking about it, we all know trains were revolutionary, but they would certainly bring pollution. Maybe one day Roland could find a witch with the power to clean the air. Anyway, let's not lose track here. Back to the story, he decided it was a good time to push forward with army reserves. Baref agreed, though he was curious if Roland really thought things would escalate that far. Roland explained it was just a precaution. After all, this was a battle for humanity's survival, and they had to take it seriously. There was much to prepare, and troop numbers were crucial since they'd need a steady flow of reinforcements from the rear. Along with building the reserve army, Roland felt it was time to start recruiting a new round of soldiers. He wanted to see the combat units' numbers exceed 10,000 by the end of the month of demons and reminded Baref to ensure they had the resources to support this expansion. Baref readily agreed, then took his leave. Just then, Nightingale's voice whispered in Roland's ear, relaying news from Sylvie. There was activity on the demons' side, the flying monsters seemed to be expanding their patrol range, and a possible new encampment was under construction. Roland's expression turned serious. He instructed Nightingale to bring Sylvie and the others back immediately, then called Baref back and instructed him to summon all department ministers to the castle for an urgent meeting. The castle's meeting hall quickly filled up. Sylvie began her briefing, detailing the new intel. The flying monsters had been spotted within what was previously considered a safe zone. Roland's face was serious as he asked for everyone's thoughts on the matter. Alethea scoffed, calling it the same old demon tactics. She claimed that when intimidation didn't work, demons turned to brute force, which was a tactic they'd used before against human lords. Roland reminded her that her last prediction had estimated it would take the demons 6 months to advance. Alethea looked a bit embarrassed, explaining that she'd based her estimate on the usual time needed to build a large encampment. Maybe they're just rushing things, she muttered, adding that battles were always unpredictable. Roland was unimpressed. Surveillance was necessary, but all their defense plans had been based on that 6-month timeline. If the enemy took that long to establish themselves, he figured he could extend the railway right to their front door. By then, he'd be ready to send armored trains and rail-mounted cannons to prevent the demons from setting up outposts. Agatha spoke up in support of Alethea, assuring everyone that she hadn't intentionally withheld information. She had agreed with Alethea's timeline, as the Federation's expansion schedule had always shown that 6 months was the demons' absolute limit. At least it was accurate until the fall of Takira. But now, the demons were pushing past this limit, rendering the timeline unreliable. After reviewing the intel, Edith remarked that it wasn't too surprising if intel from 4 centuries ago had finally become outdated. Alethea looked irritated but had no grounds to argue. Roland noted that Edith was likely the only one in the room, besides himself, willing to stand up to the Takira witches. Pasha urged Alethea to calm down, suggesting that the massive bone creatures might be accelerating the demons' expansion or that they had other motives. If their goal wasn't an immediate assault, setting up outposts ahead of time would make sense, especially as red mist supplies dictated their outpost scale. She added that they should avoid bickering and focus on the king's orders. Roland appreciated her response, noting that Pasha had not only diffused the tension but had also shown consideration for him as well. Standing up, Roland ordered the First Army to prepare for deployment, to which Axe promptly replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Pasha expressed relief at Roland's decisive approach, noting that ignoring the enemy's movements would be suicidal with war on the horizon. Turning to Edith, Roland instructed her staff department to present at least one viable plan by sunset the following day, complete with detailed simulations. Ferlin then voiced his concern, noting that with the flying monsters occupying the region, the First Army's movement would likely be exposed. Roland acknowledged this but said they needed to see a plan before diving into specifics. The next day, Edith returned with the plan, looking visibly exhausted. Seeing the dark circles under her eyes, Roland asked if she stayed up all night. She yawned, admitting that with everyone racing against the clock, she can't be the only one resting. Telling Roland to just see it as her way to make up for her mistake from last time. Roland mused to himself that Edith was still holding a grudge from her last mistake. Either way, he reviewed the plan briefly before asking her to summarize it. Edith explained that if the army advanced with standard marching methods, they would almost certainly be noticed, and success would heavily depend on the commander. Without specific intel on enemy tactics, the staff department had prepared for the worst-case scenario. In the simulation, the First Army might reach its objective but could be overwhelmed by demons in the process. Out of 5,000 soldiers, only about half would likely make it back. However, the witches would be safer as long as they avoided reckless actions. They could all return. Roland found the scenario surprisingly harsh and asked if logistics were the issue. Edith nodded. In the simulation, the supply route was constantly attacked,
forcing the first army to divide its forces for protection.
Preventing all ambushes was impossible, and the steady toll on their ranks would drain morale and weaken confidence at the front.
After a week, enemy attacks would become increasingly erratic, with the main force finally launching an assault on the demon encampment. While they might succeed in destroying the demon outpost, their rearguard would come under fire. Roland asked if this rearguard referred to Neverwinter itself, but Edith clarified that it was literal fire, as she believed that if the demons detected unusual activity in the misty forest, they might resort to burning the entire forest. This would destroy the safe route created by Lady Leaf, and if their transportation routes had to triple in length, the First Army would lose their supply line. Without their firepower advantage, they'd be forced to retreat. She added that this was only a simulation and that, while they may have overestimated demon numbers, it was difficult to say for certain. As Roland reviewed the plan, he couldn't help but be baffled. Dealing with a large number of enemies was one thing, but who on earth had come up with the idea of setting the forest on fire? He looked up and asked aloud. In her usual calm manner, Edith replied that it was Ferland's idea. Their analysis suggested that, given enough time, the demons might notice something unusual about the misty forest, so they couldn't rule out the possibility. Roland figured they hadn't spent all night coming up with just one plan. It was clear they were trying to make a point with this one. Edith chuckled and handed over a second proposal. She explained that since they couldn't guarantee the safety of the supply line, why not eliminate the need for it altogether? Roland's interest was piqued, and he urged her to continue. Edith laid it out. If the devouring worms from Takira could burrow tunnels through the impassable mountains, then the underground terrain should be manageable too. By deploying 2 devouring worm carriers to dig in tandem, they could carve out a tunnel wide enough for horse-drawn carts, and they can provide a secure route for transporting supplies. Roland nodded, prompting her to explain further. Edith sketched out the tunnel design, explaining they could camouflage the entrance with tents, dig vertical shafts that could be sealed off later, and leave vents for airflow along the route. This approach would delay their march by about 2 weeks, but since regular marching speed would be difficult under demon attacks anyway, this method would remove the First Army's biggest vulnerability, which is their lack of air power. By keeping the unit consolidated, they'd be sure to attract the demons' full attention. Roland asked if she came up with this idea, which Edith nodded, crediting it as a collaborative effort across multiple departments. Roland rubbed his chin, looking impressed. For most people, incorporating devouring worms into a logistics plan would be unthinkable, but Edith had used every available resource, even involving the newly established mathematics department. Roland praised her work and approved the plan. Edith placed a hand on her chest in salute, though she couldn't help adding that even with the second plan, their simulations still predicted casualties, as they couldn't rely on the pre-built trenches and bunkers from previous battles. Roland wondered if she was suggesting they wait for a better opportunity, but Edith shook her head, saying they must attack as soon as possible. If the Divine War was as brutal as the Takira witches described, a real battle was essential for the First Army. She hesitated before adding that Roland cared too deeply about his soldiers' lives. Against the unknown threat of demons, some things were beyond human control, and she wanted him to be prepared. Roland wasn't offended by her bluntness. After a thoughtful pause, he dismissed Edith, who saluted once more and left the room. Nightingale appeared, visibly displeased. She asked if it was wrong to care about his people's well-being, suggesting Edith had overstepped. Roland, however, shrugged it off, saying he saw no harm in differing perspectives. Still, he intended to do everything possible to minimize casualties. Just then, the communication seal lit up. Roland's expression turned serious, asking if the demons had made another move. Nightingale shook her head, saying it was good news. The third group of witches from Slumbering Isle was expected to arrive in Neverwinter by tomorrow evening, led by Lady Camilla. Roland relaxed and told Nightingale to inform Wendy to welcome them with the same hospitality as before. He suddenly remembered that Camilla was one of the witches who had traveled with Joan before. Noticing his thoughtful expression, Nightingale asked if something was on his mind. Roland nodded, realizing that the previous simulations had assumed the demons held the upper hand, but maybe he could find a way to chip away at their advantage. Nightingale didn't quite see the connection, but Roland simply smiled, admitting he wasn't entirely sure himself, but it was worth a shot. When Camilla arrived, he planned to discuss his idea with her personally. Meanwhile, on the Crimson Water River, Andrea stood on the ship, savoring a rare moment of calm. Suddenly, a curious voice behind her asked why people on shore weren't collecting the nearby debris as kindling. Surprised, she turned to find one of the Takira witches. She hadn't expected her to be interested in such matters. She assumed the Takira witches wouldn't bother with trivial things. The witch chuckled, admitting that in the Federation days, such tasks were left to mortals. However, she mentioned that back then, she herself was no different from those mortals. As a witch with weak powers, the Federation had little reason to invest in her. Toward the end of the war, she had been all but forgotten, surviving only thanks to those same mortals after the city fell. Andrea was surprised to hear this, having seen how skilled the witch was in combat.
The witch smiled, saying that hundreds of years of training could transform anyone.
Compared to some of her sisters, she admitted, she felt lucky to have become what she was. Not only had it made her stronger, but it also allowed her to contribute in ways she never could before. Meeting His Majesty Roland, she added, felt like a reward in itself.
Curious, Andrea asked why she was sharing all this with her.
The witch turned to her and said because she admired Andrea. She explained that Andrea's ability, even by Federation standards, would have made her one of the top combat witches. Since Andrea had achieved high awakening at such a young age, she would surely have risen through the ranks into Kira. The witch confessed that her own greatest wish had been to join the Holy Guard and receive Lady Natalia's blessing before heading into battle.
Now, she could only envy Andrea, who still hadn't reached her limits.
She told Andrea that she would face many challenges ahead but reminded her that plenty of people admired her strength. Hearing this, Andrea realized the witch was trying to comfort her. After everything that happened in the Kingdom of Dawn, it had affected Andrea more deeply than she'd let on, and clearly, the witch had noticed.
Andrea smiled and thanked her.
The witch simply replied that she was just speaking the truth before returning to the cabin. Just as she was leaving, Andrea called out the answer to her question about why no one was collecting the debris. It was because Neverwinter no longer relied on it for heating. The witch gave an okay gesture without looking back, signaling she understood.
As the boat approached Neverwinter, Andrea's anticipation grew.
Just then, she heard the distinct coo of a pigeon, and before she could react, a fat pigeon came barreling toward her, smacking right into her head. Blinking in disbelief, she realized it was none other than Maisie. Holding the bird in her hands, Andrea chuckled, commenting that Maisie seemed to have gotten heavier. She asked if Maisie had been slacking off again, but Maisie quickly shook her head, saying His Majesty Roland had sent her to fetch Andrea back. Transforming back to her larger form, Maisie invited Andrea to hop on, explaining that Camilla, Spear, and the others were already waiting. A short while later, Maisie flew her past the border walls, where Roland and a few others had gathered to meet her. Andrea soon realized that Roland had called her back to test a new weapon. Even without Maisie's help, she would have reached the docks within half a day, but Roland informed her there was no time to waste. The First Army would be setting out tomorrow. He recapped the recent demon developments, explaining that the weapon designed specifically for her needed to be in working condition before they reached the tunnel entrance.
Andrea couldn't help but think the demons were getting restless, eager to make their move even though the Red Moon's descent was still some time away. Andrea slowly opened the case, revealing a weapon she'd never seen before.
Roland started to say it was an anti-material rifle, then quickly corrected himself, calling it an anti-monster sniper rifle.
Andrea raised an eyebrow, pointing out that it didn't have a scope, so hitting a target she couldn't see would be impossible.
Roland then explained that Camilla, Spear, and Sylvie were there specifically to help. The plan was simple. Camilla would link Sylvie and Andrea together, and Spear would provide the magical power to keep the connection going. Spear, who'd been called in at the last minute, let out a sigh, saying she'd appreciate more notice next time instead of being flown in at top speed by Maisie. She told Roland she wasn't as young as she used to be.
Roland couldn't help but roll his eyes as he recalled how Spear had drunk plenty of purified water from Lily and even asked for extra recruits from the next batch of City Hall trainees.
Yet here she was, acting as if she were performing a thankless favor, such typical of an old politician. Andrea, meanwhile, wasn't certain if her abilities would still work with Sylvie's ability, which was exactly why Roland had called her to test it out. She glanced at the sniper rifle, and they began the trials. Meanwhile, across town, Carter was pacing nervously outside his room, trying to reassure himself, saying everything would be fine, and that it was just a baby being born. He tells himself that Manhwa and Miss Lily were both there so nothing could go wrong.
Roland had even prepared a backup plan, ensuring both mother and child's safety. Still, the idea of a C-section made him uneasy.
But if His Majesty said it would be okay, then surely it would be. Eileen approached, trying to comfort him, saying she was sure May would pull through, saying May was the strongest person Eileen had ever known.
Carter nodded, thanking her, though his worry still lingered. Suddenly, loud cheers erupted from outside. He realized it was the day of the army's departure. Eileen smiled, gazing at the soldiers, mentioning that her own husband was among them. He had long looked forward to exacting revenge on the demons. Carter asked why she called it revenge, and Eileen explained that it was her husband's way of honoring those who had fallen to the demons. Fighting for their memory gave him strength. Carter couldn't help but admire how even former noble knights like Ferlin now fought on behalf of commoners. Perhaps His Majesty's dream of a utopian kingdom was gradually becoming a reality.
As Roland's former personal knight and bodyguard, Carter would have been among the first to fight for His Majesty, yet somehow, he drifted further from that path. Just then, the sound of a baby's first cries snapped him back to the present. Carter hurried into the room, where Nanawa let out a relieved sigh and pointed to a tiny newborn lying beside May. Carter rushed over and was told it was a boy. He looked at May, exhausted and drenched in sweat, momentarily lost for words. Weakly, she managed to say, "You're a father now." Overwhelmed, Carter hugged them both tightly, tears slipping down his cheeks.
Meanwhile, on the northwest outskirts of Neverwinter, deep within the misty forest, Snake Fong stepped out of his tent. He had been with the railway construction crew for a while now. Passing by the train, he noticed a peculiar movement from one of the cargo carts. Curious, he hid in the bushes to watch as the tarp covering it was removed, revealing two massive creatures wriggling inside, which shocked him. One of the creatures even spoke, saying it was hungry and asking if there was anything to eat. For a split second, Snake Fong's mind raced, imagining a possible response from one of the soldiers along the lines of, "Oh, sure, this whole camp of workers is your feast, help yourselves." But thankfully, none of that happened. Instead, each soldier carefully carried over a large wooden barrel filled with food and handed it to the creatures, who devoured it ravenously before disappearing back into the forest. He held his breath, ensuring they had actually left before stepping out. Reflecting on recent days, Snake Fong recalled the strange sights he'd witnessed, those two massive creatures, the enormous wolves that, oddly, Lady Leaf wasn't attacking, and a mysterious man who came to prey on certain days. It felt like he was glimpsing a hidden side of Neverwinter, a side that both thrilled him and made him feel more connected to the city. This, he thought, was what life was truly about. Back at the castle, Nightingale received word through the communications seal that the first army camps had completed the first phase of the plan. Roland marked their positions on the map and then asked if the demons had responded. Nightingale replied that, according to Sylvie, there was no reaction yet as the demons seemed focused on constructing their outposts. Several black stone pillars had been erected, and a red line now appeared behind their watchtowers. The staff department estimated that the number of those long-legged creatures was likely limited too. For Roland, this was good news. He instructed them to continue surveillance and report any updates immediately. Looking at the map, Roland estimated that, barring any surprises, the first army would enter the demons' reconnaissance zone in about 6 days. Nightingale noticed he still seemed concerned, so she reminded him that the new weapons test had gone well. Roland explained that it was just a test and that anything could happen in actual combat. Nightingale reassured him that a weapon capable of hitting a target 5 kilometers away was already extraordinary, and she had faith Andrea wouldn't let the weapon go to waste. Roland hoped so too, then mentioned he was going to take a nap and asked not to be disturbed unless it was an emergency. Understanding what he meant, Nightingale asked if he wanted the Takira witches to join him. Roland shook his head and said it wasn't necessary. Nightingale slipped into the mist, promising that no one would get close to his light pillar. Shortly after, Roland fell asleep and slipped once again into the dream world. Checking the calendar, he recalled that today was the day Garcia would return from headquarters. She'd promised to bring him a book that mentioned the Divine War. Picking up the phone, he dialed Garcia's number, and she picked up quickly, her tone dripping with sarcasm. She teased, asking if he would throw his phone in frustration if she hadn't brought the book, reminding him that he'd already nudged her about it 3 days prior and that she wasn't like him as she kept her promises. Ignoring her sarcasm, Roland asked if she had the book. When she replied it was at her place, he headed over. When Garcia opened the door, she looked freshly showered, dressed in a red and white martial fighter outfit. She poured him a glass of water, and Roland asked if she had a match later. Garcia explained she was dressed like that to leverage her influence as a martial fighter for something later. Roland assumed it was for an ad, but she was actually going to protest. She scoffed, asking if he didn't read the newspaper. It turned out that the corporation was scheduled to demolish the wall surrounding their street today. Roland had nearly forgotten about it and scratched his head, wishing her smooth sailing. Garcia bristled, but before she could snap, Roland explained that he was just a nobody and his lack of fame wouldn't help the cause much. Garcia then took out a list with the names of residents from her building who were willing to protest with her. She insisted that if people stayed quiet just because they weren't well known, their voices would be ignored entirely. Looking at Garcia's determined expression, Roland felt a pang of reluctance to treat her as merely an illusion of his dream world. Even though he knew she was technically a figment, seeing her like this made it hard to dismiss her as a mere shadow. Since she'd brought the book as promised, he decided he'd join her for the protest. Scanning the list, Roland's eyes landed on a familiar name and he saw the demon who lived on the 5th floor. This was intriguing. If the demon was attending the protest, it could give Roland a chance to glimpse fragments of its memory. He quickly came up with an excuse, mentioning he had another appointment that afternoon. He avoided Garcia's gaze, and she didn't press him, simply turning away as if she'd expected he wouldn't join the protest. Heading into her room, Garcia retrieved a book and handed it to him. Roland noticed that the book had no author listed. Garcia explained that the writer had reportedly died before completing it, and the association could find no records of him whatsoever. Roland found this odd. By that time, record-keeping was widespread, and as a martial fighter, the author should have left at least some trace behind. Nevertheless, he thanked Garcia, and she merely scoffed in response. Back home, Roland settled in and opened the book to its first page. The opening line immediately got his attention. He read it carefully and it wrote, "We have been deceived by the gods." Roland flipped open the second page of the book and was greeted by a strange illustration of people kneeling on the ground,
worshipping something shaped like an egg. Right after that, there was a text read that while natural power is known to come from erosion, most humans still treat it as a gift from the gods, all because it grants extraordinary abilities. The book then asked a question: why is it only humans who wield this power? Could it be that humans are just lucky on the evolutionary ladder? To search for the answer, the author explored ancient ruins and made a shocking discovery, which is that humans aren't the only species capable of using natural power, and revealed that Earth isn't the center of the universe either, and perhaps humanity isn't as special as they think, and there's other species also capable of using such powers. But here's the problem: if those species are long gone, why does erosion and awakening still happen? Could it mean the so-called divine war never truly ended? And what kind of world are they really living in? However, the text abruptly stopped there and Roland slammed the book shut, feeling an unsettling vibe in the air. Everything the book talked about was inside the dream world, yet everything in it felt eerily familiar to him. He suddenly wanted to call Garcia, hoping she could shed some light. As he reached for his phone, he accidentally knocked over the book, where a red slip of paper slid out. On it, 2 lines were written: "The day the divine will appears, our meeting shall take place. Rose Cafe, room 302. Roland stared at the note for a moment before finally dialing Garcia's number. She sounded annoyed, saying she was about to head out. Roland explained how the book's contents were downright creepy, but Garcia brushed it off, claiming it was all just fiction. She added that the Martial Fighter Association had already investigated the volcano ruins mentioned in the book and found that the place was buried under lava over 200 years ago. Roland thought for a moment, then asked if Garcia had read the book herself. She admitted to flipping through a few pages but didn't seem interested. Roland wanted to bring up the red note but changed his mind. Hearing that he had nothing else to say, she then rushed to end the call. With a sigh, Roland hung up, realizing if Garcia had seen the note, she wouldn't have ignored it. So this could only mean one thing, which is that the note had been placed there recently, but how? Chills ran down his spine as a thought crept up, because the dream world was basically just an illusion he created. So, someone, or perhaps something, had noticed Roland's difference. As for the cafe and everything else, he decided to let the Takira witches investigate further. For now, he packed his bag and headed to the demon's apartment. Using a key, he opened the door and headed straight to the storage room, where he found a large iron gate with chains locking it. Without hesitation, Roland cut the chains and swung the door open. What he saw took his breath away. There it was. He saw a massive, bottomless chasm, with strange spire-like structures rising from the depths. And clearly, this has to be the city of the demons. As he stood there surveillancing the place, he suddenly heard footsteps. And around the corner, a squad of demons marched into view. The demons were fully armed, weapons in hand, and their sudden appearance caught Roland completely off guard. His first instinct was to tense up, because there was no way he could avoid them. But as he braced himself to fight, something unexpected happened. The group of demons walked right past him as if he wasn't even there. Stunned, Roland froze for a moment before turning around. On impulse, he reached out toward one of the demons, trying to touch it, only to find his hand passed right through, almost like touching a hologram. Confused but curious, he crouched down and pressed his hand to the damp ground. However, the sensation was real this time. It seemed the resistance of the people who were once devoured by Zero could not only shape the fragments of memory within this world but also affect what was displayed. This got him wondering, just how strong is Zero's resistance, or maybe her hatred and unwillingness to submit after losing to him. Either way, Roland quickly walked to the edge of the cliff. Below, he saw a swirling red mist, and along the cliff's edge were sloping paths and stone stairways leading downward. The place was bustling with demons, some of which he had never seen before. Their appearance reminded him of what Pasha had once mentioned, which is that the Federation had once captured some demons in the past that were weak and lacked magic. Back in the day, no one was sure whether they were a subspecies of demons or simply enslaved creatures serving the demons. Looking around, Roland noticed there wasn't any demon watching them. They also seemed to fit in with the other demons, which suggested they were not slaves but rather a type of demon as well. But here's the question: were these demons from the same origins as the others, and if they have genders? Or was their method of reproduction so different from humans that it couldn't be compared? For now, there were no answers. Eventually, Roland made his way to the bottom of the cliff. At the center of the area was a large bridge. A crowd of demons had already gathered, growling and snarling in low tones. It dawned on Roland that he was witnessing some kind of ceremony. As a horn sounded, a demon stepped forward, accompanied by a strange, weird-looking creature. They walked to the center of the bridge, where the crowd seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. Roland had no idea what was about to happen, wondering if it was perhaps a duel. Then, a figure appeared at the center. To Roland's shock, it was a female demon, or at least, that's what it looked like, but he quickly dismissed the idea. While the figure had features that closely resembled a human girl, but the resemblance made no sense to Roland, because how could a species so vastly different from humanity produce something so similar? The two demons bowed to her before stepping to the edges of the platform. The female demon began to chant. Almost immediately, the red mist below started to churn and boil. Moments later, two massive tentacles shot out of the mist, each one going towards one of the demons. The tentacles twitched for a few moments before revealing a gem. The demons then tore open their chest, allowing the gems to fuse into their body, followed by a blinding light. Roland recognized these must be magic stones. Could this be how the demons create their warriors, granting them power through these rituals? But something felt off. These demons were the lowest tier soldiers. There are often tens of thousands of them in any major battles. If every single transformation required such an elaborate ritual, wouldn't this city be doing nothing but ceremonies all day? Minutes passed, and the blinding light slowly faded. So Roland stepped forward towards the center of the platform. Meanwhile, the massive creature after fusing the gem looked terrible. The scene reminded him of the God Punishment Army's transformation ritual. In contrast, the demon was still standing, and he could sense powerful energy from it. Thinking to himself, he wondered if perhaps demons have to gamble with their lives to become warriors and be able to use magic. However, the next second, the creature let out an ear-splitting shriek. Without warning, it charged at the female demon with incredible speed and slammed hard onto the ground. When the dust settled, there was a deep crater, but the female demon was already gone. All of a sudden, the creature then turned its attention to the other demon. By now, Roland had a clearer picture of what was happening. So, failing to fuse with the magic stone doesn't kill them, it just makes them completely out of control. The demon reacted quickly and leaped into the air, grabbed the creature's tail, and with one powerful yank, it tore the creature's tail right off. Right after, the demon then extracted the bone from the severed tail and drove it straight into the creature's head. After killing it, the demon ripped the magic stone from the creature's body and swallowed it. Moments later, a surge of purple energy burst from the demon, swirling around it like a storm. Roland's eyes narrowed as he observed the transformation carefully. However, he noticed the demon's arm didn't wither as it was supposed to. As he kept watching, the demon's body began transforming. It started with its body shrinking, then the skin began peeling away. When the transformation was complete, Roland felt a chill run down his spine. The demon's face now resembles that of a human. Cheers erupted from the crowd of demons, who began chanting the word Sharita over and over again. Roland had no idea what it meant, but he couldn't help but recall what Pasha had once said before the First Divine War, or perhaps even earlier. Back then, demons were more like beasts. However, it was said that a human came in contact with them and taught them knowledge, and that influence eventually led high-ranking demons to evolve into humanoid forms. It was all so surreal, too much to take in. Deciding he'd seen enough, Roland exited the dream world. When he woke up, he found himself gasping for air, and his body was already drenched in sweat. Nightingale rushed to his side and asked him what was wrong and if something had happened over there. Roland exhaled deeply, trying to steady himself, and assured her there was no issue, explaining he had simply made some new discoveries. Nightingale frowned and told him he didn't look fine, brushing her fingers across his face as she pointed out that he was drenched in sweat, even his clothes. Roland let out a light chuckle, trying to ease her worry, and reminded her that she could tell he wasn't lying, insisting it was just an illusion after all. She turned away, crossing her arms, and replied that she wouldn't know. Roland blinked in surprise and asked what she meant. She sighed and explained that she can only detect lies only when she uses her ability. She reasoned that, in the future, Roland would likely hold more secrets, and it simply wouldn't feel right if she knew everything. Then, it'd be uncomfortable for both of them. Her face turned red slightly as she added that she knew he probably wouldn't like someone constantly seeing through him anyway. Roland was surprised to see her like this and let out a soft chuckle. His earlier discomfort had completely disappeared, replaced by a sense of ease. Watching Roland laughing at her, she crossed her arms tightly, and with a huff, she complained, thinking how she was so worried something might have gone wrong for him. Roland restrained his laughter, then turned more serious as he remarked it's true that no one likes having everything seen through by others, especially those in power. He deliberately paused for a moment, then turned to Nightingale and continued, "But you're not just anyone, are you?" Hearing this, Nightingale froze, her face turning as red as a ripe tomato. Telling her to sit beside him, he calmly explained that if she hadn't come to Border Town, he would likely have already fallen victim to the head maid sent by Garcia. He reasoned that with the Divine War on the horizon, the dangers ahead would only increase, not to mention they hadn't completely unified the kingdom yet. He tells her she'd have plenty to deal with in the future. Simply put, Nightingale was never an outsider. To Roland, the worst kind of lie wasn't deceiving others but lying to oneself. With Nightingale by his side, he didn't have to worry about that. Nightingale tilted her head and muttered that her ability couldn't stop Roland from deceiving himself. Roland disagreed, reasoning that her power could sense when someone wasn't speaking sincerely, whether it was slight hesitation or a partial lie. Nightingale nodded and added that the feedback from magic made the distinctions clear. Roland smiled, saying that was exactly why she could help. If he ever feigned confidence while uncertain, she could step in and save him from making a grave mistake. He then asked her if she now realized how important she was to him. Blushing slightly, Nightingale fell silent before saying if he really meant it then she'd like to ask something again.
Roland gestured for her to go ahead.
Using her ability this time, she wanted to know if everything was truly okay. Roland was slightly surprised. After all this, she was still most concerned about his safety. Smiling, he reassured her that there was no problem this time. Hearing that, Nightingale relaxed, letting out a sigh of relief, before asking what new discovery he had just mentioned. Walking over to his desk, Roland explained that he had seen the memories of the demons, and he was about to share with everyone what he saw. As the scene shifts to the meeting room, he recounts the events and then invites the others to share their thoughts.
Pasha spoke first, saying the information was incredibly significant.
Because no one had ever entered a demon city and lived to tell the tale, making Roland the first even if it was in a dream world. From Roland's account, they learned that demons gained power by merging magic stones, which cleared up many previous mysteries. If even the weakest demons could undergo such transformations, they could also assume that high-ranking demons likely ascended through a similar process. By successfully merging enough magic stones, they can evolve and gain more power.
It also explained why high-ranking demons exhibited such a wide variety of abilities.
Tilly then raised a question. She asked if was there a limit to their evolution.
Celine thought for a moment and suggested that there might not be a limit. Wendy frowned and asked if that meant the demons could surpass even transcendent witches. Celine clarified that it wasn't a direct comparison.
Instead, she reminded everyone of the prophecy left behind by the underground civilization, how they mentioned that the path of magic is the path to godhood. One day, they shall be no different from the gods. In other words, as long as they become more proficient and their understanding of magic continues to grow, so will their power.
Because of that, maybe there is no limit.
However, she added, such growth was far from easy to achieve, whether for witches or demons.
Celine believed that the situation worked in their favor. Since high-ranking demons weren't born through bloodlines, their growth wasn't guaranteed.
If it had been, 400 years of time would have resulted in a terrifying number of powerful demons. But now they knew the demons relied heavily on chances.
Although there's still not enough evidence, she reasoned that the likelihood of success couldn't be high, otherwise, the demons wouldn't have reacted so strongly in the dream world as Roland described. Roland couldn't help but admire how much insight Celine could give from such limited info.
At this point, what made Pasha more concerned was that perhaps the Divine War might not be as straightforward as they expected.
Roland shared the same thought but noted that dwelling on it wouldn't change anything.
All they could do was fight until the end. Pasha paused, seemingly surprised by his unwavering resolve, before commenting that his determination was admirable.
6 days later, the First Army's vanguard had entered the demons' surveillance zone. Sylvie spotted a group of beasts flying toward them in the distance.
Nightingale, receiving the report, informed Roland, who nodded and told them to proceed with the plan. Meanwhile, Maggie prepared her ark, gathering the witches inside. Sylvie noted that the demons were still 30 kilometers away from being within range, prompting Maggie to ascend.
Maggie then gave the group a 5-second countdown to brace for impact.
Lightning cheerfully praised her commanding tone and said she was improving quickly, which flustered Maggie as she muttered her thanks. Andrea, however, couldn't help but shake her head. Turned out, there was barely any turbulence at all. She even thought to herself that Ash's shouting would have been more jarring. Either way, Lightning was the first to leap out, enthusiastically announcing that the runway was clear, the green light was on, and Lightning was taking off. Maisie followed closely behind, yelling out her own catchphrase too. Amy had no idea what she meant by the runway and green light but thought everyone's catchphrases were so cool and made up one for herself too. Andrea sighed at the lively mood, thinking, this is supposed to be a perilous battle, so why does it feel so carefree? Iffy patted Andrea on the shoulder, telling her to get used to it, and pointed at Spear, saying Lady Spear is the only composed person here. Meanwhile, Spear, holding her head, admitted she was actually experiencing seasick. Andrea chuckled, then quickly assembled her anti-beast sniper rifle and reminded everyone to prepare, the demons were closing in. After she loaded the first bullet, Camilla activated her ability and extended her hand.
Andrea gripped it, followed by Sylvie.
Suddenly Andrea gained her ability and could now clearly see 3 beasts in the distance. On the other side, Lightning reported that they had reached the designated location and asked if everyone was ready. Andrea raised her rifle, aiming at one of the beasts. Her thoughts then drifted back to a conversation she had with Roland earlier. She had asked him why her targeting path seemed like a zigzag.
Roland explained that she isn't actually aiming while using her ability.
He reasoned aiming couldn't predict things that had already happened but hadn't yet arrived. He compared her ability to flipping a coin, and Andrea, however, could somehow pre-select the coin that would land upright without seeing the outcome. Roland handed her a book on probability theory, saying that once she understood it, she would know how to make better use of her ability. Over the past few days, Andrea had studied it diligently, all preparing for this very moment. In case you are not sure what's going on here, in simpler terms, her ability is basically a complicated version of aimbot using probability where all possible outcomes have been automatically calculated for her.
Anyway, let's get back to the story. The next second, Andrea pulled the trigger.
The powerful recoil slammed against her chest like a hammer. The others anxiously asked if she was okay and whether she had hit the target. Andrea calmly replied just let the bullet fly for a bit, but she was certain it had already found its mark. Although she couldn't see the bullet, she knew the projectile was currently below the demon's flying height, but a strong upward draft would carry it higher, like a bird soaring in the wind. Moments later, the bullet found its mark, splitting its body cleanly in two. With a smile, she whispered, "Your Majesty, I did it." Picking up her sniper rifle again, she prepared to take down a few more. She always aimed for the demons at the back of the group. Some had their torsos pierced, others were headshots, and a few were torn apart. Eventually, the demons seemed to realize something was wrong, but by the time they tried to retreat, it was already too late. A few more shots finished them off. As sunset approached, the Ark landed in a rocky cave, marking the end of their mission for the day. They cleaned out the area and built a campsite. Opening a supply crate, Amy was surprised to find dried mushrooms inside. Maisie proudly declared that she had gathered them herself. She pointed to another box and added that she had even brought all types of spices for roasting. Before long, everyone was gathered around, enjoying their dinner. Amy remarked that back in the wild, her meals consisted of nothing but flatbread and dried meat, but this is so much better. After dinner, Ashes encouraged everyone to get some rest, saying she and Phyllis would take the night watch. The girls cheered and quickly settled in for the night. As the others dozed off, Ashes turned to Phyllis, offering to take the first half of the watch. She explained that Tilly had told her even in their God's punishment warrior body, the lack of proper rest could have severe consequences for them. Phyllis smiled and added that in extreme cases, they might completely lose control of the body. However, she reassured Ashes that it was still early and that she could rest a little later. Ashes nodded, then turned towards the girls. Lightning lay on the grass with Maisie curled up on her stomach. Phyllis, watching them, commented on how close they were, reflecting that back in the era of Takira, it would have been rare to find such genuine companionship. Ashes chuckled and said that Maisie hadn't always been like this. Before they found her, Maisie had lived alone for years, almost losing her ability to speak. She'd viewed herself more as a pigeon than a person, and she would flinch at every sound. It took countless shared experiences for them to become so close. Phyllis grew quiet for a moment, then said she wasn't sure if she would ever witness such a close bond again in the future. All she can hope is after this divine war there might finally be some meaningful changes. Ashes couldn't understand what she meant by that. She reasoned that a common enemy should bring everyone closer together. Phyllis, however, sighed and asked if Ashes hadn't noticed how magic affected more than just their abilities. She then told her that it could also influence their emotions and even their personalities. Surprised, Ashes asked what she meant. Phyllis picked up a stick and began drawing on the sand as she explained. If someone deeply desires to use magic for a particular purpose, the magic itself may guide them toward that goal, but sometimes there's a cost. For example, it might lead them to become something less than a human. Ashes suddenly fell silent, her thoughts drifting to years ago. Back then, she only had one goal in mind, which was to kill members of the church, stopping at nothing to hunt them down. That was when she was at her strongest. That murderous intent seemed to grant her boundless power. But beyond that, she had nothing else. If not for meeting Tilly by chance, she might have completely lost herself, becoming no different from a wild animal. Phyllis broke the silence, asking Ashes why she had decided to fight against the demons. Ashes suddenly thought of Tilly. She replied that she simply wanted to protect Tilly and help achieve her goal. Since Tilly wanted to drive the demons from the continent, so she would fight on her behalf. Phyllis remarked that Ashes was living for someone else's dream, but did she truly understand what Tilly wanted? Ashes instinctively wanted to argue but then hesitated. She remembered that Tilly had said many times that she didn't want her on the front lines. It was Ashes herself who had decided to join Roland's forces in hopes of elevating Tilly's position in Neverwinter. Phyllis didn't press further. She smiled and expressed hope that Ashes could find her own purpose. She reminded Ashes that, as an extraordinary witch, her potential was unimaginable. Only with a clear goal and unwavering resolve during battle could she have the chance to become transcendent. So, Phyllis would hate to see Ashes falling to the demons. Although she hadn't witnessed a transcendent witch in over 400 years, she sincerely hoped Ashes could be the one to achieve it again. As Phyllis walked away, Ashes replayed her words in her mind. She stood up slowly, gazing at the moonlit sky. For the first time, it felt like she might have found something. Meanwhile, back with Roland, the operation had been underway for 22 days. He marked new waypoints on the map, noting how the patrolling demons had increased in number and extended their range beyond the First Army's planned route. Despite this, everything remained under control. Nightingale mentioned that there are only 3 more days left. Roland nodded, checking the map. He knew that in 3 days, the First Army would reach the designated attack position, a strategically advantageous spot that was easy to defend and ideal for setting up bunkers and fortifications. What worried him was the sniper squad. The demons could potentially deduce their location by tracking the positions of their fallen demons. For the team to complete their mission without exposing themselves, they would need to exercise sharp judgment and know exactly when to pull back.
Nightingale picked up a piece of dried fish, casually remarking that they should trust the team.
She reasoned that the Takira witches are good at calculating risks. Also, with Maggie's magic arc at their disposal, they had a reliable escape option. Roland agreed with her, noting that there were more important things to focus on than needless worry. Looking out the window, he decided that the good weather made it a perfect day to test the glider Model 1.
Excited, Nightingale insisted on joining. Before long, the group headed east to the testing grounds. Everyone was brimming with excitement, though some couldn't help but comment on the glider's unusual appearance.
It resembled a bird but seemed frail compared to the bulky steam engines they were used to. Roland chuckled and turned to Margaret for her opinion. Margaret admitted that if Roland hadn't personally invited her, she might have thought someone was probably using his name to scam people. She then revealed that 2 years ago someone had also attempted a similar invention.
Curious, Wendy asked what happened next.
Margaret explained that the inventor had strapped wooden wings to himself and jumped from a tower, but the wings quickly flipped, and he tragically fell to his death. Wendy was shocked, but Roland reassured her that she had nothing to worry about. This is why the prototype included 2 seats for safety purposes.
Soon, Wendy and Tilly climbed onto the glider, though Wendy seemed nervous.
As she reviewed the procedures in her mind, Tilly gently reminded her of the first steps, urging her not to worry and assuring her that she would step in if anything went wrong. Wendy relaxed, taking a deep breath as she ran through the pre-flight checklist.
Elevators, check. Rudder, check. Ailerons, check.
Everything appeared normal, so she signaled her readiness to take off. Sitting in the pilot's seat, Wendy instructed the soldiers to release the clamps.
With a faint jolt, the glider rolled onto the track.
As the wheels gained speed, Wendy's heart raced and she suddenly forgot the next step. Tilly quickly tells her to give it the wind.
Realizing the glider's current speed wasn't enough to lift their combined weight, Wendy quickly used her ability.
An invisible current of air formed beneath the wings, gently lifting the glider off the ground. In the next moment, the glider soared into the sky. A slight upward tilt confirmed that they were actually flying. Surrounded by seabirds, she finally understood what Roland had meant when he said this was the type of freedom that they couldn't get from the hot air balloon.
But her exhilaration didn't last long.
The glider stopped ascending, and Wendy instinctively pulled the control stick several times, trying to correct it. But this also caused the glider to start wobbling. Tilly quickly warned her that she had overcorrected, but before Wendy could process what went wrong, the glider began dipping downwards. Everyone saw the glider's sudden fall and Roland was startled. Moments later, the glider crashed, but thankfully, no one was hurt. Wendy, however, looked disheartened, apologizing as she thought she had ruined something Roland had worked so hard to create. Roland reassured her that as long as they were safe, the rest didn't matter.
Relieved, Wendy promised to give it another try.
The second test quickly began but failed just as quickly.
Roland realized that flying this thing was indeed proving to be much harder than anticipated.
When Wendy and Tilly returned, Tilly explained that this time they had encountered a persistent wind, and their speed had been insufficient to counter it. Wendy blamed herself, admitting that in her panic, she had lost control of her magic. If she had stayed calm and focused on the controls, they might not have crashed. Roland began to understand the issue.
Witches needed intense concentration when using their abilities.
In chaotic situations, maintaining composure and focus seemed to be a challenge. All of a sudden, Tilly volunteered to give it a shot, saying that she had attended the theory lessons and believed she had a pretty good chance. Roland agreed, somewhat amused, thinking to himself that there was only one prototype left. He thought that it might as well be treated as a toy. If it crashed, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, Roland quickly realized he had underestimated Tilly.
Unlike Wendy, Tilly relied less on magical assistance and instead used the glider's control surfaces to maneuver. Her movements were smooth and precise.
It was astonishing because only after watching Wendy's attempts for less than 30 minutes, Tilly had already figured out how to fly. She appeared completely at ease, even extending her hand to let a passing seabird perch on her arms. Roland remembered that Tilly was an extraordinary witch who had her brain enhanced, granting her insane coordination and reflexes. It's a shame that he can't just build some Gundam. Just imagine how easy will it be to fight the demons. Anyway, an hour later, the glider landed gracefully on the grass, and cheers began erupting from the group. That evening, Anna heard about the successful flight and Roland's decision to have Tilly draft the flight manual.
She commented that Wendy might feel disheartened by the decision. Roland adjusted his position to lean back more comfortably, mentioning that Nightingale had already dipped into her next month's ration of chaos drinks and ice cream sandwiches to console Wendy.
He doubted she'd stay upset for long. It had been a while since Roland and Anna had spent time together like this. Lately, Anna had been busy welding railway tracks, crafting critical components, and working on the glider's construction.
Roland couldn't help but express his concern, thinking she was working too hard.
Anna smiled gently, stroking his cheek, and told him that as long as she could help him achieve his dreams, she was happy. Roland gazed at her for a long moment, causing Anna to blush, and asked him how long he planned to look. Without saying a word, Roland leaned in, letting his actions speak for him. Well, I'm sure none of you care about the details, so let's just fast forward. 3 rounds later, Roland held Anna tightly. She teased him, saying that if she had known he would be like this, she would have made her move much earlier. Roland laughed and asked what she had initially thought of him. Anna admitted that at first, she assumed that no matter how kind he seemed, he was still royalty and fundamentally different from her and everyone else. Roland playfully says that must have been a letdown since he was just an ordinary person. Anna chuckled, replying that it was better that way because she, too, was just an ordinary person. By now, the First Army had already set up in their designated artillery positions. Axe had initially expected to advance past enemy corpses, but for the past 6 days, not even a single demon had appeared. Since things seemed a little strange, Axe decided to call a meeting with the officers and the staff department. During the meeting, Axe asked everyone for their thoughts. Agatha thought it was definitely unusual since the only thing that could restrict the demon's movements was the red mist. But Sylvie confirmed the enemy's supply line is perfectly fine, so that shouldn't be the reason. Ferlin suggested 2 possibilities: either there was trouble on the demon's end, or they were reluctant to risk using their scouts. Axe then asked if anyone had heard anything about the movements near the Takira ruins, which he was told that the area was too far away. The sniper team had already abandoned the idea of luring the enemy and was on its way back. Suddenly, Edith spoke up. She believed they didn't need to waste time guessing the demon's plans. Since there were no obstacles on the ground or underground, they could just bring out the fortress cannons and flatten the demon's outposts. Axe agreed with her plan. They just had to wait for everyone to regroup, and the official assault was set for the next evening. The next day, Ferlin climbed to the top of a hill to survey the bustling but orderly preparations. Soldiers were calibrating the cannons and polishing their weapons. It reminded him of his first day on the battlefield many years ago. Behind him, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts, asking if he'd figured out the answer to that particular question on his mind. Ferlin chuckled and said that with these weapons and soldiers, hardly anyone on the continent could challenge King Roland now. But what made him feel a little disappointed was the king's order forbidding nobles from joining the combat units. Ferlin admitted he'd rather fight shoulder to shoulder with the troops than sit in the back all day. His father, Sir Eltec, shook his head and told him the age of personal valor and knighthood was long over. He believed the staff department was where Ferlin truly belonged. By then, the sun was almost setting, and the battle was about to begin. The two decided to head back to the camp. When night fell, Vaynor checked his watch at the artillery position and gave the order to fire. A deafening boom followed as a shell was launched from the fortress cannon. In the distance, explosions lit up the dark horizon. The soldiers couldn't see the targets clearly, so they just kept repeating the same steps. Sylvie stepped in, telling the soldiers to adjust the cannon's angle by 5 degrees and fire every 2 minutes. Several more explosions later, the demons' outposts were hit dead on. They all knew that the beasts wouldn't come out at night, which meant the demons were sitting ducks. As buildings crumbled one by one, Sylvie knew it was only a matter of time before the entire outpost was leveled to the ground. As the sun slowly rose, Vaynor ordered everyone to cease fire. We see a bead of cold sweat slide down Sylvie's cheek and something felt off. They'd been bombing the place all night, yet she hadn't spotted a single demon. Could it be that the demons had abandoned this place long ago? But just as that thought crossed her mind, everything changed. The ground began to shake, and through the lingering smoke, figures started to appear. Sylvie's eyes widened in shock and she spotted demons, and there were thousands of them. Seems like shit is going down. In the central command tent, the mood was heavy. Axe slammed the table in frustration. There hadn't been any signs, no red mist, no warnings, so where had all these demons come from? Agatha said it was impossible since the red mist was vital for the demons' survival. Without supply lines, they couldn't even make the journey, let alone fight. Axe pointed out that this outpost could only support about 1,000 demons at most. Could there be another supply point nearby? Agatha nodded. It seemed like the only explanation. But Edith interrupted with a different theory. This made Agatha suddenly think of something. What if the demons had dug a tunnel from the Takira ruins? But she quickly dismissed the idea, and she reasoned such large-scale digging would have surely been noticed by Sylvie. Edith pressed on, asking, what if the tunnel started right under the outpost itself? She pointed at the map, explaining that logically, to destroy the outpost, their forces had to get closer, which left their rear vulnerable. Now, with the demons suddenly showing up, it looked like they'd walked right into a trap. The demons had deliberately avoided ambushing them midway, shrinking their scouting range just to set up this moment. Their goal was obviously to trap and eliminate all of the combat witches who had left the city. Sir Eltec asked the big question, how did the demons manage to avoid Lady Sylvie's detection? Edith explained that Sylvie had been too focused on their scouts and the flying beasts. She could only observe at the edge of her range and might have overlooked a large area underground. Edith didn't mean blaming Sylvie. Instead, she admitted that they'd become too reliant on her. Every witch's ability had limits, and for Sylvie, scanning the entire plane was just too much.
Using the communication seal, Agatha asked Sylvie if she could check for the demon army beneath the ground.
Sylvie hesitated, worried it would consume too much of her magic.
But Agatha encouraged her to go all out as this was no time to hold back. As Sylvie activated her ability, she frowned.
She reported that something was blocking her sight. Hearing this, the entire room fell silent.
This unexpected result seemed to confirm Edith's theory.
Axe was the first to break the silence, telling everyone not to lose hope. "Who ends up as prey," he said, "will depend on how we fight this battle."
Edith smiled and agreed, saying that the artillery barrage last night had prevented the demons from launching a sneak attack.
Now, not only had the demons lost their element of surprise, but they also faced a fully prepared army.
No matter how you looked at it, this was shaping up to be a promising start.
Axe nodded, stood up, and told everyone, no matter what the demons are planning, all they have to do is to take them all down. Not long after, the demons launched their attack, and the first army immediately began their counteroffensive.
Agatha and Zoe stood, ready to head out. But before they left, Axe called out to them.
He admitted this might not be his place to say, but he was sure it was what His Majesty would have wanted, so he reminded Agatha and the others to protect themselves.
The two smiled, reassuring him that they'd be fine.
At the front line, the first army soldiers were already armed with high-caliber rifles and heavy machine guns.
As soon as the demons entered range, several of them were hit.
Zoe muttered that these creatures disgusted her, and if any of them hit the ground, she'd rip them apart herself.
Agatha, curious, wondered why the demons weren't throwing their spears yet.
Up above, the demons flew over their positions, ignoring the soldiers entirely and charging toward the rear where the artillery team was stationed.
Realizing what was happening, Agatha and Zoe bolted toward the back.
At the heavy machine gun crew, a young spotter nervously asked his squad leader why they weren't firing yet. The demons were already within 900 meters. The squad leader told him to hold off until they closed to 300 meters. He understood that heavy machine guns had a range of over 1500 meters, but it was difficult to hit flying targets accurately in real combat. If they wasted a whole box of ammo without landing any hits, it'd crush the morale of the new recruits. Soon, the demons were clearly visible, and the squad leader shouted the order to open fire. Everyone pulled their triggers, and the bullets tore through the leading demons, dropping them instantly. Cheers erupted among the soldiers and they thought they were in the clear. But just then, the squad leader looked up, his expression darkened. Just then, the sky dimmed, and countless spears rained down from above. He screamed at everyone to take cover, but the spears weren't aimed at them. One soldier glanced back just in time to hear a series of explosions. The artillery positions were in shambles.
Flames burned, soldiers lay motionless, some dead, some injured, and many cannons were destroyed.
The soldiers trembled, but the squad leader gritted his teeth and barked at them to stop freezing up and get back to their positions. They had to take down as many demons as possible before the artillery teams recovered. More demons swooped down toward them, with one landing right in front of them.
Zoe arrived just in time, effortlessly blocking the demon.
With a single, precise thrust, her iron rod pierced straight through its body. She smirked, marveling at His Majesty's new weapons. If they'd had these weapons 400 years ago, maybe Takira wouldn't have fallen, and the top 3 seats wouldn't have turned against each other.
With a swift stomp, Zoe crushed the demon's skull under her boot.
She wasn't just fighting, she was here to make them pay. Meanwhile, Vainer slowly got back on his feet, coughing a couple of times as medics rushed to his side. While they bandaged his wounds, he asked what the situation was. The medic explained that the demons had made it to their position, but the machine gun crews were holding them back.
Vainer was surprised the demons came down to the ground after throwing their spears.
That meant the reinforcements coming to the rescue were from the reserves stationed in the middle, while the front line was still intact.
Once the medics finished patching him up, Vainer told them to save as many injured as they could.
As for him, he had work to do since those cannons weren't going to fix themselves. Rushing to a cannon that hadn't been destroyed, he reached for a shell, but before he could load it, a demon swung a massive axe at him. Luckily, he barely dodged the attack. The demon raised its axe for another swing, and this time Vainer knew he couldn't escape in time.
Just then, an ice wall appeared between him and the demon, stopping the attack.
Turning around, he saw Agatha, and he was safe for now. She tells him to stay behind her as the demon pounded furiously at the ice wall, eventually shattering it. The demon raised its axe again, but Agatha acted fast, shooting a barrage of ice shards that pierced and froze the creature solid.
Vainer stood up and thanked her, but Agatha cut him off, warning that the second wave of spears was incoming.
She turned and called out to Molly. Curious, Vainer looked over and saw Molly standing with a massive slime forming above her head. The slime extended tendrils, gently pulling the wounded into its protective barrier. At that moment, the demons launched their spears.
Agatha froze one in midair, once again saving Vainer's life. She suggested he and his men retreat while they could. But Vainer wasn't ready to leave just yet, he wanted to make the demons pay.
Heading to another cannon, he aimed carefully,
grabbed the firing rope, and yanked it hard. The shell soared through the air, striking one of the demons in the sky with pinpoint accuracy. He let out a smile, saying the witches were the main force against the demons, but mortals had their own ways of fighting too. By now, the entire area was littered with the shattered remains of demon corpses. Agatha couldn't help but marvel at how unstoppable the Takira witches were in close combat. His Majesty's firearms were like the cherry on top, enhancing their already overwhelming power. Still, the Takira witches seemed to prefer traditional fighting styles. Cutting down demons with their own hands seemed to bring them a sense of solace. By now, most of the demons had been wiped out. Agatha estimated that nearly 70% of the flying beasts had been taken down, but the enemy still wasn't retreating. Zoe suspected the demons were preparing one final, desperate attack. Looking up at the sky, Zoe reasoned that there must be a commander or perhaps a high-ranking demon. For them, failing to achieve their goal was worse than death. They'd rather die in battle than retreat. Breeze asked why the commander hadn't come down from the start. Zoe explained that it was waiting for a worthy opponent. If there had been an extraordinary witch on their side, the commander would have shown itself already. Agatha noticed how well Zoe understood the demons and grew curious about her past. She asked about her role back in the Federation. It turned out that Zoe had once been one of Lady Natalia's shadow guards, known in the Sacred Army as the Crimson Lotus. Before Agatha could ask more, the remaining demons regrouped and charged again. Zoe told everyone to focus on protecting the mortals. She would handle these enemies herself. But just as she prepared to fight, Sylvie's voice came through the communication seal, warning them there were multiple magic reactions among the enemies. Suddenly, more demons burst out from the clouds, moving so fast that some were just a blur. Their target shifted to the heavy machine gun teams. The soldiers tried to retreat after receiving the warning, but it was already too late. The ground shook violently as a massive creature landed with a thunderous impact. From its mouth emerged a towering demon clad in black armor. Agatha's eyes widened in shock as she stared at it. And she wondered, what the hell is this thing? However, the monster wasn't much of a problem. She used her ability and quickly got rid of it. Zoe and another Takira witch rushed in to shield her. The high-ranking demon roared, its magic forming into a weapon that sliced through a nearby cannon as if it were paper. The steel barrel split in two, the edges glowing as though scorched by intense heat. Instead of being intimidated, Zoe smirked and began mocking the demon, taunting it by saying that mere mortals had already beaten them. The demon turned its furious gaze toward her, and Zoe simply sneered, saying it was time for it to feel the rage of 400 years of suffering. The demon's next attack was blocked by the combined efforts of the Takira witches, who formed a god punishment field to neutralize its magic. The demon's weapon shattered under the force, and nearby Takira witches aimed their rifles at it. Blue magic barriers flickered as the bullet connected, but the barriers dimmed and faded almost immediately. Another volley of gunfire followed, forcing the demon stumbling backward. Its seemingly indestructible armor was pierced, and it fell heavily to the ground. Zoe approached slowly. Agatha asked if she wasn't going to finish the demon. Zoe explained that even demons had limits to their regeneration. Once their magic was depleted, they'd die on their own. The demon lay trembling, blood pouring from its armor. Though its purple healing magic was still active, it was no longer enough to fully heal it. But Zoe had no intention of letting it die just yet. She planned to treat its wounds and provide it with some red mist to prolong its life for a few more days. Agatha was shocked and asked what Zoe was planning. Zoe revealed her intention to have Camilla use her abilities to connect with the demon's mind. It was risky, but the knowledge in the brain of a high-ranking demon commander was worth the gamble. Agatha admitted that in the Takira era, such an opportunity would have been irresistible to the leadership. But now, under Roland's rule and with Tilly on his side, no one would force a witch to take such a risk unless she volunteered. Suddenly, a massive explosion sounded in the distance. To know what was going on, we had to rewind back a few minutes. Back at the front lines, Sylvie had detected a large cluster of magic reactions. She immediately sounded the alarm, spotting something that looked strangely similar to one of His Majesty's inventions. Without hesitation, she ordered the soldiers to focus their fire on its limbs. Under heavy fire, they managed to take down some demons, but the mysterious machine-like thing remained unscathed. More demons took to the skies as Sylvie continued directing the soldiers. Finally, they succeeded in severing one of its limbs. But she still had no idea what were the demons trying to do. Suddenly, the strange creatures came to a halt. From their bodies, pillars grew out of them, and the next second, these pillars were launched with incredible force. Sylvie quickly ordered Shavy to deploy her shield. The pillars crashed heavily against the shield, and one even managed to pierce through it. Through the communication seal, Agatha's voice came through, asking about the situation at the front. Sylvie, clearly anxious, explained that they were dealing with some kind of monster they'd never encountered before and desperately needed support from the fortress cannons. The enemy launched another round of attacks, and while Sylvie noticed their reload time was slower than the cannons, they still suffered heavy casualties. What Sylvie didn't know was that the artillery units in the rear had taken a serious hit. Agatha quickly asked Vayner to speak with Sylvie. Vayner told her that while most of their cannons had been destroyed, one was still operational and they were working to fix on the other. He needed shooting parameters to provide support. Sylvie immediately checked her compass and relayed the angle and distance. Vayner repeated the information to confirm, then ordered the cannon crew to fire. Moments later, a shell hit one of the creatures dead on. Before Sylvie could celebrate, she quickly reported the next target's parameters. The artillery team reloaded swiftly and, even from 2 kilometers away, landed another direct hit. But then, several demons emerged from behind the creatures, using them as cover to charge the front line. Fortunately, the first army had barbed wire in place, and the machine gun squads reacted immediately. Under a barrage of bullets, the demons were killed in mere seconds. Without the cover of the creatures, the tide of battle turned completely. The demons couldn't even throw their spears before being mowed down by gunfire. Soon, the remaining demons began to retreat. The machine gunners kept firing, and just then, a few more artillery units joined the fight. Sylvie provided the final set of coordinates, and they managed to destroy the rest of the creatures. Cheers erupted from the soldiers as the battle came to an end. They quickly began clearing the battlefield, gathering piles of demon corpses and setting them on fire while recovering all the magic stones. The final count showed that over 6,000 demons had been killed. Half of them were taken out by artillery and machine guns, while the rest died due to the lack of red mist. Zoe, visibly thrilled, declared the battle a massive success. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. After 400 years, they had stepped foot into this forgotten land once again, and this time, humanity had claimed a hard-earned victory against the demons. At this moment, Roland finally established contact with the front line. The battle had yielded incredible results. Not only had they eliminated thousands of demons, but they also discovered over a dozen siege beasts that had been modified into transport vehicles. Roland remembered these creatures could also be used by the witches. Zoe confirmed this, explaining that the beasts were powered by magic stones and could be operated with minimal training. Though they were slow, they could carry heavy loads. Roland thought for a moment and decided they would be perfect for the construction department. The engineering teams were in desperate need of transport vehicles, and the slow speed would actually be an advantage in the city. Switching gears, Roland asked how the demons had managed to evade Sylvie's detection. Agatha explained that they had discovered an underground tunnel at the outpost, leading to a cave 2 kilometers away. Inside that cave, they found a massive stone of God's punishment pillar. In fact, she believed this was the demon's real outpost. Hearing this, Roland was shocked. It was unheard of a stone of God's punishment large enough to cover the entire camp. Agatha described it as nearly 5 meters in diameter and 10 meters tall, with a smooth, polished surface. Even in the height of the Federation era, such a massive stone pillar had never been seen. Roland understood the immense difficulty of crafting such a pillar. He recalled the very stone at the base of the North Slope mine back then. Even a point-blank shot from a musket would leave only faint marks on their surface. The only way to extract and shape them was to slowly erode them with magic blood, followed by meticulous cutting and polishing. However, the thought of this left Roland feeling uneasy. If the demons had developed new processing techniques or gained deeper knowledge of magic, it meant the Third Divine War might be even harder than he had anticipated. Zoe didn't want to admit it, but it was clear the demons were evolving way faster than they were. Just thinking about those creepy crawling monsters they encountered earlier made her wonder, just what other kinds of war machines might these demons have up their sleeves? And how were they supposed to fight against them? These were the burning questions Neverwinter needed answers to, and fast. After reporting the battle results, it was time to go over the First Army's casualties. Even with Manhwa, Lily, and the medical unit working tirelessly, over 190 soldiers were injured, and 75 had lost their lives. Roland paused for a moment before telling Axe to bring back the ashes of the fallen soldiers. With a heavy voice, he declared, "Grey Castle will never forget them." Roland hoped the entire army could return to Neverwinter once the wounded had recovered. He gazed out the window at the falling leaves, knowing that winter was just around the corner. Agatha had something else to share. Apparently, the high-ranking demon that had been defeated by the Takira witches was still alive. However, when Agatha explained the Takira witches' latest plan, Roland wasn't sure how to feel about it. Agatha admitted the plan was risky, but after some serious brainstorming, they came up with a more workable idea. Her proposal was that if it was risky for humans to connect their minds to a demon, why not turn the demon into a human instead? That's when Roland quickly thought of the soul transfer method. As he expected, their plan was to first transfer the demon's soul into the body of a God's punishment warrior. This way, any risks tied to perception or connection would fall entirely on the demon. Roland asked if Camilla had been told about this. Agatha assured him that they had spoken with her. At first, Camilla was firmly against the idea, but Zoe managed to convince her. This surprised Roland since Zoe wasn't exactly known for being persuasive. Zoe simply smiled and said she'd told Camilla that the person who would link their mind to the demon was none other than herself. As the one who came up with the plan, she believed it was her responsibility to take all the risks. After thinking it over, Roland gave the green light to the plan. Once the call ended, he sat quietly, lost in thought. He couldn't help but wonder if humans and demons really have souls. If they didn't, how could the Takira witches casually switch bodies throughout the years? And if they did, why couldn't a soul exist on its own, separate from a body? After all, if souls could be easily removed or transferred, wouldn't that mean immortality was within reach? Then there was the dream world. How did that even work? And what about the records of the underground civilization that spoke of a light beam leading to the divine realm? Staring out the window, Roland realized that only by understanding the true nature of magic and the divine war could these mysteries ever be unraveled. In the following days, Neverwinter's major industrial projects made some incredible progress. Tilly had already finished the flight manual, and the new generation of gliders was moving along smoothly. She even reminded Roland to make sure the cover design looked good. Meanwhile, the new generation steel warship, after several upgrades, was finally stable enough to sail the seas. The mage tower built specifically for Agatha was also complete. A month and a half later, the First Army finally returned to Neverwinter. The townspeople formed groups and came out to greet them. Roland, along with the city hall officials, personally welcomed the soldiers back. And on that very day, the first snowflakes of winter began to fall. The high-ranking demon was brought by the Takira witches to a hidden chamber deep underground. Before leaving, Zoe casually told the group that they just needed to make sure the demon didn't die. As the heavy stone doors closed, Alethea suddenly appeared and asked Zoe if she believed they had a real chance of winning. Zoe smiled and replied that they'd already won, hadn't they? Alethea rolled her eyes and tapped Zoe's forehead with a tentacle, saying she knew exactly what she was trying to ask. Soon after, Pasha and Celine joined them. Pasha noted that Zoe seemed so relaxed, and she felt that was already a pretty good answer. Zoe stayed quiet for a moment before admitting she wasn't completely certain. The demons were nothing like they were 400 years ago. She explained that while Lady Akali's plan wasn't entirely wrong, but following it would almost guarantee humanity's defeat. Pasha sighed, saying it was a relief they had chosen the right person to follow, and Lady Natalia's decision back then had been the right call. She reflected on how things had turned out and she remembered how many years ago, their differing beliefs had led them to side with Lady Natalia, breaking apart the Federation. That fateful ambush, which wasn't exactly fair, had destroyed the very foundation of the Federation. Even now, she could still picture their old comrades, who died believing they had made the wrong choice and it was them who destroyed the witch's best chance of survival. Celine began to cry, admitting that even after 400 years, she was still terrified she might have made a mistake. Zoe walked over and comforted her, saying while they couldn't be sure who would ultimately win, at least there was some hope now. Pasha stepped closer and looked at the group, asking if this meant they could finally fulfill Lady Natalia's wishes. Alethea hesitated and pointed out that they still hadn't found the true chosen one. Zoe shrugged and reasoned that the ancient underground texts never mentioned if the chosen one had to be male or female. While this particular chosen one couldn't activate the device, they were just as capable of dealing with the demons. Celine agreed, saying there was no rule stating there could only be one chosen one, and if they found a new witch who fit better, they could always switch later. Zoe nodded but brought up something else. Camilla had only agreed to the plan of connecting with the demon after learning that Zoe would personally put herself at risk. However, Zoe added with a wry smile, saying this meant Camilla's concern for witches' safety didn't include monsters like herself. What Zoe said made the mood grow heavy. It was exactly what they had worried about. Despite they still see themselves as witches, perhaps the new generation didn't necessarily think of them the same way. Roland was the only one who had accepted them so quickly. But Pasha said she didn't regret anything. She couldn't control what the future might bring, but they could at least plan ahead and carve out their own path. Alethea smirked and asked if their grand plan was to hide in the mountains, disappear quietly, or dig a hole and bury themselves. Pasha raised a tentacle and declared, with all seriousness, that they wouldn't do any of that. Instead, she said, they were going to become an indispensable force for the human kingdoms. Celine gently patted Zoe and asked if Pasha was referring to the kind of strength the gods' punishment witches had. She reasoned, however, that no king would likely see it that way. She then explained that their power wasn't just about physical strength, it was also about knowledge. In His Majesty's dream world, there were books, libraries, and scholars. If they dedicated some time to learning even the most basic knowledge, over a decade or so, they could become invaluable allies who fully understood the king's vision. Since mortals would age and grow weaker over time, they can work hard to become true inheritors of His Majesty's vision. Pasha chuckled and gave Celine's head a playful pat, saying the plan would only matter if they first defeated the demons. For now, she added, they should focus on fine-tuning the soul instrument. Celine laughed too and joked that their king probably wouldn't have the patience to wait until tomorrow. Once the celebrations outside ended, their side should be ready as well. While the celebration continued outside, Roland had already arrived at the third border town. As soon as he stepped in, he was greeted by the Takira witches standing in a perfectly arranged line before him. Before he could ask what was going on, Pasha began thanking him and pledging Takira's eternal loyalty to him. Roland was taken aback, feeling their attitude had suddenly become much more respectful. Their formal salute even made him wonder if they now saw him in one of the Federation's top 3 seats. Quickly clearing his throat, Roland told them there was no need for such formality and insisted the victory belonged to everyone. He then asked about the preparations for the soul transfer. Pasha informed him everything was ready to begin. They moved to a massive magic stone, under which lay 3 stone beds. One held a male god's punishment warrior body, while another had the high-ranking demon, its limbs chopped off and pinned down to the bed. Zoe explained that they had already asked Lady Nanawa to heal the demon during the journey but still needed to make certain adjustments. Wendy, curious, asked what kind of adjustments they needed. Zoe, visibly excited, replied that it was simple, they just needed to wait for the demon to recover slightly, then stab it again to force it to burn more magic and self-healing. Her tone and expression startled both Wendy and Roland. Zoe added, almost casually, that when she was new to this, she had stabbed the demon multiple times too quickly, almost causing the demon to die outright. Roland coughed awkwardly and suggested they could begin now. Celine extended her tentacle to activate the magic stone, while Pasha assisted her. The stone began to glow brightly. Celine announced that core number 3 had been tuned into the soul instrument magic stone, and they could proceed. In the next instant, the light engulfed the 2 bodies. Celine mentioned that luck was on their side and they had successfully captured the soul. Now, they just had to wait. Suddenly, the previously motionless god's punishment warrior jolted to life, his eyes snapping open. His face contorted in pain, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Zoe calmly explained that this was expected since being stuffed into an unfamiliar body would always cause this kind of reaction. She added that when they first transformed, they had experienced something similar. Without help, even basic tasks like eating were impossible. Zoe walked up to one of the stone beds and said that when demons are mentally overwhelmed, this is their best chance. She explained that Camilla would handle things from here, and if anyone had questions, they could ask directly. But before they started, she had one request, which was that no matter what happened, as long as she didn't signal to stop, they shouldn't break the connection. Camilla was surprised, then for the first time looked concerned and worried. Roland nodded, saying he understood. Taking a deep breath, Camilla began to use her ability. Zoe's face immediately twisted in pain. Suddenly, her voice changed, and he asked what they had done to him. Roland knew it wasn't Zoe speaking but the demon. The demon grinned wickedly, calling them lowly crawling creatures and demanding they release him, or else he'd make this female body suffer. Wendy gasped and quickly grabbed Roland's arm, retreating in fear. The group looked at Zoe, unsure what was happening to her. Anna stepped in front of everyone and calmly pointed out that the demon was bluffing. She observed Zoe's hands and noted that the demon hadn't taken control of her body. Roland caught on to Zoe's strategy. Perhaps this direct form of communication left the demon little time to think or resist. With a cold smirk, Roland asked, since the demon called them lowly crawling creatures, then what would that make him, given he had been defeated so thoroughly? The demon froze for a moment before Roland continued, mocking him by pointing out how his army was completely destroyed, and he himself ended up like a pincushion. He added that they had turned thousands of demons into dust. Pointing at the demon, he asked who the real lowly species was now. The demon shook his head repeatedly, refusing to believe it. In a shocked voice, he muttered that unless Roland had obtained a legacy fragment and elevated his race, it was impossible. He speculated whether their weapons had been created using knowledge from such a fragment. Roland quickly latched onto the term and demanded to know what the legacy fragments were. The demon ignored him, mumbling that it didn't make sense. He said humans were nothing but insects who had never set foot in the Sky-Sea realm. How could they have gotten their hands on a legacy fragment? But if that wasn't the case, why had they failed so miserably? His voice grew louder, calling it all lies. He declared that he, Kabratabai, would never accept it. Roland sneered, telling the demon that denial wouldn't change their crushing defeat. He mocked the demon's so-called impossibilities as nothing more than a joke. Furious, the demon roared that Roland dared to call the foundation of their species' survival and ascension a joke. He believed the key to their race's continuation and evolution was no laughing matter. Pasha suddenly chimed in, asking if the demon was referring to a red cone-shaped crystals that upon close contact, transported someone to a place with 4 paintings. Tilly added that it sounded like the demon was talking about divine relics. The demon scoffed, dismissing their term divine relics and claiming it had nothing to do with the gods. He explained that consuming the fragments would elevate their species while losing them would turn them into prey for others. But the demon also asked how they could have possibly got their hands on the fragment. Roland realized the demon must have thought there was no way they could obtain the relic, since to gain a relic, a race must annihilate another, and during the First Divine War,
Humans were too occupied fighting the demons, meaning there was no chance for them to destroy another civilization during this time. But at the same time, it seems that these relics dictated the survival and advancement of entire civilizations, so this would also mean the Divine War was an endless, brutal competition with no hope for peace. He asked if this was all part of the gods' design, which was why they also called it the Divine War. The demon chuckled, suddenly much calmer, and replied that the war had nothing to do with gods. It was about the species themselves. The final ascendant would open the path to the source of magic and gain unlimited power. They believed in the face of that power, they themselves will then become the divine will. He added that none of this matters for lowly creatures like humans, who were destined for extinction. Roland tried to ask more questions, but something felt wrong. He suddenly called out Zoe's name. He heard the demon laugh maniacally. The demon announced that the female wouldn't hear them anymore and mocked their use of magic against him, calling it suicidal. He admitted he couldn't control the body, but that didn't mean he couldn't use magic. Roland glanced anxiously at Camilla, who looked equally alarmed. The demon snarled, declaring it was too late, and tells them to say goodbye to the female. A moment later, everything went silent. Camilla, in a panic, announced that both souls had vanished. Everyone froze. Was the soul in Zoe's body still hers? Alethea reacted quickly, wrapping her tentacles tightly around Zoe to prevent any sudden attack. Roland asked Camilla if the demon's soul had truly transferred into Zoe's body. Camilla admitted she'd never encountered such a situation before but theorized it was possible. Tilly asked if there was a way to confirm this. Alethea, regaining composure, said the only way would be if the demon spoke again, but for now, they had to prepare for the worst. After a moment of silence, Roland suddenly thought of an idea. Out of the blue, Roland announced that he might have a solution. But before he could finish explaining how he wanted to bring Zoe's light pillar into the dream world, both Wendy and Nightingale jumped in, cutting him off mid-sentence. The two of them immediately thought this was a terrible idea. Wendy argued that Roland should avoid any risk, while Nightingale made it clear she was terrified of what might happen if the demon possessed Roland's body. After all, they weren't dealing with a defeated soul from the soul battlefield but an actual high-ranking demon. Roland, however, calmly pointed out that the risks were manageable. He suggested taking along an army of Takira witches to ensure they would kill the demon before it could react. This didn't sit well with Nightingale, who was visibly upset. She spun around and begged Anna to back her up, but to everyone's surprise, Anna didn't take Nightingale's side. Instead, she tells them she isn't against the plan. Nightingale stared at Anna, utterly shocked. Anna, however, looked at Roland with a soft, unwavering gaze and explained that this was how he had saved her in the very beginning. She reminded them that if someone had stopped Roland back then using similar arguments, she would have been long dead on the gallows. At that moment, Alethea joined in, adding that regardless of how things turned out, she wanted to thank Roland on Zoe's behalf. Roland simply smiled and replied that he'd wait to hear it from Zoe herself once she was back. Soon after, Phyllis started organizing witches for the mission. Meanwhile, Roland instructed Camilla to continue using her ability. He believes that when it's about the battle between sheer will, Zoe might not necessarily lose. The scene then shifted to a space of nothingness. Two chairs faced each other, one occupied by a smug high-ranking demon and the other by Zoe. The demon sneered at Zoe, clearly amused, and teased her about what her allies were up to. He guessed that they were already pinning her down and ready to attack her. Zoe didn't answer. She glanced at him briefly before looking elsewhere. The demon laughed louder, assuming her silence meant fear. He held up 3 fingers and mockingly estimated that there was a 30% chance she'd be restrained and imprisoned, but a far greater chance Zoe would be outright executed. Still, Zoe remained unfazed, her attention wandering as if she were inspecting the place. Annoyed, the demon interpreted her quietness as shock and coldly warned her that silence wouldn't save her. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet and charged towards her. He even suggested that if she could entertain him somehow, she might suffer less in the end. But to his surprise, Zoe broke into a smile. She remarked that she hadn't expected a demon to be this yapping. The demon scowled, turning his back on her, thinking her smile as mere defiance, confident she'd be screaming soon enough. Then, without warning, Zoe lunged herself straight at the demon. Time dragged on, and the demon's armor was now cracked all over. Using magic, he formed a weapon and managed to slice off one of Zoe's arms. He smirked and told her she'd done well, but she was still just an insect in his eyes. Zoe held her arm stump but didn't look bothered at all. Instead, she spit out a chunk of the demon's flesh, wrinkling her nose as she told him his flesh tasted awful. Deep down she knew this wasn't a fair fight. The demon could whip up magical weapons like swords, while she only had her fists, feet, and, if needed, her teeth. But that didn't matter. In this strange place, lost limbs could grow back, and no amount of damage could knock her out. Pain, however, was constant and you didn't always need a weapon to make someone feel it. The demon pressed a hand to his wounded shoulder. He warned her not to get cocky or try biting him again. If she did, he'd break her teeth and shove them down her throat. Zoe's arm started to regrow, and she calmly pointed out that, despite everything, he could still feel pain. She asked if the feeling was familiar. The demon froze for a moment, glaring at her, and demanded to know what she was talking about. Zoe smiled and reminded him of the time he used to feel that kind of pain all the time. She added that it was she who made sure he got special treatment back then. That was enough to make the demon snap. He roared and charged at her, throwing everything he had. It was hard to tell how long they'd been fighting, maybe days, maybe weeks. Blood and body parts were scattered everywhere. Now, the demon was lying on the ground looking quite pathetic. Zoe walked toward him slowly, grinning like a cat that caught a mouse. She leaned down and sweetly told him he could take a break if he was feeling tired. Then, licking some blood off her lips, she joked that he'd need to save his strength, he still had plenty of self-torture to go through. This time, the demon didn't retort. For the first time, he actually looked a little scared. Zoe tilted her head and asked if the demon created this place. The demon, finally speaking, explained that it was part of the consciousness, a mix of magic and soul. He threw in a jab about how someone like her could never understand how it worked. Instead of being offended, Zoe laughed. Her mocking laughter only made the demon angrier. She tells him she'd seen something much bigger and better, a whole world with people, trees, skies, and land. Unlike this empty place, that place had everything. The demon snorted and called her a liar. He said she had no idea how much magic it took to create even a small object here, let alone an entire world. He then followed up saying only the source of magic could do that. Zoe crouched down and picked up one of his broken bones, shaking her head like she was disappointed. She told him the source of magic was just some theoretical idea, nothing better than the divine will. If he was so sure, maybe he should show some proof. The demon wasn't dumb, he saw through her little trick immediately. But before he could react, Zoe rammed the bone straight into his shoulder. She grinned as she twisted it deeper, watching his face twist in pain. The demon trembled all over, his earlier confidence completely gone. He couldn't understand how could Zoe not fear pain. However, to Zoe, mere physical pain was nothing compared to the hatred she'd been carrying for 400 years. Right now, all she wanted was to torment him for her own satisfaction. Before she could continue, the scene around her began to shift. A bright light pierced through the void, and she realized it was over. It had to be His Majesty, she thought. He always found a way to save people. When Zoe opened her eyes again, the first thing she heard was Alethea's voice. Alethea's tentacles were tightly holding her in place, clearly trying to confirm who was inside this body. Alethea instructed her to stay still for the time being. Zoe nodded in response. Looking to the side, she spotted Roland lying on a stone bed. It didn't take long for her to realize they were trying to use His Majesty's dream world to confirm who was in her body. But Zoe immediately felt this was far too risky. She quickly tried to stop them, insisting that she was Zoe. However, her protests were ignored. Alethea warned Camilla that the demon had the ability to tamper with the effects of magic to some extent. If the demon enters the dream world, who knew what would happen? If anything happened, she urged her to wake Roland up immediately. Roland, seeing Zoe waking up, said even the person right now is a demon. He could have said the same thing. Seeing that Roland hadn't activated the dream world, Zoe finally felt a bit relieved. Zoe then suggested a solution. What if they have Camilla reconnect her and the demon? If they forced the demon to admit the truth, everything would be clear. The group exchanged glances, until Pasha spoke up, saying it wouldn't hurt to try. After all, if the other side was the real Zoe, she would surely know how to expose the imposter. Roland agreed, and Camilla activated her power again. The god's punishment soldier's body suddenly twitched as the demon realized what was happening. He snarled, saying only an idiot would admit to being a demon in this situation. Zoe let out a chilling smile while reminding him that if he refused to speak, she'd happily re-enter his consciousness and make him relive the pain of those endless days. That was enough to break him. The demon, his face twisted in anger, finally growled that it was enough. He admitted defeat, saying they just got lucky this time. But Zoe wasn't done yet. She casually told the demon to spill some insider information about the demons. Surprisingly, the demon didn't seem to mind. He began sharing details, convinced that humans wouldn't win in the long run. To him, this war was nothing more than a minor setback for his race. The demon sneered and said humans had no idea what lay on the other side of the continent. He explained that the armies of the Sky-Sea realm were slowly devouring the land, trying to turn the entire world into an abyss. If they hadn't been busy holding them back, humans would have been wiped out 400 years ago. Roland didn't care much about the demon's grand storytelling but focused on the important part. He figured that the demons were actually fighting two wars at once, and their main battlefield wasn't even here. If what the demon said was true, the situation was far more complicated than it had seemed. Pointing at the demon, Roland asked if they could now confirm this really was a demon. Alethea admitted she didn't know what Zoe had done, but she was confident this was the real deal. Roland found that answer satisfying enough. He told Zoe to indulge herself in the dream world tonight and eat whatever she wanted, as a reward for all her trouble. Zoe's eyes lit up at the offer, and she thanked him.
Still, she added with a sigh that it was a pity the demon had gotten used to its borrowed body. The same method wouldn't work to dig out its true thoughts again. The demon suddenly chuckled, unable to contain himself, and mocked how ridiculous it was to call them demons. He said humans always labeled anything different from themselves as terrifying and evil. He added that when the source of magic reappeared, that would be the end of humanity. Roland immediately realized the demon was referring to the red moon. Agatha, however, disagreed. She'd seen the red moon herself, and whatever it was incredibly far from their world. She wondered aloud if the demons had a way to reach that far. But this time, the demon turned his head away without answering. Roland then asked him what exactly was the Sky-Sea realm. However, the demon stayed silent again. Roland pressed further, asking if it was the demons who had wiped out the underground civilization. Once again, there's no response. He switched tactics, asking if the monsters that launched black pillars were some sort of inheritance from the underground civilization. The demon scoffed and told them not to waste their time. He had said all he could, and no amount of effort would make him spill more. Instead, he urged them to finish him off, warning that their kind would soon be exterminated by Lord Hexod. As for him, he would simply be reborn through the source of magic. Roland ignored the demon's theatrics. If he wasn't going to talk, Roland figured they might as well change the subject. He asked the demon how powerful his kind really was if this loss was so insignificant to them. Roland knew this was bait, and he was confident the demon wouldn't resist the chance to boast given his personality. And just as Roland predicted, the demon grinned and began bragging. He claimed they were unimaginably strong. Their armies stretched endlessly across the sky at the border of the Sky-Sea realm. As for humanity's so-called transcendent witches who had once been able to stand against their lords. But now, the Sky Lord Hexod had taken command, claiming he could crush every last one of them single-handedly. Roland cut him off mid-rant, telling him it was him that didn't quite understand what true strength was. Before the demon could respond, Roland turned his back on him and calmly explained. True strength, he said, wasn't about plunging the world into darkness. It was about those who, at the brink of collapse, were willing to burn their very souls to bring light and warmth to all. As he walked away, Roland threw one last remark over his shoulder, sarcastically asking why, if the demons were so mighty, they should just light the fire. The demon looked confused, but before he could react, the group had already left. Outside, Anna noticed that Roland seemed quite happy after his chat with the demon. When she asked him about it, Roland admitted he wasn't exactly happy but felt they had learned a lot. For starters, he pointed out, the sea monsters could hold off the demon army, which meant they weren't as simple as they seemed. More importantly, the demons hadn't referred to their Sky-Sea realm enemies as insects, which meant the enemy had also evolved, or what the demons called ascended. Anna, however, quickly pointed out only one species had been eliminated, yet 2 species had ascended. The math didn't add up. She then realized something important. Perhaps the demon never actually said they destroyed the eliminated civilization. It only mentioned that reaching the Sky-Sea realm was a requirement for gaining inheritance. Roland nodded, thinking there must be more to the story, something they didn't know yet. The scene shifted to the meeting hall in Neverwinter Castle. Everyone was deep in thought. The idea of a species as strong as demons on the other side of the continent weighed heavily on the group. Wendy, trying to lighten the mood, suggested that the demons might have made all this up to scare them. She said they should stay optimistic until they had solid proof. After a pause, Phyllis admitted they'd underestimated the demons. She said they didn't just lack knowledge about the Sky-Sea realm, they didn't even know much about the far side of the Dawn region. Roland asked if she knew anything specific. Phyllis shared she had once heard the other side of the Dawn region was a wasteland with towering mountains and cliffs. Most of the time, the mountains were underwater, only fully revealed during low tide. That caught Roland's attention. It sounded a lot like what Thunder had described in the Shadow Isle. Could the explorers have seen the continent opposite the Dawn region? But that shouldn't be happening because the Dawn region was northwest of Neverwinter, while the Shadow Isle was on the east side. How could the explorers have seen the other continent from there? Roland frowned, thinking about the geography. If the world was round, the planet's curvature should have made such a sight impossible. Something didn't feel right. Tilly seemed to have the same thought. Roland noticed her looking at him and realized she was also remembering the underwater ruins the expedition team had found. If those ruins weren't built by the Federation but were watching the Demon Continent, then who built them? Roland decided he would need Thunder to investigate the ruins further. Agatha noticed Roland had gone quiet and asked if he was okay. He told her he was just thinking. She guessed the news was stressing him out and reassured him they'd find a way to deal with it. Phyllis chimed in, saying Roland was already doing better than the top 3 seats and should give himself some credit. Roland looked around and noticed everyone seemed worried about him. He realized his deep thinking had made him look too serious. Smiling, he told them his plan wasn't to hide in some remote corner and leave the demon problem for the people 400 years later. Instead, he wanted to face everything head-on, take down the competition and solve the mystery of the divine will. That, he
he added with a grin, sounded way more fun.
Anna smiled at him as he stood up. Roland declared that in the face of the sun, all things, including demons, would turn to mere dust.
With a determined look, he told them they'd stand together and witness that moment.
Can anyone guess what our boy is trying to build this time? On the other side of town, Akima sat by the fire while Doris brought out a pot of soup and placed it on the table. That was dinner for the night. Akima stared at her reflection in the soup and hesitated. Doris noticed and asked what was on her mind. Akima admitted she was wondering if her decision back then had been a mistake. She thought maybe if they had stayed under the sleeping curse, life would have been easier. At least they wouldn't all be crammed into this tiny house. Doris tried to comfort her, saying that no matter the size of the house, it was still a roof over their heads. Sure, it wasn't as good as before, but it was better than wandering the streets like they used to. Akima cut her off, saying things weren't like they used to be. She had applied for several jobs at the city hall but hadn't been accepted for any of them. Now, all 6 of them were depending on Doris and White Pear to cover the expenses. Regret crept in as she wondered if things would have been different had she accepted Wendy's help. Realizing her tone was harsh, she apologized and buried her face in her hands. Doris reassured her, reminding her that everyone had agreed to leave together because they believed in her, saying it wasn't her fault. Holding Akima's hand, Doris added that covering expenses was no big deal. Akima had done so much for them in the past, now, it was their turn to give back. Akima didn't know how to respond, but before she could think, a knock came at the door. Startled, she stood up and asked who it was. To her surprise, it was Wendy. She explained that Roland wanted to talk to them. Through the heavy snow, they made their way to the castle. The guards at the gate were now replaced by Takira witches. Wendy asked Akima if she was cold, pointing out that they'd be stripping down soon enough once inside. Hearing this, Akima suddenly had some weird thoughts popping up. When they reached the castle, a maid greeted Wendy with a bow and informed her that His Majesty was in the study. Wendy thanked her and grabbed Akima's hand, leading her inside. Warmth washed over them as soon as they entered. Following the maid into the main hall, Akima noticed the heating pipes. Wendy removed her coat and told Akima she should do the same. Otherwise, she'd end up sweating, and going back out into the cold like that would surely make her catch a cold. Akima couldn't help glancing at Wendy's chest for a moment, her face turning slightly red. Comparing herself to Wendy, she wondered if His Majesty had those kinds of intentions, he probably wouldn't choose her anyway. Soon, Wendy brought her to the study. Nervously, Akima bowed to Roland, who put down his book and told her there was no need for formalities. He explained that he'd wanted to meet her for a long time because her ability was of great importance to the kingdom. It clicked for Akima, this wasn't about anything suspicious. Roland wanted to recruit her. He offered her a fixed contract, 2 gold per month, with an additional 50 for each completed task. Akima's heart skipped a beat. With that income, not only could she cover their expenses, but she could even help her friends. It was almost too good to be true. Still cautious, she asked what he wanted her to do before agreeing. Roland explained it was quite simple and she needed to help him find a specific type of stone. He pulled a thumb-sized stone out of a drawer and handed it to her. Akima examined it carefully and said it would be hard to trace its source. She recalled a time when she was tasked to locate a gemstone source but ended up leading the client to a place full of gravel. Roland guessed those were probably bauxite, technically a gemstone source by composition, then encouraged her to give it a try. Akima activated her ability, and suddenly, a beam of light shot out. Even she was startled, it was the strongest light she'd ever seen. Roland smiled and asked if something was wrong. Akima replied that there must be another matching stone in the drawer. Wendy pulled it out, and Roland confirmed she was absolutely right. Then he asked if she could locate a third matching stone. Akima tried again, using her ability to trace the source of the stone. She could pinpoint the direction but couldn't tell how far it was. Roland asked her to try different directions, which only made her more curious. She finally asked what these stones were, could they be more valuable than gold? Roland smiled and explained that these stones were their future. That answer left Akima a little uneasy. She wasn't a combat witch, and if the stones were truly that valuable, she worried that news could leak, putting both the mission and her life in danger. Hearing her concern, Roland then reassured her, saying that if anyone who didn't understand them, these stones were just ordinary rocks. But to him, they were worth far more than gold and were the key to unlocking what he called the Radiant Radiation quest line. Akima didn't quite understand the last part, but Roland had already planned ahead. He tells her that she wouldn't be searching alone. Just then, Sean walked in. In addition to Sean, a team of engineers and soldiers would be accompanying her. The mission's priority was to find the source of the stones, and any help needed from officials in other territories would go through Sean. Akima was stunned at the idea of local lords assisting her. Roland chuckled and reminded her that those people were no longer the same as before. Feeling a bit more at ease, Akima made one last request. She wanted her salary to go to Doris instead, which Roland agreed. Bowing deeply, Akima accepted the job, saying she would get ready and head out tomorrow.
Roland nodded, confident in her abilities and looking forward to good news. After everyone left, Roland gazed out the window and let out a sigh of relief, whispering to himself, "It's finally starting."
Nightingale appeared silently, watching him with curiosity.
She mentioned that whenever Roland talked about creating a son, he seemed especially motivated. Roland sighed and said it was because this path was all about chasing fire. From this moment on, humanity was stepping into a new era, no longer just looking up at the sun but striving to shine alongside it.
Nightingale wasn't sure what to say.
What she didn't know was that since Lucia's evolution on her coming-of-age day, Roland had secretly tasked Kyle with isolating an element from a mass of materials to find uranium. With the critical samples in hand, Roland now had what he needed to work toward the power of nuclear energy. From the information they had gathered from the demons, humanity was at a life-or-death crossroads. If their enemies could strengthen themselves in ways beyond logic, then humans needed a weapon just as extraordinary, and that very weapon would be nuclear energy. Nightingale watched Roland in silence, his face serious and his mind clearly elsewhere. After a moment, she patted his shoulder and told him she believed in whatever he said. Still, she admitted it was hard to imagine that such a small thing could reduce demons to ashes. Roland admitted even he wouldn't have believed it without seeing it for himself. He added that if it weren't for Soraya wrapping it in a protective membrane, he wouldn't dare touch it with his bare hands.
Roland unfolded a blueprint and spread it across the table. Nightingale, seeing this, asked if he was planning another late night.
Roland smiled and said that now that everyone had a glimmer of hope, he couldn't let his laziness ruin everything.
Nightingale didn't argue. Instead, she quietly went to prepare some tea and a midnight snack.
Naturally, most of the snacks were things she liked, and she made sure to bring along a cup of her favorite energy-boosting chaos drink, which left Roland to chuckle helplessly at her choices. The next day was a cause for celebration because the oil distillation tower project officially kicked off. Inside the tower, the heat built up quickly, and soon, thick smoke was billowing out of the top. From a distance, Edith watched the scene and murmured to herself, "How beautiful." Cole, standing beside her, gave her a puzzled look and said it was just a smokestack.
So what was so beautiful about that? Edith smiled and asked if he remembered what their hometown looked like during winter.
Cole thought about it but could only recall indoor scenes.
He realized he didn't have many clear memories of the city itself.
If he had to put it into words, then maybe quiet best explains it. Edith shook her head and said it wasn't just quiet, it was actually lifeless, like the entire land was frozen solid. She admitted she used to think that was what winter was supposed to look like.
Down below, cheers erupted as the first drops of oil were extracted. Edith turned back to Cole and asked him what he saw. Cole was confused by the question.
Edith explained that the land was breathing, and the mist rising from the tower was proof of its activity. Nature, she said, could be changed by humanity. And when humans became strong enough, they could even change the world itself.
She then asked again, "Isn't that kind of power beautiful?"
The next morning, in the witch's building, Lorca woke up while yawning and rubbing her eyes. Her head still throbbed from all that drinking last night, which she said was all thanks to the great chieftain, who had generously handed out post-war rewards to everyone. She got dressed and gave her cheeks a few light slaps, reminding herself she couldn't afford to slack off, because otherwise, her skills would get rusty if she didn't stay disciplined. With a small fist raised in determination, she decided to head to the third border town to spar with the other witches. As she exited her room, she saw a piece of paper sticking out from under the door. Picking it up only to find it's a letter from her father. He started off by asking how she was doing in Neverwinter and whether anyone was giving her trouble. Lorca couldn't help but mumble that no one would dare, but the thought still made her smile. Her father still treated her like a little kid. He went on to say that as the third princess of their clan, it was unthinkable for anyone to bully her. But more importantly, he was curious about how much she had improved in her skills. That part made Lorca blush. She was part of the war against demons recently but barely made an impact. The only thing she managed was getting herself covered in dirt thanks to some strange stone pillar.
In the end, she didn't even get to see the enemies. The letter also mentioned the issues in Iron Sand City.
Some of the major clans who stayed behind seemed unhappy about the mass migration.
However, he didn't know the details.
After reading the letter, Lorca decided to find Wendy right away, hoping she could arrange a meeting with His Majesty. Wendy seemed surprised but said it was perfect timing since the king wanted to see her too. In the meeting room, Lorca found Roland sitting with a red-haired woman. She and Wendy greeted him, and Roland invited them to sit down, mentioning he had a new task for Lorca. Before that, Lorca shared the contents of her father's letter. Roland looked intrigued and urged her to continue. She reported that her father suspected some unrest among the major clans in Iron Sand City. While she didn't believe they could pose a threat to Green Waterport, but it was worth keeping an eye on them.
Roland stroked his chin thoughtfully, noting that the staff department had considered this when drafting the relocation plan.
However, he believed such regional issues were best handled by local forces. Lorca quickly offered to write to her father to address the situation. Roland, however, pointed out that this fell under political diplomacy and should be handled by him instead. He then introduced her to May, who smiled warmly and introduced herself. She added that she looked forward to working with Lorca. Lorca blinked in surprise and she wasn't sure what she meant by working with her. Roland reminded them that to help more people accept witches with abilities like hers. Plays, he explained, were one of the quickest ways to achieve that. Realizing Roland wanted her to act in a play, Lorca immediately panicked. Hugging her tail tightly, she protested that acting wasn't her thing and suggested finding someone else. Roland reassured her, saying she wouldn't have to perform live in front of an audience. He then picked up a peculiar object, explaining that this would be more of an experiment. He originally wanted to call it a movie, but after some thought, he settled on naming it Magic Shadow instead. Curious, Lorca peered at the item in his hand. It turned out to be a time seal, a magical device that could record a scene and replay it repeatedly. And with this, she can be less nervous. May chimed in, saying this device was typically used for recording significant events like grand meetings and rituals. She couldn't help but shower Roland with praise, calling his idea a stroke of genius. Her compliments flustered Roland slightly, but he soon turned to Lorca and asked for her opinion. After all, the story was tailored specifically for her, and he'd spent half a month writing it. Lorca blinked in surprise, before reluctantly agreeing to give it a try. Once she and May left the room, Nightingale emerged behind Roland. She raised an eyebrow and pointed out that there was no way Roland had spent half a month on this since he'd only decided to do it 2 days ago. Roland coughed awkwardly, telling her not to sweat the details. If he hadn't said that, Lorca wouldn't have agreed so quickly. Besides, no one else was better suited for this role, and persuasion was part of his job. Nightingale scoffed and took a seat, nibbling on a piece of dried fish. While she didn't dispute his reasoning, she didn't think Lorca's agreeing to do this had much to do with his storytelling finesse. So Roland asked what she thought the real reason was. Nightingale hesitated for a moment, as if weighing her words, but ultimately kept her thoughts to herself. With a huff, she turned away and continued chewing on her dried fish. 3 days later, the film crew was ready to roll. Lightning hovered in the sky, holding the time seal. Then she called out, Act 1, Scene 3, action. The scene wrapped up smoothly, and May seemed satisfied. Next up was the climactic battle between the princess and the demon lord. Lorca, in her elegant dress, charged forward, declaring that the demon lord would meet his end. May watched as everyone immersed themselves in their roles, signaling the effects team to prepare. Lorca launched her attack at Carter, who was playing the demon lord, while Agatha and Wendy used their powers to add more effects. Carter, as the demon lord, blocked her strike, and in the next moment, a terrifying beast who was played by Maisie appeared behind him. And with that, May directed the crew to enhance the effects further. From atop the castle walls, Roland felt so much pride. He hadn't expected something as simple as a movie shoot could bring everyone so much closer together. Turning to Anna, who stood beside him, he asked if she wanted to join them and relax a little. Anna shook her head, explaining that she still had work to do, saying the internal combustion engine's parts needed further adjustments. Looping her arm around Roland's, she smiled, saying that being with him was the best kind of relaxation for her. As they stood together, Anna remarked that the future Roland had promised her was finally becoming a reality. Roland gently corrected her, saying there was still one part left to fulfill. Anna assumed he was referring to uniting the other Grey Castle territories and reassured him that those cities wouldn't take long to bring under control. But he shook his head, saying that wasn't what he meant. Looking into her eyes, he then said, I still need to ascend the throne and marry you as my queen. The next day, Barav stormed into Roland's study, sweating profusely and urging him to reconsider. Roland, sipping his drink leisurely, asked if he was referring to the coronation. Barav, flustered, clarified that he was talking about Roland's plan to publicly announce his intention to marry a witch as his queen. Roland wasn't surprised by the reaction and calmly tapped the table, inviting Barav to explain his concerns. Barav pointed out the matter of succession, emphasizing that it was no secret that witches couldn't bear children. If something happened to Roland, the lack of an heir would lead to unrest among the nobles and anxiety among the citizens. Roland listened with a smile and encouraged Barav to continue. So he clarified that he wasn't opposed to Roland being with Anna, and he respected Anna very much, but he suggested marrying a noblewoman to appease the aristocracy. What Roland did with this noblewoman afterward, Barav implied, didn't matter to him. Before Roland could respond, Nightingale materialized, and she was really mad. She demanded to know why Anna couldn't hold the title of queen. Was it simply because she was a witch? Barav was startled, his voice trembling as he insisted that Lady Anna, for the sake of the kingdom's stability, wouldn't mind such superficial matters. Nightingale sharply countered, asking how he could be so sure. She was certain Anna would never accept a puppet being inserted into their relationship. Despite his fear, Barav stood his ground, emphasizing that this was not about feelings but about succession. Roland raised his hand and interrupted their argument, calmly pointing out that Barav's true intention was simply to provide a rational outlet for potential dissenters.
Bara froze for a moment, and Roland decisively stated that after defeating Zero, he had taken all her lifespan for himself. As such, he didn't need a successor. However, he acknowledged that the common folk would have a rough time believing this, so they'd require a symbolic figure for their peace of mind. He asked Barav if that was correct. Barav affirmed that this was exactly his point. A nominal heir would naturally quiet any opposition. Roland then proposed a simpler solution. During the battles of Hermes, he discovered Gerald Wimbledon and fathered a child with a tavern maid. This surprised Barav and he started walking back and forth. He hadn't heard about this before but quickly realized the child, while technically a bastard, could be elevated to a higher status. Controlling the mother would also be far easier than dealing with nobility, and he had already begun formulating a plan. Smiling, Roland instructed Barav to draft a detailed proposal, including arrangements for his coronation, and present it to him once ready. After Barav bowed and left, Roland turned to Nightingale, surprised at how she defended Anna. Nightingale apologized, admitting she simply couldn't hold back. Roland stroked his chin. However, before he could finish, Nightingale cut him off, rolling her eyes, asked if he thought she would wallow in sorrow and heartbreak. But honestly, she even thought he should have brought this up much sooner, though if it hadn't been for Anna, she wouldn't have stepped aside so easily. Roland suddenly recalled Nightingale's attitude when she returned after mysteriously disappearing for 2 days. The relief on her face then likely stemmed from some kind of agreement she had reached with Anna. While his curiosity burned, but sometimes it's not always a good idea to pry into everything. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Grey Castle, a woman carrying a bag of bread strolled down a quiet street. As she approached her home, she noticed a cluster of footprints near her door. She began panicking and thought maybe her secret had been exposed. Rushing back, she saw soldiers standing by her house. Recognizing the emblem on their uniforms, she panicked, dropping the bread as she bolted inside. Just then, she tripped over and fell onto the floor. Looking up, she saw a woman sitting by the baby's cradle, with a maid standing nearby. The woman introduced herself as Edith, confident she would recognize her name. The panicked woman quickly bowed, nervously asking why she was there. Edith gestured toward the door, and the maid calmly locked it. The mother immediately realized they had uncovered her child's secret. Even the nanny she had hired turned out to be a plant from the Kant family. Edith wasted no time. She explained that the king had sent her to bring the Wimbledon bloodline back to Neverwinter. Hearing this, the woman went pale and asked if they planned to execute her child in secret. Edith shook her head, lifting the cloth covering the child slightly, then said if the goal were simply to make the child disappear, they wouldn't have gone to such lengths. She clarified that His Majesty needed a plausible distraction for the public, which was why the child was necessary. The woman, confused, asked what she meant. Edith explained that their king had decided to marry a witch, and the child was meant to pacify any dissent by serving as a convenient public heir. Hearing this, the woman stood abruptly, summoning all her courage to say she couldn't believe it. Perhaps the king had such intentions now, but what about the future? She feared for her child Shiloh. Edith finally knew the boy's name for the first time. She shook her head and told the woman she didn't seem to understand her position. Stepping closer, Edith explained that she had only 2 options: either take a sum of money and flee far away, or go to Neverwinter with her child. However, if she chose the second option, she couldn't appear as Shiloh's mother but would instead take the role of a servant from a noble family. The woman understood that this was already a generous offer from the king but hesitated. She asked who would take care of Shiloh in her place. Edith replied saying nobody. The woman was shocked, only to see Edith's gentle expression as she explained the king was not as heartless as she might think. If she chose to go to Neverwinter, she could stay by Shiloh's side and watch him grow. The noble family she would serve no longer existed, having been destroyed in a church attack. Before her death, the eldest prince Gerald's fiancée had entrusted the child to the maid. The woman stared at Edith in disbelief, wondering if the king had done all this just to ease her concerns. She took a deep breath and asked whether Shiloh had any chance of becoming king. Edith shook her head firmly and told her not to entertain such fantasies. Desperate for her son's safety, the woman pushed for a better answer. What would happen if the king changed his mind in the future and named a true heir? Wouldn't that heir see Shiloh as a threat and try to kill him? If Edith couldn't give her a reasonable answer, she declared, she'd rather die here than hand over her child. Edith's eyes narrowed, locking onto the woman. Though terrified, the woman refused to back down. She was almost certain Edith would kill her now, and in her heart, she apologized to Gerald, regretting that she wouldn't be able to raise their child. Edith lifted the woman's chin. She said something but didn't make a sound. However, the woman read her lips, which said immortality. And then, Edith informed her that they would depart in 3 days. The woman cradled her child, remembering how His Majesty had once helped her escape the clutches of the troublesome tavern owner. She told Edith that besides the tavern owner, one of Gerald's personal guards might also know about the child. Edith reassured her not to worry, promising to take care of it. Taking one last look at the woman, Edith mused that her swift decision to reveal potential threats to her and her child showed she had some decisiveness after all.
Back at the castle, the Duke greeted Edith, noting she would only stay for 3 days. He questioned why, if this task required time to brew, she could have stayed longer. Edith's expression darkened, and she asked if her father had sent someone to spy on her conversations. The Duke avoided answering directly, knowing she wouldn't divulge much if he just asked. With a sigh, Edith remarked that her father had improved somewhat, making her less worried about him these days. The Duke, slightly annoyed, brought up the real reason why he was upset. He couldn't understand what was so captivating about this king that Edith would even consider taking Lance to Neverwinter. He sounded bitter as he mentioned that Roland would rather marry a witch than form a marriage alliance with their family. She could tell he was upset that she wouldn't ascend to the queen's position. She admitted that the current nobility was so lackluster that it was no surprise His Majesty wanted to dismantle the system. Still, she had her own reasons for wanting to return to Neverwinter quickly, which was remaining at the center of power. The Duke, however, worried that if Lance left, the northern region would lose its heir. Edith tells him that noble titles had become honorary, and taking Lance to Neverwinter would ensure the Kant family remained relevant. The world was evolving, and those who didn't adapt would be left behind. Despite all this, the Duke raised a final concern. Neverwinter's power might be growing, but what if the city failed to defend against the demons? Edith patted his shoulder with a calm smile, telling him that if Neverwinter fell, having heirs for him wouldn't matter. Leaving the conversation at that, she headed off for some much-needed rest. However, the Duke wanted to know what Edith had said to the woman. Edith, with a sly grin, thought to herself that she had deliberately spoken in silence, knowing her father would send someone to eavesdrop. But right now, she wouldn't reveal His Majesty's secrets to anyone, not even her father. Back in Neverwinter, Roland was juggling multiple tasks, including working with Anna on the internal combustion engine. Fortunately, he had wrapped up the day's work. Just as he was about to relax, Nightingale suddenly appeared behind him, telling him to stay still. He glanced back cautiously, thinking there might be enemies around. Nightingale, however, plucked a single gray hair from his head and smugly declared that he must not be getting enough rest if he was already graying before 30. Roland chuckled, recalling his past life. He reassured her that he hadn't reached his limit yet. If he ever did, there would be heart problems, and eventually even coughing up blood, but before he could finish, he began coughing violently. Startled, Nightingale asked if he was okay and if she should fetch Nanawa to check on him. Roland waved her off, explaining it was just a case of swallowing the wrong way. However, she still looked concerned. Turning to reassure her, he suddenly realized how close they were and froze for a moment. He gulped nervously, but the tension was abruptly broken when Wendy walked in. Nightingale vanished in an instant, leaving Roland to awkwardly face Wendy's puzzled expression. She asked if something was wrong. Nightingale reappeared nonchalantly on a nearby chair, munching on dried fish, and quipped that His Majesty was practicing gymnastics. Roland meanwhile awkwardly rotated his body a few times. Wendy proceeded to report that today was Lightning's coming-of-age day and everything had been arranged. Roland nodded in approval, reminding her to ensure everyone's safety and notify Margaret and of course Sandbirdman as well. As evening fell, everyone gathered. In her room, Lightning lay on her bed, clutching the divine seal in her hand. She wondered what kind of branch ability she might awaken. If it allowed her to solve her weight limit problem, then she'd be able to fly across the continent with all of her gear. Rem mumbled skeptically that awakening a branch ability wasn't that easy, only to receive a sharp glare from Lily. Scroll took the opportunity to ask Wendy about the analysis of coming-of-age evolutions. Wendy explained that it was only a reference and lacked sufficient data for verification, but noted that Lightning had scored impressively high on the evaluation. Phyllis shook her head in disbelief, remarking how unthinkable such discussions would have been during the Takira era. High-level evolution was considered sacred, and openly discussing it would not be allowed. She quickly added that she wasn't against it, but Roland understood where she was coming from. It's a different time now, and it's still a bit hard for her to process. Phyllis looked towards Agatha, who was sitting next to the bed, and admitted she wasn't as adaptable as her. Roland assured her that as they kept moving forward, such scenes would become more common, and he believed that was the essence of hope. Phyllis smiled and nodded. Leaving the room, Roland found Thunder standing in the hallway. He asked why he didn't go inside to check on Lightning. Thunder replied that he couldn't focus on pretending to be Sandbirdman right now. If he went in, she would notice something was off. Roland asked if he intended to keep hiding the truth. Lightning, after all, was destined to follow the path of a great explorer. Thunder didn't answer directly. Instead, he said that someone had once told him exceptional people often fell victim to their extraordinary talents, while those with average abilities tended to live longer. When Roland asked who had said that, Thunder revealed it was Sand, the man who had introduced him to the path of exploration. Roland was surprised to hear there was actually a person named Sand in the fjords and worried that Lightning might have heard of him. Thunder explained that Sand was pretty much unknown and died saving him from a sea monster attack. Sand had said his only gift was kindness, and it was that very kindness that led to his death. That memory was why Thunder had resolved to map the unknown lands before Lightning officially embraced the explorer's life. If there were no more uncharted places, there would be no dangers for her to face.
Roland finally understood that Thunder believed that eliminating the need for exploration would keep Lightning safe.
Roland promised that after the Divine War, he would ensure Lightning returned to him unharmed.
Thunder bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude.
Just then, Wendy announced that Lightning's magic had condensed.
Roland rushed back inside and asked if she felt any discomfort.
The seal in her hands began to glow, and a surge of power radiated through her body. Though she didn't fully activate it, she did manage to light up the fourth magic stone. Roland wanted her to rest, but Lightning suddenly sat up, saying she couldn't wait to test it, saying she could hear something calling for her. Reluctantly, Roland allowed her to try but insisted she take Maisie and not fly too far. Lightning flew out, while Wendy and Roland wondered what Lightning's ability could be. Suddenly, the sky erupted with a thunderous boom. A blinding light illuminated the entire castle, followed by a powerful shockwave that shattered the windows. The next morning, Roland learned that some residents had been injured the previous night. A group of concerned citizens arrived at City Hall early, anxiously asking if Neverwinter had been attacked by demons. The entire city was abuzz, with a large crowd gathering in the square, waiting for an announcement.
Roland sighed as Barav explained everything, saying that next time they should give him a heads up before any surprises.
Trying to calm the situation, Roland directed that the announcement should state he was conducting experiments on a new weapon and that medical expenses for the injured would be covered by City Hall. After hanging up, he turned his attention to the girl, who stood by his desk with her head drooping in guilt. He asked if she had overheard the call.
Trembling, Lightning admitted her mistake and said she should receive her punishment.
Roland then glanced at Maisie perched on her head, who awkwardly turned away, pretending it had nothing to do with her.
The room fell into silence for a moment before Roland chuckled, saying Lightning couldn't have anticipated such an outcome.
Thankfully, the injuries were minor, and the damages weren't too severe, and he had no plan to punish her. Lightning, overjoyed, lunged toward Roland in gratitude. Roland, however, stopped her midair, reminding her she only lasted a few minutes while on her high-speed flight. It turned out Lightning had been testing her limits with the new ability, but her magic quickly ran out, causing her to pass out and plummet.
Agatha and Wendy joined the conversation, jotting down observations and asking Lightning questions. Roland inquired about her new branch ability and whether there were any records of it in the Federation era.
Agatha speculated it might be magic resonance, a branch ability often appearing in witches whose primary abilities carried inherent risks to their own bodies. Lightning excitedly asked if her magic could continue growing through practice, with no ceiling to her potential. Just thinking about pushing her limits thrilled her. Wendy chuckled and reminded her not to speed up suddenly over the castle next time and to save her magic as they still needed to conduct some tests.
Lightning cheekily hugged Wendy, promising to behave.
Looking at her, Roland suddenly asked her what would she do if there were no unexplored places left to adventure. Lightning hadn't considered the idea but quickly replied that if every continent and ocean had been mapped, she would still have the skies to explore. To her, this was a place only she could reach. Roland smiled and mused in his heart that her adventurous spirit clearly ran in the family. With everything that was happening today, Roland decided it was time to establish a new department in City Hall dedicated to giving out information. Announcements would no longer be limited to the central square bulletin board, and the department would handle news across all regions of the kingdom.
Nightingale asked how citizens would stay informed without the square's announcements.
Roland grinned and introduced the concept of a newspaper, pulling out a sample. With education spreading, and paper, printing, and ink issues resolved thanks to the witches, reliable communication was now possible. He noted that if rumors were allowed to spread unchecked, reining them in later would be a challenge. Wendy grasped the importance of the initiative, pointing out that witches could play a vital role. They could quickly detect events and report them faster than anyone else. And all Roland needed was someone that could run really fast. Roland clarified that he needed reporters who could identify newsworthy incidents and deploy others to cover them. Not necessarily someone who can run really fast. Wendy immediately suggested Honey for the job. Honey arrived shortly and was happy to be called over. However, the first thing she did was to inspect Roland's desk, running her fingers over it, and was a bit upset seeing it was just an ordinary desk after all. Roland, confused, asked what she meant. Honey explained that while training her owls, one of them mentioned that Nightingale spent long hours leaning against this desk every night. Nightingale, blushing furiously, rushed over to deny it, claiming the owl must have been mistaken in the dark. Honey persisted, saying owls had excellent night vision and couldn't possibly be wrong, but before she could continue, Nightingale flashed across the room and clamped her hand over Honey's mouth. Roland laughed at the exchange and, seeing Honey's enthusiasm, entrusted her with the new department. He then chuckled to himself, confident that with her around, the gossip column would never run out of stories. Meanwhile, inside a tavern, Victor sat at his own booth, looking deep in thought. Apparently, the Western territories will no longer sell raw gemstones to outsiders.
This meant his jewelry business would have no market in Neverwinter, and if a jeweler couldn't sell jewelry, what was he supposed to do since opportunities weren't exactly falling from the sky?
Just then, a commotion outside caught his attention. People were shouting, urging someone to read something out loud. Curious, Victor rang the bell on the wall, and a maid walked in. When he asked what was going on, she explained that everyone was talking about a newspaper, something the king had introduced to replace the public announcement boards. She even apologized if the noise was bothering him. Victor had never heard of such a thing before. Without wasting a second, he sent the girl to buy a copy.
Minutes later, he was holding one in his hands.
The paper felt cheap, made from rough, grayish straw pulp. He learned these were usually published weekly, which meant news would spread faster. It had all sorts of content and was affordable, no wonder it's selling so well. Flipping through the pages, he came across an advertisement for something called Magic Shadow. He wondered if it was a new kind of play. When he asked, the girl mentioned that it was a fresh type of performance, apparently so unique that a special venue had to be built just to showcase it.
That was enough to get Victor moving.
Throwing on his coat, he tells the girl to take him there immediately. By the time they arrived at the theater, a long line had already formed. People were anxiously waiting to buy tickets, clearly afraid they'd sell out. A colorful poster stood beside the entrance, catching everyone's attention.
May and Carter were also among the crowd.
May suddenly nudged Carter, pointing excitedly at someone, and asked if that was Master Karjan.
Carter took a look and said it was definitely him.
Without hesitation, they rushed toward him, dragging Eileen and the rest of the group along. Hearing that this was the famous playwright behind the prince's search for love, which made everyone excited. But when May called out to him,
Karjan didn't even turn his head.
Instead, the man beside him shot a glance their way before attempting to leave. Before they could process what was happening, someone in the crowd recognized May and the rest of their troupe. It was then the man spoke up and said he apologized, but Master Karjan wasn't interested in talking to them nor had any intention of meeting them,
saying it was best if they just left.
May quickly tried to explain that she had once received Karjan's guidance back in the old royal capital, but the man replied that's exactly why Karjan didn't want to see her, because he was disappointed.
Everyone including May was stunned, wondering what was going on.
May herself hadn't expected this, but something felt off.
Maybe there was a misunderstanding?
She then insisted she wanted to talk to Karjan face to face. The man looked like he was about to refuse again, but then Karjan finally spoke, saying he agreed to talk. Following the man upstairs, she stepped into a room where Karjan and several others stood.
The atmosphere was tense.
A group of girls cold looks her way, and for some reason, they are all looking annoyed. Suddenly, Karjan picked up a script and went straight to the point. "Lady Lannis," he said, flipping through the pages.
"Could I ask you and your troupe to cancel your next performance?" That caught May completely off guard. Magic Shadow was already finished, it didn't even require live actors on stage. Why was he asking this?
One of the girls smirked as if already guessing May's answer. She muttered that their teacher was wasting his time and she believed there was no way May would back down.
After all, wasn't she the one who had made this whole thing happen?
Another chimed in, saying their teacher had clearly misjudged her. They had once thought she had simply lost her way and abandoned the pursuit of true theater, but now she had gone too far.
And then, someone else took it a step further.
With a sharp tone, she sneered that as the wife of the kingdom's chief knight, May had all the power she needed to shut down her competitors. Otherwise, why would King Roland himself refuse to give them a single chance to perform?
Karjan held up his hand, saying he didn't want them arguing over this.
However, May could tell where this was going and quickly spoke up, assuring him she hadn't done anything to undermine him or make the officials push his troop out. Karjan walked over to her, and with a sigh said that the reason he wanted to speak with her was because he believed she hadn't done that. But his disappointment in her wasn't about that. He paused for a moment and then asked how many plays she had performed in over the last 2 years.
May thought for a second, guessing around 7 or 8.
Karjan corrected her, saying it was 12.
He then named each one of them, one by one.
He went on to remind her that it took her 8 months and practiced diligently to get the prince's search for love ready, yet she had done 12 plays in 2 years.
Was she really happy with how she performed them?
May had no idea Karjan knew so much about her work. But Karjan wasn't done yet and he continued, telling her he didn't understand why she had left Changji stronghold to come to the border town and start doing these mixed performances. In his eyes, it looked like she had chosen to cater to the masses instead of striving for better acting.
And it's because of all this, he was disappointed.
For a moment, May didn't know how to respond. She understood that Karjan had a pure, unwavering love for theater. People say he lived and breathed the craft, believing every detail should be flawless. But as she thought back to her time in Changji, and compared it to now in the border town, something felt different.
Was it the plays? Or was it the people she was performing in front of?
Then, she remembered the genuine smiles and laughter from the town folk and that one girl who had handed her the salted fish whose father passed away during battle.
That moment hit her, and everything clicked. She looked at Karjan and asked if he prepared his performance just for the king. Karjan nodded, adding that it was also for the visiting nobles, ministers, and lords. He believed that without the right audience, even the most brilliant performance was pointless. By then, May is more determined than ever. She shook her head and said if that was the case, then she would not agree with his request, because Karjan wasn't performing for the love of the theater anymore and his play would certainly not be as brilliant as he claimed. The room fell silent. Everyone stared at May in disbelief. How could she dismiss Karjan's work without even seeing it? May simply said she didn't need to see it because she already knew exactly what kind of performance they had created. Looking at everyone in the room, she firmly told them that a perfect play shouldn't exist only for nobles to enjoy. It had the power to carry so much more. She tells them the witch's diary had given people a chance to understand witches beyond fear and superstition. Dawn had inspired commoners to take their fate into their own hands. New City helped new residents of Neverwinter connect and integrate. And a hero's life gave hope to those who had lost loved ones in war. Karjan had once told her that the greatest plays allow audiences to immerse themselves in the lives of their characters. But May had realized something more. She wanted people to see their own futures, not just someone else's story. Maybe Karjan's play, which she had spent 2 years preparing, would be brilliant in a way. But the upcoming Wolfheart's Tale would be just as extraordinary. She was certain that if Karjan watched it, he would change his mind. And if he didn't, then she would personally recommend his play to the king. With that, she turned and left. Karjan stood there in silence for a moment before instructing his steward to buy tickets for Wolfheart's Tale. A few days later, they entered the theater. Many in the audience recognized members of Karjan's troupe. One of the girls turned to Karjan and asked if they really going to watch this. They suspected May was just trying to use their teacher's reputation to boost her own fame. Another asked if, after the show, would May actually recommend Karjan's play to the king. The first girl scoffed, saying there's no way that's happening. Karjan told them to stop talking. Although he didn't agree with May's views, and he doubted that a group of amateurs could produce anything truly great, but he needed to judge it for himself. By now, the theater was packed. The lights dimmed, and a large screen stood before them. Then, a voice echoed through the hall, welcoming them to Greycastle's Magic Shadow Theater. It assured the audience that they were about to witness something never seen before and urged them not to panic, no matter what happened next. One of the girls rolled her eyes, but before she could scoff again, the room plunged into total darkness. Karjan tensed up because it was pitch black, so dark that he couldn't even see the chair he was sitting on. A murmur of unease spread through the audience. Then, suddenly, a soft glow appeared above them, and with it came the sound of wind. A gust swept through the theater, and tiny snowflakes began to fall. Karjan wondered if this was a play or if it was real. His grip tightened on the armrest. Shortly after, the screen lit up. A voice rang out, narrating, "In the distant north, there lies a city in the mountains, home to 2 lively young princesses. And our story begins here." With every new scene, the audience gasped. The transitions, the visuals, the sound, it was unlike anything anyone had ever experienced. Karjan found himself completely absorbed. At that moment, he knew this was more than just a play. This was something that surpassed the art of their time. He had no idea how much time had passed when the light suddenly came back on. By now even the girl who had been skeptical at first had tears in her eyes. She turned to look at Karjan, but he just sat there. After a long silence, he let out a sigh and admitted the truth, saying they had lost. Everything he had learned, everything he had built over the decades, it had all been overturned in a single night. Magic theater had broken every rule of traditional theater and left them in the dust. Tears streamed down the girl's face, and although she didn't want to accept it, she had no choice because their teacher was totally right. Karjan, however, told her not to cry, saying they hadn't chosen the wrong path. The greatest flaw in live theater had always been distance, referring to the space between the audience and the stage. That gap often prevented people from seeing the actors' subtle expressions, losing the depth of their performances. But Magic Theater had erased that flaw entirely. And now, acting skills have become even more important than before. He believed this was only a temporary defeat and their efforts hadn't been wasted. If they could understand the true nature of how this worked, they could still compete. Then, suddenly, Karjan stood up. He turned to his troupe and told them to stop crying. Instead, they should stand tall and applaud for this magnificent performance. One by one, his students followed suit, clapping. Soon, the entire theater erupted in thunderous applause. Back at the castle, the buzz around Magic Theater was exactly what Roland had expected. The show had caused a massive stir, though a few incidents had popped up. Some audience got so scared they bolted mid-performance that a few even fainted. Thank goodness there's no stampede. Meanwhile, Barav stood in front of him, holding a thick stack of merchant applications. Roland barely glanced up, casually mentioning they weren't looking for sponsors just yet. But Barav shook his head, saying they were after popcorn and also the milk packaging. Roland was surprised, thinking those merchants certainly had sharp eyes.
Too bad there wasn't enough milk packaging to sell yet. These were just the first results of the rubber bug farming project, but once production ramped up, then they could really start doing something. Just then, Edith walked in, bringing Olivia, who looked a little nervous. Roland gave her a reassuring smile, telling her this place was much warmer than Coldwind Ridge and far more peaceful. No one would bother her here, and he was sure she'd eventually like the place. He told her to rest for now and someone would show her to her quarters.
Olivia gave a small nod before following Edith out.
Roland turned back to work, but before he could get anything done, Barav interrupted again. Now that the matter of succession was settled, it was time to take care of something else.
Roland asked what is he talking about, in which Barav reminded him about his coronation.
Fast forward, a week later, the castle courtyard was packed. Nobles, ministers, and honored guests gathered below, waiting for Roland to appear. Inside, Roland stood in front of a mirror, dressed in full ceremonial attire. He adjusted his cuffs before turning to Anna, who was standing nearby in a flowing white gown. However, she looked nervous. Glancing out the window at the red carpet and the massive crowd, she hesitated, saying witches had never been part of a coronation before, and asked Roland if he was really okay bringing her up there with him. Roland took her hand, grinning, saying if that was the case, then he'd be the first to break the rule. With a playful look, he asked, "Or, do you want me to crown myself alone?" Anna froze for a second before quickly shaking her head.
Still holding her hand, Roland took a step back.
Then, before she could react, he dropped to one knee.
"Miss Anna," he said with a smile, "would you do me the honor of becoming my wife?" Anna, of course, happily agreed.
Moments later, they walked down the grand staircase together, and immediately the room fell silent.
On one side stood the witches.
On the other, the nobles and ministers. Familiar faces filled the hall and memories flooded in, and it had taken them 3 years to reach this moment. At the center of the hall, 2 golden crowns rested on a round table. Normally, a coronation was long and quite complicated, but Roland had no patience for all that, so he kept it simple.
Anna picked up the oversized king's crown and gently placed it on Roland's head.
Then, our boy lifted the second crown and carefully set it upon her head. When they turned to face the crowd, the entire room dropped to one knee. A powerful voice echoed through the hall, all of them chanting, "Long live the king." Hand in hand, Roland and Anna stepped forward, walking past the kneeling crowd toward the staircase that led to the castle's balcony. Beyond the grand arches, the people of Neverwinter had gathered, filling the city square. As Roland and Anna stepped out, the crowd erupted, all screaming at the top of their lungs, "Long live King Roland." The cheers were deafening, rising to the skies. Roland and Anna raised their hands, greeting their people as the news quickly spread through the kingdom. The whole city of Neverwinter burst into celebration as Roland officially took the throne. The streets were filled with free food, and the festive energy was impossible to miss. Up on the castle, our boy and Anna stood together. With a gentle touch, Roland removed the ceremonial crown from her head, his fingers brushing through her hair as their eyes met.
Anna wanted to hear him say her name.
Roland obliged, calling her Anna, but she shook her head, clearly expecting more.
Amused, he repeated, this time with her full name, Anna Wimbledon. She still wasn't satisfied. With a playful pout, she insisted he say it again, then again, even wanting him to say it 10 times in a row. Roland chuckled, saying he'd call her name as many times as she wanted. With that, he pulled her into his arm, sealing the moment with a kiss. After a while, Anna then said she wanted to take charge of the Ministry of Industry. Roland had no objections, but he was curious about the sudden decision. She told him she didn't want to just stand in his shadow, lost in her own world of inventions. She wanted to prove she could stand on her own. Roland smiled, then swept her into his arms. "As you wish, my dear," he said, then carried her onto the bed. Then Anna suddenly asked if hadn't he always been curious about what she and Nightingale had talked about that night. Roland was intrigued but never pushed her for answers. Anna simply smiled and said she and Nightingale had made a promise.
And now, that promise had been fulfilled. As the lights in the room dimmed, well, I know y'all aren't interested in what happens next, so let's just fast forward. A few days later in the City of Dawn, a young boy weaved through the streets selling newspapers. And the Grey Castle King's latest invention had caught the attention of curious passers-by. Meanwhile, in the castle, Quinn, who's now the king, leaned back in his chair while reading the newspaper. He was astonished at how quickly things had changed. Just 3 years ago, Roland had been nothing more than a lord ruling over a remote border town. Now, he was a king with undeniable influence. But men like him only rose to power in times of chaos, and perhaps the world was on the brink of a major change. A minister entered, handing him a letter from Hill. It seemed a Grey Castle mining team had crossed into Dawn's territory, requesting their assistance. Without hesitation, Quinn ordered the message to be sent to Count Rossi and instructed the Night Order to meet the team. He also gave orders to every lord along the way to offer them whatever help they needed.
Meanwhile, in an open-air tavern, the locals gathered, listening to the owner's wild tales.
He swore he had seen flying demons and normal demons that looked almost human.
Their spears could pierce armor like it was nothing. Most people laughed, dismissing his stories, saying he probably couldn't tell the difference between a demonic beast and a real demon. And if these creatures were as terrifying as he claimed, how had Greycastle managed to hold them off? Nearby, two cloaked figures passing by caught snippets of the conversation. The tavern owner, eager to convince his audience, began describing how the city walls had lit up with fire and lightning, blasting the demons to pieces. The crowd, initially skeptical, began to believe him. Someone even commented that if this was true, then the prince must be as powerful as a god. Another chimed in, saying it made sense after all, the prince had even managed to take down the church. At that moment, one of the cloaked girls, Farina, clenched her fists. Ever since the acting pope had died, she had been leading the remaining judgment army, trying to rebuild the church from the shadows. But once they arrived here, the bishop had betrayed them upon hearing Hermes had fallen. He had seized power for himself, declared himself a noble, and even executed their messengers. Now, they were forced into hiding, but she wasn't about to give up, believing they can one day turn things around. With a quiet sigh, she and her companion continued walking. Behind them, the tavern owner began talking about the massive iron warships, towering buildings, and the latest newspaper announcing that the Prince of Greycastle had officially become king. The people in the tavern raised their mugs in celebration of the new Greycastle king. Only Farina, her face dark with frustration, muttered under her breath, "King of Greycastle? So what? The battle of divine will is coming, and this world will be nothing but ruins. Sooner or later, we'll meet again, this time, in the depths of true hell." Farina clasped her hands together, silently waiting for the day Roland would fall into hell. My goodness, does she even know what she's talking about? Man, I'm sure when the time comes, they will end up begging Roland to save them. But that was a thought for another time. Back to Greycastle. In the grand meeting hall, Roland looked over the gathered officials and offered his congratulations. Everyone in the room had been personally invited, which meant they were now part of the kingdom's ruling elite. For the next few decades, they would govern Greycastle alongside him. Barav was the first to rise, declaring that serving Roland was an honor. Roland nodded with a smile but made it clear that he had something important to say before they moved forward. The reason he had abolished the noble status was to ensure that capable individuals took charge, not to replace one aristocracy with another. He didn't want to see those present turning into a new class of the same old nobles. Scanning the room, he reminded them that no one could guarantee a person would always be fit for their role. Simply gaining entry into the central administration wasn't the end, rather just the beginning. Every year, their performance would be evaluated. Whether they climbed higher or stagnated would depend entirely on their performance and what the people think of them. Barav was quick to ask who would be responsible for these evaluations. Roland said he would personally evaluate everyone. He gave everyone one last chance. Before the new appointments were announced, they could still walk away. Anyone who chose to leave would receive a generous sum of gold as compensation. But for those who stayed, he expected them to shoulder the weight of responsibility and duty. Silence fell over the hall, but no one left. Roland was satisfied. Without wasting time, he began issuing the official appointments. Barav was named Hand of the King, responsible for overseeing the treasury while coordinating the various departments. A new department, the General Staff, was placed under the command of Edith, who would be in charge of all strategic planning. And soon every position was assigned. Back in his office, Nightingale poured him a cup of hot tea. The fragrant steam curled into the air as Roland lifted the cup, suddenly lost in thought. His gaze lingered on Nightingale for a moment longer than usual, which didn't go unnoticed. She raised an eyebrow, then smirked. Was there something particularly dazzling about her today? Roland caught off guard, and awkwardly said yes, but also no. His words tangled, making him sound even more flustered. Nightingale chuckled and teased him. Stepping closer, she playfully pressed him for an answer. Was it yes or no? Before he could say another word, she disappeared into the mist, vanishing from sight. Once again, she had tricked him. But this also made him happy because that was the exact Nightingale he knew from the very beginning. Meanwhile, deep in the wilderness, lightning carried Maisie as they soared through the sky. They were now less than 100 kilometers from the ruins of Takira, and they were about to give the demons a little surprise. Once they got near, right below them were demonic beasts and demons locked in a ferocious battle. Both girls exchanged puzzled glances. No wonder Neverwinter had been so peaceful this month of the demon. Clearly whatever was happening here was keeping the enemy busy. Lightning found the situation strange. Demonic beasts always followed the scent of the divine relics. It didn't make sense for the demons to carry relics into this barren wasteland. There had to be another reason. Too bad Sylvie wasn't around to help figure it out. Maisie, flapping beside her, asked if they were still going to give the demon their surprise. Lightning grinned and said of course. A crackling sound filled the sky as electricity surged around her. Then, with a sonic boom, she vanished. The demons instinctively looked up, searching for the source, but before they could react, lightning had already taken down one of them. In the blink of an eye, the second one fell. But then, she froze. Because not far from her stood a tall demon. Other than the blue skin, everything else about him looked unsettlingly human. For some reason, he could keep up with her speed, and the moment their eyes met, an overwhelming sense of dread gripped her. Her instincts screamed at her to run, but her body refused to move. It was as if something had taken control of her, locking her in place. The demon slowly raised a hand, dark energy swirling at his fingertips, aiming directly at her. Maisie, acting fast, pecked Lightning hard on the chest, so hard it stung a little. But it worked. The pain snapped Lightning out of it, and she instantly pulled back. She didn't know what that thing was, but one thing was certain: His Majesty had to know about it. Without wasting another second, she turned and bolted, flying at full speed toward Neverwinter. Meanwhile, in Neverwinter, Roland sat in his office, looking over 2 letters sent to the city hall. The first was from Karjan, a renowned playwright from the old royal capital. Barav explained that Karjan had arrived in Neverwinter with his theater troupe, hoping to present a special performance for Roland's coronation. But Roland had already declined his request earlier. And this time, Karjan wanted to learn how magic shadow was made. Roland skimmed through the letter before telling Barav he would reply to Karjan personally. The second letter came from a merchant named Victor, who was looking to purchase cotton. Roland raised an eyebrow and said Neverwinter doesn't produce cotton. Barav replied Victor was fully aware of that, but what he wanted was to ask to work with Lady Leaf from the Witch Union. Roland wasn't surprised Victor had heard of Leaf. After all, her story had been published in the Witch's Diaries series as a comic strip, so it wasn't unusual for an outsider to know about her. But this was the first time a merchant had directly reached out to partner with a witch. Curious, Roland ordered Victor to be brought to the castle for a private discussion. Victor wasted no time. Dressed formally, he introduced himself with a respectful bow before Roland nodded and got straight to the point. Victor wanted to work with Leaf to develop high-yield cotton seeds. His ultimate plan was to establish a brand new clothing industry, one that could expand across the entire kingdom. Roland listened with interest as Victor eagerly explained himself. If Lady Leaf could triple the wheat yield, creating the second-generation golden wheat, then she could surely do the same for cotton. With more cotton yield, fabric production costs would drop, making clothes much more affordable. And that wasn't all. Victor went on to explain that his plan would save Roland a fortune in upfront investment, and his factory would create jobs for over 2,000 workers, and require zero effort from the kingdom's administration since he would handle everything himself. Roland was a little surprised because Victor had pieced all of this new vocabulary together just from reading newspapers and public announcements. Now genuinely interested, he asked Victor to elaborate. Victor enthusiastically laid out his entire business model, how efficient spinning tools could handle the increase in cotton, how his family already had a network of skilled tailors, and how they had the experience to make this work. Roland stayed quiet, thinking it over. Victor mistook the silence for hesitation and quickly offered to explain it all again, just in case something wasn't clear. Roland waved a hand, signaling that wasn't necessary. Instead, he leaned back, a smirk forming at the corner of his lips. This was actually a very interesting proposal. Then, getting to the heart of the matter, he asked, "How long will it take to secure the necessary funds?" Victor could barely hide his excitement. He bowed deeply, before saying with all due respect, if Roland had been a merchant, he would have stood at the top of any merchant guild. Either way, Roland hadn't even started using investment strategies, yet opportunities were already arriving at his doorstep. This might just be the perfect chance to push for a thriving economy. Their discussion stretched until sunset, with Roland personally walking Victor to the gates and shaking his hand. Before parting, he made one thing clear: if other merchants wanted to follow Victor's model, the city hall would sell them the same seeds at the same price. A competitive market meant lower prices, and he expected Victor to understand that better than anyone. Rather than looking worried, Victor's confidence only grew. He made it clear, saying Dawn's merchants had never feared competition. Roland liked the response, thinking this man was definitely interesting. As he stretched his shoulders and made his way back inside, he couldn't shake the thought that, with people like Victor around, the rise of private enterprise was just beginning. Just then, Nightingale appeared, looking nervous. Sylvie's urgent message had just come through saying Lightning had returned, brought back by Maisie, and had been taken straight to the medical center. Without hesitation, Roland rushed over. Inside, Lightning lay on the bed, not in the best shape. Manhwa had already tried healing her, but the injury just won't heal. Maisie stood beside the bed, looking distraught, while Nightingale carefully pulled back Lightning's shirt. The injury was barely more than a small mark on her chest, something that should have been easily healed. Yet no matter how much magic Manhwa used, the wound just won't heal. It was as if her power had been rendered useless. One statement from Manhwa made Roland freeze on the spot. After comforting Manhwa, he turned his attention to Maisie, wondering if they were attacked by high-ranking demons. However, Maisie looked like she was blaming herself and revealed it was she who pecked Lightning. With some encouragement, Maisie hesitantly recounted the entire incident.
She started off with the strange battle between demonic beasts and demons. Then Lightning used her ability to get rid of some demons, however they encountered a demon looking entirely human except for his deep blue skin.
The weirdest part was the demon able to keep up with Lightning's every move.
And in the instant they locked gazes, Lightning had completely frozen in place. Maisie did the only thing she could, so she pecked Lightning to wake her up. After hearing the whole story, Roland can no longer bring himself to blame the girls for putting themselves in danger. He quickly asked Nightingale to call Wendy, Lily, Agatha, and Nightfall over. He believed it wasn't Maisie's fault for the wound to not heal. Thus they need to figure out what happened with Lightning. As everyone gathered, all eyes turned to Lightning.
She had finally woken up, looking a little dazed but otherwise fine.
After a thorough checkup, Agatha confirmed that she was physically fine but suffered extreme fatigue from the prolonged flight. Even Nightfall's abilities backed up the same conclusion.
But what about the wound? Agatha explained that the problem wasn't the injury but something more complicated.
Somehow, Lightning's magic had been tainted or perhaps corrupted, even without any direct contact.
Nightingale found that hard to believe.
If Lightning had been affected by demonic energy, she would have noticed immediately. Agatha, however, pointed out that the corruption was subtle, almost microscopic, compared to Lightning's own magic.
It's too small to detect at a glance.
It was the balance magic stone that had sensed something was off.
Whether it was true corruption or something else was still uncertain. Roland took a moment to process this. Demons had never shown this kind of ability before.
Agatha explained that while magic affecting others existed, however preventing a wound from healing was unheard of.
But if that's the case, then things would make sense.
Normally, the power of the God Punishment Stone would cleanse such corruption, but clearly, this wasn't a simple case.
Roland wanted a solution. Unfortunately, there is none, at least for now. The best course of action was to take Lightning to the third border town for observation.
Perhaps Pasha might have more insight. With a sigh, Roland nodded. Walking over to Lightning, he saw her lower her head, looking quite guilty. When she finally spoke, her voice was shaky. She almost broke into tears as she apologized. Roland simply reached out, resting a hand on her head. He offered her reassurance and then tells her that she would be fine, he would make sure of it. Lightning looked at Roland for a moment before giving a small smile and nodding. After arriving at the third border town, Roland wasted no time checking on her condition. Pasha reassured him, saying Lightning had recovered significantly. With Eleanor by her side these past few days, she had been distracted enough to momentarily forget about her encounter with the high-ranking demon. But there was still the bigger question: what exactly had affected her? Wendy asked if they had found anything, but the answer was disappointing.
No records in their archives matched this phenomenon, but Pasha had a theory.
If it wasn't documented, then perhaps it was something entirely new, maybe an ability that demons had only recently developed. That said, similar effects did exist, and the consequences were concerning. Pasha's expression darkened, and she believed this might actually be a curse. Leading the group deeper into a cave stacked with books and old scrolls, she pulled one out, dusting it off before handing it to Roland. He scanned the pages, descriptions of wounds that refused to heal, victims weakened by gradual blood loss, and traces of foreign magic lingering in their bodies.
If this case followed the same pattern, conventional treatments wouldn't work,
and removing it through external means would be nearly impossible.
But Nightingale believed there gotta be a way to remove the curse.
Pasha turned the page and continued explaining. The records told the story of a witch named Samanja, who had faced a similar predicament. In a desperate final stand, she became a transcendent witch and split the high-ranking demon in half. While her allies had succumbed to the curse, she, against all odds, somehow survived. Seems like if Lightning had truly been afflicted by such a curse, there was only one solution, which was to kill the demon responsible.
Pasha acknowledged the difficulty of such a task. Nightingale, silent until now, clenched her fists. Roland took a deep breath, then snapped the book shut.
It wouldn't be easy, but there was no way he was giving up. Then another thought crossed his mind.
If this demon could inflict such a curse without direct contact, what would happen to ordinary people who got caught by it?
Pasha believed it would only be much worse. Since mortals are much more fragile, not only will their wounds not heal, but they will likely get worse over time.
The inevitable result would just be death. Roland then asked if the God Punishment Stone countered this ability.
Pasha hesitated before answering, saying it could, however, only to an extent. But if they are talking about a magic slayer, the stone's effect might be far less reliable. Meanwhile, in the other room, Lightning slowly opened her eyes.
She curled up in a corner, hugging her knees tightly.
She was scared and uncertain about her future. In a voice barely above a whisper, she spoke to the silence.
"Father, what should I do?"
As the scene shifts, a royal guard approaches and reports that everything is ready. But instead of stepping forward himself, Roland gestured toward Anna. Today, he announced, the person in charge would be the Minister of Engineering. The guard hesitated for a moment, then addressed Anna formally as Her Majesty, the Queen. Anna stepped forward, her voice steady as she gave the order to begin the test.
On the track stood not only a train but also the new artillery piece.
The sound of gears grinding against each other filled the air as the mechanism activated.
Watching all this, Axe gulped.
To him, this very weapon looked so much like the demon they saw the other day.
Just then everyone heard a loud explosion. The cannon roared, sending a shell hurtling through the air.
The shockwave rippled across the gathered crowd, leaving them momentarily stunned.
Roland and Anna, however, looked pleased seeing the test going very well.
Edith, on the other hand, was practically beaming.
With this, she pointed out,
the biggest missing piece of their plan to attack Takira Ruins was now complete.
The only thing left was the name.
Roland then smiled, calling it Black River. Edith caught on to the name, saying it mirrored the red mist that fueled their enemies.
Roland confirmed it with a nod. The red mist was the demon's lifeline.
But now, they would have a lifeline of their own. The scene then shifts to Neverwinter. A voice called out, telling Buggy and Good it was time to head out.
Buggy quickly wiped his mouth, set down his plate, and hurried to get ready.
Good meanwhile pulled on his coat, and the girl in the room asked him if he really didn't need her to come along. Good tells her that she's too young and they have already had this conversation countless times. She pouted, but Good cut her off. He knew she was about to bring up her time in Wolfheart again. And no, he wasn't about to let her keep doing what she had done before.
Before leaving, he warned her not to wander off.
Then, with a grin, he promised to bring back some crispy egg pancakes for her.
With that, he rushed downstairs, joining Buggy and another boy.
The three set off together, discussing what job they'd be looking to today, maybe clearing snow, breaking ice, or really anything to keep busy.
The boy turned to Buggy, asking what he was planning to do.
Buggy said he wasn't here to work, just tagging along.
But that wasn't entirely true.
He had actually caught the attention of the foreman from Engineering Team 6.
In just a few days, he'd be signing a contract. Formal recruitment meant double pay, meaning it was more than enough to start saving for a down payment.
After he got his ID, he'd officially become a resident of Neverwinter.
Excitement was building as they made their way into the city center.
That's when they noticed a large crowd gathered around a tent.
It looked like some sort of recruitment.
A man with a loudspeaker was calling out to the crowd, explaining that they were looking for able-bodied men.
Since literacy and ID were not required,
all they need is to pass the physical test to get in.
The crowd fell silent for a moment.
This was unexpected because army requirements had always been limited to official residents. So why had that rule suddenly changed?
Good's heart skipped a beat.
Joining the First Army meant a lifetime of security, food, clothing, shelter, everything taken care of. Even in death, his family would be greatly compensated. To him, this was a guaranteed future.
But Buggy had already made a promise to the foreman.
Good nodded in understanding, then pushed his way into the crowd. The younger boy hesitated, unsure of what to do. Buggy gave him a firm pat on the shoulder, telling him this wasn't his time anymore, this was for the younger generation.
He told the boy to go. The boy clenched his fists, made up his mind, and followed. After registering, they got in line. Neither had any idea what the test would be, but Good was confident, and if it was a physical test, he had nothing to worry about. Then they heard the scream. A sharp, gut-wrenching wail from inside the tent sent a shiver down their spines. The boy froze, wondering if they were testing pain tolerance. Good quickly shook his head. If it were torture, the screams would have been more spaced out. Then they heard people throwing up. The two looked at each other, neither of them wanted to go inside anymore. When the first batch of recruits stumbled out, hardly any of them could stand properly. Good then did a quick count. It seemed like 9 out of 10 had failed, but what stood out the most was how weak they looked. Their legs shook, and their balance was gone, yet these were strong and healthy men just minutes ago. Soon their names were called. A military officer stood before them, barely sparing a glance as he introduced himself, not by name, but simply as the examiner. No point in names, he explained, because most of them wouldn't make it past today, anyway. Even for those who passed, this was only the first step. By now, most of them had realized this wasn't recruitment for the First Army but probably the Second Army or possibly a new reserve force. But Good didn't care. As long as the pay could provide a better life for him and Rachel, he was willing to take the risk. The rules were announced, and they were quite simple. They had to place both feet on a pedal and sit still for 5 minutes. No matter what happened, no matter what they saw, they weren't allowed to fall off the chair. It sounded too easy. Then the curtains closed, the room went black, and soon they saw a flash. The next thing Good knew, he was floating. Or at least, that's what it felt like. His stomach dropped, and his limbs flailed for balance. Panic surged through his body before his mind caught up. He quickly realized he was still sitting, and this was an illusion. But damn if it didn't feel real. He gritted his teeth, repeating to himself, "Stay calm, stay seated." Then, Rachel's face flashed in his mind. That moment when she had looked at him with trust. He latched onto that thought like a lifeline, anchoring himself against the overwhelming sensation of weightlessness. He vowed to himself that he would never allow Rachel to return to her old life. Minutes later, the illusion disappeared.
Applause broke through the silence.
When the first test was over, those who remained were congratulated.
But they were also warned that there was a long way to go. He exhaled shakily, only now realizing he was drenched in sweat. His hands trembled thinking that was just the first test. He could barely believe he had made it through because sitting here was already a blessing. Good glanced around, but his buddy was already gone. Did he fall off in fear, or had someone knocked him over? The remaining recruits were led into another room, where they were instructed to take their seats. The only requirement this time was to stay put. Then the button was pressed. The moment the machine activated, Good felt himself spinning. Slowly at first, then faster and faster. Soon, the world blurred, the faces of the examiners vanishing into streaks of motion. His stomach churned and his head felt like it was being tossed in all directions. This made him wonder if they were trying to recruit monsters for the army. Just as he reached the verge of blacking out, the machine came to a stop. Once again, he heard people clapping. After a few more tests, it was finally over. Apparently, they had passed the initial selection. But there was still something the examiner wanted to tell them. Good fought back the overwhelming nausea, forcing himself to look up. The man's voice was calm, almost amused. Many recruits, he said, joined the military dreaming of a comfortable life, high pay, and security. But those weren't the things that actually kept people here. Over time, they would realize there was something far greater worth pursuing. When that moment came, their original motivations would seem insignificant. With a smirk, the examiner turned to leave. Good watched him go, realizing the officer was much nicer than he expected. Standing up on shaky legs, he called out, asking if they could at least know the man's name. The examiner turned around, striking a dramatic pose before grinning over his shoulder, telling them his name was Vanner. Then, laughing, he added, "You're welcome to seek revenge on me anytime." And just like that, he was gone. Good stood there, dumbfounded because that was not what he had meant at all. They were soon brought to the next room. Wade stood at the center, surveying the recruits with a look of interest. He muttered something about these being the knight candidates. That caught Good off guard. And he wondered if the First Army was actually recruiting knights. Usually, the title was reserved for noble-born warriors, the kind of role he'd never even dreamed of. Before he could dwell on it, Tilly strode into the room, smiling and said it's actually called Sky Knights. The name alone made it clear who had come up with it. Of course, it was her brother. But she was quick to add that they were far from that stage. For now, they were merely recruits. As she got closer to the men, the royal guard hesitated, unsure whether they should step aside, but Tilly waved them off, saying she had protection. As she greeted the recruits, Good felt his face heat up, but he wasn't alone. The entire group turned red before finally recognizing who stood before them, and they hurriedly knelt. Tilly motioned for them to rise. She knew they had questions. The unusual recruitment, the strange selection process, there was a lot to explain. But for now, she kept it simple. First, they weren't joining the First Army or the Second Army. This was something entirely new. Her brother had plans for a completely different kind of military force, unlike anything the world had seen before, and that's why the tests had been so unconventional. Excitement surged through the room until she delivered the next blow. She tells them they weren't even close to being called soldiers yet. At best, they were reserve candidates, starting from the absolute bottom. The trials ahead would be far more grueling than what they had just endured. Compared to what was coming, these tests were nothing but child's play. She then became more serious and said out of the 16 people standing there, maybe, just maybe one or two would make it as Sky Knights. Or possibly none for that matter. Good's heart pounded. So it really was knighthood. He didn't know what separated a Sky Knight from a traditional knight. But that didn't matter because for the first time, a commoner with no noble ties was being given the chance, and of course, it would be hard. But when had anything in his life ever been easy? Tilly continued, explaining that right now, only she and her brother fully understood what this new force would become. However, since her brother had other responsibilities, the training and leadership would fall to her instead. Good finally realized this wasn't just about joining a new army. If they succeeded, they might actually become knights personally appointed by the princess herself. That realization spread through the group like wildfire. Excitement bubbled up, and the atmosphere shifted. Tilly noticed the sudden change but was not entirely sure why, but she pressed on anyway. All successful recruits would be moving to a designated training site. There, they would receive new housing, official identification, and a place within the new royal capital. But there was a catch. Even as reserve members, they were now under military jurisdiction. Dropping out midway wouldn't be as simple as walking away, it would be considered desertion. Any act of defying military orders would also have consequences. The recruits straightened immediately, voicing their commitment. Satisfied, Tilly nodded and handed things over to Wade for the final step. Wade stepped forward, holding a piece of paper, and instructed them to repeat after him. And so, they swore their oaths to the King of Grey Castle. By evening, the sun had dipped below the horizon. The streets were quiet, most people were already gone.
Without wasting another second, he sprinted home. Back home, Rachel was cooking dinner. Before he could say anything, she glanced over saying he was late. Good scratched his head, apologizing. But she already heard from the neighbor that Good had landed a great job. But she wasn't interested in the details. Instead, she held out her hand expectantly. Good looked confused. Rachel frowned, pointing at him saying he promised her egg pancakes. As it turned out, Good had completely forgotten about it. He scrambled to make up for it, swearing he'd bring some next time. Actually, every week, and as much as she wants. But Rachel looked unconvinced. Hoping to distract her, he quickly pulled something from his bag and asked her to look at it. It was a package from the princess. Inside were several books. But Good doesn't know how to read. Rachel took one, glancing at the cover, and read a few words such as Flight and Operations. The full name turned out to be Flight Principles and Operations Manual. Back in Roland's study, Tilly handed over the final roster to Roland. He took it with a nod, passing her a cup of tea and asking how the recruitment was going. Tilly replied not as many as they hoped, but the ones they got were fine. In the end, only 200 recruits made the cut. She wasn't satisfied with the numbers because against demons, that number was barely a drop in the ocean. Roland, however, believed the first step was always the hardest. Once they had real examples like true pioneers leading the way, the second wave of recruitment would go much smoother. And when that time came, it wouldn't just be limited to Neverwinter. Tilly and Nightingale exchanged glances, both wondering what he was planning. Roland closed his eyes, his thoughts drifting somewhere else. He knew people had different ambitions and different perspectives. But one thing had always been true: the fact humans always had an innate longing for the vast, open skies. And if they were to claim their place in the air, the first step was building an army that could fly. Of course, he didn't get ahead of himself. Training pilots wasn't like training foot soldiers. With flight control systems still in their infancy, natural talent was everything. Basic endurance, coordination, and resistance to vertigo were just entry-level requirements. Spatial awareness, quick reflexes, and an instinctive grasp of aircraft mechanics, those were what truly determined the best pilots. While the First Army's veterans were disciplined and reliable, they weren't necessarily suited for this new force. Handpicking a few outstanding officers was possible, but forming an entire air corps from existing soldiers was pushing it. That was why he had widened the selection criteria, bringing in fresh recruits from the new residents. Just then, something caught his attention. 6 recruits had failed to complete the oath ceremony. Nightingale leaned in and tells him those 6 hadn't simply been hesitant, they were actually lying. Wade had taken them aside for questioning, and 2 of them were even official residents of Neverwinter. Roland sighed. It wasn't exactly surprising. People change, and loyalty wavers. He had never expected everyone to be unwaveringly devoted. But even so, seeing this firsthand left a bitter taste. The investigation wasn't over yet, but Nightingale had pieced together the basics. These people had been bribed by foreign merchants, trying to infiltrate the military for firearms technology. The authorities had already moved in. So far, only one low-level assistant had been caught in a local hotel. But thanks to Summer's abilities, they managed to uncover a letter from the old royal capital. The mastermind behind it turned out to be a noble. They now had names and faces, and thanks to Soroya's sketches, those faces had already been sent to Tassa through messenger animals, so catching them is just a matter of time. Roland said nothing at first. Nightingale looked at him for a moment, then tilted her head asking if something was bothering him. He chuckled, shook his head, and said she had done well. But if these nobles wanted to play games, he had just the place for them. The mines at North Slope could always use extra hands. Seems like some people are still clinging to the past, refusing to accept that the world has changed. He wasn't surprised. After all, feudal rule had lasted for over 1,000 years. No one could expect it to disappear overnight. Tilly brought the conversation back on track. The issue with the people was solved, but what about the planes? Roland cleared his throat awkwardly, quickly shifting the topic to something else, mentioning that Evelyn had recently crafted a batch of chaos drinks with an incredible taste and asking if Tilly wanted to try some. Instinctively, Tilly agreed, but the moment the words left her mouth, she realized what had just happened. They were talking about planes. Was Roland seriously telling her he hadn't even built one yet? Roland explained that most people still needed to start with basic literacy and theoretical knowledge, and that gliders could serve as a demonstration. But before he could finish, Tilly slammed her hand on the table, firmly pointing out that even gliders, once modified, flew completely differently from an actual plane. If she hadn't personally operated a real plane, how could she possibly teach others? Roland cast a worried glance at his poor, abused table as Tilly continued, making it clear that even if things went as he suggested, she would still need at least a month to fully understand the aircraft's capabilities and adjust the flight manual accordingly. That also took time. Since Roland had entrusted this responsibility to her, she had no choice but to push him to complete his part of the job. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Roland quickly promised that within 2 weeks,
he would deliver a fully operational plane. Only then did Tilly seem satisfied.
And, of course, since the matter was settled, it was finally time to try that amazing chaos drink.
After the three of them enjoyed their drinks, Tilly said her goodbyes and left. Nightingale, however, seemed puzzled. When Roland asked what was wrong, she pointed out that Tilly often called him brother in public, but rarely did so when they were alone.
Roland realized she had a point. He had no idea why either.
Both of them rubbed their chins trying to figure out why.
Meanwhile, on the other side, Akima's escort team was making their way through the mountain. It wasn't long before they came across a trap.
Everyone immediately readied themselves for a potential battle, and upon triggering the mechanism, they discovered it was a tripwire linked to a barrage of spears. There were quite a few of these traps scattered around, but they didn't seem like the kind set by ordinary hunters. These traps looked meant for humans. Sean questioned where the trigger was, but the guide in the group shook his head. The vines under their feet, the branches above any part of the surroundings could be part of the mechanism.
Burning the whole area down would be the only way to get rid of them. For a moment he even considered taking a detour. But before anyone could decide, the Takara witch stepped forward and pulled out her sword while signaling everyone to move back. The Baldy even tried to calm her down, warning her it was too dangerous.
He could barely bring himself to watch. But in just a few seconds, every single trap was sliced in half. The entire terrain in front of them had changed. Deciding to be thorough, she went ahead and cut down all the surrounding vines as well. Satisfied with her work, she turned back to the group and casually informed them that the path was now clear.
Akima's mouth hung open and she thought to herself that this Takara witch was exactly the kind of force one would expect from someone sent by His Majesty. The group pressed forward, though the Baldy was still in disbelief. He quickly praised everyone for their extraordinary skills. But the witch cut him off, uninterested in flattery.
What she wanted was an explanation.
Why were these kinds of traps in the mountains? They clearly weren't meant for hunting animals.
He hesitated for a moment before admitting the truth. These traps were indeed designed for people. The further they climbed the mountain, the more they would find. In fact, this mountain, which is called Cage Mountain, actually had another name called Trap Mountain. These weren't recent additions either. Generations of lords had left them behind, all with one purpose: to keep out the Wolfheart Kingdom.
That revelation caught the group off guard.
Turned out, the mountain range stretched all the way from the coast to the ruins of Old Holy City, forming a natural border between the two kingdoms. On the other side lay the Kingdom of Dawn.
But the real issue was the mountain's shape.
From the south, it appeared to be a steep rise, but in reality, the slope was gentle enough that descending was much easier than it seemed. This made it a perfect route for neighboring raiders, hunters, and refugees, all of whom frequently crossed into Dawn's territory, leaving the local citizens in constant distress.
For the local lords, it was an ongoing headache.
But instead of strengthening defenses, they came up with what they saw as a more permanent solution, which was simply abandoning the area altogether.
That surprised the group even more. Instead of defending their own land, the rulers had just given up on it.
He shrugged, explaining that the nobility had no desire to attract the king's attention to the issue. After all, they weren't the desperate ones struggling to survive on the other side of the mountain. Unlike the Wolfheart refugees, they had the luxury of simply living elsewhere.
So, after sealing off the region, they filled it with dense vines, wild vegetation, and an endless number of traps.
Over the centuries, this practice had transformed the mountain into what it is today.
As the group moved forward, Akima found herself thinking about the irony of it all.
The same people who built the traps to keep outsiders away ended up trapped themselves. They had isolated their enemies, but in doing so, they had also cut themselves off. She knew, however, that His Majesty Roland would never choose such a path. She believes that Roland's eyes are always set on the horizon, always beyond what is in front of him.
She can't believe she's actually thinking about him. But anyway, the mission came first.
The sooner she completed it, the sooner she could return to her sisters. Activating her ability, she quickly traced what they were searching for.
Excitement rippled through the group.
But before they could charge ahead, the Takara witch signaled them to stop.
She then tells everyone she will scout ahead alone.
Beyond the trees stood an abandoned structure.
This didn't make sense to Akima.
His Majesty had sent her to locate a rare mineral, so why was the source coming from a ruin? However, the Takara witch found this place very interesting. When Sean asked what she meant, she explained that remnants of an underground civilization could be found scattered across the continent. But what made it even more intriguing was the script found in these ruins. However, these symbols didn't seem to be their language, nor did they resemble the characters standardized by the Federation.
Considering the histories of the four great kingdoms, wasn't that interesting enough?
Akima didn't quite understand what she was trying to say, but Sean on the other hand began brainstorming. He had once heard His Majesty mention that the four great kingdoms were originally nothing more than scattered villages and small towns, little more than the forgotten edges of the continent. In other words, they had no real history. But if this ruin wasn't a remnant of the Divine War, then it meant that at some point in the past, perhaps an unknown civilization had lived here.
The Takira witch wasn't ready to jump to conclusions just yet. There was only one way to find out, meaning they had to go inside. Before they could move forward, someone else called attention to a stone tablet nearby. Unlike the unfamiliar symbols in the ruins, this one seemed to be written in their own language. Sean stepped closer, reading the words aloud. Land of the divine curse. Enter and face certain death. Beside it, they saw a pile of skeletal remains. The bald man recoiled backward, his voice shaking as he muttered, "Could this be the cursed temple?" All eyes turned to him, and it seemed like he knew something. He admitted that he had only ever heard rumors and old tales passed down for generations. The story dates back nearly a century. Back then, a local lord had ordered a massive effort to block the Wolfheart invaders from bypassing the mountain. Traps had been laid across the region, and somewhere along the way, a knight-led expedition stumbled upon this place while carrying out their mission. All of a sudden, the Takira witch cut him off before he could continue. She then said they probably found some treasure, smuggled it out, and then got cursed by the gods, one by one dying miserable deaths. The bald man nodded hesitantly. She then scoffed, saying, "Mortals really haven't changed much, have they? The same nonsense from centuries ago still works on them." If she had to guess, the whole story was likely a fabrication, something the lords had cooked up so they could hoard whatever wealth was hidden inside. As for the so-called cursed victims, more than likely, they were murdered to keep the secret buried. The bald man quickly shook his head, explaining that they didn't die right away. It took nearly a decade and they slowly died one by one. However, their final moments were said to be agonizing. It was said their skin peeling from their faces, features twisted in pain. That was how the legend of the curse began. Can you guess what happened and what exactly was this so-called curse was? The Takira witch scanned the area first, just to be safe, then placed a hand on the bald guy's shoulder and asked if he was really sure. One look at her ripped muscles made him nervous, but he stuck to his story, said he heard it all in the tavern, and swore he wasn't lying. If they didn't believe him, he suggested they ask around. He declared that if anything was wrong, the rumor itself was probably flawed. Meanwhile, Akima was thinking if those guys died this long after the event, then the whole cleanup job theory didn't really hold up. She figures that a knight and a lord teaming up to frame the villagers wasn't rare, but killing the knight as well seemed unlikely. Knights, after all, were still nobles, even minor ones, not the kind of people you could just off without a trial. She worries that maybe this really was some kind of curse. Someone in the group brings up the idea of heading back to town first, maybe digging up more info before they decide what to do next. Baldy stares at them in disbelief, wondering what they mean by the next step, then asks if they came here aiming for the cursed temple from the very beginning. The witch rubs her forehead, and admits that wasn't exactly the plan, just happened to work out that way. She then turns to Sean, reminding him that as His Majesty's trusted guard, surely he wasn't planning on backing out now? Sean, of course, isn't going anywhere. For him, the mission the king gave him always comes first. Now that the target's right in front of them, there's no reason to turn back. So the next step is obviously meeting this so-called god face to face. But Sean warns they can't just charge in unprepared. Turns out, Roland had told Sean earlier there might be danger the closer they got to the source. It was revealed the Takira witch's name was Ross, and Ross was surprised as she didn't expect Roland to be that ahead of the game. Apparently, after she left that night, Roland had a private chat with Sean. He laid out two possible situations, the first being the source is out in the open, and if that's the case, all they had to do was seal off the place and head back. The second is where it's hidden in some underground cave or abandoned mine, and the deeper it goes, the riskier it gets. So if it was the second scenario, then they must gear up. Sean doesn't think they're in a mine but says everything about this place matches one. That's when the soldiers bring over some protective gear. Ross flips through one of them looking puzzled, saying just looks like regular leather to her. Meanwhile, Sean, already putting his on, says that's true but not exactly. She watches as he digs around in his bag and pulls out a weird-looking mask and gloves and starts wrapping up every gap. He says the mask is the most important part and only now it's not just leather anymore. Ross has no words for it, but Akima finds it oddly cute. Sean decides only 5 people are going in, the rest will stay put. Besides Akima and Ross, he asks who else wants to go in. Akima's already halfway into her suit, but Ross doesn't go for it. She says they should keep a spare set just in case. Sean asks if she's sure. Ross explains that God's punishment warriors have way higher resistance and healing than normal folks, regular poisons and curses don't really affect them. Plus, she doesn't believe some 10-year-long sickness that lingers in mortals would do much against a body like hers. Ross points out that wearing that bulky suit would actually slow her down and dull her senses. If they really ran into some no-way-out situation, she suggests it'd be smarter to have a spare set ready, remarking it's better to give the backup crew outside a shot at rescuing them. Not that she expects it to come to that, but just in case. Akima, though, can't shake the fear and worries, what if this really was a curse? Ross simply taps her chest plate. She says to forget whether a leather coat can block a god. If there's really a god involved, let him come for her instead. She declares that after seeing the millions of Takira people buried on the fertile plains, what more could the gods possibly curse them with? Sean doesn't respond. He just goes quiet for a moment, then turns to the group and says it's time to move. Inside the ruins, the team treads carefully, relying only on torchlight to see. Ross takes the lead, sword in hand, hacking away thick vines that block their path. If it weren't for her, this downhill stretch alone might have taken them most of the day to get through. The place is clearly ancient, but Sean suggests it's not exactly as Baldy described, saying it's not just some cursed site sealed away after an incident. He thinks people were coming and going here for a while. Ross asks what makes him think that. Sean explains there are torch slots carved into the walls, and the cuts are way sharper than the weathered stone around them, which are signs they were added much later. He asks, if this was just a shelter from the rain, why bother planting torches every 10 steps? Ross catches on quickly. If there was treasure here, there's no way the local lord wouldn't be interested. Maybe the Baldy wasn't lying after all, maybe the story just got twisted along the way. What really worries her, though, is the thing King Roland asked them to find. She suggests it might be the very treasure this rumor is built around. Sean shares that concern, saying if there's more than one source, who knows how many have already been taken over the last century and where they ended up. According to Roland, this thing was key to creating the sun, so they can't afford to let it fall into the wrong hands. But for now, they have no answers. All they can do is push forward. Whatever's at the root of this mystery, they'll only understand it once they find the first source. Suddenly, Ross stops. She raises a hand to halt the others, then she tells everyone they're getting close. Right in front of them is a glowing black wall. Ross tosses a rock at it and somehow it passes straight through. She doesn't hesitate and quickly walks in. Sean and a couple of First Army soldiers follow right behind. Akima stays back for a second, staring into the light. She remembers what it felt like before she accepted the king's mission, remarking how she always thought she was brave. But now, standing here, it's obvious that compared to Sean or Ross, she's still got a long way to go. She realizes that maybe the fear is what's kept her from ever truly leaving slumbering all behind. When it comes down to it, she thinks, it's not about duty or hesitation, perhaps it's just plain fear. And then, as if hearing Nightingale's voice again in her mind, she clenches her fists and steps through. But it was pitch black inside. The group kept walking for what felt like ages before they could even start to make out their surroundings. Ross figures they've reached the bottom of the ruins. It didn't look too spacious, though. Sean's a bit surprised she can see the edges in this kind of darkness, but Ross explains it's no big deal for someone like her. Spend enough time underground, she says, and your eyes either adapt or go blind. It's just that simple. Then she turns to Akima and asks how far they still are from the source. Akima activates her ability again, and a soft glow begins to spread. She starts seeing fireflies-like stuff floating through the air. The light drifts across the chamber, illuminating the entire area. Even the stone tablets start to shine. Everyone stays quiet for a while, not knowing what she saw. Then Sean finally calls out Akima's name, but she doesn't respond. Sean gets a bit worried and gives her a gentle shake. She blinks awake only to hear Sean ask if she's okay. She nods, saying she's fine. Then she tells them they've already arrived. Sean perks up and asks where exactly. Akima, still a bit dazed, says they're already inside the source. Everyone freezes, then she points around them again and repeats, this entire place is the source. Meanwhile, back in Neverwinter, a guard brought over an urgent letter from the Dawn region on Roland's desk, and as soon as he hears it's from Sean, Roland eagerly tells them to open it up. The package is oddly large. That's when Nightingale leans in and quietly mentions that the whole thing's full of paper. Roland's a little surprised, saying he didn't realize her powers had upgraded to X-ray vision. Nightingale waves it off, saying she wishes if that's the case. Turns out, when the messenger walked in, she just stuck her hand into the package for a feel. Roland can't help but think how she is always on high alert, though a thought sneaks into his head, making him wonder when Evelyn shows up with new chaos drinks or the chef rolls and snacks, did she also feel around just in case? Now that he thinks about it, the afternoon tea portions have been getting smaller lately. His musing is cut short by one of the royal guards. They confirmed the whole package really is full of papers. Some are completely covered in ink. Roland finds it strange at first, but soon realizes these aren't random scribbles but rather imprints from carved surfaces. At the very bottom of the package is a letter. Roland has the guards lay out the pages across the floor. He doesn't believe Sean would have sent useless stuff over, so they must be important. As he opens the letter reads, Your Majesty, Lady Akima has located the source you were seeking. It's in a place called Cage Mountain, positioned between the Kingdom of Dawn and Wolfheart. However, it's not in a mine, it's inside an ancient ruin. However, the place is strange as it doesn't match the known underground civilizations. It also doesn't resemble the architecture of the Takira refugees. They once suspected it might have come from the sea demon beneath the ocean, but Akima's discovery rules that out. Turned out, all of them agreed this ruin had to be the work of a completely unknown race, and perhaps a civilization they have never heard about. Reading all this gave Roland a headache. A mysterious civilization, never before recorded, and it once moved through the lands of the four great kingdoms? That was news even the Federation hadn't heard of. He reasons that if such a group did exist back then, there's no way the Takira witches would have missed them hundreds of years ago. However, this can only mean if Sean's findings are accurate, this race might have lived before even the underground civilization. But what really bugged him was why were these people so obsessed with uranium ore? He kept reading. Meanwhile, Sean had noted that the builders of the ruin left behind tons of murals on the lower stone walls. There were creatures drawn all over them, but none matched any of the other known races. From the content, both Ross and Sean believed the place might have been some sort of execution ground. The structure sat right on top of the source vine. The builders not only mined the stuff Roland was looking for, they baked it into bricks to build the floors and walls. And Akima had found elemental traces of the source in every corner, even in the murals themselves. All around the ruin were cages and piles of bones, some from strange creatures, others from beings that looked exactly like the executioners themselves. It looked like they tortured their own kind using the source's power like it was some twisted offering to please their god. Sean had managed to rub a good number of those murals onto paper, but he mentioned progress was slow since they didn't have enough protective suits for everyone. Roland figured that too, because what he got was just part of the full record. Sean guessed it'd take another 2 months to finish the rest. But he also expressed concern about Ross's remarks and how she hadn't worn any of the protective gear. And worse, he pointed out that the locals who first found the ruin had all ended up dead. He warns that the place probably still holds hidden dangers. And this is exactly what Roland was afraid of. Nightingale noticed and asked what was wrong. She thought Roland was concerned about Ross, and she reasons that if God's punishment warriors' bodies got cursed, they'd just hop into a fresh body and carry on saying it's not a big deal for them. But Roland wasn't worried about curses. He was worried about Sean, Akima, and the soldiers still in that ruin. According to his initial plan, they weren't supposed to stay in there for so long. All he wanted was to find the source, and he needed everyone to leave the place immediately if they did. But Sean, clearly trying to help, had taken it upon himself to rub down every mural in sight. Sean clearly is unaware of what uranium can do, but Roland does. Whether it was uranium or a refined uranium, the radiation it gave off was mostly alpha particles, not dangerous if they stayed on the surface. But down in a mine? That was a different story. He knew some of those radioactive elements perhaps had been sitting there for hundreds of millions of years, breaking down into even more dangerous stuff like radon. Radon was a gas, had a short half-life, and worst of all, it could be inhaled. Once inside, it could start blasting cells from within. That's why the suits he designed for the expedition were fully sealed, meant to keep out toxic elements and gases. The activated charcoal filters in the masks could trap radon and other harmful substances, but only for a while. The filters would eventually lose their ability to absorb. The longer they stayed down there, the higher the risk. Anyone helping with the wall rubbings might already be breathing in radon far past the safety limit. That thought made Roland really anxious. He immediately called for Honey, then sat down and began writing a letter and tells her to have the messenger animal deliver this letter to the team immediately. After everything settled down, Roland found himself staring at the mural rubbings again. Something about them stuck in his mind. He suddenly stepped forward and asked Nightingale if she noticed that one of the scenes looked familiar. She looked at it for a long while, then said it looked no different from the rest, just darker, maybe a bit more ink on this one. Roland sighs inwardly, thinking that, yeah, combat instinct and art appreciation really don't go hand in hand. He then asked her to fetch a map of the far southern territory. Once he had it, Roland compared it to the mural, and there it was, a perfect match. The layout, the markings, it was all identical. He wonders, could this all be just a coincidence? But Nightingale then points out that where the Sand People used to live. That's when Roland froze. He stepped closer, eyes locked on that one area. He recognized being a divine relic site, saying there's no doubt about it. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a dimly lit dungeon. A man holding a whip kept lashing someone tied up. Another figure stepped forward, told him to stop. He stood in front of a woman and demanded she tell them where the holy book was. He declared the church was finished and there was no reason to keep it a secret. He warned her to stop being stubborn. If not for herself, then for the sake of her captured companions. But in his head, he was fuming. He cursed and called them pathetic rebels. He couldn't understand why they wouldn't just submit. Hadn't he already made an example out of those envoys he executed? He held command over a squad of God's punishment warriors. With them, he could have gone anywhere so long as he stayed clear of Grey Castle. And yet, these lunatics had tried to assassinate him. If he hadn't asked for a bunch of them back with Pope Maine, his head would probably be hanging at the castle walls by now. However, of the 20 God punishment warriors he'd worked so hard to preserve, most were either dead or badly crippled. After the fight, only 2 or 3 were still standing. He cursed again. If it weren't for that damn book, he would have had Farina carved into pieces a long time ago. But Farina didn't even flinch. She said she didn't know if the church was truly finished, but he definitely was. She didn't call him Count Lorenzo, she called him a traitor. She admitted she hadn't expected him to have so many of those warriors left, but now she knows he was running low.
That's why he was this desperate for the holy book. It was obvious he wanted all of the church's secrets, like the legacy of the popes, and how to create more of God's punishment warriors, or really anything to keep his pitiful status intact. Lorenzo, enraged, slapped her hard and grabbed her by the throat, demanding she tells him what he wanted. But Farina just smiled at him. Lorenzo said he had no patience left and he wasn't here to play games, so he ordered the knights to chop her companion's legs off. Farina rolled her eyes and told him to stop acting. She then mocked him, said the fingers he sent last time, the ones he claimed were fresh, but pointed out the blood had already dried and turned dark. She asked sarcastically if he's gotten too comfortable lately and doesn't even remember the difference between the dead and the living anymore. She'd known the truth all along, saying he'd already killed all her companions. The body parts were just leftovers from corpses. Farina told him flat out she wasn't even the acting pope, so there was no way she'd ever laid hands on the holy book. Maybe Lord Thor knew something, but if he did, he never mentioned it to her. She said nobody alive now would ever figure out how to make more God's punishment warriors. But Lorenzo didn't buy it. He believed Thor sent Farina to Wolfheart for one reason, and that is to rebuild the church. Without the holy book, how could they ever stand against Grey Castle? Farina just laughed and tells him even with those warriors, they didn't stand a chance against Grey Castle. Thor only wanted to protect what was left, and let the survivors live out the rest of their days in peace. Lorenzo shook his head and he didn't believe a word of it. If that were true, then why did they try to attack this city? He claimed she was clearly after the stash, money, food, and of course the weapons. He argued that Thor handed her the god punishment warriors, so clearly, it wasn't just about survival. Farina sighed. Whether he believed her or not didn't matter anymore. But she still pointed out that all this bloodshed started with him. If he hadn't executed those envoys, they never would have attacked in the first place. And of all the options, he picked the worst one. She said she hated traitors most of all. Lorenzo had betrayed the trust of His Holiness Oberlin and didn't deserve the quiet life Thor gave him. She admitted she regretted not killing him herself, but she knew the nobles of Wolfheart would soon see through his bluff and point out that he'd never be one of them. To them, he was just a traitor waiting for the end. Oddly enough, her words didn't make him snap but rather calmed him. Complete rage gave way to cold calculation. He figured Farina was trying to provoke him into killing her, just to protect the book, but he wasn't going to fall for it. He reminded her that besides stockpiles of supplies, the castle also kept the old tools used to torture witches. Although she isn't a witch, he's curious how long can she last. Lorenzo, ever the sadist, leaned in with another round of twisted threats. Back in the castle halls, Lorenzo stormed out and smashed a teacup in frustration. He's in a bad spot since he couldn't block trade routes or seal ports because doing that would raise suspicion. But if he left things as they were, those merchants crawling around were basically spies for the nobles. His forces were thin, and he needed to rebuild his strength fast, but couldn't get what he needed. Just then, the steward approached with news he thought was worth hearing. Lorenzo wasn't in the mood, but the steward eyed the broken teacup and said this bit of news might actually help him out of his current mess. That got Lorenzo's attention. The steward reported that near the Dawn's border, people were moving toward Cage Mountain again. Lorenzo brushed it off, questioning what's it got to do with him. Nobody owned that place and there was nothing in it for him. But the steward said it wasn't about the place. It was who was moving in. According to multiple sources, it was none other than the king of Grey Castle. Lorenzo's face changed instantly and he demanded details. The steward explained the intel had already been confirmed by several channels. He started laying out Grey Castle's recent movements, troops stationed at the base of Cage Mountain, death row prisoners being gathered from across the Kingdom of Dawn. For some reason, all reportedly working for King Roland. Hearing that, Lorenzo tried to piece everything together. Cage Mountain and death row prisoner. An old rumor immediately came to mind. The steward nodded, saying he'd thought of the same thing. But Lorenzo couldn't figure it out, asking how the hell did Roland even know about any of this? The steward explained the ruins were originally found by a stroke of luck anyway. Maybe Roland got lucky too. What mattered more was Roland clearly cared a lot about the place. According to some reports, a group of villagers once left that so-called cursed temple with strange treasures, only to die off one after another. But the treasure mostly ended up in the hands of the local nobles. One of them, the Count of Cliffridge, had taken a special interest. He believed it wasn't a curse that killed those people, it was the items themselves. He bought a few pieces and started doing research. After losing over a dozen researchers in the process, he made a chilling discovery. Those seemingly ordinary items gave off deadly rays and found out they were invisible weapons capable of killing without a trace. Unfortunately, the treasure didn't live up to its terrifying promise for loan. After just a few uses, the energy inside was drained. The Count, despite sending people out repeatedly and even risking the trip himself, could never figure out how to restore it. In the end, he recorded the entire affair in his family history, hoping future generations might uncover the answer. That treasure and the journal eventually changed hands again. 100 years later, when the church took over the region, both were claimed. The steward reminds Lorenzo that he himself was interested in the item when he first found it, but after getting nothing out of it, he just tossed it into storage. It was meant to be sent to the Holy City for review, but then came the disastrous defeat at Cold Wind Ridge, and the church's complete collapse. The whole thing was probably long forgotten. Only now, reminded by his steward, does Lorenzo vaguely recall any of it. He then tells the steward to go on. The steward suggests a possibility, saying what if Roland got wind of similar treasure from other ruins, maybe even learned how to reactivate them? If that were true, and they could somehow get that intel, it would be the next best thing to replace the gods' punishment warriors. Lorenzo agrees and remarks that this kind of weapon is silent, invisible, and deadly, so it would be enough to scare the nobles of Wolfheart into staying quiet. It could buy them the time they desperately needed to track down the holy book. He then orders the steward to go with him to the warehouse. He had to make sure the treasure was still there and, more importantly, that it was protected. After a long search through the cluttered storage, they finally found it. At first glance, Lorenzo thought it was no different than a slab of polished granite, but in the next second, the thing began to glow. Even the steward was caught off guard. That stone had sat silent for over a century, and now, suddenly, it reacted. Lorenzo couldn't believe the timing. Just as Roland's people showed up at the cursed temple, this dormant object started to respond. He tells the steward to go to Cage Mountain himself, reasoned he doesn't trust anyone else other than the steward. As for money or supplies, he doesn't care how much it costs. All he wants is information. And one last thing he reminded him: under no circumstances can the king of Greycastle find out about this. Roland may have crushed the church, but this treasure might be the only way they could push back. The scene shifts again, this time to a cozy, bustling tavern. A hooded man walks in, and at the same table a man picks up a drink, pretending to sip while scanning the room. Once the coast is clear, he leans in and quietly asks how she is doing. The crowd keeps laughing and chatting, no one paying them any attention. The man across from him answers that Farina's still alive but not doing well. Every day, she's tortured. Her screams echo through the halls, and he worries that at this rate, she won't last. The man already expected that. Ever since their assault on the castle failed, it was obvious those who lived would suffer. And as their leader, Farina was bound to take the worst of it. The traitor wanted information and also wanted to break her. In frustration, the man clenches his teeth. He regrets ever agreeing to her plan, having her draw the enemy's attention and let God's punishment warriors flank from the side. Back then, he was also told if the battle turned, they must retreat. He says he should have stayed and died with the others. After a pause, the other person asks, what does Lorenzo even want? Why not just give it to him? But the man explains Lorenzo's after something that's not even in their possession. Whatever he wants was lost with the fall of Hermes. Hearing this, the other man bows his head for a moment in prayer. The man finds it ironic. Once, the man in front of him is just one of many regular followers who he doesn't think twice about. Now, he's depending on the loyalty of one of the plainest believers around. And yet this believer is more pious than many of the church's former higher-ups. Somehow he isn't worried about this being a trap because he knows he has nothing left. And if this man were one of the traitor's spies, it would have been obvious by now. He himself simply has no value to offer. Soon after, the faithful follower gets up and says he has to get back before the overseers get suspicious. He mentions he'll be back in 3 days and asks if they'll meet here again, which the man nods. As he pulls his hood back on, he casually mentions there's another thing he should be aware of. He remarks Lorenzo's men had gathered a small force and were apparently heading toward Cage Mountain's border. He's not sure if the info is useful, but it might be. The man thanks him and watches him leave. He takes another sip of his drink, then thinks about Cage Mountain and remembers something. Maybe, just maybe, there was still a chance. He quickly pulled out the document Lord Thor had left behind before jumping from the city walls. It mentioned the history between humans and demons, and the origins of the so-called Divine War. This secret blew everyone's minds, but now it all made sense why Thor had been so insistent on evacuating Hermes. Suddenly he understood why he was so desperate to get them all out. Back in the day, Lorenzo had been tasked with collecting supplies across Wolfheart, and the treasure from Cage Mountain wasn't exactly a secret. But whether or not that treasure ever made it to Hermes, he didn't know. Looking at it now, it was starting to feel like the king of Greycastle might be chasing the same thing. He knew the nobles of Wolfheart might hesitate, but definitely not Roland, because nobody could stand against that army of his. Maybe he could use this to his advantage and let Roland deal with the traitor. And when that happens, Farina could finally be saved. He thinks of her smile again, and in that moment, makes up his mind. This time, he was going to save her. This time, he will not live with regrets. The scene then shifts to the third border town. Celine and others had been digging through records for hours but still hadn't found anything remotely close, not even from the ancient underground civilizations. She points out that the first written mention of the far southern lands appeared about 860 years ago. It was just a travel journal written by a witch, and even then, only a few lines, enough to confirm that the region was already a desert back then. Completely exhausted, the three of them finally flopped to the floor. Roland suggests them to rest for a bit. Celine said she wanted to, but her body just couldn't sit still. This discovery was massive and she even called it earth-shaking. It didn't just flip the Federation's understanding, it perhaps threatened to rewrite the entire history of humanity. Celine felt overwhelmed, saying it was weird. She felt like she suddenly understood so much, and yet like something big had slipped through her fingers. Roland tells her it's normal and remarks, the more you learn, the more you realize how little you really know. In the end, he says, everything always boils down to 3 core questions. Naturally, all of them were curious, asking which 3 questions.
Roland held up 3 fingers, then said, "Where am I? Who am I fighting? And who's fighting me?"
The 3 of them blinked, frozen for a second.
Then they pounced, playfully ganging up on Roland. Roland then insisted he was just trying to lighten the mood. But then he offered the real version, the one a proper response is actually, "Who am I, where did I come from, and where am I going?" Pasha quietly repeated it, saying it sounded simple, but when you really tried to answer, it wasn't easy at all. However, Aletheia said it was easy. "I'm Aletheia," she said confidently. "I'm from Takira, and I'll return to Takira." Celine reached out and ruffled her head. She said sometimes she really did envy Aletheia. A simple mind, after all, can be a kind of blessing. Pasha gave a soft smile and thanked Roland. His little joke really had lightened the mood. But what made her a bit surprised was Roland himself. Calm, composed, even considering about how they felt. It was as if none of this came as a surprise to him. Roland explained that now that they'd confirmed both the exact location of the Divine War and the existence of an unknown race, there was no point waiting around. He suggested they hold a meeting. After all, the sooner everyone knew, the better. The 3 smiled and said in unison, "As you wish, Your Majesty." Soon, the officials were all gathered in the castle. Once the full story was laid out, Tilly was the first to speak. She asked, if this was the Divine War, then who was the winner? It wasn't the demons, sea demons, underground civilizations, or even humans. So where were they now? Pasha then brought up the 2 phrases from the underground civilization records. "Magic makes us extraordinary,"
and "to wield magic is to ascend the ladder of divine will."
She asks, if all sides in the Divine War were magic wielders, could the winners have gone even further, perhaps pushed magic to a new level and simply disappeared to a place beyond what others could see?
Roland stayed silent, but he was definitely thinking. The Takira witches had clearly put serious effort into their theory, even if it's not a perfect theory. But it was still better than shrugging and saying we don't know. But he thought about it more. Normally, the stronger a civilization, the longer its traces should last. Ancient people built with straw and mud, give it 1,000 years, and it all turns to dust.
But concrete buildings in Neverwinter would still leave outlines centuries from now. So a civilization powerful enough to win the Divine War, and yet somehow leaves behind almost nothing?
The fact only scraps were left in forgotten ruins made it hard not to imagine something quite grim. Because if even victory couldn't stop civilization from vanishing, then this might get people thinking, what's the point of fighting and breaking their belief? Edith added another detail: those murals they found were painted at least 1,400 years ago. That meant the human recorded history of Divine War might not have been the first one. Roland agreed with her, but he worried that changing the terminology might confuse things. So he gave that ancient conflict a new, temporary name, calling it the Lost War. Whether it was the first, second, or 10th didn't matter as much as understanding what happened. Barav then asked about the spring campaign and whether they should continue the upcoming military push.
Roland told him to proceed as planned.
Even if there were countless mysteries left in the so-called Divine War, they couldn't afford to stop. He said maybe the war itself was a path forward, a way to get closer to reveal the secrets.
But if they lost to the demons, then there'd be no hope left to find out anything at all.
This time, they weren't just pushing back the demons, they were going to wipe them off the fertile plains for good.
Roland stood tall and told everyone that this wasn't just about securing more room for Neverwinter's growth.
It was about laying the foundation for ultimate victory.
With that, Neverwinter kicked into full gear.
And before everything launched, Roland met with Thunder one last time. Thunder was more than ready and said he could barely wait to set sail for the Shadow Isle. He said every second spent piloting that steel giant, he imagined it slicing through ocean winds and waves. If it were up to him, he'd just steer straight toward the horizon. But Margaret interrupted and reminded him that such a move would leave them stranded halfway, out of food and fresh water. Not to mention the investors who'd poured money into him, and the fleet wouldn't exactly be thrilled if he ditched them at sea. Unless, of course, he was planning to never return to the fjord.
Thunder chuckled after hearing this.
He explained he was just trying to express how excited he was. But Margaret was right, this wasn't just his journey anymore. For the fjords, this was bigger than any expedition in history.
New sea routes meant new fortunes, and no merchant guild could resist that kind of promise.
If he wanted to do it right, he had to return soon and prepare properly. By now, Roland could tell Thunder had already mastered the ins and outs of that steel ship over the past few months. Thunder turned to Anna and thanked her for all the tweaks she'd made to the ship's structure.
He admitted he hadn't thought such a massive iron vessel could outmaneuver a traditional triple-mast sailboat.
Anna, in turn, had a request. The ship had only ever been tested along shallow coastal waters.
If possible, she asked Thunder to bring back a deep-sea navigation report. Ideally, it should be written using Neverwinter's new waterproof ink and sealed in airtight bags, just in case it ended up overboard. Thunder was surprised but nodded quickly and said he'd make it happen. Roland also had something for him. He needed Thunder to recruit a group of explorers. This wasn't for the Shadow Owl though, and tells him it was about the Endless Cape. Margaret raised an eyebrow. She'd heard that place was just sand and black water. There's absolutely nothing else. Roland had thought the same, but now, he suspected it might be more than it seemed. It wasn't particularly dangerous, and it didn't require elite specialists. What mattered most was numbers. Thunder said the fjords had plenty of adventurers, so he asked about the selection criteria. Roland replied there weren't any. As long as they were explorers, they qualified. And the deal was simple: find anything out there, even if it's just a single stone from a ruin, and there'd be a reward, but it has to be from the Endless Cape. Thunder was surprised and asked, even a brick? Roland confirmed, saying as long as it came from Endless Cape, and yes, the offer stood as long as he remained king. Thunder nodded and said he understood. Then he turned the conversation back to the ship, asking if it had a name yet. Roland said yes, and he planned to call it the Snowwind. Thunder liked the sound of it, but asked if it might be a little too gentle for something made of steel. Roland explained that true strength lies in balance, like how blending power and softness together. And more than that, the name carried a sense of good fortune. With luck on their side, perhaps Snowwind would bring Thunder and his crew safely through whatever the sea had in store. By evening, Roland made his way to the docks. Joan was there, lingering on her goodbyes with the other members of her little team. Lightning, Lorca, and Maisie had all shown up to say their goodbye. Maisie couldn't hold back her tears. Lightning, however, wasn't her usual self and was really quiet. Lorca wrapped an arm around Maisie, offering some comfort while waving her hands to bid Joan farewell. Then, slowly but surely, the Snowwind began to pull away from the dock. Roland stood there, ice following its path as it cut through the water. He could feel how everyone was changing, all moving forward in their own way. And even though the sisters were parting for now, this wasn't a goodbye but rather just a pause before the reunion to come. Roland noticed the wound on Kyle's hand and assumed it was part of some experiment. But Kyle quickly waved it off, laughing as he explained it was just an accident and he got his finger cut while slicing tape. However, the dripping blood had ended up contaminating a sample that was just starting to solidify. He admits that, while he may be obsessed with chemistry, he's not crazy enough to use himself as a test subject. Still, Kyle remarks that the path of chemistry is endless, and he hopes to go much further down. Roland then pointed out that blood isn't exactly an easy or scalable material. But Kyle reassures him, saying animal blood works just as well, adding that it produces the same transformation. That said, he emphasizes that it has to be fresh. Roland can't help but wonder why it has to be blood. Kyle had no idea either. It's Pasha who chimes in, guessing it might be linked to the origin of the rubber insect they're working with. She explains that even without the demon's direct control, some instincts still remain, and she describes it like hunting and storing prey. And in this case, fresh blood might be one of the triggers. Roland finds the theory surprisingly convincing, thinking if that's the case, he figures it might be time to begin weapons testing right away. Just then, Pasha seems to get another idea. When Roland asks what she's thinking, she suggests bringing in a special guest to observe the tests. It doesn't take Roland long to realize who she's talking about. Shocked, he asks if the dude is still alive. Pasha confirms it, and apparently, the demon hasn't refused food at all, and everything that's sent in gets completely devoured. Roland quickly realizes the demon has no intention of dying. Well then, he figures, might as well bring it along. A week later, Roland returns to the third border town, and this time with someone else in tow. The gates swing open, and Celine bursts out, stretching and soaking in the sun. She takes a deep breath, saying the air smells great, even catching hints of flowers and damp soil. The sunlight feels wonderful on her skin, and she remarks that it's probably been over 200 years since she last saw the sky. The person with Roland is none other than Light, once the top alchemist of the capital's alchemy guild. But even with all he's seen, the sight before him leaves him frozen in place. Roland pats his shoulder with a grin and explains that everyone here was once human. He goes on to explain how Celine and the others ended up like this, and that the voices Light hears are them communicating telepathically. He also explains how to respond if he wants to speak back. Light is still processing all this when Roland casually mentions given how the carrier bodies are, seeing the sky shouldn't be very difficult. Pasha chuckles, saying it's because Celine locked herself in the lab for years. The others tease her too, pointing out that in the dream world, she'd be considered a total dork. Alethea even walks out and adds that she remembers two adjectives that usually came before that word. When Pasha asks if she really wants those said out loud, Alethea pauses, then decides to let it slide. Roland throws an arm around Light's shoulder and asks if they really seem that scary. Light glances up at the towering trio, then gulps nervously but eventually gives a hesitant nod. Roland continues, explaining that even though they've lost their human appearance, they've gained something close to immortality.
As he touches Alethea, he points out that their skin now has high resistance to both heat and corrosion, making it perfect for handling all sorts of chemical compounds. Then, tapping one of her tentacles, he notes how nimble and sensitive they are, adding that it's ideal for multitasking in complex experiments. He believes these bodies might just be the best possible vessels for scientific research. So, he turns to Light and casually asks if he's interested in learning more. Light pauses, clearly wrestling with the thought for a moment, but in the end, he politely declines. Just then, a few royal guards approached, dragging along the demon who was all tied up and barely able to move. Roland glanced over and casually mentioned the name. He remembered it was Cab or something close to that. The demon didn't respond, but Roland wasn't surprised. Without communicating telepathically, neither side could understand the other's words, and frankly, he didn't care. He goes on to say this was a fireworks show prepared just for them, and he emphasizes it's a spectacle meant to pay back every horror the demons once inflicted upon their land. Remarking that the demon had turned most of the human kingdoms into scorched ruins, and now, it was time for a little payback. Right behind them, the soldiers had already begun preparations. Everything looked set, so Roland declared it was time to begin the experiment. Everyone quickly moved behind the barricades except the demon. One of the guards cranked the detonation lever and then started the countdown. And then it happened. A thunderous explosion ripped through the air, followed by a blinding blast of fire. The demon was drenched in sweat in an instant, while from behind the barricade, the observers watched as smoke and flames separated, and instantly the flames rose even higher, spitting burning fragments in all directions. Wherever it landed, new blazes sprang to life. Alethea stared intently at the scene, and then her thoughts drifted back to the Takara era. She couldn't help but imagine how different things might have been if they had weapons like this back then. Pasha and Celine turned toward her, sharing the same unspoken thought. No words were needed because they could read each other's emotions as clearly as if they were spoken aloud. They hugged each other and then started crying. Alethea looked at Roland and quietly thought to herself, only if he were born 400 years earlier. The firestorm raged on for nearly 4 hours before it finally began to die down. When the barricade doors opened, the wave of heat still hit them in the face. The demon was still kneeling in place, completely stunned. Though he hadn't been inside the barricade, Roland had still placed him somewhere safe enough to survive. He tells the demon that the insects they once looked down on have now grown strong enough to destroy them. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, Leaf was finishing up her task. She said this batch of rails would be the last for the day. Molly, puffing her chest with pride, assured her it was all under control. She then summoned her servant, whom she named Momota, who began lifting the metal rails one by one and then swallowed them whole. Leaf remembered that she had once called the thing by a different name. Molly couldn't recall it either, dismissing it as not important. What mattered, she insisted, was calling it out with energy, and she reasoned it made things feel more dramatic. Leaf realized this had to be Rem's quirky advice, and Molly eagerly confirmed it, adding she'd even been invited to join the detective squad. Leaf chuckled and then tells her the new supplies had arrived and she needed to check them out first. Meanwhile, Molly climbed on top of Momota's head and steered it toward the other side of the site. There, construction was already underway, with a team of workers laying down rails. When they saw Molly arrive, they cheerfully greeted her. Meanwhile, she also noticed a group of new recruits nearby, learning about demons. The lesson explained that the most common demons were huge and muscular, capable of throwing deadly bone spears with precision. However, they couldn't throw them rapidly unless they were truly cornered, and when that happens, he remarked, it's like how a cornered rat would bite the cat. The recruits laughed at the description, but the instructor quickly shut them up, warning that in a real fight, most of them would be too terrified, maybe even piss their pants. He stressed the only right response was to pull the trigger and take the damn demon out before it got the chance to kill them first. Several new recruits suddenly turned their heads to the side, eyes drawn to something or precisely someone. The instructor barked at them, demanding to know what they were looking at. Molly followed their gaze and spotted the person. It was Her Highness Anna Wimbledon, Queen of Greycastle. Anna walked through the site, greeting everyone warmly as she passed. The workers all paused to salute her, and she responded with gentle nods. Molly quietly admired her, thinking to herself how amazing Anna truly was. She wonders if one day she could become someone like that. Then, to her surprise, Anna turned her way and gave her a smile and a soft wave. That single gesture sent Molly's heart racing, her face flushing red as her affection levels shot through the roof. Not far off, something stirred behind a stack of bricks. 3 figures suddenly popped out, catching Molly's attention. She asked what they were doing, which startled them. Only then did Molly notice the cards in Andrea's hands. Then she realized they had been slacking off, sneaking in a game of cards. The guilty trio tried to smooth things over with cheerful greetings, but Molly wasn't buying it. She points out that if someone else caught them, it would reflect poorly on the sleeping spell. She adds that she'd have to report this to Lady Tilly. Maggie was quick to shift the blame, nervously poking her fingertips together and claiming the other two dragged her into it. Shabby snapped back, insisting she wasn't slacking, rather she had just finished unloading all those red bricks from the train. If it weren't for her, the workers would still be hauling cargo, and she reasoned that earned her a short break. Andrea stayed elegant, countering that balancing work and tea time was a sign of true elegance. She suggests that being able to handle both with grace is the mark of someone truly competent. Besides, with Maggie around, there was no risk of them being found out. She didn't think they should bother Lady Tilly while telling Molly to rest easy. She even gave Molly's head a little pat and asked if she wanted to join the game. Molly was about to firmly refuse when a sharp alarm suddenly rang out. They counted, and it was 3 rapid pulses, which meant the enemy spotted.
Molly looked into the distance but saw nothing unusual. Shavy reminded her that the alert likely came from someone like Sylvie or Lightning. At that kind of range, it'd be impossible to see anything from here. It was then that Molly remembered Anna was still out there. Shavy quickly reassured her that Lady Anna was certainly under guard.
Besides, even if Molly rushed over, there wasn't much she could do right now. Based on the demons' known flight speeds, they had at least 10 minutes to prepare, and she believed it was plenty of time to evacuate if needed. Andrea then chimed in with the standard protocol, noting that unless assigned to a specific combat unit, the first priority during a sudden enemy encounter was personal safety. After that, regrouping with the 1st Army, Takara Witches, or any nearby combat squad should follow.
To confirm the source, she pulled out a communication seal and asked if it was Sylvie who spotted the enemy.
The response came quickly from Sylvie, saying it was Lightning who had sent the warning. According to her report, the enemy consisted of just 4 flying beasts carrying demons. Then she adds that there are no signs of high-ranking demons so far, and they were approaching from Andrea's right flank. With only 4 demons reported, Andrea figured it was probably just a random encounter.
Still, Sylvie reminded everyone not to let their guard down.
In 5 minutes, she said, they should have visual confirmation.
Sure enough, moments later, 4 dark figures emerged in the sky.
The demons had arrived right on time, but instead of charging in, they hovered overhead.
Shabby frowned and asked what was making them hesitate, noting this wasn't like the demons at all.
Andrea was already in a sniping position by then. Molly asked if she could hit them at that range. Andrea shook her head, admitting it was too far away. Still, she noted there were other ways and then asked everyone to give her a moment. All eyes turned to her as she declared she'd need a higher caliber gun. She also requested to borrow Molly's magical servant. Right beside them sat a thick, heavy-looking barrel. Molly stared at it, confused, and asked if Andrea really brought that thing just to a casual card game. Andrea credited Maggie for helping her transport, explaining that carrying potentially useful gear at all times was just basic common sense for a proper warrior.
Molly summoned Momoto once again.
It hoisted up the weapon, and Andrea climbed onto it with a satisfied smile, saying the gun mount felt far more comfortable now. She began instructing Molly on how to adjust the angle, then signaled that everything was ready.
Andrea asked if Momoto's hands could be shrunk a little for a better grip. Molly hesitated, pointing out that shrinking the hands would make it hard to lift anything heavy. Andrea assured her that it was fine.
Once the adjustment was made, she slotted the smaller hand into her ear as earplugs, gripped the weapon again, and warned everyone to cover their ears.
Then came a thunderous blast.
The shot landed dead on, taking down one of the demons instantly. The remaining demons reacted quickly, but instead of retaliating, they turned tail and bolted in another direction.
Shabby questioned what exactly the demons were trying to accomplish this time.
Andrea admitted she wasn't sure either, but she noticed something troubling, noting that the demons had started to learn how to dodge snipes. She muttered that the enemy was adapting faster than expected. Off to the side, Molly grumbled that Andrea should have warned her earlier. Andrea apologized with a sheepish smile, saying even she hadn't expected her line of fire to manifest that quickly. She assumed it must be another leap in her ability. To make up for it, she pulled Molly into a hug and promised her a special form of compensation.
Molly said it wasn't necessary, after all, they'd driven off the enemy.
But Andrea insisted, saying letting it go would leave her feeling guilty.
Reluctantly, Molly agreed and asked what compensation.
Andrea grinned and revealed the reward as a free round of chaos drinks. Molly blinked in surprise, unsure whether to feel flattered or scammed. Andrea went on to explain the usual rule, which is 1 drink per round of cards, but in this special case, if Molly lost, she'd get a free pass. If Andrea lost, she'd still owe Molly a drink, and if that's not enough, she then adds it's a once-in-a-lifetime chance. For a second, Molly thought it didn't sound too bad, then she realized it was just another excuse to play cards. Before she could protest, Andrea had already said it was too late to refuse. Then she told the others to stay put, saying she needed to head over to the command post and report the situation. A few days later, the staff department was still discussing the earlier encounter.
Axe turned to Edith and asked if she had discovered anything new.
Edith admitted she hadn't and pointed out she was not a demon, so how could she possibly know what they were thinking just from a single encounter? Still, she doubts this was the end of it. If the enemy really had their sights set on them, she reasons, they would definitely take further action in the near future.
And just as expected, 4 days later, demons reappeared. Back at the command post, a report came in. Sylvie had already confirmed that there were no other demons nearby. This time, however, the enemy was holding position even farther out than before. Still, no signs of high-ranked demons.
Meanwhile, the anti-air machine gun teams were already in place and fully prepared. Another officer reported that, if construction continued as normal, the biggest risk would come from the rail handling teams, mainly due to the high number of workers in tight spaces, making evacuation difficult.
In the worst-case scenario, a few injuries could occur.
Even so, Ferlin argued that pressing forward with construction still yielded more benefits than halting everything to hold position.
Doing so would also prevent the demons from figuring out their true intentions.
But he made it clear that this approach was already part of His Majesty Roland's original plan. As for the 4 flying demons, he concluded, minimal tracking should suffice. Axe glanced at Edith, and seeing no objections from her, he gave the order to resume construction, keep the anti-air teams on alert, and have everyone else remain at their posts. Just then, Edith spoke up again, this time asking if they could simply swat those flies out of the sky.
Agatha quickly realized she meant launching a preemptive strike.
Edith nodded, explaining that letting the demons hover above them indefinitely didn't sit right with her. She knew that both Maisie and Lightning had solid combat abilities, and with Andrea's support, there was a real chance they could wipe out the enemy in one clean move. She pointed out that this kind of operation would be beyond the First Army's capability and only witches can pull it off.
Agatha acknowledged the idea but cautioned that it would only be safe if there were just 2 enemies.
She explained that if the demons threw their spears all at once, dodging at close range would be nearly impossible.
Even if Andrea took one out first, there are still 3 of them. Edith didn't push the idea further. Instead, she proposed a softer approach, saying what if the goal was just to drive them off?
If they used Maggie's ability to conceal themselves and gave Andrea a chance to strike when the moment was right, even taking down one would be worth it. She felt anything was better than letting the demons continue observing them.
Agatha had no objections to that and said she would pass the message along. Soon after, Grey Castle made its move.
Over the next several days, their team successfully drove back multiple waves of demon scouts.
But not everything was smooth. By the 10th day, Lightning's condition had clearly taken a toll.
That night, she had another nightmare. In it, she saw that high-ranked demon again. Those haunting eyes jolted her awake every time. She sat up in bed, glanced at Maisie sleeping beside her, and gently adjusted the blanket over her before stepping outside. The night breeze brushed against her face, but it didn't help. That demon's image still clung to her thoughts. She felt like she was about to break, saying it had already been a month, and still, nothing had changed. She told herself she couldn't even face a regular demon anymore. She felt worthless, convinced that the demons had broken her spirit. The more she thought about it, the more she believed she didn't deserve to lead the exploration team, and she even imagined everyone must be laughing behind her back. With her arms wrapped around her knees, she muttered bitterly to herself, saying how she always boasted about being the greatest explorer, but now, no one was more cowardly than her. Tears slowly trickled down her face as she quietly asked herself, should I just leave? Then, out of nowhere, a voice cut through the silence, firm and loud, and declared that what she said is absolutely not an option.
Lightning looked up and was surprised to see Lorca standing there. Lorca cleared her throat and quickly clarified that she hadn't meant to eavesdrop on Lightning's muttering. From the looks of it, Lightning could tell Lorca had been training. Lorca explained she's not an extraordinary witch and she doesn't have the same power. Even in her wolf form, it still took regular training to strengthen her body, otherwise, just running a few steps would leave her winded. With the demons lying low recently and her promise to His Majesty Roland not to leave the encampment without orders, she'd had no choice but to squeeze in training during the quiet hours of the night. Lightning quietly asked if she'd heard everything. Lorca stayed silent for a moment, then admitted she had. She added that she wasn't used to comforting people and didn't plan to start now. But she did want to tell Lightning a story, something about her father. She revealed that before becoming the clan chief, her father had been incredibly shy, so much so that he dreaded going out alone on joint hunts. When Lorca's grandfather passed the leadership to him, he told him a single person might not be able to achieve much, but as long as he had his clan beside him, he would be the strongest warrior among them. The lesson was simple, just don't let him face the world alone. After all, staying together was what their clan always did. Lorca figured her father had told her that story to remind her that courage could come not only from within but also from those around her. So she turned to Lightning and asked, if that's the case, why did she keep fixating on her own fear? Then she followed with another question, asking if her teammates in the exploration group were ever in danger. Would she abandon them and run away? Lightning fell quiet, then finally thanked her. Lorca turned her head, brushing it off. She reminded Lightning it wasn't meant to be comforting, just a story, adding that no thanks was needed. Still, she mumbled that the whole exploration team idea wasn't so bad, and since Lightning dragged her into it, she better take full responsibility now. Lightning wiped her tears and gave a serious nod. Suddenly, Lorca's ears perked up. She threw a hand over Lightning's mouth and signaled her to stay quiet. Lorca had heard something but Lightning hadn't. Lorca looked up, just in time to spot something streaking through the air straight toward them. Both of them quickly dove behind the cover. The projectile missed,
but Lightning realized the enemy was using the same spider demons they had encountered before, this time in a surprise attack. Lorca winced in pain, muttering that the sound she had heard earlier came from the direction of the fortress's artillery positions.
Lightning immediately said they had to warn everyone.
But her voice faltered as she turned and caught sight of Lorca's leg when she saw that her thigh was completely pierced.
Lightning's heart sank and she immediately blamed herself.
Lorca, catching on to her thoughts, cut in and told her not to blame it on herself. She reasoned that even without Lightning there, she would have still been targeted, possibly worse off than she was now.
But blood kept pouring from the wound and Lightning could already tell the bone was likely broken.
Worse, she feared the attack might have hit an artery. If another wave came, Lorca would basically be a sitting target. Lorca urged her to focus and insisted she had to get a message to the big thing on the rails.
Lightning knew she meant the Black River. Lorca explained that even if the main camp hadn't raised an alarm yet, they must have heard the attack.
What mattered now was the counterattack. However, from the sound she guessed that at least half the enemy forces were focused on bombarding the fortress artillery. She looked Lightning straight in the eyes and asked her if the demons managed to capture that weapon. Surely she understood what that would mean. The next moment, Lorca shoved Lightning forward, insisting she go and reason that right now, only she could move. Lightning took a deep breath, steadied herself, and then shot into the sky without hesitation. Back at camp, Maisie had just stepped outside when Lightning arrived. She was very worried and asked why Lightning had gone out without saying a word. But Lightning didn't have time to explain everything and she quickly told her they needed to get to Black River.
Maisie immediately offered to go with her, but Lightning shook her head.
She pointed out that Maisie was needed here and reasoned that Sylvie alone couldn't monitor the entire area. The more eyes watching the demons' movements, the better. Before anything else, she asked Maisie to find Manhwa and take her to the end of the railway, saying Lorca had been seriously injured. Then Lightning rushed inside, grabbed her gear, and turned back.
She then tells her to make sure Lorca gets back safely. Maisie nodded firmly.
Before flying off, Lightning leaned in and touched her forehead to Maisie, then she turned and disappeared into the night. As the scene shifts, a powerful tremor suddenly shakes the ground, jolting everyone awake. The soldiers had no idea what was going on. One of them muttered it might be an earthquake, but it didn't take long for them to realize they were under attack. Someone tried to stand up, but another soldier stopped him, warning that the barrage wasn't over yet.
Once the shockwaves finally ceased, someone lit a candle.
That's when they saw the roof had been pierced straight through. Everyone scrambled to dress, grabbed their weapons, and rushed outside. In the distance, the sounds of battle rang out. The soldiers spotted the Takira witches already engaging the demons. No one knew how the demons had gotten in, but that didn't matter now. One of the soldiers ducked behind a cover, then raised his sniper rifle, loaded it, and fired.
How the enemy got here was irrelevant.
What mattered was that these bastards would die here. The bullet ripped through the demon's head.
But just as he exhaled, something else came crashing down from above.
Black pillars struck the ground, and as they landed, thick red mist began to spread from their bases. The soldier quickly swung his rifle around and kept firing at the demons emerging from the pillars.
But then, from one of the black pillars, a different kind of demon emerged.
He aimed and shot, but this time, the bullet hit an invisible barrier and bounced off harmlessly. He was shocked, but the demon had already locked onto him. He instantly felt danger creeping in. But just then, a voice called out telling him to fall back, saying this wasn't a fight for mortals, and she declared from here on out, they were taking over. The soldier looked up and saw a weapon barrel thicker than anything he'd ever handled. Then a shot rang out, and the force of the bullet sent the demon flying backward. Only then did he realize the special tactical unit had arrived.
But the fight wasn't over. The demon wasn't down.
It staggered upright and began drawing his weapon from his back. One of the Takira which remarked how the intensity of its magic made sense now, adding that it was a demon that had ascended from being a Hell-Lord. No wonder it radiated such terrifying power. In the next moment, several more Takira witches surged forward. They shouted boldly that this was the moment they had been preparing for all their lives. Without hesitation, they charged straight at the demon.
Meanwhile, Lightning had reached Black River.
She called out to the engineer, asking if he could push the speed any higher, saying maybe by throwing more coal into the fire. The engineer explained that pushing the boiler beyond its limit would risk an explosion, but he reassured her, noting the First Army won't fall so easily. He was confident, even if their opponent was the demons themselves. He could tell by Lightning's expression that someone she cared about was out there. Taking a long drag from his cigarette, he added that he understood, as he also had his loved ones there. He remarked that one was on the front lines while the other was up in the lookout tower, the one who had just spotted Lightning's approach. Right on cue, a voice came through the wired phone, calling the engineer father. The lookout reported heavy combat ahead, saying he saw flashes and flames. The man snapped at him, reminding him not to call him father while on duty. Then he told him to keep his eyes forward, then warned him he was about to sound the whistle because he needed to let the camp know reinforcements were coming. Just then, several demons were drawn by the sound and suddenly emerged from the sides. Lightning leaped back onto the train and called to Sylvie for a target.
Sylvie responded immediately, saying 3,000 meters ahead. At that moment, the armored machine gun turrets mounted on the train began firing. With a deafening roar, they began sweeping the battlefield in all directions, tearing through the wave of charging demons. In mere seconds, the oncoming swarm was mowed down. Over on the other side of the camp, Anna stepped into the command post. Axe immediately dropped to one knee, admitting that they had failed to detect the demon's approach and remarking that the enemy had caught them completely off guard. Anna quickly tells him not to act this way, saying she wasn't there to blame. She just wanted to check in and see how everyone was holding up. Unfortunately, the situation wasn't looking great. Anna let out a quiet sigh and asked if someone could explain the damage. Ferlin stepped forward to report. According to preliminary figures from the medical teams, the First Army had lost 200 soldiers during the night raid, with another 700 wounded. And this was only an early estimate, and even with Manhwa around, it was impossible for her to tend to all the injured at once. Anna was devastated, and she knew this had to be the most devastating loss since the war against the church. No wonder Axe looked so grim. She promised to speak with Roland and do her best to convince Lady Spear to support the front lines. With her there, the medical teams might still be able to save more lives. Still, what bothered her was how the demons had managed to get so close without being noticed. Sylvie stepped in, suggesting that they had exploited a blind spot in her surveillance. She suspected that their earlier scouting runs had been deliberate tests to gauge the range of her detection. It wasn't until after the ambush that she realized the trap had been set. Agatha added that they should have seen it coming. Back during the battle at North Slope, the demons had clearly become aware of Sylvie's presence. Since then, those demon squads had likely been observing the army's movements, using their reactions to estimate Sylvie's ability range. Because during the night and the soldiers clustered at the outermost edge of her surveillance, the demons made their move. Worse still, they had timed the attack precisely when Station 1 had just shut down and when the camp's defenses were at their weakest. Ferlin insisted no one was at fault, but it was Edith who broke the silence, questioning why. Despite this being a clear victory, everyone looked like they'd just suffered a crushing defeat. Ferlin quietly responded, saying it was the loss of 200 lives. Edith's tone shifted while she acknowledged the casualties, but reminded them that the enemy infiltration force had only consisted of around 50 demons and a single high-ranked demon. All those casualties had come from just that group. On the surface, it looked like a devastating loss. But on the main battlefield, they had taken out over 2,000 demons. And that wasn't even counting those who were blown apart while fleeing and the pieces scattered so far she even went on joking it'd take days to find enough to rebuild one whole demon. She then turned to Sylvie, asking if she'd seen the same thing. Sylvie nodded, confirming the enemy body count lined up. Edith then looked to Agatha, remarking that she probably hadn't commanded a full-scale war 400 years ago, adding that maybe not even participated in one directly. Agatha wasn't having it and she pushed back, pointing out that during the Divine War, every witch in the Federation was required to fight demons as part of their training. Even though she was a researcher, she had joined Ruin's expeditions herself and had clashed with the enemy on more than one occasion. Edith kept her eyes on Agatha, calmly repeating that what she was referring to was war. Her tone was sharp enough that Agatha, caught off guard by the intensity, found herself at a loss for words. Axe gently called out Edith's name and waved a hand, signaling her to ease off. Anna asked why Edith was saying this. From what she knew, even though Edith had served as a knight commander in the Northern Territory, she hadn't been involved in any full-scale war either. Edith didn't take offense. In fact, she gave a small bow and smiled, agreeing with the Queen's assessment, then remarked that although she hadn't experienced a real war, but someone in the room had. She turned to the side, pointing toward Phyllis. Edith said that just one look at Phyllis's expression was enough to know how this battle had truly ended. Phyllis sat silently off to the side, a big smile on her face, her hands wrapped around a cup of something warm, and she looked somewhat spaced out. It wasn't until Sylvie gently nudged her that she blinked back into focus and looked up with a smile, asking what part of the conversation she'd missed. She explained that she had been thinking over something important and hadn't caught what everyone else was talking about. No one answered right away, and Phyllis glanced around the room, puzzled, then guessed the Queen must have wanted to ask her something. The fact that she could space out mid-discussion and still brush it off as deep thought made everyone chuckle, which made the heavy atmosphere finally begin to lift. Anna, at that moment, found her answer without needing to ask. Edith circled back, reiterating that the ones who had truly suffered greater losses were the demons, noting they were the ones retreating, while the camp remained standing and their Station 1 was still intact. She then recalled something His Majesty Roland had once told her, which is that victory isn't always measured by casualties. It's measured by whether or not you achieved your objective. And clearly, the demons had failed to reach theirs. In fact, Edith argued, the enemy commander had made a severe tactical blunder which caught everyone's attention. Anna then asked what the mistake had been. Edith declared it was arrogance. She explained that if the enemy's goal had been to create chaos, seize the artillery positions, and then let a larger force wipe them out in the confusion, then it might have worked, but only on an older army, like a disorganized Night Order for example. But not the First Army.
The demons had focused on weapons like their guns, cannons, and new tactics, but had completely underestimated the people wielding them. That, she declared, was their biggest mistake.
Everyone in the room fell silent.
Edith then pointed to the map, gesturing toward it as she spoke. From the start, the enemy had deployed 50 demons.
That number alone suggested their new offensive strategy wasn't easy to execute, likely costly and limited in scope. And yet, instead of grouping their forces together for a concentrated strike, they'd split them into 4 separate assault points. She argued that the enemy commander couldn't have been a fool.
This meant that the only explanation for such a decision was the belief that just 10 demons per front would be enough to break human lines. That, in her eyes, wasn't just a miscalculation but rather pure contempt, so she calls it arrogance.
Anna suddenly realized if the demons hadn't made that mistake, if they had treated humanity as an equal threat, the losses tonight could have been catastrophic.
Edith agreed and remarked that if the enemy had approached this with the intent to maximize casualties rather than take the camp, and if they had focused everything on the barracks zone, brought all 50 demons, and launched a coordinated strike with the Hell Lord and Spider demons leading the surprise attack before pulling back, the result would have been very different.
And what followed would have been difficult to even imagine. Anna couldn't help but imagine it if the demons had gone all in from the start, using the high-ranked demon in a suicide mission, and if their only goal had been slaughter, the death toll would have been unthinkable.
But even then, Edith reminded her, the demons still would have been defeated in the end.
The problem was simply that the price paid would have been far too high.
However, their arrogance had cost them that chance. And in doing so, they'd taught the First Army a valuable lesson. From this point on, she declared, all barracks must be built underground. Roofs needed to be reinforced, not just to resist penetration, but to withstand the bombardment of machine guns and cannons. She ended her statement telling everyone in the room that this war was only just beginning. The scene shifted far away, to the peak of a tall tower. My king, a demon spoke, kneeling low, Skylord Haxord has come at your summons. A voice echoed from the sky above. It asked how the plan was progressing and warned that time was running dangerously short. Haxord asked if the Sky Sea realm had stirred again. The voice confirmed it, adding that this time, the scale was unusually large.
Even among their ranks, suggestions of retreat had begun to surface. The deity of God was nearing completion, and once activated, their long-standing passive stance would finally be reversed.
Haxord's eyes widened in shock, pondering to himself, could it be the ultimate weapon spoken of only in legends? That would mean breaking free from the dependence on magic stone mines, finally being able to act freely, to reach every corner of the world without limitation. That was the vision they had always chased. And now, it was almost within reach. The voice, however, was still waiting for his report. Haxord admitted their complications. According to his subordinates, humanity had changed significantly compared to 4 centuries ago. He explained that although the forward strike had suffered losses, he didn't believe it would affect the overall plan. The voice asked if this was a result of evolution.
Haxord shook his head, replying that this wasn't biological.
He noted it was how they used natural elements, how they manipulated tools and forces outside of magic, like fire for example, something they are not too familiar with. The voice was surprised, saying these have no connection to magic. Haxord replied that one of his commanders had intended to capture some humans alive and seize their weapons, but the plan had failed. The voice realized one of their ascending elite had fallen into human hands. Haxord's tone wavered slightly, and he admitted that his commanders had also suggested diverting troops to the Western Front or connecting consciousness to investigate the cause. But the voice clearly wasn't pleased. It said that although the promotion system had been loosened up in recent years, such a setback had been anticipated, but whatever happened now was too soon. The voice knew the Western Front was under the command of one of Haxord's prized commander, renowned even among their kind as a tactical prodigy. In the end, the voice said he only wanted results. But the reply was frustratingly vague, as there was no trace of the fallen commander, and strangely, even the target's magic had all vanished and he couldn't connect to its consciousness either. But Haxord added one last detail, that when he had tried to tap into the commander's consciousness, he had caught a glimpse of something weird. He remarked it felt like an intense, blinding flame, but he wasn't sure what it was, adding maybe he was just seeing things. The voice didn't care whether it was flame or illusion. It told him to drop it and noted they had already studied fire long ago, even if they rarely used that knowledge. He believed there was no value in revisiting the past and declared the era of learning from humans had ended centuries ago. As for Haxord's earlier request, the voice had rejected it without further discussion. The voice reminded him that the Sky Sea realm was the true priority.
No additional troops would be sent, and none of his current forces could be spared either, because he thought weakening their position there was not an option.
It also warned him not to forget the legacy fragment. He added the one vital to their race's evolution was currently in Haxord custody.
Haxord bowed his head and responded that he understood.
The voice's final command was to make sure the plan proceeds flawlessly, adding that once the deity of gods awakens, they would achieve total victory. The scene shifted to a tent, where Sean was busy interrogating a man tied to a chair. He starts by asking the man's name and mentioning that he heard the guy knew something about the missing treasure.
The man, introducing himself as Joe, doesn't answer directly.
Instead, he asks if Sean is in charge of this place, emphasizing he's not talking about the local lord, but the leader of the Grey Castle forces.
Sean raises an eyebrow and asks if that even matters. Joe tilts his head and insists it does because otherwise there's no point in him talking at all.
Taking it in stride, Sean calmly introduces himself, declaring he's the captain of His Majesty Roland Wimbledon's Royal Guards and the Grey Castle exploration team leader. With formalities out of the way, he suggests Joe should start talking. Joe figures that if they came all the way to Cage Mountain, then they are definitely here for the Cursed Temple. He reveals that the sacrificial cube they are looking for is currently in the hands of Count Lorenzo. Sean can't help but feel a little surprised and asks if Joe has seen it personally. Joe admits he hasn't, but he explains that for anyone tied to the church, this wasn't exactly a secret. Apparently, Lorenzo had bragged about retrieving church treasure from Wolfhart when he filed his report, making sure every higher-up knew about it, though oddly, Hermes itself never seemed to care. Sean rubs his chin and figures it made sense if the treasure drifted into Wolfhart over the past century, then somehow the church got their hands on it again. What puzzles him, though, is why Joe would bother telling him this. After all, selling this kind of intel to another noble wouldn't exactly be worthless. Joe stays quiet for a moment, then cautiously asks if Sean has ever heard of the God Punishment Army. Sean shrugs and responds that of course, adding that they were the church's proud secret force, although he jokes that they didn't seem so mighty after getting crushed by His Majesty's First Army at Cold Wind Ridge. Joe then explains that Lorenzo still commands a few of these warriors, and outside of Grey Castle's king, no one would dare make a move against them. Sean was a bit surprised since he had assumed the God Punishment Army had been wiped out completely, so he quickly asked how many were left. Joe hesitates, first saying 10, then correcting himself to 5, but in the end, he just mutters that it shouldn't be too many. Sean believed even 5 of those warriors would still be a serious threat if they tried to storm the castle. He then turned around asking Joe what exactly he wanted in return for this information. Joe declares that he only wants to stay alive. He explains that the church can no longer match Grey Castle's strength, but the exiled remnants aren't giving up. Lorenzo, he reveals, still dreams of taking Grey Castle, and he worries that spies might have already slipped into their ranks. Joe admits he doesn't want to get dragged down with them. In the end, he nervously asks if handing over this information might earn him a full pardon from the Grey Castle king. Sean leaned over the table while deep down, he wondered if Joe was really doing all this just to save himself. After a moment, he declares that Joe will be sent to Neverwinter. Joe blinked, not understanding why he had to go there. Sean explains that he doesn't have the authority to pardon him outright, nor could he just throw away someone who had chosen to turn back from the wrong path. He suggests that sending Joe to Neverwinter would be the safest bet for everyone. Sean tries to ease his nerves, telling him that while the trip might be long and he'll have to stay under guard until everything is confirmed, at least once it's over, he'll never have to worry about the church coming after him again. He even adds with a smile that if he's lucky, there might be a handsome reward waiting for him at the end of it all. But the more Joe listens, the more anxious he gets. He starts panicking and he pleads with Sean not to send him to Neverwinter. In a desperate move to get up, he forgets he's tied to the chair and ends up crashing to the ground instead. Watching this, Sean starts to doubt if survival was really Joe's only goal from the start. Then, in a broken voice, Joe begs Sean to save Farina, insisting there's no time left. After knowing Joe's true intention, however, he still doesn't know who Farina is, or why he is saying time is running out. Even so, he doesn't lose his cool. Instead, he smiles and suggests they finally sit down and have a proper talk. The scene shifts to a private home, where Lorenzo's steward sits across from a nervous man. He tosses a small pouch onto the ground and tells the man that there are 20 gold coins inside. If he says anything useful about the Grey Castle people or the witch with the weird piece of coin, then the bag would be his. But before he can get a word out, the door suddenly bursts open with a loud crash. Panic flashes across the steward's face as armed men flood the house. As the steward gets pinned to the ground, he shouts out in panic that he's just a legitimate merchant and pleads with them not to treat him like this. He quickly adds that if it's money they're after, he's more than willing to cooperate. But he doesn't even get the full sentence out before he's shoved harder into the floor. A cold voice declares that Thorntown's lord suspects their trading caravan is harboring church fugitives, and because of that, they are now under immediate investigation. If he's got anything else to say, the voice suggests, he should save it for the lord himself. Meanwhile, over at the docks, Thunder stood overlooking the lively, bustling crowd, feeling a rare sense of nostalgia. He couldn't help but think that it had been a long time since Twin Dragon Isle had been this lively. Margaret, standing beside him with a smile, suggests that it wasn't just here, but rather the entire fjord had been stirred up by the news he brought back. What used to be a completely overlooked trade route had now turned into the hottest focus of attention. Thunder laughs, thinking that with things finally becoming stable and safe, this new generation might actually get the chance to become true adventurers. He reflects that it's a good time to be born, believing that as long as explorers find anything curious at the Endless Cape, no matter how small, they could trade it for rewards from King Roland himself. Thunder believes that His Majesty always had a knack for turning the world upside down in the best way possible. However, he thinks none of it would have been possible without Margaret. Without her managing the guild in his absence, there was no way he could have thrown himself fully into expedition after expedition. Thunder admits to himself that beyond adventuring, he really didn't have many talents, and even went on to say he's not even a decent father. For years, all the messy responsibilities had fallen on Margaret's shoulders, and he felt he owed her a lot. Margaret gently places her hand over his and reminds him that she did it all willingly. After all, she thinks, if someone chooses to give without asking for anything in return, it would be kind of a buzzkill to talk about owing them anything. And besides, with another voyage just ahead, maybe it was better to save these heavy conversations for later. Thunder grips her hand tightly, just looking at her as if trying to say everything he couldn't put into words. But before he can speak, Margaret pulls her hand back with a playful smile and suggests that saying she wanted nothing at all wouldn't be entirely true because there were still some things she wanted. She teases him with a wink, telling him he could just assume she had her own motives, so there was no need to feel guilty. Thunder smiles and is about to say something back, when a crew member shouts from below, telling him that the caravans are ready and waiting for his orders.
Thunder glances down and responds that he will be right there.
Clearing his throat, he tells Margaret it's time to head out. Margaret simply smiles and nods, encouraging him to go and do what he was best at. As she watches him, she quietly adds that just like His Majesty said it was time to head to the New World. The scene shifts to Grey Castle, where Roland sits at his desk, listening to the report on the phone. Just as he expected, the demons had launched a few sabotage attacks against the railways. But Leaf, on the other end, calmly explains that the damage to supply lines had been minimal. Without the spider demons, she says, the enemy could only parachute near the tracks, try to shove the rails out of place by brute force and flee before the armored train arrived.
Roland leans back slightly, thinking the armored trains were definitely pulling their weight now. He asks if there's been any sign of the demons launching a major assault.
Leaf's tone grows more serious and relays that Lady Sylvie has been personally checking key points along the tracks for a few hours every day, sometimes even scouting ahead using Maggie's Ark or the Seagull plane. At least for now, everything remains safe. Hearing that, Roland chuckles, teasing that after spending so much time around Axe and Edith, even Leaf's way of talking had started to sound a lot like theirs, and he suggests she doesn't need to copy their bluntness. Hearing this, Leaf, a little embarrassed, softly agrees. Still, Roland isn't about to let his guard down. He thinks the demons won't just sit back while humans threaten their foothold on the fertile plains. He reminds everyone to stay sharp and not give the enemy even the smallest chance. After hanging up the phone, Nightingale handed Roland a bracelet carrying a letter. As Roland read through it, he quickly realized it had been sent from Thorntown in the Kingdom of Dawn. Curious, he asks Nightingale when she got it. Nightingale explains that Honey had dropped it off about 10 minutes ago, but since Roland had been on a call at the time, she decided not to interrupt him. Roland leans back slightly, thinking to himself how strange it was that he never would have imagined a day when even the church would come seeking help from Grey Castle.
Nightingale leans in and asks if it's about the church people who left those orphans abandoned at the Holy City's monastery.
Roland hands her the letter, suggesting that if the information inside is true, then the church has almost completely fallen apart.
Taking the letter, Nightingale asks what he plans to do next.
Roland thought that since the steward had already sent people searching and the treasure's location was now known, he figured it was only a matter of time before they had to send someone to Wolfheart. He also notes that if the sacrificial cube could react with condensed high-purity uranium, then the murals they once thought were mere fantasy might actually be real, but whatever its purpose turned out to be, Roland firmly believes it had to stay under Neverwinter's control.
As for Farina, Roland thinks there's no harm in bringing her back along with Joe.
Nightingale smiles slightly, remarking that it sounded exactly like something he would say.
Roland was surprised because he had thought Nightingale might not approve, considering how brutally the church had once persecuted witches. But Nightingale explains that she did once hate the church and even, for a time, hated humanity itself. However, after learning about the church's true origins and the secrets hidden behind it, she admits that it's hard to hold on to that hatred anymore. She points out that the witches and people who created the church are now long gone. Even if she wanted revenge, there was no longer a clear target to go after. Roland finds himself even more surprised by the idea that Nightingale had once despised humanity. Nightingale gives a wry smile and says it would have been strange if she hadn't. After all, she didn't choose to awaken her powers, and she had done nothing wrong, yet she was treated like a demon and hunted like an animal. She sighs, admitting that if people insisted on seeing her as an outcast, she had once wondered why she should even bother treating them as her own kind. She explains that this wasn't just her thinking this way, and perhaps it was a feeling many witches had carried at some point. Roland chuckles and points out this must be why, during their very first meeting, she had shown up in his bedroom with a dagger in hand. At that, Nightingale burst into laughter, teasing that she had actually been holding back quite a bit at the time. Slowly moving closer to him, she quietly reveals that while the hatred toward humans wasn't too bad back then, however, her hatred toward nobles had been very real.
If fate hadn't thrown her into his hands that day, she admits she would never have had the patience to sit down and talk.
She gently asks Roland if he still remembers her old title.
Of course, our boy remembers her title being the Shadow Assassin, the ghost who once made every noble in the old capital shudder behind closed doors. Nightingale admitted that most of her attitude when they first met had been an act. She explains that if she could push Roland into revealing any flaws in his character, it would have helped Anna truly understand what nobles were really like. She smiles and remarks how it's a pity things didn't go that way.
Roland laughs, saying it seems he really did get lucky back then.
Nightingale goes on to explain that when someone's heart is full of hatred, it's easy to fall into extremes, but she soon realized that there were outliers even among nobles, people like Roland for example. That was why, she adds, she decided maybe it was worth trying to trust again.
Roland awkwardly asks if he should be saying thank you for the recognition. Nightingale just smiles and tells him you are very welcome.
She continues, explaining that as time went on, after meeting others like the Pure Ones and even encountering someone like Zero, all of her old and immature ideas slowly faded away.
Roland quietly thinks that it hasn't been easy for Nightingale either.
Noticing his mood dipping a little, Nightingale leans closer and she gently reminds him that just because her earlier anger was an act, it doesn't mean everything afterward was fake.
She points out, for example, right now.
As the two of them draw closer, Nightingale suddenly slips into the mist, and the next second, she's sprawled lazily across the sofa, nibbling on dried fish and shooting him a mischievous smile. Roland, gritting his teeth in frustration, stands up, but before he can say anything, the phone starts ringing. It's a call from Barav and he reports that a visitor has shown up from the old royal capital and the person is insisting on seeing Roland no matter what. When Roland asks who it is, Barav explains it's Master Karjan. Roland said he was already drowning in work and suggested politely turning Karjan away unless it was urgent.
Barav hurriedly insists that it is, then quickly explains everything.
After listening, Roland finally decides he might as well meet him.
After the meeting, Karjan and his attendant bowed and left.
Barav, still buzzing with excitement, asks why Roland didn't immediately accept Karjan's request to join the Starflower Troop. He explains that Karjan is a master other troops would dream of recruiting, adding that having him would make the Starflower Troop the undisputed #1 in the kingdom. Barav argued that even if Karjan didn't know a thing about Magic Shadow, just his name alone could attract a crowd of talented actors. Roland asks him if he has ever heard that the easier something is to get, the less people tend to treasure it. Barav pauses, wondering who said that, and Roland casually answers that it's himself. Roland then explains that Karjan had already been drawn in by the Magic Shadow, so there was no real risk of his leaving Neverwinter.
Since that was the case, giving him a tough assessment rather than a direct invitation would leave a much stronger impression and maybe even make Karjan grateful for the opportunity.
On the other hand, if Karjan thought everything was handed to him on a silver platter, the whole relationship would feel different.
Hearing this, Barav stares at Roland with admiration.
Roland adds that May is only a student when in front of Karjan.
He reasons that if a master like Karjan joined, could they still even call it the Starflower Troop?
Roland agrees to let Karjan participate in the Magic Shadow project but doesn't want him officially joining the troop.
Having someone like Karjan working around them would naturally create some healthy pressure from the outside anyway.
Barav finally understands, though he still worries about the mission to Wolfheart. Roland waves it off, saying it was Karjan's own choice to go, and besides, he is genuinely curious to see what kind of performance a man like Karjan could put together under these circumstances. Before Barav can think of anything else, Roland reminds him that if he had the time to worry about others, maybe he should first finish the statistical reports he had been assigned. Barav immediately straightens up, gives a quick bow, and bolts out of the room. Right after, Nightingale appears behind Roland, playfully calling him Your Majesty Wimbledon, teasing that he is starting to look more and more like a true king. Roland chuckles and says there's no need for such formalities between them, but Nightingale sighs and argues that sometimes, keeping a little distance might actually be better. Leaning close, she whispers in his ear that the easier something is to get, the less it's treasured. She jokes that she'll have to be more careful from now on and not to be too nice to him. She even thinks maybe she should also remind Anna to make sure someone around here doesn't get too full of themselves either. Roland quickly tries to clarify that people and magic shadows are two completely different things. And besides, that line about easy things not being cherished wasn't even his original. But Nightingale isn't buying it, and she points out that while he might deny it, deep down he clearly agreed, and she adds that using her ability, she could tell there was about a 55% chance he was being honest. Hearing that, Roland can't help but wonder if Nightingale's ability to detect lies had gotten so sharp she could now calculate it down to decimal points. Curious, he asks if she has really used her power just now. Nightingale bursts into laughter, admitting she got caught. Still, she adds, it was his own mouth that said it, and she wonders aloud if the other sisters would start feeling like they were being taken for granted too if they overheard. Roland raises 5 fingers, offering 5 bottles of chaos drinks as a peace deal. Nightingale immediately counters, saying she wanted 10 and all in different flavors. Roland argues that it would look suspicious, then Nightingale asks him suspicious of what. Roland explains it might seem unfair to others. But Nightingale just leans closer to his ear, softly reminding him that if she wanted to hide something, no one would be able to find out anyway. Roland, feeling cornered, raises his final offer to 8 bottles, hesitating mid-sentence as he almost blurts out that if it's too easy to get, but he decides to think it over first. Before the deal could settle, the phone rang again, also Barav this time. Barav reports that one of the workers who had registered a transfer, but the benefactor was a witch. Barav points out that the worker's name was Snake Fong, a former street rat from the Changji district, and the witch in question was Lady Paper. Roland stays quiet for a moment, thinking it over. Barav tentatively suggests just ignoring it since Paper had already cut ties with her old life. But Roland immediately shuts that idea down and explains that what Paper left behind was her life as a street rat, not the people she used to know. He insists that no one should be judged based on who they used to be and that all the work they've done is to help people make changes. Standing nearby, Nightingale quietly listens to the conversation, then a soft smile creeps onto her face. As she slowly turns away, she whispers to herself so quietly only she can hear, saying that Roland is truly a great king. The scene shifted to the front lines, where rows of graves stood silently inside a forest. At the front, Axe stood firm, paying heavy tribute to the warriors who had fallen defending Station 1. The soldiers closed their eyes, heads bowed low, as Axe solemnly declared that these brave souls never took a single step back, even when facing ruthless enemies, all because they knew behind them stood the Grey Castle. He announced that they were not only His Majesty's sword but also the shield of the kingdom. Their names would be remembered, and their spirit would be carried forward by those left standing. At the end of his speech, the soldiers raised their hands together in a salute to the fallen. Meanwhile, in the sky, Lightning saw the engineer also in the crowd. After the ceremony, the engineer returned to the train, and Lightning followed. Turning around, the old man recognized her immediately. Lightning introduced herself with a smile, then offered a quiet apology. The engineer chuckles and assures her that he's not so old yet that he needs comforting from a young girl, joking that she'd only embarrass him if she tried. He then pulled out a chair for her and offered to make some tea. When she sat down, she noticed a resident card on the table. The engineer returned with 2 cups of tea, handing one to her, and casually asked if she had been at the ceremony earlier. Lightning explains she had just flown overhead and ended up watching for a while. The engineer nodded, suggesting that it was good news because it meant she hadn't lost anyone close to her. As Lightning sipped her tea, she carefully brought up the topic of his son. The old man's expression softened as he explained that his son's name was Robert, the 3rd child in the family, who had fallen during a fierce battle over the artillery field. He mentions the captain told him Robert fought bravely. He reflects with a quiet sigh that Robert had once been the most timid of all his kids, adding that Robert was a boy who, even after being bullied in the mines, would never fight back, only come home and cry to him. Lightning stayed silent, just listening as the old man's memories spilled out. After a moment, the engineer asks if she found it strange that he didn't seem heartbroken. Lightning hesitates, unsure how to respond, but the old man reassures her that it's all right. He explains that he had always known this day would come. All 3 of his sons, at one point or another, had told him the same thing, that they wanted to protect Neverwinter, to protect the home they had fought so hard to build. In the end, he smiles and says he actually owes her a thank you. Lightning blinks in surprise as he takes another sip of tea and explains that if it hadn't been for her timely warning, the camp's losses would have been far worse. In a way, Lightning had saved not just the First Army, but also his surviving son. Not long after, with their tea finished, Lightning waves goodbye and turns to leave. But when she glances back at the train car, she sees the old man break down, covering his face with one hand while clutching the ID card tightly with the other. Later, when Lightning finally gets home, Maisie rushes over, asking where she had been and why she was so late. Maisie teasingly reminds her not to forget today's big event. Lightning blinked, confused for a second before Maisie happily announced that today was the day Lorca was being discharged from the hospital. Without missing a beat, Maisie plopped herself down onto Lightning's head, and the 2 of them shot off toward the medical center together. It didn't take long before they spotted Lorca. Maisie quickly landed on Lorca's hand, greeting her warmly. Lorca, clearly happy to see them, explains that Nanawa really took her time with the recovery, dragging it out for a full week. She jokes that if they had waited any longer, the wound might have healed on its own. Maisie then declares that Lorca's monstrous healing speed is just as impressive as Lord Ashes herself. In the next second, Lorca suddenly lifts Lightning off the ground by the waist, startling her. Laughing, Lorca mentions she had heard all about her from Sylvie. She pulls her into a hug, praising her efforts and suggesting that this was the captain she had always believed in. Lightning, voice barely above a whisper, admits she still feels like a coward. But Lorca believes being able to say such words out loud was already a big step forward. She asks if Lightning now no longer feels the urge to run away on her own. Lightning glances between the 2, then slowly gives a small nod. Meanwhile, Maisie, clearly out of the loop, asked what they were talking about. Lorca chuckles and tells her they were simply talking about a celebration. Now that she was healed, it was time to have a feast. Lightning quickly mentions she still has patrol duty tonight.
But Lorca just laughs, saying it doesn't matter as long as Lightning brings out her portion of drinks, adding that they'll make sure to finish her share. After all, she adds teasingly, wasn't sacrifice part of a captain's duty too? The scene shifted to the frontline railway construction site where Snakefang had been staring at the visitor list in his hands for so long that even the foreman began losing patience. He pressed him, asking if he agreed to the assigned visitor. Snakefang looked down and saw Paper's name. The foreman reminded him that if he had objections, he could swap to a different person, and the city hall would follow up, but if the request were rejected, then he wouldn't get the paid leave. Hearing this got Snakefang moving, and he quickly agreed and signed the form. The foreman grabbed it with a grunt, muttering that if he was going to agree anyway, he should have said so instead of standing there like a fool. Snakefang stood for a long while, staring at his own palm in a daze. He recalled spotting Paper by chance in Neverwinter but hadn't dared approach. Maybe he was afraid of being turned away, or maybe he worried that his past identity might bring her trouble. But now, seeing her name on the approved list, he realized the city hall must have asked her in advance, and clearly she had agreed. That thought brought him relief, and then he glanced toward the sky, quietly telling himself that if this was a dream, then he'd rather not wake up. A few days later, Snakefang arrived in Neverwinter by train. As he stepped off, the teasing laughter of his co-workers still echoed in his mind, making his face flush with embarrassment. But then he froze when he saw a cheerful girl running toward him. She grabbed his hand excitedly and said how great it was that he also lived in the city. At that very moment, all the words Snakefang had practiced, all his careful prep work, completely fell apart, and all he could do was chuckle. They left the station and walked side by side down a forest path where Paper remarked that she'd heard he came here not long after the Changji district was reclaimed. Snakefang explained that he and Tigerclaw had talked it over and figured they'd earn better pay here for the same kind of work. However, what he didn't dare say out loud was that being closer to her mattered more than any paycheck. Paper mused that no wonder she couldn't find them back then, adding it's because they'd already moved. Snakefang was surprised to hear she had gone back to Changji looking for them. She shared what happened while looking a little sad, saying how she can't leave here, so she had gotten someone to check for her. Once she learned the area where they lived had been demolished, she thought they must have left the Western Territory altogether. Only then did Snakefang understand what had happened, and just as he was processing it, Paper suddenly stopped walking. She looked a bit upset as she questioned why, if he'd been in Neverwinter all this time, he never tried to find her. Snakefang fumbled for a reply, calling it a long story. He said back then, he and Tigerclaw had nothing, and they were working non-stop just to secure a roof over their heads. Even as he gave the excuse, he felt how weak it sounded, which made his cheeks burning again. As for the real reason for him dodging her on purpose and he's too embarrassed to say hello, all of that was something he would never admit out loud. However, Paper didn't seem to dwell on it. She smiled and said that when she had first arrived in Neverwinter, she was also swamped with work. She went on to talk about her days like helping the engineering team speed up cement curing, assisting Lady Agatha on the side, and even lending a hand at the chemical department, messing with all kinds of strange inventions. As Paper talked excitedly about how the king once told her that her ability could speed up chemical reactions and boost bond energy levels, Snakefang could only nod along, not really understanding what she was saying, but he kept his eyes fixed on her, completely caught up in the way she spoke. She went on, sharing how curious she was about His Majesty's knowledge, and asked him if he could imagine an atom the size of the Grand Opera Hall, yet with its core no bigger than a walnut. Snakefang didn't understand a word of the science talk, but he didn't really mind. Then, out of the blue, Paper turned toward him and revealed that once she found out he was in Neverwinter, she'd asked Professor Scroll to dig through the archives. That's how she found out Kuei and the others were here too. She said it was great news because now everyone could meet up more often. Snakefang took a deep breath and then suddenly blurted out that he liked her. Almost like time had stopped, and that's when Paper looked at him with a smile, replying that she liked him too, followed up by saying she also likes everyone else. Yikes, did the boy just get friend-zoned? The scene then shifts to a small cottage in the forest. Wendy chuckled, asking if that's really what she said, and wondered aloud whether that Snakefang boy had made any move after that. Leaf replied with a grin, saying he didn't, adding that he just stood there smiling with Paper. She figured it must have taken every ounce of his courage just to say those words once. Wendy nodded in agreement, then added that being young really was something special. Leaf moved to stand beside her, murmuring that eavesdropping on a little sister's conversation felt a bit wrong. But Wendy asserted it wasn't eavesdropping, saying it was fulfilling her assignment by His Majesty. With mock seriousness, she insisted Roland had asked her to keep an eye on the two, and conversations were part of the job. Then she turned the tables, grinning as she asked if Leaf would have listened in any way if she hadn't suggested it. Leaf hesitated for a moment, then sheepishly admitted that, yeah, she probably would have, which made both of them laugh. Leaf then waved her hand, and a massive vine rose from the ground, gently lifting the two of them to the top. Wendy gasped at the view while Leaf activated her powers again, crafting chairs and a tea table right out of the vines, all the while preparing some drinks too. Wendy picked up a cup and sniffed it, asking if this was homemade. Leaf confirmed, saying she'd used morning dew, honey, and sugarcane wine, with just a touch of half-bloomed jasmine buds.
She admitted it wasn't as fancy as chaos drinks, but at least she could make as much as she wanted. Wendy praised her, marveling at how Leaf's abilities had gotten stronger. Then she remarked how everyone called Anna a once-in-a-century genius, she said, but she didn't think Leaf was far behind. In fact, if given enough time, Wendy believed Leaf might one day control every forest in the world, with her consciousness stretching across the entire continent. But Leaf shook her head, explaining that at her current pace, there's no way for her to achieve that, and she added that just merging with this one forest would take nearly 10 years. By the time she finally left this place, she joked, she'd probably be an old lady already. Wendy didn't entirely agree, and she recalled how Agatha once said that witches and magic influence each other, while noting stronger magic often comes with a stronger body and a longer life. She lifted her gaze to the sky, musing that if not for the brutality of war, those transcendent witches might still be alive today. Given that Leaf's total magic even surpassed theirs, Wendy reasoned she might live the longest among them all. Leaf let out a sigh but didn't respond. Meanwhile, Wendy wasn't done. She then shifted the topic slightly, pointing out that appearance also seemed tied to one's magic level. She brought up according to Pashat and the rest of the Takira witches, it was said that Akali's, who was one of the top 3 seats, was breathtakingly beautiful. Then, turning to study Leaf closely, Wendy remarked that something about her had changed. If she had to describe it, she said, it was like watching a forest nymph step from the shadows, elegant, soft, and just a little unreal. She added, half-teasingly, that it was honestly making her a bit envious. This made Leaf blush, who quickly pointed out that it didn't sound like the warm-hearted, ever-gentle Wendy she knew. But Wendy only sighed, saying it was probably because she'd never had the luxury to think about things like this before. She went on to say that back then, when survival was the only concern, worrying about what magic could bring or whether it made one beautiful or ugly was never their priority. Leaf agreed, then threw in a cheeky comment, asking if Wendy's sudden curiosity about beauty meant there was someone she secretly liked. Caught off guard, Wendy blushed and then swiftly dodged the question, insisting it had nothing to do with that. She turned the focus back on Leaf instead, noting she wasn't that much younger either, then asked her if she didn't worry about following in her footsteps. But Leaf wasn't letting that slide, so she argued that not much younger was debatable, then added that she already had a forest of her own and she was already satisfied. She went on to hint that even if Wendy didn't plan to tell her, she'd still find out anyway, reminding her that all of Honey's messenger animals were raised by her. Wendy fired back just as quickly, reminding Leaf that as the head of the Witches' Union, she had to read every news report before they got sent out. But just as the two were caught in their playful exchange, Leaf's expression suddenly shifted. Wendy sensed something was off right away, and she noticed Leaf's body trembling slightly, fists clenched tight. Alarmed, she quickly asked what was wrong. Leaf looked like she was about to answer, but then her eyes locked on something in the distance. Wendy followed her gaze and spotted smoke rising from deep within the dense forest. Wendy asked again if there was a fire, but Leaf just stared blankly, unresponsive. After calling her a few times, Wendy finally got her attention. Leaf snapped out of it and explained that the black smoke was beyond the range of her fusion and she couldn't tell what was going on in that area. Wendy pointed out that if it really was a fire, they had to stop it from spreading. Leaf, looking pale and rattled, stammered that she understood. Then, urging Wendy to regroup with the others, she summoned thick vines to lift them both up. She warned that once the emergency protocols kicked in, the camp might descend into chaos, meaning leaving later would be much harder. Wendy, clearly worried, asked if she could handle things on her own. Leaf offered a shaky smile and reassured her that she knew what to do. With that, she vanished into the forest. As she neared the smoke, Leaf focused on the forest's whispers and she noted how things were bad. Drawing a deep breath, she tapped into her power and swiftly carved a firebreak by uprooting trees, cutting off the flames before they could reach the frontline base. Back at command, Edith reviewed the intel and suggested the fire might be a distraction. Axe wondered if the enemy's real aim was to cut off their supply lines, but Edith pointed to the map, arguing that the demons likely couldn't manage that. The route from the Takira ruins to the northern edge of the forest stretched over 500 kilometers. She then questioned everyone how much red mist the demon needed to set an ambush by walking all the way here. She then turned to Phyllis, adding that the Takira veterans should know this better than anyone. Phyllis confirmed it, saying without building bloodlines or setting up forward bases, demons couldn't hold such a long front. Based on past encounters, she believed 500 troops was probably their limit. Edith noted that the forest terminal was a heavily fortified outpost, practically a mini fortress, adding that His Majesty Roland had foreseen this scenario long ago, and if fire ever broke out, Leaf would be the one to create a safe buffer zone. That firebreak would double as a natural shooting range with no cover or shelter. Any demons charging through would be mowed down by the bunker defenses, and she thinks 500 troops wouldn't stand a chance. Ferlin added that even if the demons could somehow march through the forest without supplies, setting the fire would only give themselves away. Agatha chimed in, pointing neither Sylvie, Lightning, nor Maisie had seen any demon movement. If they were planning to attack Station 1, it was already too late. That's when Edith reminded everyone that if the demons had found a way to trick their surveillance, or perhaps they had deployed some new kind of weapon,
She warned that a diversion didn't always need to happen in the traditional sense. Axe was the first to catch on, saying she meant Station Zero. Edith didn't rule it out, because all their surveillance had been focused on the railway front. Axe agreed but noted that the farther the enemy was from the front lines, the fewer troops they could commit. He then pointed at the map, suggesting once Her Majesty Anna returns safely, Black River Unit 1 should head straight for Station 0, while he ordered Unit 2 patrol between Station 0 and Station 1, then have rest of the troops to stay in place and raise their alert status by one level until the alarm was lifted. Noting all of the orders, the messengers saluted and left to carry out the command. Turning to Agatha, Axe asked her to focus on putting out the fire as soon as possible, even if the northern threat seemed unlikely. Agatha nodded and promised to do her best. Next came the scouting assignments, and he still believed their main focus should stay on the Takira front, where Sylvie agreed to take the task. With a final glance at the map, Axe clapped his hands and summarized that if the fire kept spreading at this pace, it would likely reach the edge of the forest station by sundown. If the demons had no idea Leaf could stop the blaze single-handedly, then the moment the sun set would probably be when they revealed their true intentions. That left them with about an hour, and he told everyone it was time to move. Minutes later, now bathed in the glow of the setting sun, Sylvie stood atop the building, clearly uneasy. Everyone at the command center believed the fire was just a diversion and the real attack was somewhere else, but something didn't sit right with her and she couldn't shake the nagging feeling that they'd missed something. Trying to steady herself, she shook her head, pushing those thoughts aside. But just as she looked back toward the front line, a flicker of light caught her eye. She was startled, convinced she'd just seen a purple flame. At first, she rubbed her eyes, thinking it might be a mistake. After all, her magic eyes weren't supposed to reach that far. But the glow didn't vanish. In fact, the more she looked, the more certain she became it wasn't an illusion. What terrified her wasn't the color, but the sheer magnitude of what she was sensing. She could sense the magic was enormous. Then she muttered to herself, realizing that if the flame had entered her magic eye range from outside it, then that meant its power had expanded into view, meaning it had to be exponentially stronger than what her magic eyes could normally detect. This made her heart sink because there was only one demon that could produce that kind of magical energy, and she noted it was the same one that had cursed lightning. She concluded the enemy had never been targeting the front line or their supplies, and perhaps from the very beginning, they were after Leaf. A chill ran down Sylvie's spine as the pieces clicked together. She shouted for Leaf to run, but of course, there was no way Leaf could hear her from this distance. Without wasting another second, she spun around and bolted for the underground command room. Bursting inside, she yelled at Ferlin to contact Leaf immediately and tell her to leave. Ferlin grabbed the phone and asked where she wanted her to leave. Sylvie, still breathless, told him it didn't matter, just as far from the terminal as possible. Everyone turned toward her when Edith asked what she'd seen. Sylvie answered, saying they were all wrong. The demon was after Leaf, and she explained that when Leaf controlled the forest, her mind had to fully sync with it, leaving her spiritually exposed. Anyone capable of tracking magical energy could spot her. She said the fire was just bait and everything had led to this exact moment. Edith stared in disbelief, asking how Sylvie could sense a demon from so far away. Sylvie explained it was because the demon's magic was that immense. Ferlin meanwhile tried to stay hopeful, insisting that Lady Leaf was very strong, believing that if it was just one high-ranking demon leading a whole army, it wouldn't be able to harm her so easily. But Sylvie disagreed, saying if the enemy had committed to this plan, they wouldn't have done it without a backup, and she believed there had to be more. Meanwhile, the phone still wasn't going through. Ferlin kept calling, over and over. Edith stood and ordered him to try the terminal station's direct line. She also instructed the first army station nearby to contact Leaf and prepare to reinforce immediately. As the room kicked into motion, Sylvie rushed back to the rooftop. Just as she got there, she looked up and saw something falling from the sky. Elsewhere, Leaf finally exhaled, thinking the job was done. She had already cleared a stretch of trees to create a firebreak. The plan was solid, but when she looked at the withered trunks, she had a weird feeling. Shaking it off, she tried to stay focused. Just as she lifted her head, a dark blur streaked toward her. That's when a voice shouted for her to dodge. She reacted instantly and quickly connected to the trees. But it was too late. The demon landed, raised one hand, and unleashed a blast of magic that sent her flying. She hit the ground hard and coughed up blood. Groaning, she looked up and saw a terrifyingly human-looking demon, and she quickly recognized it to be a magic slayer. The demon then conjured even more magic and charged towards her. But just as despair hit her, a massive blade came crashing down, blocking the attack. Ashes had arrived, landing a powerful punch that forced the demon back. She stepped in, declaring that if the demon wanted a fight, she would be fighting it. Leaf was shocked because she had assumed Ashes had already returned to Neverwinter with Princess Tilly. Ashes admitted that it had been the plan, but something about the fire had seemed off, so she stayed behind, just in case. Leaf then realized it was Ashes earlier who told her to dodge. As the two stared at the demon, Ashes asked if this was the same kind of magic slayer they'd fought before. Leaf nodded but noted this one was stronger. Ashes agreed, saying even if she couldn't win, she'd hold the line until backup arrived. The demon stood there silently, then called Ashes extraordinary. This shocked both of them, hearing the demon speak their language.
The demon sneered, claiming that learning was the foundation of evolution. He mocked them for being surprised, adding that hundreds of years had changed everything except them, saying how they still clung to the same old names like demons, which he called pathetic. Ashes growled, demanding to know what he meant, but the demon didn't answer, and instead, he raised his hand and attacked again. Ashes brought down her greatsword, slicing through the blast. However, she heard Leaf let out a sharp cry from behind. She quickly turned just in time to see Leaf lifted off the ground by a gust of wind, which made her heart skip a beat seeing the demon's ability go through. She then questioned why her Stone of God's punishment wasn't working. Her grip tightened around the sword, then she charged forward, striking again, but the demon managed to block her attack with one hand, meanwhile his other hand stretched toward Leaf once more. Ashes finally realizes Leaf had been his target from the very start. The demon swatted Ashes aside with brutal force, not even sparing her a glance. His focus was entirely on Leaf. Seeing the demon charge towards her, Leaf tried to use her ability, but the demon was faster, and suddenly another vicious wind blast slammed her into the ground. Ashes remarked at this pace, she'd never catch up in time to stop the demon's fatal blow. She pushed herself harder, forcing her mind to recall every ounce of training she'd undergone over the years, but it still wasn't enough. She said she needed to be faster, much faster. Suddenly, a surge of red energy erupted around her. She launched forward just as the demon lunged at Leaf. At the very last second, Ash's figure blurred into view, intercepting him with her blade crashing down. The demon raised both arms to block, but the impact sent him skidding back several meters. Wasting no time, Ashes dropped to check on Leaf. Meanwhile, the demon straightened up, clearly intrigued by Ashes. At the same time, the reinforcements finally arrived. The Takara witches gave a sharp command and the first army quickly opened fire. Bullets rained through the forest, but the demon reacted instantly, weaving between trees and using the trunks as cover to evade multiple volleys. Elena approached, asking if they were all right. Ashes, catching her breath, said they were holding up, but Leaf needed medical attention. Elena then told her Lady Manhwa and Lady Nightfall were on their way. Elsewhere, the demon retreated deep into the woods. Another demon emerged to meet him, respectfully addressing him as Lord Ursruk and handing him a breathing canister. Ursruk grabbed it and breathed it in, then gestured for the other demon to prepare a replacement. As the second demon adjusted the device, he asked how the operation had gone. Ursruk admitted they had fallen short but only slightly noted how it's all expected. He remarked how they had been attacking human territory, and if they can't even stop him, he said, then he'd have to start questioning whether Kabradabi had truly betrayed them. The other demon remarked that it wasn't the humans who held Ursruk back, and he believed it was the limitation of the breathing gear. He said that if they had been within the range of the tower, then none of these pests would have stood a chance. Ursruk stared at the forest, clenching his fist, then called this attack a mere bait. Next time, he declared, he'd choose a more fair battlefield. With killing intent, he muttered he would find them a proper graveyard. The little demon hesitantly remarked that if Lord Haxord had offered more support, Ursruk wouldn't have needed to take such risks. But Ursruk cut him off, brushing aside the concern. He found the danger rather entertaining, stating it was far more worthwhile to experience Greycastle firsthand than to listen to second-hand reports. Then he reached towards the bullet on his shoulder. He calmly plucked it out, barely reacting, and muttered that the awakened females hadn't improved much, but the powerless human males were showing signs of change. With a grin, he admitted humanity wasn't entirely useless after all. Examining the bullet, he noted that understanding them better might not be such a bad idea. As for their lord, Ursruk figured he must have done all he could, while noting their king likely had his own burdens and reasons. Turning back to the little demon, Ursruk reminded him that they were fighting for something greater, also for a chance to reach higher realms, to touch that sky above. The little demon quickly nodded and said he understood. Ursruk then leaped away, ordering the little demon to take what he called the gravestone and retreat, adding that the road back to Takara would be long, but the bait had already been laid. Now, all they had to do was wait. 2 days later, back in Neverwinter, Ashes gave a full report to Roland. She explained that once the fire had finally died down, Lightning scouted roughly 100 kilometers north and found traces left behind by the enemies. Based on the scene, they concluded it was likely the work of spider demons moving through the forest, maybe 3 or 4 in total. Hearing that, Roland grew visibly concerned. Just thinking about what Leaf had gone through made him uneasy. But there was one silver lining, because Nightfall had previously implanted a symbiotic seed inside Leaf. Though she remained unconscious, Nightfall's feedback suggested her injuries were mostly mental rather than physical. It was Wendy who had shared that update with Ashes, and she believed Leaf would be okay in time. Roland paused for a long moment, clearly deep in thought. What surprised him most was the fact that the demon could speak human language. But for some reason Kabradabi, who's also a high-ranking demon, can't. Without Camilla's ability, they couldn't even carry out basic communication. He recalled what the demon had said, how learning is the foundation of evolution. Centuries can change everything, yet you still live as if it's yesterday. combined with Pasha's old rumor about someone encountering a demon even before the first divine war where a human supposedly taught the demon knowledge. Roland couldn't help but wonder at the way the demon spoke of those hundreds of years. It sounded almost proud, as if he had lived through them himself.
A chilling thought crossed his mind. What if that demon had survived since the Federation era, or even earlier? Could that be how he'd learned to speak like a human? But he thought it seemed too incredible to believe. As he sat mulling it over, a voice called from outside saying Leaf had woken up. Roland shot to his feet, asking Ashes if she wanted to come along. She nodded, then suddenly Roland turned back, realizing he'd nearly forgotten to thank her. Ashes just smirked and told him to treat Tilly well. Roland assured her he would have even without the reminder. When the two arrived in the bedroom, nearly everyone had gathered there. Leaf was sitting up against the headboard, looking pale and exhausted, but still managing a weak smile as she told Roland not to worry. He could tell she was far from well, but seeing her awake was enough for now. He told her Ashes had already explained everything and that her only job now was to rest. As for her injuries, Roland promised he'd find a way to cure them. But Leaf had other plans and asked to return to the front line. Nightingale immediately called her name in protest.
Leaf calmly explained she knew what everyone was thinking but reasoned that lying in bed wouldn't change anything. Whether she was in Neverwinter or deep in the forest, the curse wouldn't just disappear on its own, so she reasoned resting wouldn't make a difference. Wendy tried to argue, but Leaf gently interrupted. As long as she stayed in the forest, communication lines between the two areas would stay stable. The experimental fields wouldn't be abandoned, and she could still help transfer supplies to the front. She figured it was better to have that role clear and useful. With a smile, she looked at Wendy and reassured her, saying this time, if anything felt off, she'd retreat first. The room went silent, and Roland let out a long breath. Then after a pause he agreed to Leaf's request, but only on one condition: until that very demon was taken down, she was never to act alone. Then, turning to Ashes, he asked if she'd be willing to keep an eye on Leaf during this time. Ashes exchanged a look with Tilly, then nodded and assured him to leave it to her. Later, after everyone had left, Ashes dropped by Tilly's room.
Tilly immediately asked if she understood what Roland really meant by keeping an eye.
Ashes played innocent, saying she took it literally, sticking close to Leaf like any caregiver would.
With a cheeky grin, she added that injuries usually made daily life a hassle. Tilly's flustered reaction made Ashes chuckle.
Then, softening, she reassured her, saying she knew exactly what was expected. Roland likely wanted her to use her unique sensitivity to magic fluctuations as an early warning, the same way she had once detected Tilly back in the day. Tilly folded her arms and huffed that she wasn't a demon. Ashes laughed again, remembering their first meeting, how Tilly had also spotted her instantly.
Seeing Tilly genuinely annoyed, she quickly clarified it was just an example.
After all, she was the only one who'd actually fought a magic slayer before. Tilly then asked her what would she do when after setting off the warning.
To which Ashes casually replied, of course they'd rally with reinforcements and take the enemy down together. Tilly seemed skeptical, so Ashes explained she wasn't like Lorca, who charged at every opponent just for the thrill. So long as Leaf wasn't cut off from the magic flow, she could cross the forest in seconds, adding that her staying there and fighting the demon alone wouldn't help much. That answer finally put Tilly at ease.
Ashes walked over, smiling, and joked that she'd be sticking around for a while anyway. She said she didn't trust Andrea, believing she's a spoiled noble who can't take proper care of Tilly, so she will have to do it herself.
Tilly blushed and quickly looked away.
After a few steps, she stopped and admitted she was genuinely happy that Ashes had been able to save Leaf. She felt it would have been a waste to see Ashes use her strength to protect her alone. Though Ashes had always claimed that returning to Slumbering Isle was the safest choice, Tilly could tell she actually liked it here. Tilly asked her if she was right, adding with a knowing smile that Ashes smiled a lot more these days. Hearing this, Ashes reached up and touched her cheek, wondering if that's really true. Tilly went on, saying back on the Slumbering Isle, Ashes rarely smiled at all and almost like she was waiting to fight at any time. She noted how the newer witches had all been afraid of her and only someone as simple-hearted as Maisie dared to play around with her. Then Tilly glanced her way again and teased that not only had Ashes become well-liked among the witch union, but she even had an admirer.
Ashes froze and she knew Tilly was talking about Lorca.
She rushed to clarify they were just sparring partners, nothing more. Tilly just smiled, saying she liked this version of Ashes, but warned that it didn't give her a free pass to act recklessly.
Ashes gave a sheepish nod, and Tilly finally seemed satisfied.
She added, half playfully, that maybe one day she'd get to fight alongside Ashes on the battlefield. Ashes perked up and asked if there had been progress with the Sky Knight project. Tilly grinned and announced that Roland was experimenting with a brand new power system, one that combined gliders with independent propulsion. If successful, they'd be able to mass-produce planes that didn't rely on Wendy. Her eyes sparkled as she declared the first one was being built just for her, a special custom model said to fly higher and faster than even the beasts. Seeing Tilly so excited, Ashes couldn't help but smile, though in her heart, she knew Roland would never actually let Tilly step onto the battlefield, because the two had already made that promise. Still, she gently took Tilly's hand and said she'd definitely be there to watch the test flight.
Tilly nodded in satisfaction, then casually mentioned she was going to take a bath.
Ashes leaned in with a teasing grin, asking if she wanted company. Tilly, completely flustered, quickly slammed the door shut in her face. Chuckling to herself, Ashes plopped down onto the sofa. She then looked at her hand and for a moment, she just stared. Her mind drifted back to that moment in the forest, how it felt like she had stepped into an entirely new realm. Everything about her senses, her vision, movement, reaction, had detached from the ordinary. She remembered how Phyllis had once told her that magic doesn't just shape our bodies, it steers our will. If you long to fulfill a purpose through magic, it will push you in that direction. She recalled Phyllis had once questioned her about what she was fighting for. At the time, she hadn't understood why Phyllis would ask something like that, but Phyllis noted how Ashes had endless potential. However, she believed Ashes wouldn't break through her current limits unless she found a true goal and forged an unshakable resolve. Phyllis remarked in every record within the Federation, those who surpassed the realm of the transcendent had done so mid-battle and were always driven by purpose. And those who didn't, were simply left behind. Phyllis wanted her to be one of the ones who made it through. Ashes clenched her fist and thought about those top 3 seats. All of them were transcendent, and maybe they too had once stood where she was now, facing the same kind of choice. But right now, she felt like she finally knew her answer. The scene shifted back to Neverwinter, where Roland asked when the next round of elementary education exams would take place. Barav quickly checked and replied that it was scheduled for next week, with over 2,600 participants expected. Roland then requested a staffing plan, stating that he needed to reassign about 500 people for a new project, which Barav acknowledged without hesitation. Just then, Nightingale emerged from the mist, teasing him with a grin and guessing he had another bright idea. Roland flipped through a stack of blueprints and pointed decisively at one, confirming she was right. Curious, Nightingale picked it up and remarked that it looked like a thick bamboo stick, asking what it was called. Roland, clearly pleased, introduced it as the RPG, then added it's actually the ancestor version as a footnote. Nightingale repeated the name with a puzzled expression, noting it sounded more like an abbreviation for a person's name than asked if it was meant to honor someone's ancestor. Roland chuckled and clarified that this thing went by many names and forms in the dream world, but RPG was by far the most popular. In fact, he added, it had such a huge following that some people practically worshipped it. That caught Nightingale's attention, and she immediately compared it to the legendary dual swords of salvation and destruction. Hearing that, Roland suddenly recalled something Pasha had once mentioned, that those mythical swords were sacred relics from ancient times, reflecting that before the First Divine War, there had even been cults obsessed with finding them. Intrigued, Nightingale asked if this RPG was just as powerful. Roland explained that if they are talking about the real RPG, then maybe it was fair to say so. However, he insisted that the ancestor version was far more primitive. Nightingale nodded, recognizing that Roland couldn't just jump straight to the advanced form, noting how he had to start with the basics and work his way up. Roland, visibly impressed, gave her a thumbs up and praised her sharp insight. Beaming, Nightingale rewarded herself with a dried fish, casually repeating something Roland often said, that everything progresses step by step. She pointed out how he even mentioned gliders or stone boats were just early versions of many things, like the Black Ribbon and Lady Something, which were just a few of the things he had mentioned before. After spending so much time with Roland, she figured she'd picked up a few things herself. Embarrassed, Roland waved it off and quickly told her to forget all about those particular references. Meanwhile, back with the expedition team, Joe sat cross-legged on the ground, staring at 7 crooked sticks laid out before him. Each one marked a day that had passed, and right now, all he could do was hope that Farina was still alive. Joe hadn't slept in days, and doubt had started creeping in, and he wondered if he had made the wrong call. Staring at the chain wrapped around his ankle, he'd already made up his mind, thinking if he couldn't save Farina, he wouldn't live alone either. The chain, he figured grimly, would serve a second purpose if it came to that. But just as that thought settled in, a sliver of sunlight pierced the tent. Someone pulled the flap open, and a voice informed him that the king had approved the rescue plan and they were here to take him along. Still half in disbelief, Joe asked where they were headed. In response, Sean unshackled his foot and cheerfully told him they were going to Wolfheart, adding that Joe wasn't in a rush to save his beloved. Staggering as he stood, Joe could hardly process it all. Sean helped him outside, explaining that the team in charge had already arrived. Once they met up, they'd head straight for their destination. Looking ahead, Joe spotted 2 figures walking toward them. The moment he saw their outfits, he froze in shock. Sean greeted them warmly, mentioning that the king had handed the mission over to Lady Zoe and Lady Betty. Joe blinked, stunned while thinking, weren't both of them men? Zoe glanced at him, asking if this was really the church's last priest. She looked him over and remarked that Queen Akali's final hope had become nothing more than a pawn in the hands of power-hungry fools. Though once enemies, she admitted, even she found it a little tragic. Betty gave a small smile, saying it felt oddly fitting that the 2 of them would be the ones to bring this chapter to a close, believing it's almost like going in a full circle. With everyone gathered, they were ready to depart, but Joe couldn't hide his nerves.
He hesitantly asked if the rescue team really only consisted of the two of them. Zoe chuckled, guessing he was probably thinking how could that possibly work. She explained that he clearly had no idea about Lady Akali's plan, and as far as she and Betty were concerned, those soulless god punishment warriors were nothing but hollow shells, and insisted that two of them would be more than enough. 2 days later, the group stood on a ship's deck as Sean pointed toward the horizon, asking if that was Count Lorenzo's territory. Joe confirmed it was, and not long after, an island and a castle appeared in view, and Joe could only silently pray Farina could hold on just a little longer. He quickly briefed them, noting the island had 2 docks, facing east and west, though he added that the docks weren't the issue, stating that the castle was the real problem. He said the security was extremely tight, and without formal permission from Lorenzo himself, no one could even get close. Sean waved off his concern, assuring him they had their own solution. For now, he said, they just needed Joe to meet someone. 2 soldiers soon escorted a man toward them, and Joe immediately recognized that this was Hilo, then proceeded to call him a traitor. But Hilo sneered, throwing the accusation right back at him. He claimed Joe had no loyalty to the church either, and if Farina ever found out Joe had sided with Grey Castle, she might be the one calling him a traitor instead. Joe was left speechless, then Sean stepped in, cutting off the bickering and shifting focus. He turned to Hilo and reminded him of the task at hand. Instantly, Hilo's tone changed, and he respectfully addressed Sean as Milord and explained that his role was to sneak the 2 warriors into the castle. Sean reminded him this was his one shot at redemption, noting that whether he succeeded was up to him. Hilo nodded, saying entry wouldn't be a problem, but he hesitated, not sure if just 2 people were really enough. Sean only smiled, telling him not to worry because soon enough, he would understand what real god punishment warriors looked like. They waited until late into the night. Once it was quiet, Hilo guided them into the castle district. In hushed tones, he explained his plan, which was to lure Lorenzo out of his chambers by claiming he'd uncovered a secret about the ancient treasure. But he warned the others that Lorenzo would likely bring God's punishment warriors along, and if unfamiliar faces were spotted in the main hall, the guards would instantly grow suspicious. He suggested they find a way to avoid attention. However, Zoe simply asked which floor the bedroom was on, then told Hilo to take Joe to the dungeon and focus on rescuing the girl. The rest, she said, didn't concern him. In response, Hilo gave a nod, acknowledging the plan. Not long after, Hilo knocked on a large door, and an old man opened it. Recognizing Hilo, the man began to speak, but Hilo shoved him aside, muttering that he had urgent news for the Count. As they moved ahead, Hilo whispered that the bedroom was on the 4th floor, though he admitted he couldn't take them that far. Just then, a pair of guards descended the stairs and immediately recognized him. Before anyone could say a word, Zoe and Betty charged instantly, breaking the guards' necks. The noise drew more guards, but by the time they pulled out their weapons, it was already over as both had their necks snapped just like the other 2. Joe stood frozen, stunned. It was then he realized with disbelief that even thinking these perfect god punishment warriors were just another of Roland's creations. Zoe turned to him, reminding him to stick to the plan and tell them whether the girl was alive or not. They couldn't afford to linger in the dungeon, and Joe nodded firmly. Zoe and Betty then charged up to the 4th floor, stopping outside a heavy copper-plated door. Zoe remarked that the person here was certainly paranoid. Betty, eyeing the door, asked how they planned to get through, saying if it was chained on the inside, brute force alone might not be enough. However, Zoe had other plans, and she believes obstacles were just invitations to make her own path. She and Betty circled to a wooden side door, where a woman inside stirred awake with a scream, demanding to know who they were. Betty, unfazed, pulled back her hood and casually remarked that she wasn't into girls, adding that it's a shame that she's not a pretty boy. Zoe, already drawing her gun, dryly commented that saying that to the girl would only terrify her even more. The 2 then aligned themselves beside the wall, and without hesitation, they opened fire. The guns and ammunition were designed specifically for those who can handle high recoils, suddenly chewed through the wall with ease, punching hole after hole until the entire wall gave out and collapsed inward. Across the room, Lorenzo sat frozen on his bed with several god-punishing warriors on his side. Zoe called out, and Betty instantly dropped to one knee and formed a launchpad with her hands. Zoe leapt into her grip and in one powerful motion, was launched onto the ceiling. She caught the chandelier midair with one hand and began firing towards Lorenzo's bed to force the god punishment soldiers back. The chandelier buckled and shattered under the strain. Lorenzo was horrified seeing this, but Zoe landed and then aimed right at his head and pulled the trigger. When the smoke cleared, she stood over his lifeless body. Betty, examining the scene, remarked that aside from the landing being a bit rough, everything else was flawless. She joked that it only lacked a pair of sunglasses to top it off. Zoe dismissed the banter, reminding her to recover the shells first. Betty then pulled out a horn and blew. In response, the warriors assembled before them, awaiting orders. She addressed them, declared that starting now, she would be their master, adding that only until they returned to Neverwinter. After that, they'd be tossed into storage at the 3rd border town, where others could select them at any time. If they were lucky and good-looking, maybe they'd see daylight again. Otherwise, they'd wait out their days until scrapped.
She added, almost as an afterthought, that for this batch, hopes were slim. Zoe shook her head while listening to her. However, as she opened the door, more guards rushed in. Betty gave a quick order, and the warriors charged forward and began a slaughtering fest. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, 2 First Army soldiers stood guard. It didn't take long before they found Farina, strung up on a rack, bruised and bloodied. Seeing her hanging there, Joe froze in place, unable to take another step. The soldiers rushed past him, checking her vitals first, then carefully put her down. Seeing Joe still paralyzed, they called him over to help. He snapped out of it and ran forward, scooping Farina into his arms. The soldiers immediately began applying first aid. Just then, she coughed a few times, indicating she was still alive. Opening her eyes, she saw Joe and murmured weakly, asking how it could be him, and she figured she must be dreaming. Joe's voice cracked as he assured her it wasn't a dream, saying it was real, and the nightmare was over. Tears slid from her eyes as she whispered that she understood now, insisting that she must be dead if she can see Joe here. She apologized for failing to keep the church alive, feeling she had let everyone down. But Joe shook his head, telling her he didn't care about that, asserted that none of it was her fault. Her voice trembled as she said he'd never comforted her like this before. Still, she admitted she wanted him to stay just for a while. Hearing this, Joe couldn't hold back anymore. Clutching her tighter, he promised her that whether she was sick or dying, no matter where they ended up, he would be right there with her, always. When Farina opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was the chandelier above her. As her gaze drifted around the room, she spotted Joe. The moment he heard her stir, he rubbed his eyes and lit up, noting she was finally awake. She reached for her head, trying to speak, but pain shot through her body. Joe quickly reassured her, explaining that she'd only fainted from exhaustion, and promised that everything would be all right. As the realization hit her that she was, in fact, still alive, she immediately asked about Lorenzo. When Joe told her he was dead, she stared in disbelief and pressed him for answers, asking how he had done it. But Joe shook his head, clarifying that it wasn't him, rather it was Roland Wimbledon, the king of Grey Castle, who killed him. Farina was stunned, and she couldn't believe someone like that would help them. Her eyes scanned the room in a panic, only now realizing they were no longer on the island. Joe calmly explained that they were at sea, headed to Neverwinter, and that she'd been unconscious for 3 days, and it was all because the First Army's medicine had kept her alive. Gently holding her hand, he then revealed everything that had happened. An hour passed before she fully grasped the situation. Joe added that he'd even asked Sean about their potential sentence. However, he found out that as long as someone hadn't killed witches, persecuted them, or slaughtered Greycastle's citizens, they wouldn't face execution. Farina, having served on the front lines of the Vanguard Battalion in New Holy City, spent all of her time fighting beasts, while Joe, as an assistant priest, had never even seen a witch before. That meant both of them might actually survive. He grew hopeful again, saying that although her injuries were severe, there was still a chance. He'd heard about a witch named Manhwa who could heal anything for a price, then declared that no matter the cost he'd find a way to pay it, insisted that he just wanted her well again. But Farina's voice suddenly turned sharp. Then she asked if Joe had made a deal with that devil for her sake. Coughing up blood, she accused Roland of destroying the church and shattering all hope. She demanded to know how Joe could ever face Lord Thor after this. Joe tried to check on her, but she pushed him away and snapped that he had ruined the world's fate, the humanity's fate, just by turning to Roland. While crying, she remarked her life is worth nothing compared to the divine war. She questioned what's the point of saving her if everything they stood for had already crumbled, and through tears she said she'd rather wait for him in hell. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside. The door creaked open, followed by the sound of clapping. Zoe stepped in, slowly applauding as she commented that she was genuinely touched. She hadn't expected to see mortals still clinging to this kind of devotion after 400 years, believing it was almost charming. Farina immediately tried to counter, saying her loyalty was to the church and its mission for humanity and not to be twisted into service under Greycastle's king. But when she got a good look at Zoe, she suddenly froze and stared in disbelief. She then questioned if he was Lord Inova, the Legion commander. She remembered his face clearly from old portraits. But that would be impossible, because Inova had died more than a century ago. Zoe strolled forward with a grin, inviting her to continue. She teased that it had been far too long since she'd heard such heartfelt praise from a mortal and insisted that Farina should keep going. Joe froze when he heard Farina say that name. In that moment, everything clicked and the strange sense of familiarity he'd felt back when they first met finally made sense. Farina, still in disbelief, struggled to understand. She insisted that Lord Inova should have died long ago during the defense against the Month of the Demons. And besides, weren't God's punishment warriors supposed to be devout fighters who had given both body and soul to the gods? Farina wanted to say how these people were never supposed to speak, but trailed off. Zoe cut her off and knew exactly what she was getting at. But she waved off the notion that silence had anything to do with piety or faith for that matter. Then she explained it simply because their minds had been wiped clean, and further reveals that was the only way to make their bodies into usable vessels. But Farina didn't understand what she was hearing. Zoe then asked how the church teaches them about God's punishment warriors.
Joe answered saying they were described as warriors blessed by the gods, scourges of wicked witches, the last hope of humanity. Only the strongest and most fearless believers could be chosen. Back then, they believed salvation meant holding the Great Rift, keeping the beasts out of the mainland. But after reading Lord Thor's final testament, they then learned about the divine war and the existence of demons.
Farina continued stating that the God Punishment Army was, in truth, a specialized force meant to fight demons, and that only inside the secret chamber inside Hermes know the full transformation rituals. But all of that she said had been destroyed by Roland. Zoe chuckled and shook her head. She remarked how it sounded touching but revealed to them that none of it was true. She went on saying the so-called God Punishment Army had only ever been created for one purpose, which was to suppress witches and prop up a stolen regime. She turned to face them both and calmly stated that the original architects of the plan to preserve humanity weren't the church at all, it was actually the witches. Farina went stiff and her expression said it all. She went through shock, confusion, and eventually denial. Meanwhile, Joe was equally stunned, though he wanted to hear more. Zoe meanwhile was happy to indulge their curiosity. And just like that another hour quickly passed. By the end of it, Farina sat with clenched fists, struggling to process what she just heard. Everything felt like a cruel joke. It was the witches who founded the church and it was the witches who had sacrificed themselves for humanity. Thinking that they were the actual heroes couldn't have been more ironic to her. She wanted to argue, but too many details lined up so much so that she couldn't just ignore what Zoe said. However, Zoe didn't press her further. Joe then asked how many people in Neverwinter were just like her. Zoe casually replied that there were a few hundred, adding that all of them were using bodies the church had provided. So she warned them not to be too shocked if they ran into someone familiar later. Farina couldn't deny the truth anymore, but it still hurt to believe it. And then, as if clinging to a last hope, she suddenly looked up and said the church could still change things and bring it all back on course. Zoe looked confused, didn't quite understand what she meant. Farina explained that the God Punishment Witch project required vessels. She reasoned only the church could provide those, so she pointed to herself and said she was willing to be the first. Zoe tilted her head attentively, then asked her if she truly meant what she said, even if it meant losing her consciousness and mind. Joe looked at Farina in disbelief, but Farina answered with determination, saying if it could help humanity, then yes. Zoe with an amused smile remarked how interesting it was that she got to hear this from a mortal. But Zoe further shattered her hope by revealing that the project had already been scrapped. Farina immediately asked why, and Zoe explained simply because it no longer worked. She clarified that back during the Divine War 400 years ago, maybe the project stood a chance. But by today's standards, she explained, demons had evolved into something no God's punishment which could take on alone. And this was specifically why they chose to side with the King of Grey Castle. She concluded by saying that was all there was to it. The room fell quiet while Farina sat speechless, the core of her beliefs shattering before she could process it. Zoe then remarked that a witch alive today, and no matter how weak her powers might seem, was still far more useful than a lifeless shell. She added with a smile that this wasn't her own conclusion, but something His Majesty Roland had discovered. But they themselves learned just as quickly, and now, it had become common sense. With that, Zoe turned to leave. As she reached the door, she glanced back and told Farina that even if she offered her body now, it was useless because no witch would give up their blood for something that had lost all meaning. Lastly, she stated it outright that the church had been a mistake from the very beginning. In that moment, Farina's faith collapsed completely. When Zoe closed the door behind her, Betty, who had been standing nearby, quietly watched her. She noted that Zoe rarely spoke so much to a mortal. But Zoe shrugged, saying she'd shared even more with His Majesty himself. Betty wasn't convinced, and she pointed out that Roland was different, then adding that all Sean had wanted was for Zoe to explain the church's origins, but instead, she went absolutely ham. Betty added that Farina was still recovering, asking if she wasn't worried that the girl would be suffocated from the shock. Zoe pointed out that their mission was to locate the ancient treasure and, if possible, rescue the girl along the way. However, whether Farina lived or died afterward had nothing to do with her. She then turned around and asked when Betty started caring so much about a mortal. Betty raised an eyebrow and asked if people weren't supposed to care about one another. Zoe, unconvinced, said she could imagine anyone saying that but except for Betty, which made her suddenly realize Betty was just enjoying the drama. Betty chuckled behind her hand, admitting that it was true, adding that perhaps both she and Zoe had been thinking the same thing after seeing Farina. Zoe let out a sigh but agreed, saying Farina really did remind her of someone. Betty nodded, saying it was like she'd been carved from the same mold. The moment turned quiet again. More seriously this time, Betty wondered aloud that if Farina had been born 400 years earlier, and had been a witch, then during that final council meeting, then Zoe continued saying Farina would have chosen to follow Akali's instead of them. And this was the reason that made her the most angry. They looked up at the sky where seagulls circled freely and remarked that if only Akali's, Eleanor, and Lady Natalia could see how far everything had come. Back in Neverwinter, our boy was once again field testing a new weapon. Alethea held up the weapon, confirming with Roland that all she had to do was aim the thing at the target and pull the trigger.
but seeing her holding onto the weapon reminded Roland of something funny. However, he still reminded her not to point the tail at herself or anyone else. Licking her lips, Alethea took aim and pulled the trigger, and moments later, a massive explosion shook the area. From her expression, it was clear the blast hadn't quite lived up to her expectations. Others watching seemed equally underwhelmed. Soon, two God-punished witches returned with the target in hand. Only then did they notice the iron box had been pierced through. Pasha remarked that although the projectile's speed wasn't particularly impressive, but the revolver rifle couldn't have pierced that box either. Alethea agreed, noting that even a Mark-heavy machine gun wouldn't have done it. She explained that the box was modeled after the stone pillars launched by the spider demons, noting how it wasn't easy to break through. Suddenly remembering what's inside, Alethea popped the box open. Seeing the inside, both of them were shocked, and judging from the remains, it might have once been a chicken, but now it was completely gone. Roland meanwhile was satisfied with the result. He then asked whether this kind of weapon could hit high-ranking demons. Alethea thought for a moment and explained that even among high-ranking demons varied in strength. She suspected that for the faster ones or magic slayer, a direct hit would be unlikely, noting they'd probably dodge the shell after spotting the launch. Still, she considered this weapon to be revolutionary. She remarked how it helped close the gap between mortals and demons, making victory through numbers a real possibility. Pasha agreed and said that in the past, the idea of mortals injuring a high-ranking demon was unthinkable. If this had existed during the Takara era, she imagined Lady Natalia would have laughed herself awake from excitement. Then, she added that she might have an idea to significantly boost its accuracy. Roland asked what it was. Pasha suggested having God-punishment witches to wield these. She noted only extraordinary witches could keep up with high-ranking demons in close-range combat, and if they fired point-blank, no one could avoid a direct hit. Roland told her not to worry, adding that since this is an individual weapon, the goal was to make sure everyone had one eventually. Just then, a royal guard came in to report that the team sent to Wolfhard had returned. Returned to the office, Sean brought over a lead box. Inside was the long-rumored sacrificial cube. Sean explained he had personally guarded it, and no one but Lady Zoe and Lady Betty had seen it, but he added there was something strange he'd noticed before sealing it. Roland asked what that was. Sean noted that the reason Lorenzo had sent Hilo to Cage Mountain was to investigate an ancient treasure that had suddenly lit up after a century. He explained that when Zoe brought the cube back, her first remark was that the light on it seemed to keep shifting, which stuck with him. Sean then took a closer look and found some unsettling stuff. He went on saying the glow appeared to point toward him, almost behaving exactly like a compass. Roland was intrigued, then asked if Sean ever figured out why. Sean reached into his pocket and pulled out a small coin. He said that once he calmed down, he realized the light wasn't pointing at him but was actually pointing at this coin instead. Roland suspected the sacrificial cube had reacted to the uranium coin, and that would explain the glow. The thought intrigued him, so he praised Sean for a job well done and told him to rest up. Once Sean left, Nightingale appeared by his side. Roland asked if she'd noticed anything unusual. She confirmed by saying this was definitely a magic-crafted object. Though it looked like an unpolished stone on the surface, within the mist, she could see light swirling in patterns, not unlike the magical cores used by the Takara witches. Roland thought it over, then decided to make a quick trip to the third border town. Pasha seemed surprised by his sudden arrival, assuming something had gone wrong with the new weapon. Roland then asked about the cave expansion he had assigned to Celine. Pasha recalled it immediately, reporting that the metal chamber was mostly complete, aside from the lift system, but she would lead them there. Along the way, Pasha explained that Celine was the best choice for the task, and she believed her expertise in both magical research and artifact restoration made her uniquely qualified. She also noted that Celine might have been the only one who, long before Takara's downfall, had willingly merged with a vessel. Nightingale, disturbed by the thought, gulped nervously and asked whether Celine genuinely preferred this tentacle body over her original body. Pasha explained that Celine was driven by a relentless thirst for knowledge. Even back during her time in the Exploration Council, she'd often complained about her hands being too few and her body tiring too quickly. If soul transfer had been possible back then, it was hard to say what she might have chosen. Soon they arrived at the entrance. Pasha explained the lift would take a few more days to complete. In the meantime, the fastest route down was using herself, and she was willing to offer them a ride. Nightingale hesitated in horror, asking if that was really the only way down. Pasha confirmed it. Roland, however, found her body oddly comfortable. He held out a hand and pulled Nightingale up with him, then Pasha glided smoothly down the wall. At the base, they continued forward and reached a metal door. Roland reflected that if they lost the Divine War, this place would likely become just another forgotten ruin centuries later. Pasha gently lowered them and admitted it was possible. But she added that for once, she truly believed humanity would come on top, in which Roland agreed with a smile. Inside, Celine was already waiting. Her large frame squeezed through the doors while mentioning she just finished installing the last lead panel when she received word of their arrival. She asked if Zoe had successfully recovered the ancient treasure,
and in response Roland handed her the box. As they entered the room, Celine excitedly showed off the setup. Everything had been arranged precisely as Roland requested, however she confessed she still wasn't sure it was necessary. She believed that if the curse was just a beam of light, normal walls should be enough. But Roland insisted on caution. If his theory was correct, the light wouldn't just be invisible and it could also be highly penetrative, so he reasoned normal barriers might slow it down, but only if they were several meters thick. He stressed they couldn't rely on gut feelings. Even if Celine and the others had bodies with strong resistance, he wasn't willing to let anyone get hurt. Until they fully understood the cube's properties, extreme precautions were a must. Celine chuckled, saying Roland reminded her of the old Explorers Council chairman. She promised she'd follow every protocol. After all, strict safety was a long-held tradition of the council. Roland nodded and gave her the go-ahead. Left alone in the room, Celine carefully opened the box and lifted out the cube. On the table nearby lay the same coin from earlier. Sure enough, the cube's glow shifted, pointing directly at it. Celine remarked how fascinating it was, yet it clearly hadn't been fully activated. Meanwhile, Roland pondered Sean's earlier report. If the cube had continued glowing even after being handled by Lorenzo, then perhaps it wasn't reacting to touch, rather might just be acting like a pointer or indicator. Celine lifted the cube again. Just then, Pasha sensed Celine sending over the info and extended her tendrils, gently tapping the foreheads of Roland and Nightingale so they could sense it too. Celine noted the interior felt hollow and the inner seams gave the impression that it wasn't a single block, but rather something made of several interlocked pieces. Roland asked what she meant. Celine explained it felt more like a puzzle with multiple stones assembled into one. As she kept rotating it in her hands, she suddenly stumbled upon a hidden mechanism. Celine guessed that the cube might have gone dormant from a lack of energy after all these years. Roland had the same suspicion, saying if it reacted to the coin, why not try inserting the coin directly? Seconds later, a brilliant blue beam burst from the cube. The scene then shifts back to Roland's office. He opened his notebook again. Nightingale remarked that he was reviewing it again. She questioned whether wasn't the result obvious enough. Roland sighed because in the end, this so-called ancient treasure turned out to be little more than a torture device, and was useful only for interrogating prisoners. In the end they found nothing particularly mythical about it, and since Nightingale also knows some advanced physics, in that sense, her instincts weren't off. He reasoned this was likely a conversion unit made by a civilization obsessed with radioactive elements, using magic to channel highly refined radioactive material into bursts of energy. With high-purity uranium, it could emit a concentrated particle beam, but only briefly. He then noted that its limited range was probably due to magical constraints. Just then, a guard arrived with a fresh lab report. Roland took the folder and flipped through the pages. According to the report, this was the last planned test, which used various animals and have exposed them to identical doses of radiation to determine the relationship between body size and tolerance. Once complete, they will stop experimenting with the cube. Since uranium was rare, he reasoned there were far more valuable uses for it. But something caught his attention and suddenly he stood up abruptly. One of the tests showed that even after 5 minutes of irradiation, the fish was still alive. However, the water around it had begun to steam. This can only mean the cube's lethal power wasn't all that impressive, meaning boiling water could achieve the same result, just slower. Roland couldn't help but wonder if this thing could be used to make soup as well. The thought was so ridiculous, he almost choked himself. Nightingale, looking worried, asked what was wrong. Roland admitted he'd just realized something, saying how he overlooked a simple truth, which was that radiation was, at its core, a form of energy transmission. And wherever there's energy transfer, there's heat. And where there's heat, there's boiling water. Human progress, he reflected, had always been about finding new ways to boil water more efficiently. Nightingale clearly didn't follow, but Roland was already in motion. He picked up the phone and called Celine, telling her not to disassemble the cube and he was coming over immediately. He turned to Nightingale, asking her to take him back, but insisted it had to be fast. She smirked, warning that she might make him a little dizzy, and in the next second, both vanished. Roland barely made it to the destination before nausea hit him. He then stumbled off and threw up instantly. Celine meanwhile rushed over and asked what had happened. Still catching his breath, Roland wiped his mouth and looked up with urgency, then asked if she could replicate the cube. Celine thought for a second, then reminded him she thought they both believed the cube was kinda useless. But Roland responded, saying maybe it wasn't entirely worthless after all. He explained his reasoning, saying the biggest drawback of steam power was the heavy fuel load. But if the cube could be used to replace traditional combustion, it might kick off a whole new wave of industrial revolution. That alone, which he believed, made it worth revisiting. Celine considered the idea, comparing it to boiling water, and said it made sense. But she also raised a concern, saying without a deep dive into the internal structure, she couldn't promise any success in replicating it, especially since magic was involved. Roland agreed and noted that if the goal was to reverse engineer it, then a careful dismantling was acceptable. He gave her the green light to proceed, but wanted her to be careful.
He then asked what she thought the chances were. Celine thought for a moment and explained it would all depend on how complex the cube really was. She couldn't guarantee anything, but her gut told her the odds weren't bad. She pointed out how the cube could be operated without magic, remarking that the trait alone was extremely rare, and beyond that, the materials were also strange. She'd been studying it closely these past few days, and although it looked like rough stone, she was sure it wasn't made of any natural rock. Unfortunately, she couldn't yet identify what it was, so she explained they'd need more samples, but that was a problem because Roland himself had once said the cursed temple had been cleared out long ago, and this treasure had only been recovered by pure luck. Whether they could even find a substitute material, much less recreate the exact effect, remained a question. Roland fell into silence, then something clicked. He suddenly said that there might still be one place left to search. He recalled a distant, remote region by now should have undergone significant transformation. If the murals from the temple weren't just symbolic fantasy, then maybe, just maybe, they could find something similar there. As the scene shifts, we see two men have just shed their heavy diving suits and stepped into what looks like a strange underground cave. One of them was blown away and couldn't believe to see leafy green plants growing in a place like this. He always assumed the lightless depths would only support mushrooms and moss, while the other boy remarked that something about this place felt off, and he suggested they should probably head back. But curiosity got the better of Resk, and he pressed on. The boy remarks that if it weren't for that Resk dragging him here, he'd probably be napping by the docks right now. However, when Resk excitedly tells him about the rare relics, diving gear, and ruins, and honestly, that diving suit alone had been impressive enough, but the only reason he followed Resk was because he brought up their great chieftain's name, so he had no choice but to get dragged into this so-called adventure. Suddenly, he spotted a flower. In disbelief, he stared at the bloom and wondered how could something this beautiful could exist underground. Both of them froze, and the boy asserts that it's the flower of the divine envoys. When asked if it was rare, he replied not exactly and further explained that they used to be everywhere, at least in the stories. He admits he's never seen one before in real life, but the legends about the three gods' envoys always described these flowers covering coastal lands. He remarks that they look like purple silk ribbons and were once the pride of the far southern lands. Resk was surprised to hear flowers could be blooming in a desert. The boy explains that, supposedly, this place wasn't always a desert and very long ago. It had trees, grasslands, and even rivers. But after the three divine envoys left, the land slowly dried up and turned to sand. Still, he adds, that's not what matters, then followed up saying the flower itself is what's important. According to the legends, once it takes root, it can never be moved. That's why they never see flower fields and oases anymore. The boy believed by all rights, this flower should have been extinct. Resk nods and remarks that he had no idea and suggests maybe it survived here because the desertification didn't affect the underground, and believes that could be the only reason this bloom is still alive. However, what they didn't notice was that a small scorpion was currently following them. The boy then wondered if it was really luck, and strangely enough, walking through this dark, hollow place felt almost like strolling through a lush oasis. The purple flowers around them seemed to grow denser with every step, far too orderly to be wild. Then his foot landed on something unusual. Both of them immediately looked down and saw the ground glowing. The boy said it felt like he stepped on wood, and Resk dropped down, inspecting it to see if it was some kind of trap. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he burst out laughing. The boy, now fully on edge, frantically asked what was going on. Resk then declared they'd found a treasure, urging him to take a look. Brushing the dirt aside revealed a stone tablet with strange patterns. It lit up when pressed, and although it looked like a stone, it gave off the texture of rotted wood. Resk kept stepping on it again and again. He then asked what could possibly be more magical than this, and confidently declared that if they presented this to the king of Grey Castle, then he'd absolutely earn the title of honorary explorer. The boy remarks that this thing was massive and believes that just from the small portion exposed, he figured the whole stone tablet might be larger than either of them, and hauling it out would be nearly impossible. But Resk was undeterred and insisted that problems are made to be solved, then reasoned that all they had to do was use their heads. For now, he figured they should look for another exit from the cave. So they pressed forward and, to their surprise, found another tablet and eventually even more. It didn't take long for them to realize these things were scattered everywhere. As they kept going, they became even more surprised until a massive stone wall rose up before them, blocking the path. Looking up, the boy remarks that it looked like a stack of coffins, and at that point, he had a gut feeling that they really needed to get out of here. Even as unease crept in, Resk was practically buzzing with excitement. He was convinced this place was a spectacle even Lord Thunder himself had never seen. He confidently declared this had to be the remains of an actual ruin. The boy, however, wasn't buying it and told Resk ruins wouldn't move and they could come back later. He reasoned that his assistant and the rest of the group were still waiting outside. After a brief silence, Resk finally gave in. He agreed, saying they should share this discovery with the others first. But he wasn't leaving empty-handed. He then pulled a dagger from his belt and jammed it into one of the stone slabs, hacking off a chunk. He told the boy to grab something too so they could prove they'd really found this place. But the boy wasn't watching the debris. He was staring behind them, noticing the glow from the tablet steadily growing stronger.
At first, he thought it was just his imagination, but the cutting continued. The boy tried to warn Resk and tells him that it was probably enough. Just then he started hearing sounds, but not from the stone slabs, and he knew something was wrong. He quickly called out to Resk, who casually replied he was almost done, saying just one last piece. The boy urged him to stop, but Resk wanted to keep going, and the boy snapped, yelling his name, and that finally made him freeze mid-swing. Resk turned around, suddenly hearing the sound too, and asked what it was. From a distance, flickering white lights flashed in rhythm, so they squinted and saw a scorpion coming their way. Clearly, they had woken it up with the hammering. The boy draws his weapon and tells Resk to follow his orders and keep his eyes on the creature. Just then the scorpion struck, but the boy was faster. He dodged and landed a clean hit and quickly finished it off. Resk, impressed, couldn't help but marvel. Still, the boy wasn't celebrating, and he knew it wasn't over. He asserts that the sound earlier wasn't something a single desert scorpion could make. Then, a light burst behind them and something massive emerged. When they saw how massive it was, without hesitating, the boy grabbed Resk's hand and bolted. We fast forward 5 days later, and Resk asked how he was feeling, placing a flower pot on the windowsill. He explained there weren't any beautiful flowers here, but at least green was easier on the eyes than all that sand. With a guilty smile, Resk thanked the boy for saving him. The boy just laughed, saying maybe leaving him in that underground cave wouldn't have been such a bad idea after all. Resk chuckled, then shared the latest news, saying Neverwinter had issued new instructions and apparently, the king wanted to see them in person. Resk went on to explain that a ship had already been dispatched just for them, set to arrive at Daching port in about 2 days. Until then, he told the boy to rest well. The scene then shifts to Neverwinter, where Roland felt things were going smoothly. The Torch Project, by all accounts, was making solid progress. Since May, the demons had shown almost no real resistance, and the railway was steadily stretching toward the Takira ruins. At this rate, he estimated they'd have Takira ruins within First Army strike range by mid-June, which was 10 days ahead of schedule. But the real headache was the enemies from the Sky-Sea realm. Roland couldn't tell if the pressure from that front had forced the demons to abandon their push on the fertile plains, or if something else was going on entirely. Either way, Neverwinter is prepped for everything. They were stacked on money and grains, recruitment was up, and the new bolt-action rifles were already replacing the older revolvers in an orderly rollout. Just then, Nightingale appeared and gave our boy a gentle massage. Before he could get too relaxed, footsteps echoed outside, and in the next second, the door creaked open. Roland thought it might be Celine's newest test report, but it was actually Tilly, and she did not look happy. He gulped nervously and tried to pivot fast, casually offering her a taste of his new chaos drinks, which Nightingale whispered behind him, saying he had already used that trick. Tilly slammed her hand down on the desk, rejected the offer outright, and demanded answers, saying that last time, Roland had promised her a working flying prototype in 2 weeks. She fixed him with a sharp glare and word by word asked him, "Brother, where was my plane?" Roland's first reaction, embarrassingly enough, was that she had her charm when she was mad. The fact that Tilly only called him Big Brother when she was either troubled or in front of strangers, not when she was in a good mood. It always made him want to tease her a little, but this clearly wasn't the time. He cleared his throat and gave a serious response, explaining the plane wasn't fully complete, and further added that there were minor parts still needed to be crafted by Anna and Soraya. He remarks that with a major war looming on the front lines, they were all carrying heavy workloads, and he believes that Tilly, of all people, should understand. Hearing this, she seemed to waver a bit. Roland then pressed on, saying the blueprints were finished long ago, but making them a reality wasn't something he could pull off alone. Tilly explained that she just wanted to start flight tests early, so her Sky Knights could finally get into action. Roland reassured her, saying most of the major parts were done, only a few support components were still missing. He was just about to ask her to be patient when she cut him off, insisting that if the main structure was ready, then it could fly just fine. Roland stuttered, saying technically she was right, but this wasn't like the Seagull. He worries that if anything went wrong mid-flight, even Wendy might not be able to fix it in time. He then looked up, trying to explain the risks, only to find Tilly staring at him with sparkling eyes while Nightingale chuckled softly behind him. Roland let out a long sigh, knowing too well there was no winning against that look. He gave in and decided to notify the airfield crew to get ready. Hearing this, Tilly was thrilled, saying that was more like it. Still, Roland reminded her sternly that if anything went wrong or if she ever lost control, she had to abandon the aircraft immediately, and then asked if she understood. Tilly nodded confidently and replied of course, adding that planes could be rebuilt, but good pilots like her were much harder to replace. She gave him a cheeky grin, asking if he agreed. Roland sighed again and picked up the phone. Elsewhere, hangar doors creaked open, revealing a sleek aircraft rolling onto the runway. Tilly could barely contain her excitement, remarking she was certain the plane had been made just for her. Roland smiled and introduced it as the Unicorn. Tilly thought the name wasn't half bad, saying once in a while he did come up with something decent. Her eyes quickly scanned the aircraft, spotting the missing auxiliary components. Roland explained they were meant to display airspeed and altitude, which were two of the most critical parameters during flight. He went on to say that back when Wendy was controlling the aircraft's attitude, those readouts weren't needed. But now, if they wanted to rely on pure piloting skill, keeping track of those values became essential. Tilly remarked she might not know how to build planes, but when it came to flying them, she was undoubtedly the best in Neverwinter.
Just then, someone reported that everything was ready. Roland gave the go-ahead.
So Tilly climbed into the cockpit while the workers inserted a crank into the starter and began turning it at full speed. Watching it, Roland couldn't help but think this was supposed to be the pinnacle of modern warfare, yet it looked like an old hand-cranked tractor from his childhood. He made a mental note that by the time this thing entered mass production, they'd have to install batteries and auxiliary motors. Soon, the engine roared to life, puffing out black smoke as the propeller began to spin. Tilly strapped on her goggles, and moments later, the unicorn lifted off from the runway and everyone watched in awe.
Nightingale, watching from beside him, asked if Tilly's ability had anything to do with flying.
Roland confirmed it didn't, say that while flight magic stones could help a person float, they couldn't carry something this heavy. When asked why she brought it up, Nightingale admitted that even after hearing him talk about this for so long and watching him sketch blueprint after blueprint, but seeing it with her own eyes was something else entirely. She remarks that humans really could fly like birds using external force, using nothing but metal and wood. These were things that she thought shouldn't be able to lift off at all. Roland agreed but added that it wasn't just the materials. What made it fly was their own hands, magic, and their understanding, so it wasn't really an external force. Nightingale then wondered, asking if anyone could fly like this, or perhaps that meant she could fly as well.
Roland nodded and replied that she and everyone could fly.
She smiled, walked up to him, and hugged him from behind. Together, they watched the plane soar through the sky. After 30 minutes, the unicorn finally descended and came to a stop.
Tilly hopped out, visibly thrilled.
Roland asked how it felt, only to see her eyes sparkle as she declared the aircraft amazing. She said it was far more responsive than the seagull, adding this was what real flying felt like. She asserted that every movement, speed, pitch, rotation was under her full control. It was like the aircraft had become an extension of her body, moving at the will of her thoughts. Roland hadn't expected such high praise for a half-finished prototype, but then again, this was Tilly.
Maybe that's just how it was with geniuses.
He figured she must be satisfied now, and suggested they call it a day. But Tilly turned slowly toward him, fixing him with a serious stare. Word by word, she asked, "What are you talking about, big brother?" Then tells him that 30 minutes was nothing. Turns out she had only landed to remind him not to wait around because she knew he had other work to do. She, on the other hand, still had plenty of flight experiments to try.
Roland could only sigh as she climbed back into the cockpit.
Nightingale, thoroughly amused, commented that it looked like Roland had just been ditched. He shook his head with a laugh, and the two of them walked off. Meanwhile, in the third border town, Celine confirmed that Roland's theory had been correct, adding that the endless cape really did contain materials suitable for crafting sacrificial cubes. The stones they brought back had a strong affinity with magic, very similar to the ones used in the cubes. Roland recognized the sample, saying they found it in Dutching Port. Celine nodded and explained that if they had enough, she could begin replicating the cubes.
Roland then asked how many she would need.
Celine casually said a few thousand to start. Roland remarks that she really didn't hold back, saying that just a few thousand of those samples could already cover an entire room's floor. Still, Roland understood that excavating the newly discovered resource had become urgent. So he tells Celine he'd arrange for a collection team, then asks about the second material.
Celine explained that this one was even stranger.
First off, tests confirmed the glowing stones caused no harm to lab animals. The light seemed to be nothing but plain lights, and not what Roland had feared. She paused, forgetting the exact term, and Roland reminded her it was radiation particles.
Celine nodded, though she hadn't completely ruled out the possibility of a minuscule radiation level, one too weak to register in animal tests.
That in itself, she added, proved its low risk. She then produced a small fragment and said Lucia had helped break down part of it.
The results showed its composition wasn't much different from common sand.
That caught Roland's curiosity, and Celine handed him the piece, remarking that while it looked like stone, it had a strange flexibility to it.
When compressed, it even emitted light.
She declared it the oddest material she'd ever encountered.
But Roland didn't quite agree. Celine asked if he knew what it was.
He clarified that no, he didn't know what it was, however it reminded him of something else. He explained that if all substances are made of elements, then their structure, just as much as their makeup, that shapes their properties. What they found strange, he added, might only feel that way because they knew too little. Celine fell silent, then slowly nodded, saying it made sense, and she recalled how the longer she did her research, the more she realized how little she truly understood. However, the books brought back from the dream world had also opened her eyes to countless unknowns. Then, she brought up something even more bizarre. Roland asked what it was, and she mentioned themselves. She explained that, according to those books, humans were made of basic elements like carbon, nitrogen, and hydrogen, basically the same stuff as trees.
The only difference was that people could think, which was far more miraculous than glowing rocks.
Nightingale had read the same book, but she still found it hard to accept. She didn't like the idea that her soft skin wasn't all that different from a tree's bark. Celine smiled, remarking that maybe this was the mystery of structure His Majesty often spoke of.
However, neither of them noticed Roland's expression suddenly darkening.
When they did, they asked what was wrong. Roland looked straight at Celine and asked her to repeat what she'd just said. She thought he meant the part about people being more amazing than the stone slabs, but that wasn't it.
Roland had a sudden realization. What if the slabs weren't placed there for remembrance? What if they were the stick men drawing on the tablets themselves? Celine couldn't believe it.
Roland looked at the glowing stone in his hand and asserted that the stickmen were the slabs. What they discovered might actually be their remains. And maybe they hadn't even been carbon-based lifeforms. Celine was shocked, saying it sounded too far-fetched, and she asked if Roland had any real evidence, but he admitted it was just a theory because, from an evolutionary standpoint, something like that seemed impossible. Even so, Celine remarked that Roland's idea oddly lined up with the mural depictions. And if that was the case, there was no choice but to shelve the mystery for now.
She believed if they kept pushing forward, they'd eventually find the truth.
Only through that kind of pursuit, she said, could true growth happen. She then pulled out 2 small glowing stones and explained she had tested them as possible replacements for magic stones used for lighting, but the results had been disappointing. She pressed both stones in her hands. One glowed brightly, the other dimmed quickly, even though she applied equal pressure.
That's when Roland noticed the brightness and duration were tied to both deformation and volume, and just like that, it clicked.
He remarked that this stuff might just be a perfect tracer round material. As the scene shifts, Thunder's massive fleet has been sailing for quite some time. Standing on the deck, he raised his voice and declared that every single person here was one of the fjord's finest explorers. Many among them had ventured into the Shadow Isle before, so he didn't waste time repeating himself, but he did emphasize one thing, which is the position of these islands was unpredictable, and during low tide, heavy mist would roll in, so no matter how familiar they were, they couldn't afford to let their guard down. The crew responded in unison, telling him not to worry, and some even cracked jokes, their voices loud and carefree. Meanwhile, Camilla let out a quiet sigh. Oddly enough, she found herself missing the First Army. She remarks that at least they didn't act like a pack of wild monkeys during missions. They stood straight and looked sharp, and just watching them felt refreshing. Elsewhere on deck, she spotted Joan darting around, with Margaret nearby. The moment Joan noticed Camilla, she panicked and ducked behind Margaret. This made Camilla a bit upset, especially considering Camilla had heard that back in Neverwinter Joan had already started getting along with the other witches, even becoming friends with Maisie and Lightning. Camilla couldn't help but feel a bit deflated and wondered to herself if she was really that hard to connect with. If anything, after Margaret, she was probably the second person Joan had spent the most time around. Margaret noticed her mood right away and joked that she must be annoyed by all the rowdy men. She reminded Camilla to just let the men worry about the mission, and they were here to enjoy the view and treat it like a trip. But Camilla didn't agree, and she felt that staying completely hands-off meant putting her life in someone else's hands, and that didn't sit right with her.
Margaret asked if she didn't trust Thunder, but Camilla didn't mean it that way.
Margaret gently took her hand and walked her to the railing. She said Camilla's sense of duty was admirable. If it weren't, Lady Tilly wouldn't have trusted her with overseeing the slumbering isle. But sometimes, she added, it wasn't so bad to lean on others a little.
Not just Thunder, but Lady Tilly too.
Spending too much time out at sea with nerves constantly stretched thin, and it could drive someone mad. She went on to say that, sure, the men might act like pirates half the time, but they are good at what they do.
Camilla quickly insisted she never said otherwise. However, Margaret grinned and pointed out that she clearly thought about it.
But she didn't blame her, because nobles from the 4 great kingdoms looked down on them like barbarians. She believed discrimination was everywhere, and in her experience, there was only one noble who never looked at them that way, who didn't care where people came from and only cared about principles.
Camilla already knew the name.
Even if she didn't want to admit it, only Roland came to mind. Suddenly, the sea shifted. Margaret immediately recognized the tide was going out. Joan pressed closer behind her as jagged rocks began to emerge from beneath the waves, one after another, until at last, the entire Shadow Isle appeared before them. Camilla was surprised as the fleet suddenly came to a halt.
She quickly asked what was going on.
Margaret calmly explained that the propulsion systems had been shut off, then added that they must go slow from now on. For small boats, it didn't matter much, but larger ships could rely on the gentle downward current to glide forward. Margaret then told her to look behind. Camilla turned and saw that every ship had lowered its sails to half-mast, and large fire basins had been lit up in the front.
Suddenly she noticed they were actually descending.
Margaret confirmed it, saying if this low tide had been caused by a whirlpool, no one would even consider exploring, because a whirlpool that could affect an entire sea would be more terrifying than anything, so entering it would be a death sentence. It was because of the uniqueness of this place that Thunder insisted on investigating. But, Margaret reminded her, humans had limits. Diving to the seafloor would normally be impossible, but that was until Camellia and Joan offered their help, and that changed everything. Just then, Joan pointed ahead, calling out that she saw a redfish. Everyone turned and saw what is more commonly known as Ghostly Red River, a path formed entirely by these redfish, flowing like a living current. Joan was already drooling at the sight, but Margaret quickly warned her that the fish tasted awful. Pointing ahead, Margaret told Camilla that following the current would lead them straight to the ruins, and inside was a strange device set to reveal the opposite continent, which was supposed to be their final destination. But they weren't planning to enter today, so Camilla wouldn't get to witness the grandeur of the ruins just yet. Not that Camilla was particularly eager to explore anyway. The fleet continued on, eventually coming to a complete stop again. Fortunately, all ships remained unharmed. Someone joked about nearly running into a reef, another quipped that at least there were no sea monsters this time. Thunder declared they couldn't waste any more time and the low tide wouldn't last long. If they found nothing, they'd have to retreat quickly or risk being trapped. He explained that from this point on, it was up to Camilla and Joan. Joan nodded earnestly, but Camilla raised her voice and ordered everyone to be quiet. She stated that using her ability required absolute concentration, and if anyone interrupted her, she wouldn't repeat the process, so Thunder turned and hushed the crew. Camilla placed a hand on Joan's shoulder, linking their senses. She reminded her that if the connection broke or she was in danger, she had to return immediately, remarking that someone was still waiting for her back home. Joan understood and dove into the sea with a long rope trailing behind her. She dove deeper and Thunder asked for an update. Camilla replied that things were going smoothly, and by now Joan had reached 50 meters. But she noted that the stone pillars weren't thickening, and the seabed was nowhere in sight. At 100 meters, the light began to fade, but visibility remained clear. Still no sign of the pillar's base. Camilla was stunned at how deep they extended, and what they'd taken for tiny islands were actually the tips of massive stone columns. Thunder remarked that in a place like this, bizarre terrain was to be expected. He recalled seeing a weathered stone ridge caused by wind erosion in wolf art that looked similar. But Camilla pointed out that wind erosion didn't happen underwater. And then Joan tells her, but there's actually wind down here. Camilla thought she had misheard and told her to repeat. Thunder thought she was talking to him, but Camilla cut him off and told him what Joan had just said. Everyone was surprised to hear there's wind underwater. Joan elaborated, saying she couldn't feel it, but she could hear it, and asked if Camilla could hear it too. Joan then continued her descent but transformed her body. Scales emerged along her ankles, her legs fusing into a tail, and soon her speed increased dramatically. At 200 meters, Camilla finally heard the wind too, but the ocean floor remained unchanged. By 400 meters, total darkness had set in, but Joan could still see without relying on light. The pillars kept going, and new ones began to appear. But the rope tethered to her had almost reached its end. No one was quite sure whether she was now at 600 meters or 800, so they needed to attach a longer rope. Then Joan and Camilla witnessed something that defied belief, and Thunder immediately asked what had happened. Camilla's voice trembled and she replied that the pillars were gone. She then revealed that there was no seafloor, no foundation, and the pillars were just floating in the water. The crew immediately began voicing doubts. Some questioned how anything could float and remain perfectly still, and others remarked that even a weak current should have slowly pushed the entire shadow all back toward the fjords by now. Thunder shouted for silence and turned to Camilla, asking her to confirm what she saw. Camilla admitted she wasn't sure, noting the pillars weren't all the same length, and the new ones were still stretching downward. Joan asked if Camilla wanted her to get a closer look. She said she sensed something strange too, and Camilla told her to be careful. Joan cautiously swam up to the nearest stone pillar. As soon as her fingers touched it, they started to stretch. At first, she thought it was just her imagination. But then, a fish swam by, and in an instant, it stretched unnaturally and was pulled into the deep sea. By the time Joan realized what was happening, it was already too late. Camilla screamed at her to get back. Joan kicked her tail hard, trying to rise, but her body kept stretching. Everyone tried to pull on the rope, but she couldn't stop herself from sinking. Panic set in as she asked Camilla what to do. Camilla shouted for her not to stop and tells her to push harder, insisting she could do it. But the more Joan swam, the faster she sank. Her arm reached upward as she cried out, "Someone, please, save her." That was the last thing Camilla heard before Joan vanished. Camilla collapsed to her knees, soaked in sweat. Thunder rushed over, demanding to know what had happened, what kind of danger Joan had run into. Camilla, breathing heavily, said they lost connection. Meanwhile, Joan couldn't see anything, just the sensation of sinking deeper and deeper. Then suddenly, she saw a bright light. Her awareness snapped back and she forced her head up and saw nothing but solid rock above her, with a roaring wind echoing in the depths. She still couldn't stop herself from falling. Just when she thought she was about to repeat the nightmare all over again, a current surged beneath her and she was launched upward, ejected from the water entirely. The next thing she knew, she was in the air. Her world was upside down, and before she could process what had just happened, she was plunged back into the sea. Joan had no idea where she was, no clue if she could ever return, and fear gripped her. But then she thought of her friends who were still waiting for her, and with that thought, she whispered to herself that she wanted to go back. Then, she turned and swam upward once more. Back in Neverwinter, Sylvie perched on Maisie and requested a full bombardment on the target. Chevy quickly answered that the message was passed along, remarked that the shelling would begin in 5 minutes, and urged them to stay safe.
Sylvie nodded, then glanced toward Takara.
From up there, she could clearly see the ruins, so she told Maisie to gain more altitude. Maisie let out a sharp cry and surged higher, and moments later, the shells began landing.
Each blast dug huge craters into the ground, clouds of dust and smoke erupting as the shells blanketed the front lines. Sylvie could see demons crushed to pieces, and those burrowed underground forced into a panicked scramble.
Sylvie reported that the enemy had shown itself, then called in updated positions, declaring that they should continue firing at their present angle. However, that's when the high-ranking demon suddenly charged straight for them.
Sylvie quickly contacted Lightning, told her to return, and explained that the demon slayer was on the move.
Maisie also spun around without hesitation, and the two of them shot away from the airspace as fast as they could. The pursuing demon suddenly gave up the chase, then stared helplessly as another round of artillery fire wiped out more of its underlings.
Before long, Lightning caught up and joined them.
The demon, consumed by rage as it watched its forces being slaughtered, glared at the three girls before abandoning its troops entirely and streaking off in a different direction.
Maisie glanced at Sylvie and asked if they should do one more sweep.
Sylvie glanced at Lightning, then slowly shook her head and decided they were done for the day, remarking that they had already scouted a 6-kilometer radius and that was more than enough to guarantee the engineering team's safety for the next few days. Down in Station 9's underground command post, Sylvie was marking the areas they had checked on the map when Ferlin came over with a drink. He tells her that she had worked hard and observed that it looked like Lady Edith's plan was working.
Sylvie took the drink and agreed.
Then she asked where Lady Edith was. Ferlin explained that she had already taken orders from His Majesty and left with Axe on the Seagull back to Neverwinter. He smiled and added that it must be about time for the final War Council to plan the decisive battle. Meanwhile, back in Neverwinter, Roland greeted Axe and asked him how his first trip on the Seagull felt.
Axe admitted that although it was very fast, it was a bit too thrilling for him, especially during takeoff and landing.
Even though he had watched plenty of times before, riding it himself felt a lot shakier than he expected. Still, he declared loudly that he'd do his best to overcome the fear so Roland wouldn't have to worry. Our boy thought to himself that even his most battle-hardened right-hand man wasn't immune to a touch of fear of heights. Axe thought for a moment and then declared that as soon as the fighting settled down, he'd spend his free time watching the magic shadow until he got used to flying.
Roland couldn't help but smile, thinking that was exactly Axe's style.
Up next was Edith, who licked her lips and simply remarked that it was great. Roland was a bit surprised by her casual comment but decided not to dwell on it. Instead, he announced that since they were all back, it was time to head to the meeting room and begin the final preparations for the war. By then, all the senior officials in Neverwinter had assembled. After nearly 6 months of building and pushing forward, the first railway line across the fertile plain had advanced to less than 60 kilometers from the Takira ruins. Once Station 10 was completed, the First Army would finally be able to strike directly at the enemy entrenched there. The Torch Plan had consumed more manpower and materials than any military campaign in the past 4 years.
Nearly 80% of the steel produced in the Furnace District had been forged into rails for one strategic goal, which was to stop the demons from erecting an obelisk before the Red Moon.
If the fertile plain were shrouded in red mist, demons could spill past the mountains into their territory at any time. That would stretch the front lines and force the First Army to face enemies that no longer had distance working against them. Given humanity's disadvantage in numbers, that was hardly an ideal way to begin the decisive fight. On the other hand, if they seized Takira first, the demons would have no choice but to grow their obelisk near the other two ruins, both too far north to pose an immediate threat to the 4 great kingdoms.
And Roland believed that would give humanity at least another 400 years, maybe more.
Of course, reality rarely followed the plan perfectly. The appearance of the demon slayer had forced a major adjustment. The curse prevented any type of healing, so even a small wound could become fatal. Roland remarked that Lightning was fine and her recovery rate nearly matched the spread of the infection. On the other hand, Leaf wasn't so lucky.
According to Ash's observations and reports, Leaf's condition was worsening. That was why they had to take down the demon slayer at Takira.
Edith then began speaking, noting that according to the staff department's projections, if the demon slayer sensed the position was hopeless, there was a 90% chance it would retreat. Even without much hard proof, the demon had kept a healthy distance so far. Aletheia agreed as well, pointing out that being fearless didn't mean rushing into a pointless death. On that point, demons weren't all that different from humans, and concluded that a high-ranking commander was far too valuable to go down with its troops. Edith added that this was why they had to take the fight to the demon slayer directly and cut it off along its escape route. Luckily, they already had their movements locked down, and they'd pulled off similar ambushes before. She believed that a long-range sniper shot was clearly the safest option, and glanced toward Andrea as she spoke. Meanwhile, Tilly raised a concern, saying whether a single bullet would be enough to kill the demon slayer was still unknown, and they wouldn't get a second chance.
She asks what if the demon had already noticed the sniper rifle and deliberately avoided it on the way back.
She noted that given past battles, their understanding of firearms was well beyond what they'd first thought.
Edith answered that her department had already considered this.
They planned to use the Stone of God's punishment to make the bullet. Even if it didn't kill the target outright, it would take away the demon's flight ability.
The only issue was that smaller stones were too brittle to survive a gun's discharge.
But Andrea's weapon had a larger caliber, so they could probably make it work. On top of that, she'd already checked with Agatha that demon blood could greatly increase the strength of the stones. At the same time, they had already started testing this theory. Alethea brightened up then, remarking that she liked the idea of using their own blood to kill them, and told Edith she was only the second mortal who'd ever caught her interest. Edith then moved on to the next point, saying they needed a backup pursuit team. Wendy noted with a sigh that Lightning was the only one who could keep up with the Demon Slayer, but she also couldn't take it on alone. Edith wagged a finger and pointed out that there was something even faster than Lightning, and further explained that the seagull in a dive is potentially faster.
Tilly quickly caught on and noted Edith was proposing to put the God Punishment witches on board.
Edith agreed and explained that a magic suppression field was as good as a Stone of God's punishment. With 10 or so witches on the plane, they'd have a real shot at dragging the demon down or even killing it. Even if they failed to finish it off, the sniper team could catch up and deliver the last blow. Roland nodded, concluding that this plan was probably their best bet.
But he guessed Ashes would never agree to have Tilly face the Demon Slayer directly.
Tilly cut him off, calmly declaring she'd convince Ashes herself, then added that she would be going too. Wendy looked at Roland nervously, and clearly she didn't want to see anything go wrong. Tilly assured her there was nothing to worry about. She believed this was hardly different from their usual work. By the time the Demon Slayer even realized the seagull was there, the Takira witches would already have it too busy to escape. With a smile, she told everyone to rest easy, promising she wasn't like Ashes and she'd never bite off more than she could chew. Edith then pointed to the map and explained the final part of the plan, which was the ambush spot. She commented that without red mist, the high-ranking demon wouldn't last long, so its most instinctive move would be to retreat to refill its air tank. That meant the perfect ambush site was somewhere along that path.
Alethea jumped in with a good suggestion.
She asked if anyone remembered that one witch who had once slipped deep behind enemy lines. Tilly rubbed her forehead and muttered that she'd actually scolded her before for wasting a rare magic stone. But Alethea believed the place right behind the Takira ruins would give them a perfect vantage point. Once they get everything set up, they could monitor the place and see everything coming. Roland finally gave his approval, and he announced that in the next few days, Axe and Edith would stay to nail down the ambush plan. Just then, Alethea wanted him to come over, whispering to him that the cube research had taken a big step forward. The scene shifted to the research lab, where Celine pressed her tendrils against the magic cube. She noted that several parts of the cube had an unusually long history.
Roland took a closer look and admitted that the components did look worn out, though he was more surprised that she could now dismantle the cube without damaging it. But if the parts were in her hands, why was the cube still glowing? That's when Celine lit up with excitement and explained that the ones currently on the cube weren't the originals and further explained that they were replicas she crafted herself. The fact that they were functioning meant they were effective substitutes. Roland, pleasantly stunned, grabbed her tendril and praised her, declaring she was incredible. It had barely been 3 months, and he'd assumed it would take at least a year to make progress like this. Celine explained that the structure of the cube was far simpler than a magic core, and the delicate components inside were much easier to handle thanks to wicks from the sleeping curse. Now, with roughly 500 pieces of materials of the right quality, she was confident she could produce a fully functional replica. Roland tells her that the garrison in Daching port should have already started following his orders to collect what was needed, and they'd likely get a response soon. Celine then tilted her head, asking if she could have a reward, but clarified that it would, of course, help further her research. Curious, Roland asked what she wanted.
Celine remarked that she needed someone to help her because her sisters had a better understanding of the knowledge of the dream world. Having them self-study was proving far too difficult, and apparently, the dream world had schools and teachers, and she believed in better systems that might just work in their favor. So, she hoped Roland could send some of her sisters to school. During the night, Roland recapped the day's events to Anna, sharing the details of the War Council, especially the decision to modify weapons for bullets made out of Stone of God's punishment.
He said this was now their top priority and that both Agatha and Andrea would be assisting him on it.
Anna smiled and teased that it felt like the work never ended. She remarked that from aircraft parts to internal combustion engines, frontline railways, and many other projects, she feels that there was always more to do. Honestly, she was starting to envy Celine, saying her tendrils were so much more convenient than her fire.
Roland groaned in protest, saying he had zero interest in cuddling a giant flesh blob at night.
And besides, Anna wasn't just the head of the engineering department, she was Greycastle's queen, always needing to appear in front of the people. Still, he promised to find someone to help lighten her load. Anna smiled, wrapped her arms around him, and said she looked forward to it, but right now, she wanted a different kind of reward.
What happened next? Well, you can probably guess.
By the time Roland opened his eyes again, he had already returned to the dream world. A knock came from the door, and when he opened it, 3 young witches greeted him with a cheerful hello. Roland recognized Donnan right away, but it was the pink-haired girl who introduced herself as Milan. Her ability, she explained, was imitation, and once linked by her magic, she could flawlessly mirror any movement the target made. This was her second time entering the dream world. The other witch, named Dodo, has the ability to create an invisible pocket. In short, she could store objects in a magically hidden pouch. She admitted it might not sound very useful, but promised she wouldn't let Lady Alethea down. The mission had already been explained by Alethea, so Roland simply instructed the girls to speak as little as possible and just follow his lead. But just as he was about to step out, his phone buzzed, and it was Garcia, asking him to drop by. Roland headed next door and opened the door to Garcia's apartment. The first thing she said was congratulations. Then she handed him a document and explained that he had officially become a martial fighter. All that remained was his signature. Roland skimmed through the contract while Garcia pointed out that it also included a hunter license, a rare credential given only to those with exceptional talent in combat and a commitment to fighting the fallen. She emphasized that there were fewer than 10 martial fighters in the city with such a license. To her, this was both a sign of the association's trust and a heavy responsibility. She hoped Roland would stick with this path until humanity claimed its final victory. Then she asked why he needed her. Roland asked her to come with him for a moment. Though puzzled why it couldn't be said here, Garcia followed anyway. But when they stepped into his room and she saw the three young girls, she froze. Then, with a shaky voice, she muttered that she should have known Roland would take this step eventually. Her eyes darted from one girl to the next, and her voice quivered as she pointed out that they were clearly children. Without missing a beat, she pulled out her phone and prepared to call the authorities. Even after a long explanation, Garcia still looked at our boy skeptically, asking if those girls leaving his room really weren't what they looked like, and were just part-time tutors. Roland patiently confirmed that she was right, adding that they were local university students hired to help tutor Zero and, along the way, assist the three girls. But, he admitted, this setup was only a temporary fix. Over time, the tutors would inevitably start questioning things. After all, the girls not attending school would only raise more suspicion. His only option was to switch tutors before anyone dug too deep. Garcia then connected the dots and concluded that those relatives he'd mentioned the first time he missed their meeting were actually these three girls. Roland sighed inwardly, wondering how she was still mad at him for ghosting her after all this time, but he kept the conversation smooth. He explained that the girls all came from the poor village where he came from. Garcia then asked if that's the case, then why don't they have any documents? Roland explained it was because of their gender. That made Garcia pause, and after a long silence, her expression softened as she remarked that now she understood. She then quietly asked if there were many like them. Roland explained that there were quite a few, though the situation had only started improving over the past decade. He added that word of his joining the Martial Fighter Association had spread back home, and the three girls had come seeking a chance to escape their old lives. The girls, sensing the moment, quickly added their voices, looking at Garcia with big, pleading eyes, saying they just wanted to stay and go to school. Garcia wavered, and Roland pressed on, explaining that no amount of tutoring or self-study could solve the real problem. He wanted them to have a normal life, and only Garcia could make that happen. Garcia couldn't hold their gaze, eventually sighing and, with clear reluctance, turning them down. She explained that she'd already cut ties with her family, vowing never to see her father again. On top of that, the family still wanted to tear down this district. If she returned now, they'd turn it into a spectacle, and that could fracture the protest coalition standing beside her. Roland said he understood, but Garcia surprised him by offering him a chance to speak directly. She revealed that her father would be hosting a banquet downtown tomorrow evening, inviting prominent martial fighters from the region. Though she had no intention of going, they'd still sent her an invitation, and even though it wasn't addressed to Roland, one call from her would get him in. It was obvious this was as far as Garcia herself would go. Garcia thought our boy was hesitating, so she asked if he was getting cold feet. Roland didn't back down and said he knew Garcia was doing her best, but what worried him was walking away empty-handed. To that, Garcia assured him not to worry. Her father wasn't the type to throw tantrums, and he cared only about benefits. She asserted that Roland wasn't just some ordinary person, remarking that even Prism City had started paying attention to his rise, and told him not to underestimate himself. Roland promised to do his best. Garcia reached out her hand, admitting she was genuinely happy to see him stay true to his path, and it was she confessed, who had misjudged when they first met. With a small smile, she declared she was glad to have a comrade like him fighting by her side. In the end, Garcia told Roland that if he ever needed anything, he should just say it directly, and to drop the whole Miss Garcia formalities. Roland nodded, though he was not telling the full truth to Garcia, but she was right about our boy not forgetting his goals. As evening rolled around, Dawnan couldn't hold back her excitement, asking if they were really allowed to eat anything they wanted here. Roland assured her they were, and he figured it was no different from the kind of noble banquets she must have attended back during the Federation era. But Dawnan clarified that those events were never about eating and only prominent figures got invited, and the main purpose was to make connections. She explained that no one wanted to chat with someone stuffing their face, and overindulging would only get them laughed at. Hearing that, the girls made up their minds, saying if overeating might embarrass Roland, then they'd hold back.
Roland, watching them through the rearview mirror, started laughing, then tells the girls to relax, saying over here wasn't the Federation, and he wasn't Greycastle's king.
Here, they were just regular people, and they could eat as they pleased. The girls lit up, bubbling with excitement, even whispering about sneaking some treats back for the other sisters. Roland agreed, saying as long as they weren't caught, but they had to stick close and not wander. Soon they arrived at a luxurious hotel. As they stepped into the grand lobby and entered the elevator, they were greeted by staff, and the girls gazed out the windows in wide-eyed amazement. They murmured that even the combined size of the three holy cities couldn't match this single city. No matter how many times they saw it, it was hard to believe ordinary mortals, without magic, had built such wonders.
Milan glanced at Roland, quietly asking if the miracle building he wanted to construct also carried a commemorative meaning.
Though he'd never told anyone except Anna, the witches of Takira had mostly guessed by now that he came from a place just like the dream world. When they reached the top floor, the venue was already buzzing.
Guests mingled in small groups, the atmosphere lively and relaxed.
The girls eagerly grabbed plates and piled on their favorite dishes, but they didn't forget to sneak extra into Dodo's invisible pouch. Watching them, Roland felt that even if this dream world brought him no personal gain, he realized he wanted to keep it going. For him, maybe it was just a hollow illusion, but for the remaining Takira witches, it was the only place they could truly feel alive. Taste, touch, smell, all the sensations stolen from them by the war against demons could only be reclaimed here.
Shaking himself back to the moment, Roland began surveying the other guests.
Some wore sharp suits, others came dressed in martial fighter uniforms. He recalled what Garcia once told him, that while the Martial Fighter Association was founded on noble ideals of saving the world, but ideals alone couldn't rally enough people. That was why the fighting tournaments had emerged. In less than 50 years, they had become the most watched sporting events, offering awakened fighters exposure, fame, and income.
The tournaments fed countless fresh recruits into the association, and top performers gained real influence.
But this rise also sparked divisions at the very top, splitting members into old and new factions. In the end, the tournaments not only didn't get scaled back, they actually expanded even further. Elsewhere in the room, a man was observing Roland, quietly asking the person beside him if they'd dug up any intel. The assistant murmured that Roland's background was ordinary, his connection to Garcia purely by chance, and his name absent from any tournament rankings. He added that Roland had joined the Martial Fighter Association just 3 months ago. The man thought to himself that Garcia was famously hard to approach. Those who earned her attention were almost non-existent. He couldn't help but wonder, just what had Roland done to gain her favor? His eyes drifted to Fei Yuhan, the brightest rising star in the martial fighter circle. In just 5 years, she had twice reached the finals of the tournament. Though she hadn't claimed a championship, she was already hailed as the face of the new generation.
Normally, someone like her wouldn't even glance at an invite from their conglomerate.
Yet here she was, attending just to check on Roland. With a smile, he began approaching her, but before he could say a word, Fei Yuhan cut him off, remarking that she'd already heard everything and told him not to repeat. The man was surprised as he hadn't realized she could catch his hushed murmurs.
Meanwhile, Fei Yuhan had already turned her attention towards our boy.
She quietly remarked to herself on his movements, tone, gaze, even the faint tremble of his skin, all perfectly human.
And yet, his natural energy was utterly undetectable. Was this the strength of a new hunter? A fresh recruit capable of defeating a fallen one?
A smile spread across her face, and she believed tonight would be anything but boring. Still, she couldn't figure out why those girls with him kept whispering about the dream world and His Majesty. She suspected some kind of role play. Either way, she figured she'd find a moment to ask them directly later. Soon, applause rippled through the room as Garcia's father appeared. Roland recognized him from photos, and the man waved casually, and Roland found himself thinking that Zero hadn't devoured Wimbledon III after all. It seems like everyone who has been devoured must have been fully integrated into the dream world, with self-consistent memories and social ties. Whether the three-leaf family had been created around Garcia or she'd been slotted randomly into its web, it was impossible to say now. He didn't want to overthink it, and he just motioned for the girls to follow and told them to hold off on eating for now. The man wrapped up his speech with a smile and greeted the crowd, but Roland smoothly stepped forward, lifting his glass and introducing himself as Garcia's proxy for the evening. The man, clearly familiar with the name, shifted into polite business chatter. Roland then leaned in, quietly explaining there was something they needed to discuss privately. The man declined, saying he had other guests to attend to. But Roland pressed, dropping Garcia's name and asking him if he didn't want to know how his daughter was doing these days. After a moment's thought, the man agreed. They moved into a side room. Roland glanced at the butler and asked if it was fine for him to stay, explaining that what he was about to say involved the man's interests. The man assured him that the butler was family who had been on his side for decades. But then he raised an eyebrow, curious why Roland had brought 3 little girls. Roland got straight to the point, saying this was a deal. He remarked that the 3 girls were undocumented, and he wanted them properly registered with legal identities and enrolled in a good high school. The man thought there had to be more to it. Roland said it shouldn't be difficult for someone like him. But the man pointed out that if this was a deal,
What was Roland offering in return? Without hesitation, he brought up one demand, which is that Garcia must abandon her protests against the conglomerate. Roland shook his head, calmly saying that as Garcia's friend, there was no way he could betray her like that. The man gave a soft, dismissive laugh at the word friend and began preparing to end the conversation. But Roland smoothly pulled out his hunter license. The man's expression changed instantly, then glanced at the butler, who quietly confirmed it was authentic. Now visibly surprised, he asked how Roland came to possess something like that. Roland explained that it was classified and admitted that the man didn't have clearance to know the details. All the man needed to understand was what it meant. The man slowly retrieved a cigar, commenting that it seemed his daughter had indeed met someone remarkable. Still, he pointed out, even the Martial Fighter Association was bound by law. Roland assured him this wasn't a threat, but rather just a transaction. The man put the cigar back into his pocket only to hear that Roland was offering him a rare chance to solve any of his problems, but the target had to be a criminal, someone outside official society, as well as someone who genuinely posed a threat to him. Roland added that he had his own ways of verifying those conditions and warned the man not to underestimate that. That way, the association would stay out of it, and the less they knew, the better. Even so, the man noted that if Roland was serious, 3 legal registrations hardly matched the value of what was on the table. Roland calmly pointed out that this was just a down payment, and also the first batch, then further explained that there were around 300 more waiting. The man was genuinely surprised, remarking that registering 300 undocumented people would definitely draw attention. But Roland tells him to take his time, even spread it over a few years if needed. This agreement, after all, had no expiration date. The man finally agreed that it was doable, and soon the two shook hands to seal the deal. As Roland stepped out of the room, the girls immediately crowded around him, remarking that such negotiations shouldn't be handled by a king himself. They complained that the man's attitude had been way too disrespectful, and one even admitted that if Lady Aletha had been there, she'd probably have had her sword at his throat by now. But Donan chimed in with a grin, saying that a king should get to do whatever he wants. After all, Lady Akali's never cared what others thought. Roland chuckled, shaking his head and telling them to stop calling him Your Majesty already. Donan then asked if they were heading back now. Roland explained that the banquet would likely run deep into the night, but it wouldn't be right to keep the other witches waiting too long. He told them they had another half hour to enjoy themselves. The 3 girls lit up instantly and darted back to the buffet with shining eyes, already scheming to snag more treats. Left alone, Roland leaned back slightly, lost in thought, when suddenly, something slid into his glass. He stared in surprise as words began to shimmer across the surface of his drink, telling him not to forget their deal. The words in the glass had definitely startled him, and when he snapped back to look again, there was nothing inside. A chill ran through him, and he couldn't shake the feeling he was being watched. He wondered if it was the bartender, maybe a business person, or perhaps an awakened one. Either way, the idea of him getting stalked by an NPC really amuses him. Just then, Donan called out to him, wondering why he was zoning out. Brushing it off, Roland tells her that everything is fine. As he was walking towards them, he asked why would someone with such abilities choose to communicate this way instead of facing him directly. He noted that when a jump scare like this occurs without warning, it could easily scare someone to death, literally. Suddenly, he remembered Rose Cafe, room 302. He asserted that the one leaving notes in the book was the same one behind this message. And that mention of the day divine will descend, could it be referring to the real-world event of the Red Moon's arrival? Maybe that's when they will finally meet in person. But then, how could anyone here, in this dream world, know what was happening in his own world? The more he thought, the more his head throbbed. After all, as long as he's not inside the dream world, the entire place will freeze in time. What frustrated him most was that even if his theory was correct, the location still remained a mystery, because who on earth knew where this Rose Cafe was? Then he realized the name wasn't an issue after all. What if he just opened a cafe himself and called it Rose Cafe, even set up a room 302? Then it would certainly satisfy the requirement. With this sudden clarity, he set the glass down and left with the 3 young witches. Later, Fei Yuhan picked up our boy's glass, looking all curious. She couldn't imagine what could have rattled a hunter like him. To her, it looked like an ordinary drink. Noticing faint cracks along the stem, which was a sign of lost control and power, she inspected it further, first sniffing, then carefully sipping, and concluded it was just regular alcohol. Oof, this girl is a bit crazy. Anyways, afterwards, she firmly asserted that something had definitely happened earlier, making her all the more intrigued. The scene shifted back to Neverwinter, where several fully armed god punishment witches lowered their heads to Roland, remarking their thanks for his hospitality and declaring that last night had been the most wonderful experience of the last 400 years. They even said they would look forward to crossing paths with the dream world again after the final battle. Anna, curious about what had happened, gazed up at Roland, and he casually explained that he had taken them to a lavish, high-end banquet. The mere mention left Anna pouting, wondering when she might get to taste such treats. Seeing her expectant eyes, Roland couldn't help but ruffle her hair, remarking that in a few years, she surely could. Soon after, Roland made his way to the office, where Nightingale handed him a package she'd picked up downstairs from Sean.
Inside, Roland found a pile of stone fragments and a letter. As he skimmed through and revealed that the so-called ancient ruins were far from just an undersea, and he was surprised they stretched across the entire landscape. The garrison at Daching port had uncovered 16 sites linked to the stickman relics, and when mapped together, they spanned an area large enough to fit 7 or 8 ports altogether. Beneath the desert lay stone walls 5 to 10 meters thick. They even noticed tufts of green grass poking through.
Roland reflected that if so many stones were found just near Daching, then how many more must lie hidden under the endless cape?
If these were really the remains of silicon-based life, then their sheer number pointed to a slaughter of unimaginable scale. He speculated the southern desert hadn't always been barren. Perhaps Silver Lake wasn't born as a hidden underground river after all. He believes the place had once been lush, no different from the rest of the continent, that is, until the Divine War. The stickman peoples had likely fallen in staggering numbers, with their bodies covering the land. Meanwhile, murals in the cursed temple confirmed that the radiation people had taken the divine relic and secured victory. But unlike carbon-based life, silicon-based corpses didn't decompose into soil, meaning they don't return to the cycle of life, resulting in layer upon layer of their corpses piled atop the grasslands, thick as a building, damming rivers, crushing forests, erasing habitats, and thus only vines could snake through the cracks to absorb sunlight. Over time, the upper layers crumbled into desert sands. He concluded that Iron Sand City and Daching Port were actually built on corpses, and the conclusion was enough to send a chill down Roland's spine. He remarked to himself that if the Divine War truly had no end, then how many sacrifices would this world have to bear? Snapping back, he was jolted by Nightingale's voice. She looked worried, saying he'd been zoning out at the blueprints, his face so pale like he had just received some terrible news. Roland shared his thoughts but quickly brushed them off, explaining maybe he was overthinking. If the world was truly that doomed, it was almost too bleak to accept. Nightingale, after a moment's pause, asserted that even if all his guesses were right, it didn't mean there were no solutions. Surprised, Roland looked to her, curious what she had in mind. Nightingale, a bit shy, remarked she was an Anna and couldn't explain things as well and warned him not to laugh. Roland promised sincerely he wouldn't. Popping a small dried fish into her mouth, Nightingale laid everything out. First, they had to accept that this wasn't something 1 or 2 generations could fix. The key was passing the knowledge down until the moment was right. Roland found her reasoning solid and was eager to hear more, but Nightingale shrugged, saying that all she wanted to say. She asserted that it was no longer their burden and reasons that human life was short, and just fulfilling their duty in this lifetime was enough. Whatever the future brought, whether later generations succeeded or not, wasn't up for them to decide. And so, even if Roland let himself worry so much that his hair turns gray, it still won't change a thing. Roland figured Nightingale's words counted as comfort, but either way, that kind of simple, straightforward thinking was just her style. Nightingale half expected him to laugh at her for being short-sighted, but Roland actually thought she saw things quite clearly. Feeling pleased, Nightingale remarked that if Roland worried future generations couldn't handle the burden, they could always share the responsibility with other races. She continued, asserting that they could build ruins and record the truth of the Divine War, just like the murals in the cursed temple had revealed the existence of the radiation people and the stickman people. This meant they, too, could construct sturdy underground fortresses across Grey Castle, carving the history into the walls as a warning to any civilizations that might join the fight. Nightingale declared that with enough time, at least 1 or 2 species would surely survive until the moment was right. Roland smiled, remarking with her own mind, it was impressive she thought this far, though Nightingale firmly asserted he didn't have to say the first half of that sentence. Suddenly, the office door burst open and Camilla rushed in, breathless. Roland blinked in surprise, then asked if she had just returned, praising her hard work and asking how the expedition had gone. But Camilla, clearly shaken, declared that something had happened at the Shadow Isles, then added that Joan had vanished. Roland's heart sank as he urged her to explain everything. Camilla recounted the events, adding that after the incident, they had waited days in the surrounding waters, but Joan never resurfaced. Thunder believed only Roland might have some idea of what Joan had encountered in the depths. Camilla admitted she couldn't believe what they saw underwater, and it all felt like something that shouldn't exist in reality. Roland, too, was stunned by how far things had escalated. He remarked that the deeper his understanding of this world grew, the more bizarre it all seemed. He'd once thought only the dream world was riddled with inconsistencies, but clearly, reality wasn't much better. The descriptions of stretched stone pillars and sea creatures being stretched out didn't seem like the result of brute force. The clearest sign was that just before Joan was pulled deeper inside, Camilla had seen her fingers stretched out. If it had been from sheer physical pulling, their psychic bond would have made Joan's pain unbearable, yet neither of them had felt any discomfort. The only explanation Roland could think of was spatial distortion. He firmly concluded that Thunder's judgment was right and that Joan was still alive. He speculated she had been thrown east of the sea line. When Camilla asked if crossing thousands of miles in an instant was even possible, Roland admitted it's more of a prediction, but one thing was certain, and the sea levels across the Shadow Isle had noticeably dropped. He reasoned that the change even affected the tides of the archipelago, and the amount of displaced water had to be immense. So, Roland picked up his quill and drew a circle on the paper. Roland recalled what Thunder had once mentioned, that the seawater near the shoreline did, in fact, flow westward. Thunder had emphasized that without replenishment, just 2 or 3 tides would be enough to drain the place dry. Roland drew a second circle on the paper and asked them if water was being moved from one location to another and poured out again, then the flow should be in waves. But that wasn't the case. The water was moving constantly, without pause, and to make that possible, it would need to pass through both circles instantaneously. So the question now is, what's the shortest path between those 2 points? Camilla immediately responded with a straight line. Roland remarked that this was theoretically correct, then folded the paper, overlapping the 2 circles. In doing so, he demonstrated how instant transport could occur. Camilla wasn't really buying it. Roland offered a bit more explanation, but before she could respond, her body swayed and collapsed to the side. Thankfully, Nightingale caught her just in time, noting she must have been completely exhausted. Roland asked her to bring Camilla back to the witch's building to rest, while he would send someone to notify Tilly. The scene then shifted to the demons. On a high platform, one of them watched the sun slowly dip beneath the horizon. Behind him, a subordinate stepped forward and reported that all preparations were now complete. Ursruk ordered him to keep watching. As he sank back into thought, the subordinate hesitated, questioning whether those insects would really act according to their plan. After all, the human should know his abilities well by now, and they have paid heavy prices just to set up the traps. What worried him was that Sky Lord would find out about this. Ursruk admitted the concern wasn't without reason, but declared it worth the risk. Gazing toward the distant rails, he remarked that this was the first time humans had managed to hold their own in a direct battle without relying on city walls, which was exactly why this emerging army had to be crushed while still being new. When asked about the recent fighting, the subordinate explained that it felt like they were fighting with their backs to the wall. Ursruk disagreed, asserting it was the enemy who had forced them into such a position. He explained they had built forward outposts to expand the supply range of their red mist supplies, but unlike 4 centuries ago, this no longer worked because humans could now strike from much longer distances. He adds that, coupled with the constant surveillance of witches, it was no surprise they were hitting walls at every turn. A flame rose in his palm as he concluded that without their towers, they could not overturn the situation, so he must destroy their eyes and sever their arms before they realized it. So much so, he was willing to bear all costs. The subordinate bowed deeply, vowing his loyalty. Ursruk felt himself close to a breakthrough and suspected this war might be the key. After all, brutal combat was the fastest path to growth. He comments that even someone as powerful as a lord wouldn't shy away from such a challenge. In his eyes, humans probably believed the same because only the final victor deserved to advance. Back in Neverwinter, Aletheia was explaining the bloodline routes, noting that every day, teams brought red mist to the demons stationed in the Takira ruins. 10 months ago, when Lorca first spotted the demons and ashes confirmed their position, it was 3 teams. She concluded that given the enemy's losses and reliance on a single supply line, any retreat by high-ranking demon would keep them close to this route. Wendy asked if the bloodline could be disguised. Aletheia remarked that as long as demons needed the mist to survive, the route was the most reliable intel they had. While they had occasionally used massive mist transport to mask an offensive's direction, they had never reduced consumption to high troop movements because that would be suicide. Wendy seemed puzzled until Agatha explained that if the demons had a way to survive without the mist, they could bypass the front entirely. Then, they could just strike Grey Castle directly from both Misty Forest or even from Hermes. Aletheia continued, describing the supply teams as mostly converted siege beasts with a few demon escorts, no threat to the Special Operations Unit or the Seagull. The real danger came from the flying beasts. When it's about the exact locations, she deferred to Edith, who explained this was the combined work of the general staff. Producing a report, she described the east side of the bloodline as flat and sparsely wooded, which was poor for hiding but ideal for the Seagull's view. Meanwhile, the west was far more complex, with uneven terrain and a small hill. Roland studied the report and the red markings, agreeing that the hill offered the best firing position. But its distance from the supply line meant any clash with high-ranking demons would stretch the Seagull's mid to long-range capabilities. What made it worse is that, the hill's cover was minimal, making detection likely, and, most importantly, it was outside the range of their surveillance. Roland knew what Edith was thinking and figured that after all, the hill was the only high point overlooking the entire area. And while the demons seemed to be making their own preparations, when it came to a war involving magic, it was always better to be much more cautious. Edith notes just like how Roland and set up tons of runes along the source of the Crimson Water River, which could act as an early warning system if anything happens. Edith explained that the Special Operations Unit's greatest advantage was secrecy. If their position was compromised, the planned sniper strike would be impossible. At that moment, Aletheia's voice sounded in Roland's mind. She remarked that in the days of the Federation, the hardest thing to explain to mortals was magic. Most never even considered it in their planning, but Edith was different. She noted with some interest that Roland had quite a few interesting people under his command. Roland countered that it was because Aletheia and the others had never truly taught them. He tells her that geniuses would always be rare, and no matter the era, education remained the most effective way to strengthen a civilization as a whole. He then asked Edith about her chosen location. She replied that it would be the forest at the mountain's base, although it had a narrower field of vision, but with excellent concealment, unobstructed firing arcs for aerial targets, and within range to coordinate with Princess Tilly. Other spots might be closer to the ruins, but that also meant risking running into fleeing demons. This, she argued, was the most balanced position.
2 squads, left and right, would cut off the demon's retreat if the enemy remained unaware. Andrea would strike from ambush, if not, the gods' punishment witches would intercept.
With that being said, all of it depended on Anna's newly improved weaponry. Once the bombardment of Takara began, the First Army would send a force to extract the squads.
Edith concluded that the timing would depend entirely on the demon's resistance.
Then she glanced at Roland and asked for one more request, saying that once the final battle began, she wanted him to move to the third border town, along with the city hall officials and the witches in the castle. Barav, meanwhile, accuses her of trying to order the king.
But Anna knew Edith feared a possible attack on Neverwinter.
However, the odds were small but never impossible. The red mist revealed limits, but not the full measure of enemy strength. She gave an example, saying the same mist supply meant for 3,000 demons could instead allow 1,000 to travel much farther, which was a tactic used before. Her concern was that this time, it might be high-ranking demons making the move. The room went silent, and all eyes turned to Roland.
He asked if this meant abandoning Takara.
Edith clarified if defeat was inevitable, it wasn't abandonment, merely damage control. Roland nodded, agreed to her plan, and told Barav to make arrangements, and Barav complied. Standing, Roland addressed them all, saying he knew what they were thinking, and he knew that once this meeting ended, those with assignments would head to the front for the decisive battle over their right to survive. Victory was now within arm's reach. He points out that outside of this group, few understood the significance of this war, even fewer understood its true meaning, but one day, all humanity would remember. Even before the Divine War began, Grey Castle had gone on the offensive, holding the demons outside the fertile plains. Whether or not the enemy was hampered by the Sky Sea realm, the weight of that victory would not diminish. Taking a deep breath, he admitted his only regret was that he could not march alongside them. The hall fell silent, but every gaze on him burned with confidence. At last, Roland declared, "Defeat the demons, take Takara, and I look forward to your triumph." The room then responded in unison, saying, "As you wish, your majesty."
Days passed. The seagull drifted down from the sky and landed on the driveway.
Tilly stepped out to find Ashes already waiting. She asked who's looking after Leaf's safety. Ashes reassured her, saying that whenever she's away, Leaf would vanish into the forest, where no one could touch her. In fact, it was usually Leaf herself who was the first to tell her when Tilly was arriving. They walked together, and it seemed like Tilly would stay until morning. Realizing they still have time, Ashes suggested a walk around the camp, then she could try out Leaf's experimental fruits, which she noted were surprisingly good, and later she could do some barbecue for her. But Tilly shook her head, saying there was too much to prepare for tonight.
Ashes looked disappointed, so Tilly smiled and said it was Ashes who was gonna be busy.
Over the next few days, they'd be together constantly, and Ashes needed to be ready. Ashes was confused, so Tilly explained that to intercept the demons, the special operations team would need her, and tonight, Tilly was going with her to the front. Leaf's role had already been arranged by Roland, and Tilly would explain it to her later.
Ashes protested, asking why Tilly hadn't told her sooner.
Tilly laughed, saying that although there might not be enough time for barbecue, having a few fruits was totally fine. Then she questioned whether Ashes was taking her or not.
Of course, Ashes agreed right away.
Hours later, back at their quarters, Tilly went over the plan. Ashes hated hearing that Tilly herself would be flying the seagull. Roland had promised to keep her away from the front. Tilly corrected her, saying Roland hadn't agreed to anything. Ashes was surprised to hear this, even more surprised to hear it was Tilly herself who requested it in the first place.
She then questioned Ash what she thinks Roland could do to stop her, like locking her up?
That shut Ashes up, and Tilly smiled. If it truly were a suicide mission, perhaps Roland would have done so, but she was only a backup. She will only step in if Andrea fails to snipe the target, and further explained that her task was simply to deliver God's punishment witches to their position. Ashes still called it dangerous.
Tilly knew she was going to say that.
She noted Ashes must have pictured her flying alongside the demons, but Tilly explained that wasn't necessary.
The enemy's movements depended on the red mist.
They didn't need to be seen or use the seagull as bait, and all they had to do was cut off the enemy's supply. She reasoned that the demon needs a resupply, and without it, he couldn't possibly to escape very far. By then the witches would be waiting, forcing him to fight on the spot. And the timing would give Tilly and Wendy plenty of room to retreat safely. Ashes still argued, but was cut off by Tilly, and she admitted no plan was risk-free, but she wasn't foolish enough to trap herself. The real reason she came forward was that she couldn't relax if she wasn't watching Ashes herself. Ashes almost said "Your Majesty," but Tilly told her to use her name. Before she could, Tilly grabbed her by the collar, rose on her toes, and kissed her right on the lips. In the flickering candlelight, they slowly broke apart, both cheeks flushed. Tilly was the first to speak. Whether on Slumbering Isle or in Neverwinter, every time Ashes traveled, she'd been left waiting for days, sometimes months. It hadn't been like that when they first met in the old royal capital. Back then, they'd been together every day, and she wondered why be so careful now.
Had there been no danger when they were hunted by the church? Either way, she didn't want to be left waiting anymore. Ashes exhaled slowly and said she understood.
But she had one condition. Tilly guessed she was about to say don't take unnecessary risks, then added that Roland had already said the same. But Ashes shook her head, pulled her close, and said she wanted another kiss.
The scene shifts, and Ferlin, alongside the staff department, salutes the three.
Agatha saw the markings on the map, and Axe could tell they weren't slacking off.
He then asked for a recap of recent events. The line on the map turned out to be enemy dugouts.
Ferlin explained it was Sylvie who had been the first to notice when, 6 days ago, several demons emerged and began digging.
Lightning later confirmed it, and that's why the sector was marked as dangerous.
Hearing about this, the word trenches came to mind. He then went on to explain that Lightning's hand-drawn sketches showed a trench network that, while rough, mirrored the layout of the First Army's own forward lines. The main trenches ran parallel, 10 to several dozen meters apart, connected by multiple cross trenches.
On the paper, a crude map outlined the enemy's work.
Agatha remarked that they were clearly learning from humans, while Edith found it interesting that the cross trenches didn't look like escape routes to her, but rather a path to attack. Axe agreed, noting that staying low in a trench reduced the chance of being hit by shrapnel, but without weapons to match fortress artillery, a few ditches wouldn't change the outcome. Their only hope of victory was to break into the First Army's position, and keeping those trenches close together would cut the time needed to advance.
When Agatha asked how they should respond, Edith said nothing needed to change.
She remarked that once the digging reached artillery range, the Black River could open fire. It might be wasteful, but His Majesty had stocked enough ammunition for this battle, and she wanted to see if the enemy could really keep digging under shellfire.
Axe then asked how the railway work was going. Ferlin reported there were more frequent enemy counterattacks, but the damage was minimal.
Ordinary demons couldn't get close, thus, the demons stopped sending ground units altogether. Most of the pressure came from the flying beasts, usually in packs of a dozen or so. He suspected that Takira Ruins only had a few flying beasts left, adding that without cover from the high-ranking demon, they could have taken out even more. That made Agatha realize the Ursruk had been active again. Ferlin confirmed it, saying more than once and each time, it deliberately drew fire from the anti-air squad, giving the flying beasts a chance to strike. Ferlin's tone grew heavier as he remarked that facing the high-ranking demon was like fighting a true monster. Edith wanted to hear what he had to say, so Ferlin explains that the enemy somehow always found the weakest point in their defenses and landed before anyone could react, leaving anyone who saw him frozen for several seconds, even wearing a god's punishment stone. He also noted that without that protection, it was worse. Workers who peeked from cover out of curiosity were hit with crushing fear. The closer you were, the stronger the effect, and the flying beasts circling in the clouds used those moments to strike them. Even with Sylvie's warnings, hitting him was almost impossible. Their best result so far was shooting down one of his arms, but the next time he reappeared, they noticed his arm had regenerated. If it were just a special healing ability like Lady Nanoa, that would be one thing, but he paused, then admitted that soldiers reported the demon's movements growing harder to track, as if he'd adapted to their attacks. Before, a single machine gun could pin him down, now it took multiple squads working together.
Without enough ammunition in God's punishment stones, Ferlin believed just Ursruk himself could wipe them all out.
Agatha admitted that back in the Federation era, this was a common sight. As long as a demon survived, it always returned stronger. She reveals that high-ranking demons evolved through constant battle. The deeper the wounds, the greater the growth in both magic and skill when they came back. She closed her eyes and acknowledged that many extraordinary witches had fallen to them, failing to pass their own limits while their killers advanced instead. Still, not every demon could survive a crippling injury. To recover this fast, it had to be part of its own ability. A bead of sweat slid down Axe's forehead as he wondered about the possibility of this high-ranking demon having both a curse and regeneration ability. Agatha agreed it was likely. She backed Ferlin's assessment, calling the enemy a true monster, which means they must take him down here and now because if he slipped away, the next encounter could be catastrophic. A train rumbled past, breaking the tension for a moment. They watched it roll toward the front, loaded with supplies, with all sorts of weapons mounted on top, with heavy machine guns, large-caliber weapons, and of course massive artillery. The group drifted toward the watchtower, eyes settling on the ruins in the distance.
Edith asked if this was where Agatha had been born.
Her mind pulled her back in time, standing in the center, a witch congratulated her for joining the Federation, another praised her as the youngest high-ranking witch in history, welcoming her on behalf of the Explorers Society. Younger witches crowded around, calling her incredible. Back then, she was filled with pride. Years later, inside a hidden lab where several witches lay gravely wounded. One demanded if she knew what she was doing, pointing out that these women had given everything for the Federation and were only unconscious.
She raged that Agatha was turning them into test subjects.
Agatha countered coldly, saying head trauma left almost no chance of recovery, and she should be fully aware of this. Rather than die in a haze, they would want to contribute to something greater. The woman still refused to accept it, but Agatha no longer looked at her. The decision, she stated, had been signed by Lady Akalis herself. If she couldn't accept it, she could walk away. The memory jumped again. This time, the demons were breaking through the city walls.
Her attendant warned the coalition couldn't hold much longer and urged her to flee, but Agatha's younger sister hadn't returned. He dragged her back, insisting her sister was a garrison soldier and would never abandon the line. If Agatha died here, it would betray her sister's resolve. She hesitated, but the demons were closing in fast. Freezing a few in their tracks, she told her attendants to run while they had the chance. They asked where they could even go if they left Takira, and she pointed toward the forest declared over the mountains, across the rivers, into the wilds, where they could rebuild from the ground up. The next memory was when Agatha cradled her attendant as he lay dying in her arms, asking why he had pushed himself to the very end. If he had just run, he might still be alive. But he told her that even without magic, he still understands a lot of things, but protecting her had always been his duty. Pulled back to the present, Agatha turned to Axe with a request asking if the First Army could push the front line within 10 kilometers of Takira. She requested the first volley of artillery aimed at the city to be fired by her and the Takira witches. As night fell, and the ground itself seemed to shudder, demons erupted from below, flooding into the trenches. Two massive shadows followed, and Sylvie realized they were enormous stones of God's punishment, rendering her ability useless. She snatched up the phone, and moments later, alarms screamed through the camp. The engineering crews were ordered to drop their tools and head for the nearest shelter. Under the First Army's direction, the workers filed underground, one by one, until the heavy blast doors sealed behind them. Silence then took the night. Sylvie reported the evacuation complete, blackout in place, and the First Army moving into position. Then another phone rang. This time, Vayner was asking for enemy coordinates and test fire position. Almost at the same time, both Black River 1 and 2 made the same request. Sylvie patched through to Lightning and Maisie, asking where they were. Lightning replied that she had just taken off, with Maisie right above her, and asked if the demon had launched a full-scale attack. Sylvie believed it was and suspected the enemy was using the giant stone of God's punishment to block her sight. Lightning said she knew what to do and was ready to head over to the Takira ruins. Because it was too dark to see, she told Maisie to switch to night vision. In midair, Maisie shifted her pigeon form into an owl, and the two pressed on until Sylvie urged them to come back, saying the high-ranking demon is on the move. A chill ran down Lightning's spine, then she forced the fear down, thinking he wouldn't spot her so easily. If she turned back now, she'd never learn what the demons were hiding. She told Sylvie not to worry, as long as she stayed out of his anti-magic zone, he wouldn't catch her, then told Maisie to keep eyes on him while tucking her into her shirt, then she accelerated. Sylvie's warning came sharper this time, saying the enemy had noticed her. Maisie spotted him ahead to their right. Lightning saw the flash of red just before a beam of energy lanced toward them. She banked hard and dove, but he came after her, claws slicing through the air. She twisted again, shaking him off, and in that break spotted several spider demons hauling huge cylindrical stones towards Neverwinter. Just then, Lightning shot upward to get a better look, then suddenly stopped. Maisie asked her why. Lightning had noticed the demon wasn't following her anymore. Clearly, the demon knew he could never catch up, and this time, she declared victory. Just then, she raised a middle finger toward the distant shadow and noted this was the gesture of winning that His Majesty had once taught her. Afterwards she sped off toward Neverwinter. Just then, shells streaked skyward like falling stars. Maisie murmured that it was beautiful. Meanwhile, Lightning clenched her fists. In the command center, the roof trembled with each blast. Axe slammed a hand on the table, remarking that if this had been a daytime assault, those monsters wouldn't have lasted half as long. Edith stayed calm, pointing out that's exactly why the enemy had chosen a night assault. Still, the results were good. Without Sylvie, they wouldn't even know where to aim, let alone track the blind spots. For now, the demons were still taking the beating, and there was no reason to rush. Axe hated wasting hard-earned ammunition, but Edith wasn't worried because no one could push that thing forever. She figured the demons knew it too. The moment they came within mortar range, they'd have no choice but to throw everything they had into one big push. She smirked, almost amused, while remarking that the demons thought the night was their advantage, but they had no idea the flares would turn darkness into daylight, and when that happened, there'd be no more hiding. Far off, Ursruk made his move as the bombardment had finally stopped, and then he ordered everyone to charge. However, Greycastle's gunners were in position. The signal went up, and flares arced high into the air, bursting overhead and drifting slowly down. Demons blinked up at the sudden glare, and in that hesitation, Greycastle locked in their aim. A storm of shells roared overhead, slamming into the ground behind the massive pillars. The earth heaved, the air shook, and before the dust could settle, another wave of flares lit the field again. From the rear, Ursruk stared towards the sky, and he commented that half a year ago, these same humans had been helpless at night, forced to cower in their camps. Now they'd not only found an answer but waited patiently for the perfect moment to use it. He realizes they can't be thinking of humans as insects anymore. With such calculation, this is no longer the work of prey, but rather an enemy worth taking seriously, and he thinks their lord needed to hear about this. The battle continued and the bombardment shredded the demon lines. Meanwhile, Ursruk broke into a sprint, determined to take out the enemy's eyes and arms before they became a real problem. So, he vaulted up to a hot air balloon, then broke into a sinister grin, seeing the person's terrifying face, then tore them in two, letting the bodies fall from the sky. His piercing cry rolled over the battlefield. It spurred the demons forward in a full, frenzied rush. A shell ripped through one of the demons, machine gun fire carved into another, but they kept coming, scrambling over their own dead. Meanwhile, barrels smoked from non-stop firing. Spider demons hurled themselves at the lines, but even they couldn't withstand the storm of bullets. It didn't take long for the plane to become a meat grinder. Flying beasts swooped in, but Greycastle's anti-air crews were already tracking them, knocking them out of the sky in bursts of fire and shrapnel. Again and again, meanwhile, Ursruk himself was struggling and hurled himself into the defenses, trying to break the wall of gunfire. Each time, the sheer density of bullets forced him back, red-eyed and furious, as more of his people collapsed. By the time the sun started rising again, the guns were almost too hot to touch, and countless casings crunched underfoot. The shooting finally tapered off, leaving only the acrid haze of gunpowder and the stench of blood. Agatha stepped out from the underground command post with Axe and the others, walking toward the front. Beyond the lines lay craters, mangled corpses, and the last of the enemy limping into the distance. Witnessing all this, her breath quickened, and then, with a rush of exhilaration, she announced they had achieved victory. A soldier pulled back a heavy canvas sheet, revealing a row of fortress cannons lined up in perfect formation. He then handed over the rope to Agatha's hand. Phyllis stepped up beside her. She admitted she owed Agatha an apology, saying that 4 centuries ago, she'd mocked her behind her back for relying on mortals, insisting that giving such important tasks to them would only end in disaster. Agatha smiled, admitting that was what everyone said back then. Then she asked what she thought now. Phyllis took a rope from her hand and, with a grin, said that fighting shoulder to shoulder with mortals wasn't so bad after all. The soldier raised a flag, then announced fire. The Takira witches pulled their firing ropes together, and the cannons roared as one. Shells screamed through the air before slamming into the Takira ruins, blasting apart not only crumbling stone but the few demons still lurking there. Meanwhile, Sylvie was watching the artillery and then announced it's time to begin. By the 5th day, Maggie remarks that she still isn't sure if the demon will show up today. Ashes meanwhile shrugs, saying no one knows. Maggie is already itching to get back to Neverwinter for hot pot and fried dumplings, though she admits sizzling barbecue wouldn't be bad either, not to mention if she gets to have an ice cream sandwich in the end. Ashes stuffs a chunk of dry rations into her mouth, telling her to have some herself, clearly unwilling to let her ramble further. Camilla reminds everyone they're still on a mission, declaring that food talk can wait until they return. Andrea quietly shakes her head, noting that Camilla is still as serious as ever, even though Andrea swears she saw her throat move just now at the mention of food. For the last few days, the special operation team has stuck to their plan, lying in wait, but hasn't found their target yet. Then, a strange roar echoes in the distance. Ashes asks what's going on, and Sylvie reports that an artillery shell just hit a giant skeleton monster while blasting a hole behind it, but what surprised her was seeing it actually howl in pain. Ashes was shocked, and she always assumed that the monster was lifeless. Sylvie further explained that she saw thick mist pouring out from its wound, almost like blood. At that moment, the high-ranking demon began charging towards the trenches. Andrea mutters that she wishes someone could just kill the demon so they can head back, when suddenly Sylvie notices the demon abruptly veer off midair, heading back toward the wounded monster. The battlefield turns chaotic, and demons scramble to block the skeleton, looking more like they're tearing each other apart. Within moments, a high-ranking demon flees from Takira entirely. Camilla calls Andrea's name, and Andrea answers. She knows what to do, though she looks a bit nervous. She readies her weapon, muttering that it's alright and everything is alright until her eyes snap open. Her vision stretches far into the distance, and in the air, she locks on to her target. Ashes asks for an update, and she replies that the enemy hasn't noticed them, but is flying toward their supply line. She noted it was a bit far but still within range. She then announces she's taking the shot, certain there's no better chance. Pulling out a special round, she loads it into the chamber and works the bolt. Her focus narrows until every possible bullet trajectory appears in front of her. One connects perfectly to the target, and without hesitation, she pulled the trigger. The sniper rifle slams back into her shoulder, sending her tumbling, but Ashes catches her from behind. Andrea remarks she'd rather not be held like that, but Ashes shoots back a retort, more curious about the result. Andrea tells her to wait, saying the bullet's still in flight. She tracks it in her mind, racing toward the demon, silently praying it doesn't move while the distance closes fast. Then, the demon suddenly turns its head, locking eyes with her. Andrea freezes in shock, but the bullet hits the target nonetheless, tearing the demon's body apart midair, its body scattering into pieces that tumble toward the ground. Andrea declares the target is dead, and Maggie bursts into cheers, with Sylvie confirming it, noting even Nanawa couldn't bring that one back. Ashes claps Andrea on the shoulder, praising her aim and calling Lightning to bring the seagull in for pickup, saying they can finally return. Lightning acknowledges, but Andrea can't shake the thought and wonders if the demon had spotted her earlier. She notes that 9 kilometers of distance and a dense forest in between should make finding her impossible, like searching for a needle in a haystack. Yet the demon had shown no signs of scanning for her, only turning its gaze toward her as if it already knew she was there. She believes Sylvie must have seen it too, but showed no concern. Perhaps she believed it was a mere coincidence. Forcing herself to focus, Andrea reminds herself that the demon should be dead, and any oddities before its death aren't worth dwelling on. Then a different thought strikes her. She remembers Ashes still bears a faint scar from the time she fought that high-ranking demon to protect Leaf. Andrea asks how long it would take for such a shallow cut to heal on its own. Ashes replies within 1 to 2 hours, curious why she's asking. Andrea calculates aloud that signs of healing would show in 10 minutes, then asks how Ashes is feeling now. That's when Ashes realizes there's still a slight pain. Sylvie is the first to react, scanning the distance, only for her expression to twist into alarm as she shouts for everyone to be careful. Just then, something tears toward them. Ashes reacts instantly, swinging her blade upward in a fierce arc, but the impact still sends Maggie flying, and she is slammed hard against a nearby tree. No one has time to check her condition before the high-ranking demon reappears, announcing he has finally found them. Ashes plants herself in front of the group, then shouts Maggie's name, only to hear her coughing painfully, followed by the demons praising her fast reaction, but says without Ash's blade Maggie would have died without suffering. Now, all she's done is prolong the agony. Andrea realizes this was no random strike, and Maggie was chosen first for a reason. Alone, she's no threat in a direct fight, but as the only witch capable of getting the team out of danger, her loss would cut off their escape entirely. She notices a spear had pierced Maggie's chest, and perhaps without Ashes reacting fast, it would have struck her heart or head. She's gravely wounded, unable to use her powers even if she survives. Thinking all this, Andrea can't help wondering how the demon knew about her ability. The demon then points to Sylvie, declaring she's the eye for the human, and points out that she's the reason his own people were forced into this corner. Turning its gaze to Andrea, it asserts she's the sharpshooter, remarking that while her skill might have been insignificant 4 centuries ago, but today she might be more dangerous than transcendent witches. And now, they've finally gathered together. He announces himself as the commander of the expeditionary force and, as he puts it, their undertaker. Andrea instantly realizes this is a trap, planned long before today. Everything they've seen was staged, and the demon even used himself as the bait. She even suspects he's been setting this up from the very start. Sylvie remarks that Takira must be more important to him than they are, but he doesn't answer. Camilla asks if they can at least know before they die. But the demon just laughs, pointing out they aren't dead yet, clearly seeing they still haven't given up. Andrea can't figure out what he's stalling time for. She knows from their last fight that Ashes can only hold him off for a while. Her own mana is nearly depleted, and even with Sylvie, Camilla, and an injured Maggie, their odds are worse than before. The only hope is lightning, and the fact that she hasn't shown means she's noticed something's off. If she can bring the seagull here, they might turn it around. For now, they need to stall. Andrea presses him, asking what he did to make them miss someone this close. Because she had already checked before taking her shot, then where had he been hiding? Ursruk notes they've spent the last 6 months digging tunnels, not at the front, but behind Takira. The entrances are hidden in the god punishment mines, buried deep enough that it wasn't a surprise that they didn't notice. He remarks that humans have been watching this place the whole time, but that constant safety was exactly what made them walk right into his trap. She pushes again, saying that over the past days they've moved positions, so how could he still see them? Ursruk just grins, explaining it wasn't him spotting them, but the other way around. He adds that he knows the flying witch is also here, guessing they have a backup plan, and by the timing, she should be here at any time. Andrea has already guessed the rest, but if tunnels exist, then it means he's not alone. She realized the demon was waiting for Lightning and the rest of the team to arrive, so they could wipe them all out at once. All of a sudden, gunfire cracks through the chaos, bullets and grenades streaking toward Ursruk in an explosion that shook the ground. Sylvie was happy to see Takira witches have arrived. They rush in, shielding the group, with Zoe asking if they were okay, but Andrea shouts that they need to get out now. Meanwhile, flames swirl in the demon's hand as Sylvie spots spider demons at a distance and warns everyone to stay sharp. 2 stone pillars crash down from above, splintering into deadly spikes that rain toward them. Andrea summons the last of her magic into a shield, but the demon lazily lifts a hand and shatters it with his anti-magic, and the spikes rain down on them. Elena dives toward Andrea, taking the hit across her back to shield her. Andrea still got hit through her leg, but she still orders everyone to regroup and retreat before it's too late. Elena was confused, asking Andrea why she wanted them to go west, noting the First Army's rendezvous was towards the south. Andrea asserts that going back will only put them in a noose, and west is their only way out. Afterwards Elena nodded and started sprinting. Soon after, heavy footsteps pound through the forest. More demons close in, spears flying, forcing the Takira witches to intercept. Ashes tosses Andrea a communication rune, and she immediately contacts Lightning, ordering her to locate the 2 spider demons and get rid of them. Ashes tells her to also warn Tilly to get out of here. The retreat begins, but Andrea demands a weapon. Elena hesitates, warning she might be thrown off if she doesn't hold tight, but Andrea declares one hand is enough. Taking a rifle, Andrea refuses to quit while Ashes is still fighting to protect them.
Sometime later, she squeezes the trigger, blowing a demon's head apart, though she's lost count of how many she's dropped and right now, she's completely exhausted. Suddenly, Ursruk slams Ash's back and then charges straight towards her. Sylvie yells for Andrea to watch out, but the demon is closing in fast. Just then, Elena spins, taking the full strike meant for Andrea. The devastating strike tears through her armor and hurls them both back. Fury burns in Zoe's eyes as she points her weapon, blasting the demon point blank. The impact shatters its body and ruptures the tank on its back, but even gutted, the demon drives a hand into its heart, and its muscle begins regenerating. Sylvie was horrified and called him a monster. The demon announces this as life plunder, power stolen from enemies, and reforged into itself, saying how he gained this ability from his last breakthrough. It was revealed that every wound, every ounce of their fading strength, only feeds him further. He remarks that by now, they must know the outcome, asserting that resistance will only add to their suffering, and promises a painless death if they surrender now. Zoe hurls curses, vowing to tear him apart. Cradled in Andrea's arms, Elena is barely conscious. Andrea wanted to know why she protected her. Elena explains that dying in battle was always part of her fate, the only difference is what it could buy in return. She highlights that they have reached their own limit, but Andrea's potential has no ceiling. Seeing Andrea's grief, she lifts a hand to her face, brushing her cheek with a comforting smile. She tells her not to cry, explaining that she feels no pain, only a little tired. Her voice fades, her hand slips away, and Andrea clutches her tighter, tears streaming uncontrollably. Dark clouds had gathered overhead without anyone noticing, and no one had time for grief as the battle continued. Ashes was running out of room to hold the line, every swing slower than the last. The demon began to taunt her, remarking that if this was all she had, her companions would be dead soon enough. Her mind then flashed to what Phyllis once told her, that she was an extraordinary, born with unimaginable potential, but crossing that very line required a clear goal and unwavering resolve. The Federation records noted that those transtants always reached that realm in battle, while those who failed fell to the demons, and Phyllis had wanted her to be among the former. Then grenades rained down from the sky. It was lightning, and Maisie had arrived, cutting through several demons in seconds, announcing they had already dealt with the spider demons. Ursruk broke away from Ashes and charged toward them. Ashes took a deep breath, then muttered a quiet apology to Tilly. Then, power erupted from her so powerful enough to make even the demon recoil. She then brought her blade down, the strike blazing with thunder so bright it split the clouds and lit the earth below. The ground split into a crater, half of the demon's body torn away. Lightning ran over and asked if she was all right, but Ashes pushed through the pain, ordering her to take everyone and get out. She emphasizes she will hold this place alone, at least while she can still control her strength. Lightning hesitated a bit before nodding, and then the pair hauled the wounded and flew for Neverwinter. Maisie asked how Ashes could call forth divine will without carrying the divine imprint. Lightning admitted she didn't know, but she was certain Ashes had crossed into the realm of transcendence. Back to Ashes, and her massive sword sank a few inches into the ground as her body sagged. Clearly without it, she would have collapsed on the spot. She knew she had to move before the enemy did. The demon had crashed to the ground but wasn't dead. His subordinates were shocked and assumed he had broken through, yet he was upset by the fact that he would die soon and could not follow his lord anymore. Dragging his shattered body, he crawled to Ursruk. Ashes realized he was still alive as Ursruk clarified he hadn't broken through, at least not fully, and there's one last step. However, Ashes' last strike had left him too broken to complete it. The subordinate offered to help, and Ursruk told him to sacrifice himself. The soldier lit up with joy, asking if that's all he needs, then dragging himself forward and asking if their kind could ever break free of their own fate, win the divine war, and step into the heavens that no one had touched. Ursruk solemnly promised, even calling the soldier by name. The soldier's eye shines then asked Ursruk to take his soul with him, and then ripped the magic stone from his own head. Blood poured as he shoved it into Ursruk's body. Ashes' stomach dropped as his wounds began to heal before her eyes. She forced herself upright, pain roaring through her, and poured everything into her sword. Ursruk moved at the same time, and their clash detonated in a blinding explosion, a wave of force ripping through the trees and showering the air with dirt and stone until neither could see the other. When the dust settled, the demon was still standing. He noted Ashes was a rare talent among witches, surpassing even humanity's strongest of the past and even opening a new gate. For a species with mere decades to live, it was remarkable. Ashes, gasping for breath, tightened her grip. Ursruk lifted his dead soldier's tank, remarking that she isn't the only one with talent, especially for those like him, whose lives spanned beyond a single divine war. That, he declared, was the difference given by the gods. He calls it unfair, but fate offered no choices. Announcing her path will end here, he charged. They slammed into each other, their blows shattering the trees around them. Ashes was driven back meters at a time, her arms beginning to shake. Wiping the blood from his face, the demon noted with cold amusement that this was the cost of merging directly with the source of magic, pointing out that although Ashes had gained power beyond mortals, that same power was devouring her. He wondered aloud what she'd become if she kept going, guessing she might be burned to nothing left, or transformed into something like a monster. Ashes snaps back that even so, it will only be after she kills him. The demon laughs, mocking her for leaning on faith and resolve, remarking that such ideals sound exactly like something a human would say, then points out that the centuries have proved that those are nothing but scraps in the face of reality. She surges forward again, knowing she needs to carve out an opening, a single moment to gather every last drop of her strength. Her blade slices through the air, but the demon slips aside and drives his hand straight into her chest. Ashes grins through the pain, declaring she's caught him. Overhead, the dark clouds begin to swirl. Agatha, elsewhere, receives word that Ashes has crossed into the transcendent. Lightning wasn't sure if it was truly transcendent, but pointed out that no other witch could unleash such power. Agatha agreed with her, remarking that it is a characteristic of transcendence to ascend during battles. If Ashes really made the leap, then handling a single high-ranking demon shouldn't be a problem, making her decision to order their retreat the right one.
Agatha agrees that keeping everyone alive matters most, but Lightning asks what about the demon?
Ursruk's image flashes in her mind, and his ability truly terrifies her. Agatha explains there's no official Federation record on this, but according to Roland's report, demons strengthen and evolve by fusing with high-quality magic stones. Battle experience counts, but she suspects the fusion is much like a witch's coming of age, testing the body's ability to withstand raw magic, and failure, she remarks, is just another name for backlash. Lightning's concern grows, but Agatha reassures her, noting that transcendent witches fight without relying on abilities or magic, so even with anti-magic, the fight should end quickly. Lightning starts to relax until a series of violent crashes erupts behind them. She turns sharply, unsure of the cause. Agatha hears it too, but Tilly hasn't arrived yet, and the rest of the Takira witches are still hauling equipment to the Seagull, at least 10 minutes away from where they are.
As Lightning decides what to do next, Maisie is already voicing her worry for Ashes, but Lightning comforts her by saying there should be no problem since Ashes is now transcendent.
She orders Maisie to get everyone to the safe point and asks if she remembers the route. Maisie nods, but when repeating the directions, she suddenly asks why Lightning says she, but not them.
Back to Ashes, thunder booms overhead.
Her energy spikes higher, locking Ursruk in place. However, he sneers at her method, calling it a foolish mutual destruction tactic.
Ashes mutters she won't let go, praying 5 minutes will be enough.
She knew the demon couldn't break free since their strength is evenly matched, and if she didn't release him, there's no way he could escape. Ursruk has no plans for tug of war, remarking that she's actually built herself a cage. Then, from his chest, grotesque tendrils lash out, driving clean through her body. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and the pain was sharper than anything before, like countless needles driving through her veins straight into her skull. She forces herself to stay conscious, but something inside her is crawling, and she questions what he has done. The demon answers it's proof between their mastery of magic, adding that he should thank Ashes, because without this battle, he wouldn't be on the cusp of his own ascension.
He's eager to see just how far he can go after killing her. By now, half her body is already numb,
it didn't even feel like her own body.
However, she responds with the same attack, letting magic explode outward. Ursruk's body swells grotesquely in response.
At the same time, black lines crawl up Ash's neck, and Ursruk's face begins to distort, yet he still praises her endurance while insisting it's meaningless, but she keeps holding on. He tries to break her spirit, asserting that faith and resolve are nothing more than a weakling's self-comfort. If words alone could let a race survive, then survival would be far too easy.
Meanwhile, pain slams through her in waves, robbing Ashes of her speech.
Above them, energy condenses tighter and tighter. Ursruk slowly lifts her up, declaring that in both endurance to magic and the centuries that were needed to master it, is the reason why his own people tower over humanity. He asserts the gap is so huge that no matter how hard they struggle, they can never make it because 2 divine wars have already proved it. Ursruk's voice dripped with scorn as he told her to die, but before his words could settle, another voice came from above telling him never to underestimate humanity. Ashes turned toward the sound, and of course, it was Lightning, streaking in at impossible speed with a bundle of high-yield grenades in her arms.
Her arrival snapped Ashes back into focus, and she quickly noticed the grenades in Lightning's arm.
Ursruk mocked that she was rushing straight to her death, but just as Lightning was about to cross into his anti-magic field, she shot upward and hurled the grenades down. The demon had no time to evade. The blast detonated behind him, and he screamed as his tendrils recoiled from Ash's body. Her grip on him tightened, and she laughed through the blood, agreeing with his earlier words that yes, humans are weak. But even so, they keep walking forward, no matter what challenges lie ahead, never turning back. Ursruk's gaze locked on her as she declared they had someone already standing ahead, lighting the way forward. Just then a pillar of golden light, far brighter than anything before, roared down from the heavens, swallowing the demon entirely with the sky splitting with blinding thunder. Meanwhile, not far away, Lightning had used up all her magic and crashed to the ground, clutching her arm. She looked towards the storm above. She then staggered toward Ashes, smiling in relief, declaring they had finally won. Ashes told her it was thanks to her, admitting she never thought Lightning would come back. Lightning grinned, boasting it was the sixth sense of a great explorer, always showing up at the exact moment she's needed. But then she noticed something was wrong. Ash's fingers were fading into nothing. Exhausted, Ashes murmured that perhaps this was the cost of burning herself. Lightning didn't understand, so Ashes explained that if someone pushes magic to achieve their goal, it will guide them there, but her body could no longer bear the strain. Compared to turning into a monster, this was actually better for her. Lightning reached for her hand, only for it to dissolve into nothingness. She asked desperately what she should do, begging Ashes to tell her. Ashes smiled, voice slowly fading, asks her to tell Tilly she likes her. Those were the last words Lightning heard before she completely disappeared. She lunged forward, tried to hold her, but nothing remained. When the report reached Neverwinter, Roland felt an inexplicable heaviness in his chest. He stayed silent for a long time before telling the voice on the other end that it wasn't their fault, adding that there's no what if in times like these. With the front secured, he told them to come back and rest well. Hanging up, Nightingale asked if it was Leaf who called. Roland closed his eyes and said the war was over. The First Army had taken Takara at minimal cost, found an unfinished foundation in the God Punishment Mine, and though the ambush failed, the enemy's high-ranking demon was confirmed dead, which meant the curse was also gone. But Ashes and Elena hadn't survived. Nightingale froze before looking away. She'd heard from Lightning that Ashes had become transcendent and dragged the demon to their mutual destruction, leaving behind nothing but a fraction of her sword. The war was over, but the price in lives was steep, not just Elena and Ashes, but also the First Army. She knew Roland's mood must be sinking, so she reminded him that Ashes was always arrogant and reckless as she was, still took every choice she made seriously, and Elena was the same, then adding that they'd been prepared for this and he shouldn't carry the weight alone. Roland knew Nightingale is right and he couldn't afford to fall into despair in times like these. Just then, footsteps sounded outside, and Tilly entered. Her eyes were so red, almost like she had been crying for days. She called him Big Brother and asked if they could talk alone. After Nightingale left the room, Roland didn't know where to start, but Tilly suddenly wrapped her arms around him, pleading with him not to move, just to let her stay like this. Her voice trembled, tears slipping freely down her cheeks as she clung to him. He patted her back gently, telling her not to hold it in. With that, we conclude this chapter.